Daxia, Linhu Province, Fengyue City Inner District. In the bedroom of a villa. Yi Mo. You lazy bum. Get up quickly. A reproachful female voice rang in his ears, instantly waking Emo from his dream. Before he could react, his ear was twisted like a pretzel, followed by a sharp pain. Yi Mo. Have you forgotten about the contract ceremony today? If you miss it again, you'll lose the qualification to obtain an initial coffin spirit forever. The sudden attack made Yi Mo gasp in pain, and he quickly sat up. He looked at the girl in front of him, who was less than 1.6 meters tall, standing with one hand on her hip, wearing a standard school uniform, and full of anger, her twin ponytails swaying. He was utterly confused, his face full of bewilderment. Who are you? Why are you in my room? And what on earth is this contract ceremony? Hearing this, the girl immediately grabbed a pillow from the bed and threw it at Yemo's head, snorting coldly, "Humph. Are you still not sober? Talking nonsense like that. I'll wait for you for another 10 minutes. If you still don't get up, I won't bother with you anymore." After saying this, the girl glanced at her watch, snorted coldly, and turned to leave the bedroom. Accompanied by a loud bang, she slammed the door shut with force. Watching her departing figure, Emo rubbed his messy hair, and soon a pungent smell of alcohol filled the air, causing him to frown slightly. "I remember coming home and lying down after working overtime last night. I didn't drink, did I? And that girl just now doesn't seem like someone I paid to come here. Could it be that I've transmigrated?" Emo looked utterly bewildered, scanning everything around him in confusion. As a surge of intense memories flooded his mind, he confirmed one fact: he had really transmigrated. So now I've not only arrived in a dangerous parallel world where everyone carries a coffin, but I've also suddenly gained a younger sister named Ji Xiaoyao? Emo was utterly astonished, striving to digest the massive influx of memories flooding his mind. The world he was in was called Blue Star. Hundreds of years ago, a group of tomb raiders unearthed a spatial passage, causing countless terrifying secret realms filled with demonic creatures to merge with Blue Star. After the fusion, billions of evil creatures poured out from the secret realms, unleashing an apocalyptic disaster that, within just a few years, wiped out over 90% of humanity on Blue Star, driving humans to the brink of extinction. Later, in order to investigate the root cause of the disaster, many pioneers ventured into the secret realms one after another. Eventually, they discovered massive cemeteries deep within the realms, filled with countless sealed coffins. The evil creatures had escaped from those damaged coffins. Through research, the pioneers uncovered an astonishing fact: a very small number of gifted individuals could master the seals on the coffins and open seal spaces. By integrating the seals into themselves, they could command these evil creatures at will. Thus, a powerful profession was born on Blue Star: the Coffin Keeper. Demons, ghosts, undead, monsters, zombies, and all kinds of dark creatures sealed in coffins? Coffin spirits? What kind of underworld pets are these? After merging all the memories, Emo shook his head helplessly and let out a deep breath. Then he got out of bed and headed straight to the bathroom. Over 10 minutes later, Emo finished freshening up, changed into a white short-sleeved shirt, shaved cleanly, trimmed his hair simply, and walked into the living room. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao was sitting on the sofa, playing on her phone. With a displeased expression. "Humph, you're quite proactive this time. I thought you'd slack off again like the past 2 years. I've already made breakfast. Eat it and then come with me to school. Don't dawdle." Hearing this, Emo looked at the steaming pancakes on the table, a trace of astonishment appearing on his face. Before contracting with a coffin spirit, students would awaken a talent as a coffin master. The original body had already awakened, but it was the worst talent, corpse servant. This talent could only contract with undead coffin spirits. Moreover, it required nurturing the corpse with one's own blood essence and sleeping in the coffin with the spirit to increase intimacy. At the time of awakening, the original body had a complete breakdown, standing on the rooftop of the school building and shouting for hours before fainting, ultimately giving up on the contract ceremony. Because in this world, the corpse race is universally recognized as the weakest and most disgusting race. Ordinary zombies make up 90% of them. Not only do they have extremely poor potential and limited evolution, but they are also easily countered. Even ordinary people can easily find ways to kill them. What's more, ordinary zombies are intellectually deficient, unable to distinguish between friend and foe, and carry terrifying corpse poison. After contracting them as initial coffin spirits, novice coffin masters might end up in serious trouble if they're not careful. My talent is really so weak. Should I even go through with the contract? Emo walked to the table, picked up a fragrant pancake, and began eating while calculating in his mind. Since he hadn't contracted an initial coffin spirit, Fengyue City's #1 high school had been reserving a contract slot for him. However, this was already the 3rd year, and if he didn't contract soon, the slot would be cancelled. At that point, if he wanted to contract a coffin spirit, he would need to spend a huge amount of money to purchase a specially made coffin and risk venturing into dangerous areas to subdue evil creatures. Seemingly sensing Yemo's inner conflict, Yi Xiaoyao's expression instantly turned grim, and she quickly looked up at him. When she saw Yemo's fresh and tidy appearance, a look of surprise involuntarily flashed in her eyes. Yemo, you actually took care of yourself. You look much more presentable than before. Could it be that you've truly turned over a new leaf? After hearing this, Yemo couldn't help but have a few black lines flash across his forehead. The original owner of this body had given up on himself, content with mediocrity, unkempt, and living off the inheritance left by his parents. However, he was different. He was a transmigrator, a handsome guy. Hair could be messy, but the hairstyle must never be random. With that, he walked over to Yi Xiaoyao's side, his fingers slightly bent. Under her puzzled gaze, he lightly flicked her forehead. Kids these days have no manners. I'm 2 years older than you, so from now on, you have to call me brother, got it? Yemo's lips curled into a smile as he playfully tugged at her ponytail. His actions immediately provoked a protest from her. Yi Xiaoyao slapped his hand off her head and, like a bristling wildcat, said disdainfully, Yemo, get away. Your hands are all greasy, and I'm already 18, so stop calling me a kid. Ah, your wings have hardened, and now you dare talk back. Yemo flicked her forehead again. Yemo, have you even looked at what a mess you've become over the past 2.5 years? Have you ever cared about me? Don't even think about making me call you brother. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes reddened as she clenched her small fists tightly, looking extremely aggrieved. After saying this, she raised her head again and looked seriously at Yemo, who was stunned in place, and firmly said, it's not impossible for me to call you brother, but for this contract ceremony, you must go with me. Once you successfully form a contract, I'll call you brother. Hearing this, Yemo's face showed a trace of astonishment. Originally, he had only planned to accompany Yi Xiaoyao to Mapleview City's #1 high school to see what kind of talent she awakened and what kind of coffin spirit she contracted. As for himself, it was probably just going through the motions. If he really ended up contracting an ordinary zombie or ghoul, he feared that as soon as it was released, it would take a bite out of him, so unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't easily attempt to contract. Unless I get lucky and contract a female zombie with decent looks and some remaining intelligence, otherwise the thought of sharing a coffin to increase intimacy is truly spine-chilling. Yemo thought to himself. Just as he was about to casually placate her, a cold notification suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Host detected to meet binding conditions. The strongest corpse nurturing system is activating. The ultimate corpse cultivation system? A benefit for transmigrators? Yemo was utterly shocked. Previously, he had some resistance toward the corpse race, but now that the system was activated, his confidence surged. Even if the system issued a task to kiss 2 zombies, Yemo would bravely accept it. A strong person must always be fearless. Ding! The ultimate corpse cultivation system activated. Detected that the host's talent is corpse servant. System benefits are being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for upgrading their talent to Divine Level Corpse Cultivator. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the ability Exorcising Golden Eyes. Divine Level Corpse Keeper, immune to all corpse toxins. The success rate of contracting Corpse Clan coffin spirits is 100%. The number of contracted Corpse Clan coffin spirits is doubled. All contracted coffin spirits can be simultaneously commanded in battle. When commanding coffin spirits in battle, the host's spiritual energy consumption is reduced by 50%. All abilities of contracted coffin spirits are increased by 200%, experience acquisition speed is increased by 100%, skill learning success rate is 100%, and material consumption for cultivation is reduced by 50%. After contracting a coffin spirit, intimacy plus 50, and intimacy acquisition speed is increased by 50%. When a coffin spirit reaches its maximum level, using specific materials will 100% break the level cap, advancing it to a higher potential level. Seeing the earth-shattering changes in his talent, Yemo's heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves. There was no denying it, this talent was terrifying. Absolutely extraordinary. The Corpse Clan's most criticized issues of corpse toxins, low combat power, and limited potential had been perfectly resolved. The limit on the number of coffin spirits he could contract had also doubled. It must be noted that a coffin master could contract at most 5 coffin spirits, and during the novice period, only 1 could be contracted. In other words, at the very start, I can contract 2 Corpse Clan coffin spirits. Moreover, after reaching the maximum level, there's even a chance to make them infinitely ascend, pushing the number of evolutions and levels to the absolute limit. Yemo took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with confidence, and then began to explore the exorcising golden eyes. Golden eyes of dispelling evil, can see through the target's panel attributes, able to release a powerful golden ray. Can see through the panel. It seems this time I can definitely take away the corpse race's coffin spirit with the highest potential from the contract center. Yemo thought to himself. Ding! Host detected without a contracted coffin spirit. Newbie task released. Successfully contract a corpse race coffin spirit. Reward, advanced corpse race template lottery ticket *1, max intimacy, coffin spirit experience plus 200. The release of the system task instantly sparked Yemo's interest. An advanced Corpse Clan template lottery ticket? Ding! The host can designate the coffin spirit to use the lottery ticket to draw a Corpse Clan character template. The drawn character template will determine the appearance of the coffin spirit, simultaneously raising its potential by one level and adjusting its talents and skills. What a great item! Yemo was thrilled. Countless classic characters of zombies, ghouls, vampires, mummies, and more from games, anime, and movies instantly flashed through his mind. Especially zombies. The strongest among them could rival ancient gods, soaring through the skies, traversing the earth, moving mountains, and filling seas. He was filled with anticipation. Quickly, he pulled his thoughts back. Contracting the first coffin spirit and completing the task was the priority. Then, he turned to look at Yi Xiaoyao, whose eyes were slightly red, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Alright, Big Brother will accompany you to the contract ceremony today. I'll show you how to contract a powerful coffin spirit. Yi Xiaoyao heard this, slightly opened her mouth, looking very surprised, and then asked in confusion, really? If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. Yi Mo nodded. Hearing the affirmative answer, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately lit up with joy. She hadn't expected Yi Mo to actually change his personality, so different from before. Without hesitation, she directly pushed him out of the house. Half an hour later, Fengyue City No. 1 High School, Class 3-2. Yi Mo leaned against the wall outside the classroom, waiting quietly. Inside, the classroom was already filled with senior students. Once they awakened their tombkeeper talents, the homeroom teacher would take them to the nearby contract center. At that moment, a girl in the front row of the classroom, radiating youthful energy, looked at Yi Xiaoyao with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Yao Yao, the handsome guy outside the classroom who came with you looks so familiar. Could he be your boyfriend? Yi Xiaoyao heard this and hesitated to respond. Finally, she rolled her eyes helplessly and said, "That's my brother. If I dared to get a boyfriend, he'd break my legs." "Oh, so he's your brother. He's so overbearing. Well, do you need a sister-in-law then?" "I don't need one. Stop dreaming." The students in the classroom were chattering noisily, but Yemo outside the door heard everything clearly. "Break her legs? Did I ever say that?" He chuckled and scratched his head. At that moment, a waft of fragrant breeze swept by. A woman dressed in a black suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and with brown wavy hair walked over slowly. When she saw Yemo, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Yemo, what are you doing here?" Yemo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He looked her up and down before responding with a faint smile. "Sister Wenjing, I'm here to accompany my sister as she awakens her coffin keeper talent. Also, I wanted to use the contract slot the school left for me." Wenjing, in her 20s, was the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 12, and had also been Yemo's teacher back in the day. Thus, the two were quite familiar with each other. "Your sister is in my class?" Wenjing showed a surprised expression. She knew how poor Yemo's coffin keeper talent was. It had been the worst in the entire city that year. Moreover, the coffin keeper talent had a certain probability of being inherited. Therefore, it was highly likely that his sister would awaken the same talent. "No, I have to get him out of here first." A trace of worry flashed through Wenjing's mind. If he sees how poor his sister's talent is, with his level of emotional resilience, he's bound to make a big scene. By then, I'll be utterly humiliated. Wenjing looked at Yemo, her expression becoming somewhat unnatural. 2 years ago, there were no highly talented students in the class, but instead, there was an oddity like Yemo. This not only earned her a round of criticism but also almost cost her the title of outstanding mentor. This time, she absolutely couldn't let him mess things up. If his sister also awakened the corpse servant talent, no matter how dangerous or life-threatening the corpse clan might be, so what? A contract must be formed. Whether they live or die, she didn't want to care. But if it affected this round of teacher evaluations, she would have to intervene. After pondering for a moment, Wenjing decided to send Yemo away first. She gently advised, "Yemo, you don't need to wait for your sister to awaken her talent. As an external repeating student, you are not considered an official student. Therefore, your contract time is not in the same batch as the official students. You can now go directly to the contract center, and I will inform the staff there of your details. This way, you can contract your initial coffin spirit and leave." Hearing this, Yemo raised an eyebrow slightly, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. "Not in the same batch?" "That's right. After this batch of students completes their contracts, they will stay to familiarize themselves with their coffin spirits and undergo combat training. Once the training is over, they can register for next week's graduation assessment." When Jing looked at Yemo calmly and said, "However, you are not qualified for the training. I suggest that after leaving, you go to the outer city to join the tomb-seeking guild and head to low-level secret realms to improve yourself." When Jing's heart stirred with some waves. These words undoubtedly stripped Yemo of his qualification for the assessment, but she had no choice. She couldn't allow two students contracted with the corpse clan's coffin spirits to participate in combat training together. The coffin spirits of the corpse clan were simply too weak, and any slight mishap could lead to trouble. If two coffin coffin spirits were to die during training, she would certainly face ridicule from her colleagues. Preventing Yi-mo from participating in the training not only preserved his coffin spirit but also safeguarded her own reputation. This was practically a win-win situation. After hearing her explanation, Yi-mo didn't think much of it, though a barely noticeable glimmer flashed in his eyes. I see. Thank you for the reminder. I'll head over now. With that, he turned and prepared to leave. Wait. Just as he took 2 steps, when Jing suddenly called out to him, "Is there something else?" Yi-mo looked puzzled. "You can only stay at the contract center until 10 o'clock. It's already 9 now, and walking there slowly will waste time. Why not let me use my coffin spirit to send you there?" When Jing said softly, immediately, a wave of spiritual energy emanated from her body. A purple halo appeared in her hands, and she made a prayer gesture with both hands. Suddenly, a formation filled with eerie runes lit up on the ground. Then she softly chanted, "Hexagram seal, release." A 2-meter-tall hexagonal silver coffin, engraved with a black hexagram and emitting a black mist, slowly emerged from the twisted formation and finally stood upright in the corridor. ET2, Tenebris? A line from a certain anime in his original world suddenly popped into Yi-mo's mind. While he was in a daze, the lid of the silver coffin shook violently and suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Thick black mist surged out of the coffin, and several cawing crows flew out. The crows circled in the air and gradually coalesced into a figure exuding an aura of malevolence. The figure was cloaked in black, completely shrouded except for a pair of scarlet eyes, which made it appear extremely terrifying. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yi-mo's eyes as he looked toward this coffin spirit. Coffin spirit, Dark Raven Rumormonger. Race, Demon. Level, LV, 28 Guardian Class, level 20 to 29. Seal level, D-level Silver Ancestral Coffin, level cap 39. Seal level represents the potential of the coffin spirit. Talent, Triple Form, Current, Human. Skills, High Speed Dive, Tier 2. Claw Shadow Strike, Tier 2. Shadow Featherblade, Tier 2. Night Perception, Tier 2. High Speed Flight, Tier 2. Ultimate Skill, Calamitous Whisper Instigation, sows discord among targets. Duration of discord depends on the target's level and the spiritual power strength of the coffin master. Defect, None. Intimacy, 70. Obedient. Current status, Relaxed. Evolution count, 0 times. Seal level not higher than Crystal Coffin Spirit. Can evolve once every 20 levels. Evolution changes coffin spirit's appearance and significantly enhances strength. Introduction, a shapeshifter from the Dark Forest, evolved from the sinister Crowman, possessing 3 transformation forms: Balanced Human, Swift Crow, and Combat Birdman. Its strength is average, and its potential is limited. Coffin spirit / demonic creature levels: Servant, Guard, Commander, Lord, Overlord, King, Sovereign, World King, True God. This crow is actually level 28? Is this her main battle coffin spirit? Looking at the rather eerie dark crow in front of him, Yi-mo was slightly astonished. The strength of a coffin master is closely tied to the level of their main battle coffin spirit. When the main battle coffin spirit levels up, it feeds back a large amount of spiritual energy to the coffin master. The coffin master's spiritual energy, in turn, serves as the foundation for the coffin spirit to use its skills, meaning a coffin master cannot contract a coffin spirit of a higher rank than themselves. Clearly, when Jing's strength was already approaching the peak of a mid-tier coffin master. Although the coffin spirit she contracted was only a D rank, leveling up a coffin spirit is extremely difficult and can only be achieved through specific cultivation methods or combat. Given her current strength, she was already considered quite impressive in Fengyue City. Raising the level of a coffin spirit is no challenge for me. I just wonder if the contract center has any high potential undead coffin spirits. Yi-mo pondered to himself. After all, he could stay here until 10 o'clock, and this time was enough for him to inspect all the coffins. At this moment, when Jing, seeing the eager faces of the students in the classroom, decided not to waste any more time with Yi-mo and said calmly, "Black Crow, transform into Birdman form and take him to the contract center." The Dark Raven Whisperer nodded, and the cloak on its body instantly swelled and tore apart. The once human face gradually transformed into a ferocious raven's head, its entire body covered in feathers, legs turning into slender talons, and a pair of massive jet black wings unfurling from its back. Then, with a flap of its wings, it extended a claw to grip Yi-mo's shoulder and flew toward the direction of the contract center. "Mind your own business, Yi-mo. What did you say to Teacher 1? Did you ask her to send you home?" "Yeah, little brat, do you really not trust your brother? I'm already at the contract center." "Mind your own business, I don't believe you, unless you send me a photo." #disdain. At the entrance of the Coffin Spirit Contract Center, Yi-mo looked at the message sent by his younger sister and shook his head helplessly. After taking a photo and sending it back, he put his phone on silent mode and slipped it into his pocket. Shortly after, Yi-mo entered the main hall of the contract center. Since he had arrived early, the hall was cold and empty, with no one around except for the staff at the registration desk. The contract center was divided into 2 levels. Due to the dangerous nature of coffin spirits, the coffins sealing them were all placed in the enclosed underground level. Emo glanced around and noticed the numerous illustrations of coffin spirits hanging on the walls, which made his scalp tingle. I have to say, these people are really bold, turning the contract center into something like an ancient tomb museum. At that moment, Emo suddenly felt a chill down his back, as if something unclean was approaching. Hello, I am Xiaomei, a temporary guide for the contract center. Is there anything I can help you with? A crisp voice rang out. Emo turned around and was greeted by the sight of a young female ghost dressed in white, floating in midair, her face pale. Emo was momentarily stunned and asked hesitantly, could you tell me how to get to the underground level? Please follow me. The young female ghost beckoned to him, her body slowly drifting toward a passage on the left side of the hall. Seeing this, Emo followed without hesitation. 2 minutes later, he arrived at the contract hall in the underground level. The area was as large as 2 football fields, with thousands of coffins of varying sizes neatly arranged. The ceiling of the hall resembled a night sky, adorned with faint blue lights like stars, perfectly illuminating the entire space. With a quick glance, Emo was surprised to find that the coffins were divided into 2 types, hexagonal coffins and rectangular coffins. However, they were all shrouded in seals, entirely black, making it difficult to determine their specific levels. To contract the coffin spirits inside, one could only rely on luck, like opening a blind box. Opening the coffin to inspect the corpse was purely a gamble. But for Emo, this place was like a marketplace, he could pick whatever caught his eye. Golden eyes of evil breaking, he silently chanted in his heart, and an imperceptible glow flickered in his eyes. Wherever his gaze landed, all the seals were instantly revealed. Name, Little Demon, Race, Demon, Seal Level, D-Class Silver Ancestral Coffin, Level Cap 39. Name, Skeleton Knight, Race, Undead, Seal Level, C-Class Golden Mystic Coffin, Level Cap 49. Name, Slitmouthed Woman, Race, Spectre, Seal Level, D-Class Silver Ancestral Coffin, Level Cap 39. Emo examined dozens of coffins in succession, among which the one with the highest potential was the Skeleton Knight lying in the Golden Mystic Coffin. Most of the others were bronze coffins, while silver coffins were relatively fewer. As for iron coffins, none had been found so far. Are golden coffins really this rare? A look of disappointment appeared on Emo's face as he continued wandering around the contract hall. Half an hour later, Emo had finished exploring the entire contract hall and finally stood, panting, in front of a 3-meter-long hexagonal coffin. After taking a couple of photos of the coffin, he put his phone away. Name, Hellfire Demon, Race, Demon, Seal Level, A-Class True King Emerald Coffin, Level Cap 69. This is the highest level sealed existence in the entire hall. Whoever successfully contracts it will undoubtedly become the most envied individual among the students in Fengyue City. Emo's expression suddenly turned very grim. Among all the coffins, not only was there no black iron coffin, but there wasn't even a single undead coffin spirit. I could also contract the Hellfire Demon, but doing so would temporarily waste my talent and system rewards. It's not worth it. Emo gently stroked the coffin, murmuring to himself. For him, possessing the Undertaker talent and the system, even contracting just 2 D-level undead coffin spirits would be far stronger than a single A-level demon. The undead coffin spirits must be somewhere else. Emo's heart was resolute. At that moment, he shouted without hesitation, "Are you there, Xiaomei?" Suddenly, a cool breeze swept by, and the ghostly woman in white instantly appeared behind Emo. He turned his head, a faint smile appearing on his face. "I need to contract an undead coffin spirit. Do you know where the coffins sealing them are located?" Upon hearing this, Xiaomei's brows furrowed slightly, and her expression became somewhat peculiar. Her hollow eyes flickered with 2 beams of white light. Immediately after, a slightly surprised elderly male voice emerged from her mouth. "Young man, go to the abandoned warehouse behind the contracting center. The undead coffin spirits are all there." Coffin master ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, transcendent, legendary, supreme, sanctuary, immortal, divine. Each rank is divided into 1 to 9 stars, with 9 stars in the beginner rank leading to quasi-intermediate. First coffin spirit, Tyrant. Inside the office of the contract center director, a middle-aged man stood respectfully beside an energetic white-haired elder dressed in simple robes. The middle-aged man, named Wang Ming, was the director of the Fengyue City Contract Center. The white-haired elder beside him was none other than Shen Shuezong, the president of the Fengyue City Tomb-Seeking Guild and a legendary coffin master. "Elder Chen, didn't you say that many of the new corpse spirits from that batch have already broken out of their coffins?" Wang Ming frowned and said, "This young man hasn't even formed a contract yet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to let him go now?" "It's fine. Since he wants to go, let him go." Watching the footage on the monitor, Elder Chen frowned slightly and said slowly, "Just now, this young fellow paused for 2 seconds in front of every golden mysterious coffin or dark golden dragon coffin he passed. He even noticed that jade coffin. But if he wants to contract a corpse spirit, you should be able to guess the reason behind it, right?" After hearing Elder Chen's words, Wang Ming was instantly stunned, his eyes revealing a look of shock. It must be noted that the coffins in the contract hall were all delivered delivered by the Tomb-Seeking Guild. Apart from Elder Chen, almost no one knew which secret realms they came from or their potential. Elder Chen had previously mentioned to him that one of them was an A-grade True King Jade coffin, but he never expected that this young man could sense its seal level, and after choosing it, he didn't even want to open the coffin for inspection, which was simply outrageous. Elder Chen, are you saying his talent is related to the Corpse Clan? If that's really the case, then it's such a waste of this sensing ability. The coffin spirits of the Corpse Clan are too weak and can hardly compete with coffin spirits of the same potential from other factions. I estimate his future achievements will be limited. After his initial excitement, Wang Ming's emotions became complicated and his tone was filled with regret. After hearing this, Elder Chen's gaze fell on Yemo, who had left the monitoring area. He then stroked his beard with a smile and said, the Corpse Clan is indeed hard-pressed to defeat other clans. But don't forget, there was someone else with a Corpse Clan talent, and his zombie king Xiankui was even stronger than many demon lords. Hearing this, Wang Ming shook his head and laughed. Elder Chen, you must be joking. Supreme Lin is a once-in-a-million peerless genius. This young man can't possibly compare to him. Old man always feels that this little guy is not simple. Elder Chen stroked his beard, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. He will participate in combat training this afternoon, right? If he performs well, I wouldn't mind giving him a big gift. Elder Chen, I still don't have high hopes for him. Wang Ming smiled awkwardly. At that moment, Elder Chen's expression froze, and he quickly summoned a jade coffin about a meter long. As a series of thumping sounds echoed, a tender girl's voice came from within the coffin. I want to eat meat. Wang Ming looked at the jade coffin in front of him and exclaimed in surprise, Elder Chen, this is a little one I dug up from an ancient secret realms cemetery a couple of days ago, but I can't tame it, so I have to find another owner for it. Elder Chen chuckled, then released the coffin spirit. It was a small zombie with a talisman stuck to its forehead, holding a bronze sword and dressed in an indigo official's robe, looking quite adorable. Elder Chen patted the little zombie's head and said to Wang Ming, I'll take it out for a stroll first and find something for it to eat, so I won't stay here any longer. Very soon, in front of a massive abandoned warehouse at the contract center, two figures appeared. Xiaomei floated in mid-air, pointing at the rusty iron door ahead and said, this is the place. Those guys' coffins are all stored in containers. You can open the door and check them one by one. Yemo nodded and then walked toward the iron door. The eerie atmosphere of this warehouse far exceeded that of the contract hall, making him feel a faint sense of unease. The warehouse was surrounded by tall iron walls, and a faint stench of decay occasionally wafted through the air. A biohazard warning sign was printed on the rusty door. Could zombies come crawling out of the coffins? Yemo muttered to himself. Thinking about contracting with coffin spirits and completing the task, his mood brightened slightly. He quickened his pace to the iron door, hurriedly pulled out the latch, pushed the door open, and rushed into the depths of the warehouse. The interior of the warehouse was somewhat dim, with patches of dried blood staining the floor, but this did not dampen his enthusiasm. Looking at the rows of rusty containers before him, Yemo did not hesitate and walked up to the nearest one to open the door and inspect the coffin. Name, ordinary zombie. Race, Corpse Clan. Seal level, F level black iron coffin, level cap 19. Talents, pain immunity, corpse poison. Skill, bite. Weaknesses, fragile body, slow movement. Evaluation, trash, one punch shatters its skull. This is real trash. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but complain, then continued inspecting the coffin. Name, copper armored corpse. Race, undead, specter. Seal level, F level black iron coffin. Talent, copper skin, corpse poison. Skill, bite. Defect, extremely photophobic, fire-fearing, breathing lock. Evaluation, worse than trash, photophobic and fire-fearing, relies on target's breathing to determine position. Name, zombie dog. Race, Corpse Clan, ferocious beast. Seal level, E-level bronze ancient coffin, level cap 29. Talents, pain immunity, corpse poison. Skills, bite, tracking. Flaw, confusion. Evaluation, a good pet, occasionally indiscriminate between friend and foe, bites people randomly, remember to keep it leashed. Black-eyed vampire zombie, black iron. White-haired hopping zombie, black iron. Strange behavior zombie, bronze. Virus mummy, bronze. Vampire thrall, black iron. From the initial full anticipation to irritably kicking open the container's iron door, Yemo only took a few minutes. Although many coffin spirits with lower potential dislike sunlight, only zombies are afraid of light. A strong flashlight can easily paralyze them. As for zombies, they are even more riddled with flaws. Could it really be that there are only F and E level sealed coffin spirits in here? Yemo muttered. Suddenly, several terrifying roars echoed through the dim warehouse. Emo turned around and immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Outside the containers he had initially opened, more than a dozen figures had appeared. They staggered as they walked, growling softly, resembling zombies eerily strange. How did these guys get out? Emo's heart skipped a beat, and he dared not breathe. At the same time, another series of loud metallic bangs rang out, as if pounding directly on his heart. On top of one of the containers, a sinister bronze-armored corpse had appeared. I must quickly form a contract with a coffin spirit to protect myself. Emo's face turned extremely grim. He immediately crouched down, carefully and quietly retreating 5 meters to the nearest container. Taking a deep breath, he slowly opened the container door. After locking it from the inside, he looked at the largest hexagonal coffin inside. Coffin spirit, first generation tyrant T002 model. Race, corpse clan. Seal level, D-class silver ancestral coffin. Talent, comprehensive virus enhancement, strength, endurance, agility, and defense fully enhanced. Skills, tear, charge, devastating strike, basic healing. Ultimate skill, restraint release. When facing life-threatening situations or continuous attacks, cardiovascular dilation occurs, the body turns red, transforming into a super tyrant form, with the comprehensive virus enhancement effect doubled. Defect, none. Evolution count, one-time, evolution path can be viewed at level 19. Description, originating from the City of Doom. A rare power beast among zombies, possessing excellent language comprehension skills, average strength, and limited potential. Looking at the panel attributes of the coffin spirit, Emo was instantly overjoyed. Although it was just a coffin spirit sealed by a silver coffin, it could easily obliterate those bouncing zombies from earlier. Moreover, in the ghoul category, D-level potential was a rare find. If not contracting it now, then when? Without any hesitation, Emo focused on the seal on the coffin, a ball of golden light appearing in his palm, and pressed it directly onto the seal. The coffin rapidly shrank to the size of a palm, and along with the seal on it, disappeared, transforming into a six-pointed star formation that merged into the sealed space within Emo's body. Ding! The host has successfully contracted the coffin spirit. Mission completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Advanced Ghoul Template Lottery Ticket *1, Experience plus 200. Congratulations to the host. The intimacy level of the first Tyrant T002 has reached the maximum value of 100, sacrificing life to protect the host. Congratulations to the host. The first Tyrant T002 has leveled up to LV2 Servant level. Experience required for the next level, 0 out of 440. Congratulations to the host for receiving feedback. Spiritual power has slightly increased. Please name the coffin spirit. Host. The prompt sound echoing in his mind made GMO breathe a sigh of relief. Not easy. Finally contracted the first coffin spirit. The presence of the silver coffin emanating from the sealed space within his body, along with the spiritual energy feedback from the coffin spirit, caused GMO's lips to curl into an involuntary smile. In his memory, the tyrant was an extremely terrifying zombie, and now, with the addition of the divine level corpse raising talent, its strength would undoubtedly double again. The power that this level 2 tyrant could display was enough to crush countless coffin spirits of the same level. Since you are my first coffin spirit, let me make your ferocious name known throughout this world. The name Tyrant suits you best. A confident gleam flashed in Nemo's eyes as he suddenly kicked open the locked container door. Bang! The violent sound instantly echoed through the silent warehouse, stirring up a wave of reverberations. All the zombies and undead that had broken out of their coffins in the warehouse turned toward the source of the sound upon hearing it. In an instant, all the Corpse Clan monsters went berserk, roaring as they charged toward Emo. Good timing. My life and death depend on you. Emo uttered softly, golden light flickering in his palm as he pressed it toward the ground. With a loud boom, a formation rapidly emerged. The silver coffin, originally sealed in a confined space, instantly burst out from the ground. Roar! An incomparably ferocious roar resounded. A figure over 2 meters tall, its entire body cast in ashen gray muscles with grotesque veins clearly visible and massive claws on its hands, leaped directly out of the silver coffin, standing in front of Emo. Tyrant, go for it, Emo said excitedly. As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant nodded. It extended a hand, effortlessly tore off the iron door of the container, and hurled it into the horde of zombies, knocking several of them to the ground. Then, it kicked off with its legs, raised its massive claws, and charged directly into the zombie horde like a meat grinder. Roar! The tyrant roared repeatedly, wildly swinging its sharp claws. Each strike was terrifying, instantly shredding ordinary zombies into pieces, sending a rain of rotting blood splattering everywhere, exuding extreme violence. The defense of the bronze-armored zombie was like paper, directly pierced through by a heavy blow, sent flying over 10 meters, and crashing onto the open ground outside the warehouse, where sunlight scorched it, emitting a wisp of green smoke. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed an ordinary zombie. Experience doubled, gained 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed a bronze-armored zombie. Experience doubled, gained 20 experience points. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed an aberrant zombie. Experience experience doubled, gain 30 experience points. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the black-eyed vampire zombie. The continuously rising sound echoed in his ears, and Emo felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Sure enough, killing monsters can also gain experience. Awesome! At this rate, once the tyrant finishes off the dozen or so creatures in the broken coffins, there's a good chance of leveling up to 3. If the tyrant were to slaughter all the monsters in the entire warehouse, wouldn't that be absolutely exhilarating? At this moment, Yemo's eyes sparkled even brighter as he looked with great interest at the unopened containers, murmuring to himself, I suppose there won't be any stronger coffin spirits in these remaining coffins. Besides, I'm just starting out, and it's not suitable to distract myself by nurturing multiple low-potential coffin spirits. The subsequent coffin spirits must at least match the tyrant in potential. In any case, the key is to let the tyrant complete an evolution first. As for the advanced undead template lottery ticket rewarded by the system, Emo had no intention of using it on the tyrant. Firstly, once the template is used, the appearance of the coffin spirit will be fixed. Although the tyrant's current form is not as oppressive as a demon's, it is still incredibly terrifying, enough to strike fear into people's hearts, so there is no need to change its appearance. Secondly, he wanted to use the template on a female coffin spirit with a higher seal level, as this would maximize its value. At the same time, he was curious to see what kind of powerful existence this tyrant could ultimately evolve into. If it keeps advancing, it will undoubtedly overturn all coffin masters' perceptions. Zombies and ghouls of the same potential are the weakest, demons and ghosts are the strongest. He shook his head and muttered to himself, not having a spatial backpack is really inconvenient. If I had one, I could pack up all the meat here and take it with me. Looks like I'll have to wait until this is over and borrow some money from Xiaoyao to buy one. Sorry, Emo thought to himself at this moment, secretly planning to use the weakest race to crush them. The sound of footsteps suddenly reached Emo's ears. At the entrance to the third floor of the flesh market, 3 figures dressed in grey enforcer uniforms appeared. The next moment, ding, the tyrant's level has been raised to LV3 servant level. Experience required for the next level, 20/720. The lights in the flesh market flickered violently, as if short-circuiting. The sound of electric currents buzzed, and all the lights went out, instantly plunging the surroundings into complete darkness. They're here? Emo slowly stood up, gazing toward the market entrance. Thanks to the presence of his golden eyes of exorcism, he felt no discomfort even in such darkness. At the same time, the tyrant sensed Emo's movements, immediately stopped eating, let out a low growl, and with heavy steps, came to stand beside Emo like a guard, silently awaiting his command. Ding, congratulations to the host for a slight improvement in spiritual power. So, it's the famous brother Mo who dares to kill in the city. Ding, due to the host's first command of the coffin spirit to complete a battle, the first battle achievement is unlocked. Reward, random coffin spirit skill, super material penetration, 8th tier. The system's voice rang out again, and Emo's mind was filled with shock. 8th tier skill? He was stunned. 8th tier skills are generally only comprehended when a coffin spirit reaches level 80, yet it unexpectedly appeared on a zombie with D-level potential. Who would believe such a thing? This is absolutely a game changer. After seeing off Chairman Chen, Wang Ming returned to the curator's office. Out of curiosity about Mo, he stopped by the registration desk and retrieved the other party's file. Old Chen thinks so highly of him. Could this young man really be the genius of Fengyue No. 1 High School? Wang Ming leisurely sat in his chair, picked up the freshly brewed hot tea, gently blew on it, took a sip, and savored it carefully. Then, he began flipping through the file he had just brought back. Mo, 20 years old, height 178 centimeters, a repeating student at Fengyue No. 1 High School, talent, corpse servant. When he saw the registered details, his hand holding the teacup suddenly trembled, spilling the hot tea everywhere, and he jumped up instantly. So he's the weirdo who stood on top of Fengyue No. 1 High School's teaching building and shouted all afternoon 2 years ago? Has old Chen misjudged him? Wang Ming was utterly baffled. A legendary powerhouse like Chairman Chen was truly one of a kind in Fengyue City. Moreover, he managed the tomb-seeking guild and had encountered countless geniuses. Very few could earn his admiration. Wang Ming didn't think too far ahead, just shook his head and smiled faintly, saying, perhaps it's because Lin Supreme recently suppressed an abyss so dazzlingly, and the main combat force, the coffin master of the corpse clan, is too scarce, which led old Chen to have such thoughts. While sighing, Wang Ming seemed to realize something, and his face instantly stiffened. Oh no, that young man seems to have been in the warehouse for half an hour and still hasn't come out. So reckless. Wang Ming cursed angrily and quickly dialed the security room's phone. The call connected instantly. Director, what are your orders? Quickly send someone to the abandoned warehouse to find a young man with the surname Yi. Alive or dead, I want him found. Yes. Ding, tyrant level has been upgraded to LV5 servant level. Experience required for next level, 820/1400. Level 5. All done. A faint smile appeared on Nemo's face as he tore off his filthy clothes and threw them on the ground. In a short amount of time, he had led the tyrant to open coffins and examine corpses, directly slaughtering all the monsters in the warehouse. The level upgrade made the tyrant stronger, and the spiritual energy feedback also improved Yemo's physical condition. At this moment, the warehouse was filled with a nauseating stench of blood, resembling a hellish scene that sent chills down one's spine. Yemo went from initial discomfort to letting the sticky blood splatter onto his white short-sleeved shirt in less than 2 minutes. Amid his excitement, he shook his head helplessly. In the vast warehouse, over 100 coffin spirits were sealed. Apart from the tyrant, there was no existence with potential above E level. No wonder no one was willing to contract with the Corpse Clan, as most of them had F level and E level potential, along with fatal flaws. However, coffin spirits of other races with E level potential did not have such issues. Good job, tyrant. Yemo lightly patted the hard muscles on the tyrant's arm and said with a smile. Hearing this, the tyrant lowered its head to glance at him, scratched its head in confusion, and then transformed into a streak of light, directly rushing into the silver ancestral coffin. As the coffin lid automatically closed, Yemo quickly used a sealing formation to store the coffin into the sealed space. I killed all these coffin spirits. I wonder if the contract center will give me trouble for this, Yemo muttered, then took out his phone. When he saw the time on the screen, he was instantly shocked. Damn, it's already 10 o'clock? I don't want to deal with people gossiping. I'm out of here. Just as Yemo left the warehouse less than 10 minutes ago, 2 security personnel carrying a bronze coffin hurriedly arrived outside the iron gate of the abandoned warehouse. Among them, a bald man, particularly irritated, cursed under his breath and said, I really don't understand what that student is thinking. Running here without a contract with a coffin spirit. Isn't that just asking for death? If it weren't for the curator's orders, I wouldn't want to be sent to such a dangerous place by that miser Joe. Forget it, let's quickly summon the coffin spirits to avoid being ambushed by zombies once we go inside. The bald man sighed, placed the bronze coffin on the ground, and then broke the seal on the coffin, releasing a green-skinned ghoul. Seeing this, his companion also summoned a skeleton soldier wielding a short sword. Open the door, Old Lou. The bald man nudged his companion. Old Lou immediately became displeased after hearing this. Why aren't you the one opening it? What if a whole horde of zombies rushes out when the door opens? I'm here to earn a paycheck, not to risk my life. If it needs to be opened, you open it. Heh, I recorded that. If you don't open it, I'll tell Joe Boppy what you just said. Ugh, you bald jerk. You set me up. Old Lou's face darkened, and he cursed angrily. Then he held his breath, his palms sweating, and slowly pushed toward the iron door. Seeing this, the bald man took a few steps forward and also placed a hand on the other side of the door, his expression instantly becoming serious. With the creaking sound of metal scraping, the iron door gradually opened. The imagined zombie horde did not appear, only a strong stench wafted slowly from the warehouse. What's going on? Maybe these zombies haven't broken out of their coffins yet. Let's go, take a look inside. The two of them steeled themselves, bringing the coffin spirit along as they entered the warehouse. As they cautiously stepped inside, a suffocating sensation overwhelmed them. What is going on? The bald man was utterly shocked, his voice trembling slightly. The once pitch-dark warehouse now had several large holes in its walls, allowing beams of sunlight to stream in, fully illuminating the scene inside. The floor was damp, congealed with thick blood, and scattered with severed limbs in disarray, resembling a hellish landscape filled with an eerie stillness. Many of the containers bore scratches and holes, as if clawed by some monstrous creature, creating an extremely terrifying sight. Is it possible that the student caused this after contracting with the coffin spirit? Old Lou swallowed hard, stiffly shifting his gaze toward Baldy. That's impossible. The intensity of this attack feels even more terrifying than the peak-level coffin spirits of our servant class. Where, in this warehouse, could he find such a powerful ghoul to contract with? I think he's already been eaten by the monster, Baldy said firmly. At that moment, Old Lou noticed a bloodstained, tattered white t-shirt lying on the ground not far away. Baldy, look over there. Old Lou pointed to the spot in the distance. The bald man frowned upon seeing this, walked over in confusion, and simultaneously signaled the coffin spirit to stay on guard nearby. He squatted down to carefully examine the piece of clothing. A few seconds later, his peripheral vision caught sight of a series of footprints appearing in the coagulated blood on the ground. Following the direction of the footprints, shock flashed in the bald man's eyes. Old Lou, it seems this student isn't dead. Look at these footprints. The bald man quickly stood up and pointed at the ground. Old Lou was stunned upon hearing this. These footprints haven't dried yet. He must have just left. Could it really be as I said? A student who just contracted a coffin spirit actually managed to wipe out all the monsters in the warehouse? If that's really the case, then it's terrifying. Quickly inform Joe Boppy about this. The bald man's tone was filled with disbelief. Old Lou nodded and quickly dialed a number. When the call connected, he took a deep breath and, suppressing his shock, said, Captain, all the monsters in the warehouse have broken out of their coffins. Before he could finish speaking, an arrogant voice on the other end of the line interrupted him. I know. Can you still rescue that that student? Captain, he had already left before we arrived. Those monsters, as long as he's gone, do I need to teach you how to handle those monsters? Can't you just lock the iron door of the warehouse? You've been under my command for so many years, and your brain still doesn't work? Can't even handle such a small matter? Watch out, or I'll dock your salary this month. Captain Joe, your criticism is well taken. We'll close the door right away. After closing the door, hurry back to your post. I'm having diarrhea right now, and once I'm done, I'll inform the curator about the situation. You don't need to explain it to the curator yourselves. The call was abruptly disconnected. Old Lou clenched his fists upon hearing this, his face turning dark and gloomy. Old Lou, don't look so bitter. I've already recorded it. Now we just wait for Joe the Skinflint to report the situation to the curator. He has no idea what's going on here, yet he dares to spout nonsense. This time, he's definitely in trouble. The bald man patted his shoulder and said with a laugh, "Ha, that's just like you. For the first time, I find your bald head so likable." Old Lou leapt up, grabbed the bald man's head, and excitedly rubbed it a few times. Get lost, get lost, get lost. 10 minutes ago, EMO took an unusual path. After leaving the warehouse, he turned left directly and headed toward the nearest wall. Under surveillance, he boldly climbed over the wall. Although he had wiped out all the monsters in the warehouse, which seemed a bit unkind, it was a great opportunity to gain experience. If he didn't grind for experience, wouldn't he be letting himself down? Besides, it was merely self-defense. Even if the contract center wanted to cause trouble, they couldn't do anything to him. As for why he climbed over the wall, first, it was for the sake of reminiscing about his youth. Second, walking out the front door shirtless wouldn't leave a good impression and would easily attract attention. He didn't want to be pointed at or waste time explaining himself. If it were just him, he could do as he pleased, but ever since he had a younger sister, he had to restrain himself in many matters. Soon, he arrived at a small lake near the contract center and plunged in with a splash. After cleaning himself up, he sat on the shore and opened his phone. Seeing the message list showing 99+, EMO was instantly stunned. None of your business, EMO. Where the hell did you go? Where are you? #angry. None of your business, EMO. Did you succeed in forming the contract or not? None of your business, EMO. I awakened a super tier talent, flame baptism. Awesome, right. None of your business. Ah, I'm almost at the contract center. Say something already. #furious. EMO saw the last few messages and couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Emosia, flame baptism? It's alright, just a bit worse than me. Mind your own business. Stop pretending. I don't want to deal with you. #despise. Emosia, #picking nose. Mind your own business. Can you stop sending this emoji? #smile, #smile, #smile. Emosia, mind your own business. I've already arrived at the contract center, ready to contract a coffin spirit. Once I contract a high potential coffin spirit, I'll make sure to piss you off. #smile. Emosia, wait. Mind your own business. Anything else? #smile. Emosia, row 30, column 7. Mind your own business? #stunned. Emosia, coffin location. Inside is a demon type fire attribute coffin spirit. The seal level is A grade true king emerald coffin. Remember to make a contract. EMO sent over the photo of the coffin he had taken earlier and then stopped paying attention to his phone. I don't qualify for the assessment, so it seems I can't further my studies at Zhenguan Academy. The only path suitable for me now is to first get certified as a Zhenguan master by the Tomb Seeking Guild, then head to the perilous areas outside the city for training. EMO sat by the small lake, deep in thought. After wringing the water out of his pants, he casually bought some clothes from a nearby stall to wear and also got a black cloak for Tyrant. Without delay, he headed straight toward the Tomb Seeking Guild. In this world, anyone who has formed a contract with a coffin spirit must go to the Tomb Seeking Guild to certify their identity before they can officially become a Zhenguan master. On Blue Star, 80% of the territory has been occupied by monsters, with countless perilous areas and secret realms. Humans are confined to a corner, living in towns and cities. Because the outside world is too dangerous, ordinary people are strictly forbidden from leaving the city. However, the identity of a Zhenguan master is undoubtedly a universal pass for freedom in all major base cities. Ding! Your coffin spirit is severely depleted from the battle and is currently in a state of hunger. Please remember to feed it in time. The sudden notification sound made EMO slow his steps involuntarily. He quickly checked the tyrant's attributes. Coffin spirit, first generation tyrant T002 model, tyrant. Race, corpse clan. Level, LVE5 servant level, level 1 to 19. Experience, 820/1400. Seal level, D-level silver ancestral coffin, max level 39. Talent, comprehensive virus enhancement. Skills, destructive strike, charge, tier, basic healing, supermatter penetration, 8th tier. Ultimate skill, unbinding. Defect, none. Affinity, 100, willing to sacrifice life to protect master. Current status, hungry, requires 200 pounds of fresh flesh to replenish energy. energy. Evolution count. One-time evolution path can be viewed at level 19. Description: originating from the City of Doom. A rare power beast among zombies, possessing excellent language comprehension skills, average strength, and limited potential. 200 pounds of fresh flesh? Yemo's expression froze instantly. At this moment, he finally understood what the so-called corpse nurturing was all about. This tyrant's appetite is truly astonishing. Feeling the listless state of the tyrant within the sealed space, he immediately decided to make a detour to the largest meat market nearby. Boss, give me 200 pounds of pork. At a meat stall in the market, Yemo's face showed a helpless expression as he looked at the little over 2,000 yuan left in his hand. Over the past 2 years, due to his negligence, he had almost squandered all the inheritance left by his parents. Although he only had a small portion of the inheritance, with the rest in Yi Xiaoyao's hands, the reason was simple: sons were raised frugally, daughters lavishly. The obese meat stall owner noticed Yemo's pained expression, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Having encountered countless people, he could immediately discern someone's status from their behavior and attire. The young man before him was dressed in cheap clothes and wasn't carrying a coffin on his back. He was definitely an ordinary person. Easy prey. The owner gave a sly smile, put away the price list in front of the stall, and said, "Kid, this is mutated wild boar meat from the Doomsday Camp, a place only mid-level coffin masters dare to tread. This mutated wild boar meat isn't expensive, though, just 250 per pound. Minimum purchase is 50 pounds. Are you sure you want 200 pounds? Not far away, other stall owners saw this and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, another brainless fool. Does he think this is just an ordinary market? What can you do here with just over 2,000 bucks? Kid, if you don't have money, don't try to act like others and come here to shop. Didn't you ask around before coming? The minimum spending here is over 10,000. Can an ordinary person like you afford it?" Listening to the ridicule from the surrounding stall owners, Yemo frowned slightly. He was just here to buy some meat. Who did he provoke? And these people spoke so unpleasantly. Was he supposed to tolerate it? Too bad killing wasn't allowed in the inner city. Otherwise, these people would definitely become food for the tyrant. Filling the tyrant's stomach with them wouldn't be a problem. What are you still standing here for? Hurry up and get lost. Can you afford to compensate me if you delay my business? The fat stall owner saw Yemo still standing there and cursed angrily. Hearing this, Yemo glanced at the stall owner indifferently, not wanting to argue with him. Then, he picked up his phone, preparing to send a message to Yi Xiaoyao to transfer 10W. However, the stall owner snorted coldly, slammed the bone cleaver into the cutting board, and then stepped out of the stall. He directly snatched the money from Yemo's hand and stuffed it into his pocket, saying coldly, "Kid, didn't I warn you to leave? I can earn tens of thousands in a minute, and you've delayed my business for so long. This money will count as your compensation." Yemo's expression gradually turned cold upon hearing this, and a faint killing intent emerged. The stall owner, seeing that he remained silent, flashed a look of disdain in his eyes once more. As he turned back to his stall, his elbow lightly swung and accidentally hit Yemo's phone. With a crisp sound, the phone spun a few times before crashing straight to the ground, its screen shattered into pieces. Yemo glanced at the broken screen, bent down slowly, and picked up the phone. His movements seemed natural, but in reality, they resembled those of a coward, silently enduring humiliation. Even when provoked and trampled upon, he dared not retaliate. This was how the stall owners defined him. They had scammed many people, but Yemo was the first who didn't dare to make a sound. Yemo shook his head, sighed lightly, and put the phone into his pocket before turning to look at the butcher stall owner. His action once again triggered a burst of laughter from those around. "Ah, kid, remember this lesson. Some places are not for people like you. The rule of the survival of the fittest applies everywhere. Those who can set up stalls here usually have some background as coffin masters. Don't even think about revenge. Swallow your losses, and consider this your tuition fee for learning the ropes." The obese stall owner laughed, ignoring Yemo's cold gaze, clearly in a good mood. "Survival of the fittest?" Yemo's indifferent voice sounded. "That's actually a good reminder. Heh, as long as you understand. Now hurry up and get lost. Or do you want to experience it again?" "Well, I do want to experience it again." As he finished speaking, a flash of golden light quickly appeared in Yemo's hand. Immediately after, a coffin emitting an ancient silvery glow emerged. With a roar, the tyrant stepped directly out of the coffin. Already in a state of hunger, it appeared extremely frenzied at this moment, and its deafening roar echoed throughout the entire market. The once noisy market fell silent in an instant, leaving only the roar reverberating. What's going on? Why is there such a terrifying roar? Could it be that a monster has infiltrated? Impossible. With so many gatekeepers stationed on our city walls, there's no way a monster could enter the city. Then it must be someone releasing a coffin spirit. Why don't we go take a look? A burst of chatter arose, and the timid people fled the market, leaving behind a crowd of curious onlookers who gathered around. "Ha, it's those 5 meat sellers. They've finally hit a hard wall. Serves them right. Ha, I have to say, those 5 guys are pretty bold to have dared to offend the coffin master of the town. I just wonder what their fate will be. Emo ignored the discussions around him, his expression calm as he looked at the stall owners. At this moment, the stall owners had collapsed to the ground, trembling all over, their faces filled with terror. The obese stall owner even looked up at the ruthless tyrant, so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. You are actually a coffin master. I'll compensate you for my phone, and I'll return the money too. Can you let me go? The obese stall owner sat on the ground, retreating repeatedly while pulling out several thousand yuan and throwing it toward Emo. Seeing this, Emo sneered coldly. Is this considered survival of the fittest? Why yes, it is. The stall owner nodded hastily, showing a flattering expression. Big brother, I was blind to your greatness. This is all a misunderstanding. I've given you everything. Can you spare my life? Did you misunderstand the situation? You've offended someone stronger than you, yet you're unwilling to pay a price to save your life? Hearing this, the obese vendor immediately understood and hurriedly said, I'll transfer 50,000 to you right away. Please don't kill me. Not enough. Emo shook his head. 100,000. You were given a chance, but you proved useless. What more do you want? My brother is a member of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking squad. I don't believe you dare touch me in the inner city. Tyrant, kill him. A cold voice rang out, causing the fat vendor's pupils to contract sharply. Before he could regret it, Tyrant let out a muffled roar, walked up to him, and lifted him with one hand. The next second, with a squelch, blood splattered everywhere. Sharp claws pierced directly through his chest, then tore him to shreds. Instantly, the scent of blood filled the air, and a heavy blood mist spread throughout. The entire scene fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Shock, stupor, fear, various expressions surfaced on everyone's faces. No one could believe that Emo actually dared to act. Although human life was cheap, this was the inner city. Even a coffin master would struggle to escape the grip of order, let alone the fact that the fat vendor's brother was a notorious member of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking squad. It was clear that Emo's days ahead would not be easy. Not worth it, too impulsive. You don't know anything. The grudge has already been formed. Even if you let this person go, the young man will still face retaliation. Ah, well done, truly satisfying. You've all gone mad. That butcher didn't commit any major crime. Killing is ultimately wrong. If it were me, I'd at most teach him a lesson, chop off his hand and tongue, and make him write an apology letter to read to me. That way, I could forgive him. I thought you were a saint, but it turns out you're a living king of hell. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, each holding different opinions. At this moment, the tyrant, sensing fresh blood, became incredibly bloodthirsty, its roar even more deafening. Witnessing this scene, the crowd retreated repeatedly, surging toward the market exit. Oh my god, this zombie seems to be going berserk. Let's get out of here. You sneaky bastard, move already. Why are you holding on to me? Soon, only a few scattered people remained in the flesh market. Emo didn't rush to trouble the other stall owners. Instead, he wanted to verify something. He pointed to the fresh pork on a nearby stall and said indifferently, Tyrant, go ahead. Upon hearing this, Tyrant roared excitedly, quickly hoisted the entire meat stall, and headed toward a corner, avoiding Emo's line of sight. Shortly after, the sound of ravenous eating came from the corner. This guy is quite particular. Listening to the beast-like eating sounds, a faint smile appeared on Emo's face. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant consumed 10 pounds of pork, experience doubled, gained 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant consumed 10 pounds of pork, experience doubled, gained 5 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant consumed 10 pounds of pork, experience doubled, gained 5 experience points. Ding! The system notification sounded, and Emo was instantly overjoyed. Ah, I knew it. Eating can also gain experience. Previously, after the tyrant reached level 5, the experience points gained from killing the monsters guarding the broken coffin noticeably started to decrease. But now, consuming flesh and blood can also yield considerable experience points. Eating 100 pounds of flesh grants 50 points, which is several times better than killing low-level monsters. The experience points keep flooding the screen. Emo looked at the few stall owners huddled in the corner, trembling all over, and raised his eyebrows slightly. So, what price are you prepared to pay to buy your lives? Emo was not someone who enjoyed killing, but the mockery from these people had indeed irritated him. If he let them go just like that, he might toss and turn in bed all night. Big brother, I was wrong. I'll transfer 100,000 yuan to you right now, one of the stall owners in black hurriedly said, pulling out his phone. Big brother, I'll transfer 200,000, another stall owner in green shouted loudly. The man in black froze upon hearing this, his face stiffening, as disbelief flashed in his eyes. He muttered under his breath, are you freaking crazy? We're buying our lives here. You're turning this into an auction. You're the crazy one. Did you forget how the fat guy died just now? At that moment, another voice sounded among them, and a card was handed over. Brother, I'll give you my savings. There's 300,000 in it. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Emo heard this and took the card from the stall owner, asking, is this card authentic? Authentic. Authentic. Not a single cent is missing, and and the password is absolutely real. I wouldn't dare joke around with my own life. Alright, you can leave now. EMO smiled faintly, put the deposit card into his pocket, and then turned his gaze to the other three. What about you? 300,000. Damn it. I'll pay 400,000. Let me go first. Screw you. I'm richer than you. 500,000. After the few people left, EMO sat down on a bench at a nearby stall, his mood exceptionally good. Just by making them pay a small price, he had earned over $1 million. Absolutely exhilarating. It had to be said, these guys made a fortune just by selling meat and scamming people. Tens of thousands were nothing to them, completely within their means, otherwise, they wouldn't have bid so fiercely. EMO was also confident that these people wouldn't dare to retaliate against him. After all, when ordinary people hold a grudge against a coffin master, the weaker party is always the first to die. As for why he hadn't left yet, it was because after killing someone in the inner city, there was no way to escape. He might as well stay put and wait for the law enforcement team to arrive. Besides, the flesh market had such abundant resources, more than enough for the tyrant to level up a few times. As long as I can demonstrate my value, the law enforcement team shouldn't punish me for being a minor character. EMO sat quietly, lost in thought. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant consumed 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat. Experience doubled, gain 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant consumed 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat. Experience doubled, gain 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant consumed 10 pounds of demonized wild boar meat. Experience doubled, gain 30 experience points. A series of system sounds rang out, instantly startling EMO, who was deep in thought, to his feet. This guy's stall actually has mutated wild boar meat? EMO's face lit up with ecstatic joy. The speed at which the experience points were flooding in was several times faster than 2 minutes ago, as if the tyrant's experience was soaring on a rapidly ascending plane. Who would have thought that the chubby stall owner was such a shrewd person, capable of selling different goods? Too bad he hit a brick wall and lost his life. Ding! Tyrant's level has been raised to LV 6 servant class. Experience required for the next level 30/1800. Tyrant, eat as much as you can until you're full. EMO said with a smile, feeling quite pleased. Roar! At this moment, EMO was completely unconcerned about the impending encounter with the law enforcement team. Based on his understanding, the ordinary members of the team generally wouldn't be very strong, likely around early stage 7-star level, while his coffin spirit was roughly at level 15. If he ran into them, he was confident he could handle it. Without the awakened corpse raising system, it would probably take him a year or two to train an F-level zombie to max level. But now, in less than 2 hours since contracting the tyrant, it had already risen directly to level 6, and its combat power was not to be underestimated. Hopefully, when they see the strength I display, they won't detain me for too long. EMO glanced at his shattered phone screen and shook his head helplessly. The phone was unusable, otherwise, he could have called Yi Xiaoyao for help. After all, a genius with a super-tier talent and a contracted A-level demon would be enough to attract the attention of the entire city. The law enforcement team would definitely show her respect. Young man, may I ask why you all seem so panicked? Did something happen up ahead? On the road near the flesh market, an elderly man walking with a child stopped a young man who looked visibly flustered. Hearing the old man's question, the young man snapped out of his daze and quickly advised, "Sir, please don't go any further. Just now, a few meat sellers tried to scam a young coffin master, which enraged him. He directly released a tyrant zombie that devoured all of them. That tyrant zombie is terrifying, standing a full 4 meters tall with a massive bloody mouth that could swallow a fat man in one bite. Sigh, that coffin master must have lost his mind by now, letting the tyrant go on a killing spree in the market." The young man sighed and vividly described, "Luckily, I was the first to run out. Otherwise, I would have ended up as zombie food for sure." President Chen looked at the young man's exaggerated expression, stroked his beard, and frowned slightly. "Are you sure you're not lying to me?" "Of course I'm not lying to you. Who would be so bored as to make up such nonsense?" the young man declared confidently. Hearing this, President Chen's face immediately darkened. Ever since leaving the contract center, he had taken little Zongzi to several meat shops but couldn't find any meat the little one was willing to eat. So, he thought of visiting the largest meat market in Fengyue City. But now, with such an incident happening in the market, it was truly infuriating. He let out a cold snort. Outrageous. Someone dares to commit such atrocities in the inner city. I must see who has the audacity to do this. "Sir, I see you're struggling so much just taking care of a child. You'd better not join the crowd. Be careful not to fall, or no one might help you up." The young man pointed at the child the old man was holding. The child was dressed in a bunny costume, revealing only a pale little face. One hand held a toy sword, while the other was gripped by the old man. From time to time, the child would energetically leap forward, full of vigor. However, the child's strength was too small to pull the old man along. Watching this scene, the young man cast a disdainful glance at Chairman Chen. In his eyes, this old man was truly troublesome, completely disregarding the feelings of the adorable adorable child. He figured the old man might not be all there mentally. Sir, you really shouldn't take kids out for walks anymore. Look at her, she's so tired her face has gone pale. Instead of finding a place to rest, you're still planning to join the crowd. Unbelievable, the young man retorted sharply before turning and walking away. Hearing this, Chairman Chen's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze. He looked down at the little dumpling who kept hopping forward. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to pick her up. I want to eat meat. The little dumpling looked at the ground in confusion, then at her own short legs. She instinctively kicked her legs, trying to wriggle out of the old man's arms. Alright, I'll take you to eat meat right away. Chairman Chen helplessly turned his head, staying on guard against the little dumpling's indestructible head. Having experienced the pain of her iron head hitting his chin before, the memory of that sharp ache was something he would never forget. At that moment, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. President Chen, risking the chance of bumping his chin, answered the call. From the other end of the line came a sigh. Ah, old Chen, I really didn't misjudge you, but I misjudged him. Oh, are you saying that young man successfully formed a contract? Quickly, tell me what kind of coffin spirit he contracted with. A trace of doubt flashed in President Chen's eyes. To be honest, I don't know what he contracted with either, but he did something big. Stop beating around the bush, just say it. President Chen dodged the little zombie's iron headbutts while urging the caller. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. A few breaths later, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came through, laced with anger, as if the speaker was gritting their teeth. Old Chen, that bastard kid is simply inhuman. After forming the contract, he didn't leave immediately but instead slaughtered all the coffin spirits in the warehouse, not leaving a single one behind. Now there are graduates heading to the warehouse area to try real combat. I can't release a single monster, and I'm being blocked by those school teachers at the office door, too scared to go out. What should I do? After hearing Wang Ming's words, President Chen's eyes immediately flashed with shock. He hadn't expected to underestimate that young man, nor had he imagined that a student who had just contracted a corpse clan coffin spirit could single-handedly slaughter over 100 low-level monsters. In his impression, even many students who had contracted B-level demons would find it difficult to achieve such a feat. Courage, mindset, combat awareness, talent, none of these could be lacking. Moreover, corpse poison is no joke. If a novice coffin suppressor gets bitten, they will absolutely undergo corpse transformation if they don't take anti-corpse poison medication within 10 minutes. Yimo's current performance had already exceeded his expectations, making it worthwhile to take away the little zombie in his arms. Xiao Wang, you are, after all, a high-level 9-star coffin suppressor. How can you panic in such an unexpected situation? First, calm this group of people down. Quickly tell me, where is that young man now? I'm planning to meet him, President Chen said with a hint of anticipation in his tone. Xiao Wang, I guess that kid was afraid the contract center would demand compensation from him. After killing all the monsters, he climbed over the wall and ran away. I just found out the details, and now we can't find any trace of him. As soon as these words were spoken, the anticipation on President Chen's face instantly vanished without a trace. If you have time, go check out that young man's residence and let me know his address later. I'll continue strolling around for now, Chairman Chen said with a hint of displeasure in his tone before hanging up the phone. 2 minutes later, Chairman Chen arrived at the main entrance of the flesh market holding the little rice dumpling. At that moment, 4 coffin guardians from the law enforcement team happened to arrive as well. One sharp-eyed team leader immediately recognized him upon seeing him. The law enforcement captain jogged several dozen meters to reach Chairman Chen and respectfully asked, Chairman Chen, what brings you here? Chairman Chen glanced at the respectful figure before him, nodded slightly, and said in a calm tone, I was just passing by and thought I'd take a stroll through the market. You go ahead and deal with the troublemakers, no need to mind me. Yes, sir. The law enforcement captain nodded firmly in agreement. He then hurriedly ran back to his 3 teammates. Boss Su Feng, who was that old man just now? Why were you so respectful to him? A pale-faced young man asked with a light cough. Su Feng's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of coldness as he reprimanded, that's President Chun of the Tomb-Seeking Guild. You'd better keep your mouths shut and stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, if you anger him, all of us will suffer. As soon as these words were spoken, the group gasped in shock. They had heard of President Chen's name since childhood but had never seen him in person. All they knew was that he was mysterious and rarely appeared in the public eye. But they never expected that this legendary figure would turn out to be an ordinary old man carrying a child while strolling through the market. As if realizing something, Su Feng looked at his subordinates, then his gaze fell on the pale-faced young man and said, Yang Qi, if I remember correctly, you've always wanted to leave the enforcement team and join the Tomb-Seeking Guild, haven't you? The young man's eyes lit up with joy upon hearing this and quickly nodded. In that case, I'll give you this opportunity, Su Feng said in a calm tone, then turned to the other 2 subordinates and added, I'll follow President Chen around the market later. You 2 assist Yang Qi in dealing with the coffin master on the 3rd floor of the market and clean up the area inside. Make sure not to cause too much much commotion. If you disturb President Chen's enjoyment, I'll hold you accountable. Boss, aren't we following the procedure this time? One of the enforcement team members asked. Hearing this, Su Feng's face immediately showed a trace of impatience. He glared at the other party and said, "No, I don't have time. It's just a guy who contracted a zombie. Just kill him directly." But boss, how do we write the report? Write in the report that he spread corpse poison, causing significant negative impact. He deserves to die for his crimes. On the third floor of the flesh market. Since there was no interference from others, Emo let the tyrant specifically devour things rich in vitality. As the tyrant continued to eat, its experience skyrocketed. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed a mutated hen. Experience doubled. Gain 30 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed a mutated egg. Experience doubled. Gain 10 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has consumed a mutated rooster. Experience doubled. Gained 40 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit's current level, LV, 6 servant level. Experience required for the next level, 450/1800. In a short period, the tyrant had devoured 200 pounds of flesh, gaining several hundred experience points, which delighted Emo even more. Although the tyrant's size was just over 2 meters, its speed of digesting flesh was astonishing. It could swallow a whole chicken in one bite, bones and all. If the enforcement team didn't show up, the tyrant might even have a chance to level up to over 10. At this moment, as Emo looked at the dazzling array of meat on the stall, he couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. At this moment, at the dimly lit entrance, a mocking voice rang out. Shortly after, 3 figures dressed in gray enforcer uniforms walked in. Among them, a pale-faced young man dragged a hexagonal coffin about 1.8 meters long behind him, bound with iron chains and emitting a silvery glow. A faint smile played on his lips. The other 2 enforcers, however, seemed disinclined to act and did not summon their coffins. Emo froze for a moment upon hearing someone call his name. 2 seconds later, he finally recognized the person. Yang Qi? Emo asked tentatively. This person had been his classmate back in the day, though they were not particularly close. However, he knew that Yang Qi had failed to pass the graduation assessment back then and had to join the tomb-seeking guild or become a city enforcer ahead of time. "Ha, I didn't expect a big shot like you to still remember me. I'm truly flattered," Yang Qi said with a laugh, casually glancing at Emo with a predatory look in his eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under this gaze, Emo immediately dismissed any thoughts of reminiscing. Soon, Yang Qi, along with the other 2 enforcers, stopped about 20 meters away from Emo. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the tall figure in a black robe standing beside Emo. "Old classmate, tell me, why did you violate the order of Fengyue City, allow zombies to kill in the inner city, and even cause the spread of corpse poison?" While speaking, he unlocked the chains on his back and placed the bright silver coffin upright on the ground. Emo heard the other party's words, frowned slightly, and said calmly, "Corpse poison spreading? What if I told you my coffin spirit has no corpse poison? Would you believe me?" As soon as these words were spoken, one of the enforcers beside Yang Qi immediately shouted angrily, "Nonsense! How could disgusting things like zombies not have corpse poison? Even if they don't have corpse poison, if we say you're guilty, then you're guilty." Another enforcer chimed in, "A coffin master who contracts with a zombie is a danger to everyone, no matter where they are. If you commit suicide on the spot now, we won't even bother letting your coffin spirit take action. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death." Hearing this, Emo's expression immediately darkened. He hadn't expected these enforcers to play by their own rules, essentially sentencing him to death. "Looks like I'll have to teach them a lesson," Emo thought to himself, a strong fighting spirit surging within him. Sensing his thoughts, the tyrant took a few steps forward, tore off the black robe it was wearing, revealing its gleaming sharp claws, and growled lowly at Yang Qi and the other 2. Seeing this, Yang Qi and the other 2 were startled and quickly stepped back half a step. As coffin masters of at least early stage 7-star rank, they could naturally tell at a glance that Emo's spiritual power level was not strong, at most early stage 3-star. However, the aura emanating from this tyrant coffin spirit of his was almost comparable to that of a level 15 servant. This shocked them even more. "Stop wasting words with him and think about what the captain just told us. Xiao Yang, this tyrant doesn't seem simple. If you want to join the tomb-seeking team, give it your all. Once you kill this zombie, we'll deal with your classmates." Hearing his companion's words, Yang Qi nodded firmly. Immediately afterward, he opened the coffin beside him, releasing a werewolf about 2 meters tall, covered in gray long fur, bearing sharp teeth, and with eyes emitting a fierce cyan glow. Upon seeing the tyrant, the werewolf immediately crouched down, assuming a combat stance. At the same time, it let out low growls from its throat, with foul-smelling saliva dripping continuously from its mouth, seemingly awaiting Yang Qi's command. "Emo, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for killing people," Yang Qi said coldly. After speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Grey Wolf, leap over and tear that zombie apart for me." Upon hearing the command, the werewolf raised its head and howled, its claws flashing with a chilling light. Then then, it kicked off with its legs, transforming into a blur, carrying a foul wind as it charged directly at the tyrant. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Yang Qi to skip probing and directly send the werewolf forward. A bit reckless, Yemo thought to himself, shaking his head. At this moment, the werewolf's pouncing speed was astonishingly fast, leaving the tyrant with no time to react. If it had been any other commander, the tyrant would undoubtedly have been injured by this move. Even though subsequent abilities like basic healing and binding release could allow it to continue fighting, the initiative would already have been lost. However, Yemo had long seen through the opponent's intentions and immediately shouted, "Tyrant, watch your back. Step left and counterattack." As soon as the words left his mouth, the tyrant let out a furious roar, quickly turned around, shifted its position slightly, and raised its massive claws to strike forward with great force. At the same time, the werewolf's figure appeared in front of the tyrant. However, before the werewolf could make its move, it was met with a devastating blow. With a resounding boom, the tyrant's enormous claws slammed heavily into the werewolf's waist, tearing open a large swath of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere as the werewolf, struck by the immense force, was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily onto a nearby stall and finally collapsing to the ground with an enraged howl. "How can your zombie be this strong?" Yang Qi's face was filled with shock, his eyes flashing with disbelief. The zombie before him was clearly of D-level potential, equivalent to his werewolf's potential. Although both were servant class, there was a significant level gap between them. Yet now, this low-level zombie was able to send his werewolf flying with a single strike, which was simply unbelievable. Nearby, his two teammates were equally stunned. After all, Yang Qi was the strongest among them, and his talent was visual enhancement, granting him extremely strong night vision capabilities. Before entering the third level of the flesh market, they had already cut off the power circuits on that level for Yang Qi, creating the perfect combat environment. In the darkness, Yang Qi's visual enhancement, combined with the werewolf's innate ability Night Stalker, should have allowed them to kill many enemies of the same tier. However, after this exchange, the werewolf was injured in a confrontation with a single zombie, which was truly shocking. At this moment, a teammate looked at Yang Qi with a serious expression and asked, "Xiao Yang, this guy seems a bit unusual. Do you need our help?" Hearing this, Yang Qi's face immediately turned embarrassed and annoyed. "No need. This must be a coincidence. I don't believe a zombie can defeat my werewolf." After speaking, a crazed look flashed in his eyes. He rushed to the werewolf, pulled out a dagger, and directly slashed his wrist. As blood spurted out, Yang Qi gave a wicked smile. "Grey wolf, absorb all of my essence blood." The werewolf stared at the fresh blood, greed flashing in its eyes, and opened its mouth to suck forcefully. Instantly, Yang Qi's face grew even paler, and his spiritual energy was severely depleted. Meanwhile, the werewolf, having absorbed the blood, had its eyes turn crimson and quickly climbed up from the ground. Its entire body began to twist rapidly, muscles and fur contorting, and its size shot up to 3 meters tall. Razor-sharp fangs grew out, making it look incredibly terrifying. The wounds inflicted by the tyrant earlier were now healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah, Yemo, I refuse to believe your zombie can still beat Grey Wolf now." Yang Qi laughed maniacally. Yemo frowned slightly at the sight and turned his gaze toward the werewolf. Coffin spirit, werewolf, race, demon, level, LV, 17 servant level, seal level, D-level silver ancestral coffin. Talent, Night Walker, increases strength by 30% at night. Skills, Chain Claw Shadow, Powerful Bite, Tracking, Basic Healing, Shadow Leap, Tier 2. Ultimate skill, Bloodthirsty Fury, after absorbing blood, body size increases, strength is enhanced, healing speed increases tenfold, and pain sensation is reduced by 80%. Weakness, weak defense at the waist. Affinity, 45, obedient to orders. Current status, excited. Evolution count, 1 time. Description, a monster from the dark forest. Before absorbing blood, it is extremely fast but has weak attacks. Bloodthirsty frenzy? It feels like the tyrant's shackles have been lifted, but it seems it still requires some of the coffin master's blood, Yemo thought to himself. Just now, with that dagger strike from Yang Qi, the blood that gushed out was 2 to 3 times more than what he had donated at the blood bank. If it were anyone else, they would have already fainted. However, Yang Qi's ruthlessness far exceeded that of ordinary people, to the point where he could be called a true beast. Looking at the werewolf in front of him, whose size had already suppressed the tyrant, Yemo felt no fear. Instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. The tyrant possessed the 8th tier skill, Supermatter Penetration. This skill not only ignored physical defenses, but could also directly strike soul bodies and elemental forms. Even some high-level demons composed of elemental forces, claiming to be immortal, would be obliterated under this attack, let alone a werewolf with only tenfold healing ability. Considering that we are at least acquaintances, I suggest you take your teammates and leave. I don't want to kill again, Yemo said calmly to Yang Qi. However, Yang Qi was stunned upon hearing this, and the two teammates beside him burst into unrestrained laughter. "Haha, kid, are you dreaming? How dare you say such things?" things, facing death and still talking tough. Truly naive and ignorant. Emo, you're so arrogant. I'll have Grey Wolf tear you to pieces, Yang-Chi said through gritted teeth. Then, with a light shout, he commanded, Grey Wolf, attack. Before the words had even faded, Grey Wolf turned into a blur and vanished from its original spot. Despite its 3-meter-tall frame, its speed was completely unaffected. In the blink of an eye, it appeared beside Tyrant, ready to swipe its claw at Tyrant's head. However, Emo, who had already seen through its stats, would never let it succeed. Tyrant, block it and find a way to control it, Emo said coldly. Hearing this, Tyrant let out a roar, then raised its massive claws to strike against the werewolf's claw. Clang! The clash of two sharp claws produced a violent sound, like the ringing of metal, echoing throughout the space. Roar! Tyrant, seeing that its proud claws couldn't sever the werewolf's, was filled with rage and roared furiously. Emo had granted it double ability boosts and an 8th-tier skill, giving it enough power to surpass its level. If it couldn't kill a single werewolf, wouldn't that tarnish its master's reputation? At this moment, a trace of anger flashed in Tyrant's eyes. Then, it pushed off with its legs, grabbed the werewolf's neck with one hand, and slammed it hard into the ground. With a loud crash, the ground instantly cracked into a web-like fissure. Having landed a hit, Tyrant drove its other sharp claw fiercely into the werewolf's waist, attempting to crush its spine. However, the werewolf showed no fear and instead became even more ferocious. With a furious roar, it flipped over and pinned Tyrant down, relentlessly tearing at Tyrant's flesh with its claws. In an instant, Tyrant's body was covered in bloody wounds, exposing its ghastly white bones, a horrifying sight. Hahaha, Emo. My werewolf has 10 times the healing speed, and you actually dared to pit this trash zombie against it. How foolish, Yang-Chi said smugly. As expected of you, little Yang, raising such an outstanding werewolf. That kid's zombie clearly hasn't been through many battles and is no match at all. Kid, your zombie is about to lose. Why not just end yourself right here? The two teammates taunted arrogantly. Suicide? It seems you've overthought it. Emo smiled faintly, his voice instantly turning cold as the spiritual energy around him began to ripple. Tyrant, restraints released. Use super matter penetration. Kill it. As soon as these words were spoken, the Tyrant roared furiously, the veins across its body twisting abruptly, emitting a sound like a roaring engine. In that moment, it transformed directly into its super Tyrant form, its physical strength doubling once again. Before Yang-Chi and the others could react, the Tyrant suddenly reached out, grabbing the werewolf's head in an instant. With a swift motion, it slammed the wolf's head violently into the ground, snapping the werewolf's cervical spine. Immediately after, its other claw formed a half-grip, and a terrifying blood-red energy sphere, so intense it distorted the surrounding space, began to flicker slowly in its palm. The werewolf, sensing this deadly threat, instantly ceased its howling, freezing in place, too afraid to move. Meanwhile, Yang-Chi and the others, witnessing the turbulence of this energy, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They had never imagined that this zombie could possess such horrifying abilities. The energy fluctuations were comparable to the ultimate skill of a commander-level coffin spirit. If this strike landed, it would at least carve out a massive crater in the flesh market, possibly even causing the collapse of the entire floor. Isn't this supposed to be the weakest of the corpse race? How could it possibly comprehend such a powerful skill? One of the teammates exclaimed in terror. Another, upon seeing this, began trembling, stammering as they said, "Too terrifying, we should leave quickly." But, there's no but about it, even the boss can't withstand this kind of attack. After saying that, the two hurriedly left, leaving Yang-Chi standing there in a daze. Brother Mo, since we were classmates, could you spare my coffin spirit? Yang-Chi's face showed bitterness, and his tone carried a hint of regret. Hearing this, Mo simply shook his head and said with a touch of emotion, "The atmosphere has already reached this point. Letting it go wouldn't be quite appropriate, would it? You might as well sit down and quietly enjoy the tyrant's fireworks." It seemed he saw the determination in Yemo's eyes. A faint bitter smile appeared on Yang-Chi's face as he slowly said, "Yemo, actually, this is a misunderstanding. Please don't act impulsively. Can you listen to my explanation first?" At this moment, he no longer dared to underestimate Yemo, and a trace of regret arose in his heart. Someone who could enable a zombie to comprehend such techniques, even if their talent as a coffin master was average, would not have weak future strength. Moreover, the ability to fight across levels meant that even if the tyrant's potential was limited, it would at least ensure Yemo's place as an expert in Fengyue City. At this point, Yang-Chi only wanted to lower his stance and patiently wait for the captain to step in and handle the matter. Besides, he couldn't just stand by and watch his coffin spirit die. If the coffin spirit perished, the seal within the coffin master's body would collapse, and their mind would suffer severe backlash. The damage from such a backlash was immense, and without years of recovery, it would be impossible to form a new contract with a coffin spirit. Hearing that the other party wanted to explain, Yemo raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of interest. He then extended a hand, signaling the tyrant to stop gathering energy. "Alright, I'll give you this chance, but don't try any tricks tricks, unless you really want to lose your main battle coffin spirit, Emo said with a smile. Yang Qi heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and quickly explained, the reason we acted directly is that an important figure wanted to take a stroll through the flesh market. And you let the coffin spirit kill someone in the market, filling the third floor with the stench of blood. He found the law enforcement process troublesome and directly ordered us to swiftly eliminate you, the perpetrator. But I didn't expect your strength to be so formidable. However, I must remind you, our captain is probably already downstairs accompanying the important figure, Yang Qi reminded. Already downstairs? A trace of astonishment flashed in Yemo's eyes, and his expression grew serious. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had given Yang Qi a chance to explain. If he had really killed an enforcer in the inner city, it would have been a monumental incident, leaving him no choice but to flee secretly and find a way to climb over the wall to the outer city. However, Yang Qi's captain also seemed to be nearby. If the opponent turned out to be a coffin master of at least mid-level or higher, his chances of escape would be slim to none. Fortunately, he had never intended to kill Yang Qi and his team from the start, only to teach them a profound lesson. As it turned out, the lesson had proven quite effective. Seeing Yemo's grave expression, Yang Qi quickly said, Yemo, don't act impulsively. Let's wait for my captain to come up before making any decisions. As long as you don't make a move, there's still room for negotiation. Besides, that important figure is also present. I think my captain will handle this impartially, Yang Qi continued to persuade. Alright, then let's wait for them to come up. The moment the poem touched the ceiling formation, the 8 trigrams demon ceiling array suddenly began to spin, and a strong golden light burst forth. Instantly, the originally dark and eerie characters started to twist continuously, eventually transforming into a mysterious ink dragon that directly merged into Yemo's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the coffin spirit talisman jumping child. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The intimacy level of spirit talisman jumping child has increased to 50, obedient to commands. Please name the coffin spirit host. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the flesh market, Su Feng was following closely behind President Chen with a fawning expression. President Chen had taken a stroll around the market but still hadn't found the food that they, little Zongzi, wanted to eat, leaving him visibly distressed. Coffin masters who contract with the corpse race are extremely rare, and those who contract with A-level potential are even more so, practically unheard of. When it comes to nurturing corpse race coffin spirits, everyone is only half knowledgeable, and even he was no exception. My little ancestor, you keep saying you want to eat meat, but after all the effort I've gone through to find it, you still won't eat. Sigh. President Chen looked at the little Zongzi in his arms, feeling helpless, and thought to himself, I need to send this little ancestor away as soon as possible. It's just too exhausting. Just as President Chen was pondering, a sudden loud noise erupted upstairs. The sound immediately interrupted his thoughts. He looked up at the ceiling, frowned, and his expression turned serious. Turning to Su Feng, he spoke with a hint of displeasure in his tone. The perpetrator upstairs seems to be fighting quite fiercely with your subordinates. Are you sure you don't want to go up and take a look? Seeing President Chen's displeased expression, Su Feng instantly felt a surge of panic. However, he still had full confidence in Yang Qi and the others. If 2 early-stage 7-star fighters and 1 early-stage 8-star fighter couldn't take down a coffin master contracted to a zombie, that would be utterly absurd. Upon hearing the system prompt, Yemo couldn't help but feel excited. An A-grade coffin spirit obtained effortlessly, what a thrill. However, he didn't plan to name the little zombie just yet. Everything would wait until he drew a character template, and he'd simply use the name from the draw. In his view, the loud noise undoubtedly signified that Yang Qi and the others had successfully eliminated the perpetrator. Su Feng thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, President Chen, please rest assured. The perpetrator on the 3rd floor has only contracted a single zombie and is absolutely no match for my subordinates. The sound just now should be my men gaining control over the perpetrator. I can guarantee that there will be no further disturbances for you, Su Feng said with a flattering smile. President Chen listened and nodded faintly, his expression returning to calm. However, doubts began to stir in his mind. A coffin master contracted to a zombie? Could it be that young man? The next moment, a wave of energy carrying a destructive aura emanated from the 3rd floor. Su Feng felt this extremely powerful energy, and his expression changed drastically, his heart filled with fear. This aura, could it be the coffin spirit of the perpetrator? Immediately, he turned to President Chen, trembling and speaking with an apologetic tone. President Chen, I'm sorry, truly sorry for disturbing your mood. I must hurry upstairs to help my subordinates. After saying this, Su Feng prepared to rush upstairs. Going up alone will be futile. This level of attack has already reached the commander level, and can easily annihilate you, President Chen advised with a tone of caution. Upon hearing this, Su Feng froze, his face pale, his earlier confidence completely gone, and his eyes showed a pleading expression. President Chen understood that Su Feng might not be a match for the perpetrator, so he no longer blamed him. Instead, he calmly said, I am am rather curious who in this city could cultivate zombies to the commander level. Since you can't deal with him, follow me upstairs to take a look, President Chen said, then headed straight for the staircase. Seeing this, Su Feng immediately followed. Tap, tap, tap. The lights on the third floor suddenly turned on. A series of footsteps came from not far away. Yemo slowly shifted his gaze toward the entrance and saw a white-clad enforcer walking in front, accompanied by the two team members who had left earlier. They glared fiercely at Yemo but did not shout at him. Instead, they stood rigidly at the entrance, their faces showing a hint of nervousness. President Chen, that person is the perpetrator who contracted the zombie, Su Feng said respectfully, pointing at Yemo toward the entrance. Hearing this, a trace of curiosity appeared on Yemo's face. President Chen? Is this the big shot Yang Qi mentioned? Clearly, he had also heard of the renowned name in Fengyue City. He hadn't expected such a figure to come to the inner city to visit the flesh market. Does he have nothing better to do? Yemo thought to himself, feeling a bit helpless. At that moment, an old man holding a child walked out from the entrance, and Yemo's eyes instantly revealed a look of astonishment, because he realized that the child in the old man's arms was actually a zombie, and not just any zombie, one with A-level potential. Meanwhile, when President Chen saw Yemo's familiar face, he was instantly dumbfounded, searching high and low, only to find it effortlessly. He hadn't expected the perpetrator to be the very person he was looking for. This stroke of luck was truly unbelievable. President Chen's previously stern face quickly broke into a wide smile, and his tone was unusually excited. Ha ha, so it's you, young man, we finally meet. Ha ha ha, so it's you, young man, we've finally met. As soon as these words were spoken, Su Feng and the others felt their hearts sink, followed by a chilling sensation that pierced straight to their core. From President Chen's expression, they could tell that this happiness was genuine. President Chen, could it be that you know him? Su Feng's voice trembled, his face pale as fear reached its peak. His legs gave way, and he collapsed backward. He hadn't expected President Chen to actually know this young man, and because he wanted to avoid trouble, he had failed to handle the matter fairly, even intending to kill the young man outright. Now it seemed like lighting a lamp in the restroom, bringing disaster upon himself. Boss, are you okay? Two team members quickly supported Su Feng, pinching his philtrum as they asked. At this moment, Su Feng couldn't believe what was about to happen. He was not only afraid of Yemo's questioning but also terrified of President Chen's reproach. He decided to feign unconsciousness, refusing to open his eyes even as the pain from the pinching became unbearable. President Chen sized up Yemo from head to toe, placed the little zombie on the ground, and gently stroked his beard, feeling increasingly satisfied. If Yemo's performance in the slaughterhouse had previously shocked him, then now, seeing Yemo teach a zombie advanced combat techniques in less than 2 hours, left him utterly astonished beyond words. At this moment, the little zombie embedded in the ceiling suddenly stiffened, and with a bang, it fell straight down from the ceiling. Seeing this, Yemo's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Come here, you." As soon as the words left his mouth, the little zombie reluctantly hopped over to Yemo's side. Although it loved freedom, the command seemed to leave it no choice, as if it were a compulsory order. This little guy's corpse clan talent is absolutely extraordinary, and he also possesses an exceptional sensing ability. I must do everything I can to win him over, President Chen thought to himself. Immediately, his face blossomed into an increasingly kind smile as he slowly walked toward Yemo. However, Yemo's gaze never fell on President Chen. Instead, he was deeply captivated by the little zombie dressed in a bunny costume, hopping around on the ground. Ha, so obedient. Yemo reached out and rubbed the little zombie's head a few times. Apparently finding Yemo annoying, the little zombie bared its sharp teeth and made a sour face, as if ready to bite at any moment. Ding! System prompt. The host's actions have caused great dissatisfaction in Spirit Talisman Jumping Child. Warning, do not do things that the Coffin Spirit dislikes, or the intimacy level with the host will decrease. Coffin Spirit, Spirit Talisman Hopping Child, female. Race, Corpse Clan, Ghost. Seal level, A-Class True King Emerald Coffin, level cap 69. Talent, Indestructible Body, Seal Resistance, extremely resistant to control, sealing, and similar states. When intimacy is below 50, can break free from the Undertaker's contract seal at any time. Skills, Silent Leap Attack, Tier 3, Bite, Sword Chi Slash, Tier 3, Rapid Leap, Corpse Poison. Ultimate skill, Void Sigil Drawing, draws various series sigils out of thin air for combat. Flaws, extremely mischievous, hates coffins, loves biting. Evolvable times, 3 times, evolution path can be viewed at level 19. Introduction, originating from the spirit-nurturing ancient land, it was originally a disciple under an exorcist master, proficient in celestial talisman arts. After death, it was sealed for 1,000 years, gaining sentience and transforming into a hopping zombie. With considerable potential, it is worth cultivating. The system prompt sounded again, and Yemo's expression froze instantly. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, getting ruffled just from a couple of head pats? You're just like my little sister. What a hassle. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked at the little zombie with some helplessness. consciousness, the excitement in his heart gradually calming down. It's actually an uncontracted little zombie. Emo was astonished. After prolonged use of the golden eyes of exorcism, he was well aware that as long as the panel did not display a level or intimacy, it meant that no one had contracted it. At this moment, Emo noticed the little zombie's talent, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seems that apart from me, no one can truly tame it. On the side, President Chen witnessed this scene, his mouth slightly agape, utterly shocked. Kid Yi, did you succeed? Yes, Emo replied indifferently. How is this possible? President Chen felt as if his worldview had collapsed in an instant. In the hundreds of years since the birth of the tombkeeper profession, no one at the beginner level had ever managed to contract two coffin spirits. Yet Emo had actually succeeded, completely overturning his understanding. Kid Yi, you really are a freak. Remembering all the incredible abilities Emo had displayed, President Chen couldn't help but praise him. Coffin spirits with high potential are often arrogant by nature. If they do not encounter a suitable contract master, they usually resist, making the contract seal extremely difficult. However, this little zombie was able to rely on the coffin master to break out of the coffin. Once she emerged, she could dissolve the contract at any time, escape the coffin master, and roam freely, growing into a ruler in her own right. Seemingly sensing Emo's creepy uncle-like smile, the little zombie immediately became somewhat frightened, hastily stopped hopping, and stiffly moved to hide behind President Chen, revealing only half of her head as she observed Emo with a scrutinizing gaze. Your tombkeeper talent shouldn't be corpse servant, right? President Chen looked at Emo with great anticipation and asked, could you tell this old man your true talent? Earlier in the car, Wang Ming had sent him Emo's profile, and he had even felt sorry for the young man, but now, it was clear the information was wrong. Emo's talent must be extraordinarily rare. Seeing President Chen's expectant gaze, Emo pondered for a moment before replying seriously, my talent was indeed corpse servant at first, but after 2.5 years without contracting a coffin spirit, my talent underwent some changes and became corpse keeper. Young friend, your sensing ability is truly extraordinary. President Chen noticed Emo's eager gaze and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. At this moment, Emo also realized that the old man beside him seemed to be speaking to him, and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. He vaguely remembered hearing this voice at the contract center. Are you the coffin master of contract Xiaomei? Emo scrutinized the other party, recalling the previous events, and couldn't help but feel puzzled. Corpse keeper? President Chen was full of confusion. That's right, Emo said nonchalantly. Simply put, I can contract twice the number of coffin spirits from the corpse clan and summon them to fight simultaneously. His expression was calm, but his tone exuded absolute confidence. That's right, it's indeed me, President Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Emo's expression turned somewhat uneasy, and he slowly asked, you're not here to make me compensate the contract center, are you? President Chen was dumbfounded and deeply shocked upon hearing this. You can summon simultaneously? This kind of talent is simply overwhelming. Even though the coffin spirits of the corpse clan are weaker than those of other races, once you reach the legendary rank, you'll definitely crush coffin masters of the same level. President Chen could fully envision Emo's future strength. His powerful sensing ability destined his coffin spirit potential to be formidable, and now, with this corpse-raising talent, he was undoubtedly a peerless genius. This kid's future achievements will definitely surpass mine, and he might even become a supreme pinnacle. I must ensure he grows well. President Chen was filled with excitement, his eyes brimming with care as he looked at Emo. Let me make it clear first, I can't afford to pay. President Chen. Amid President Chen's chatter, Emo finally managed to leave the tomb-seeking guild smoothly. Thanks to his relationship with President Chen, Emo's registration as a coffin master in the guild became extremely easy. At the same time, he was recruited into the tomb-seeking mercenary group, becoming a free-level member. Enjoying all the basic benefits, he didn't need to follow anyone's orders. Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking Group. The name isn't bad. Emo glanced at the tomb-seeking group badge in his hand, which emitted a faint chill, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. The badge was shaped like a hexagonal snowflake, forged from extremely rare icy black iron, with silver-white crystal edges and a black zone character in the center. The intricate yet aesthetically pleasing design made it exceptionally exquisite. For those who recognized this badge, it was a symbol of identity. It meant that Emo could roam freely in Fengyue City and even be flattered by many. However, Emo disliked showing off and was even less inclined to deal with others. When the badge wasn't needed, he simply tucked it into his pocket. Ahem, young friend, this time I've come to you not for matters related to the contract center, but to bestow upon you a great opportunity. Hearing this, Emo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party wasn't here to demand compensation from him, otherwise, the millions he had just earned from a few stall owners would have been wiped out, which would have been a terrible loss. Looking at President Chen's faint smile, Emo thought to himself that this old man seemed to be acting overly friendly without reason, leaving his intentions unclear. After pondering for a moment, Emo decided it was better to figure things out first. So, he raised an eyebrow slightly and asked in confusion, "You want to bestow a great opportunity upon me?" Next, Emo purchased a new phone on the ancient street and spent hundreds of thousands at the trading market to buy a black heavy motorcycle with a beast-like metallic texture, which drew sneers from the surrounding people. In today's era, most junior tomb-seeking group members, lacking spatial storage, would opt for pickup trucks with large loading capacities for transporting supplies. Only fools or a few wealthy individuals would choose such impractical motorcycles. Emo paid no attention to the gossip, parked the motorcycle by the street, and began browsing online for maps of areas near Fengyue City. He needed to find a suitable danger zone for leveling up. Yes. President Chen nodded, turned around to pick up the little zombie, and said in a deep voice, "I believe you're very interested in this little one. Why not come with me to the Tomb-Seeking Guild, and we can have a proper discussion about this matter." Soon, he found a low-level danger zone with monster levels ranging from 1 to 20. Doomsday Valley. This is the place. A glint of determination flashed in Yemo's eyes. Doomsday Valley was actually a long mountain gorge located 80 miles north of Fengyue City. Due to the presence of an otherworldly secret realm deep within the valley, monsters continuously spawned, turning it into a danger zone. Emo chose this location primarily because the valley was home to numerous mutated zombies and ferocious beasts. Killing mutated zombies had a chance of yielding zombie crystal cores, which were essential resources for cultivating the tyrant. As for the little zombie, it only needed to gain experience, given its considerable potential and available templates. Additionally, other danger zones were mostly populated by ghosts and demons, whose abilities were bizarre. They were mostly nocturnal, rarely appearing during the day, making them difficult to locate and kill. Apart from the golden light beam emitted from Nemo's eyes and the tyrant's supermaterial penetration, dealing with ghosts was somewhat challenging for him. Of course, if he forcibly commanded the little zombie, using the void painting technique could easily suppress ghosts. Emo glanced at the little zombie and nodded without hesitation. "Alright, I was planning to visit the Tomb-Seeking Guild anyway." Just then, a system voice suddenly echoed in Yemo's mind. Thinking of this, Emo quickly immersed his mind into the contract space, looking at the little zombie riding on the tyrant's head and occasionally tugging at its head. His eye twitched involuntarily. At this moment, the tyrant seemed to sense Emo and showed a look of pleading in its eyes. "This little zombie really makes one feel exasperated." Emo shook his head and said directly, "System, bring up the template lottery function." Ding! An unclaimed A-level potential corpse clan coffin spirit detected. System task released. Ding! System task. Please subdue an A-level corpse clan coffin spirit and increase its intimacy to 60 points. Rewards, rare skill stone *2, space warehouse, 30 cubic meters, all coffin spirit experience plus 1000. As soon as he finished speaking, the virtual system panel instantly appeared before him, forming a slowly rotating yin-yang fish pattern. Ding! Zombie clan template lottery function activated. Detected that the host possesses one advanced zombie clan template lottery ticket capable of drawing 3-star to 5-star character templates. Upon hearing this, Yemo's face lit up with excitement, and he thought to himself, "My luck has always been good. If I can draw a 5-star template, it would really be worth it for the audience." Just then, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Please select the coffin spirit for which you wish to draw an advanced character template. 1. First generation Tyrant T002 model. 2. Spirit Talisman Jumping Child. Hearing the system prompt, Emo did not hesitate and firmly said, "Choose number 2. Finally, another task. This is awesome." Yemo's heart stirred. Sure enough, after bad luck comes a streak of good fortune. President Chen, standing nearby, felt even more delighted upon hearing that Emo also wanted to join the Tomb-Seeking Guild. "Then there's no time to lose. Let's go." Emo nodded, then turned to look at the tyrant, a faint golden light emanating from his palm. "Tyrant, let's go." Ding! Selection successful. System is drawing. Emo felt immense anticipation, rubbed his hands together, and stared intently at the rapidly spinning yin-yang fish. The yin-yang fish spun faster and faster, beginning to shake violently. A few seconds later, with a dazzling flash of golden light, the yin-yang fish was instantly shattered by the golden glow. A super cute zombie loli with light purple hair suddenly appeared on the lottery panel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the character template, Reviving Spirit Child. Upon hearing this, the tyrant casually pushed the werewolf aside, got up, and walked toward the silver coffin. Once it entered the coffin disappeared into the formation, vanishing without a trace. Hiss! It's actually her? After Emo left, the few people on the 3rd floor of the flesh market, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of the enforcement team members nudged Su Feng and shouted, "Boss, President Chen took that kid and left. You can wake up now." Emo looked at the zombie loli's appearance, and a sense of astonishment welled up within him. In his memory, this zombie loli was a character from a certain game. Although adorable, her status in the game was extremely awkward. Calling her the most useless 5-star character was no exaggeration. However, a game is ultimately just a game. If this lowly strength and background were placed in the context of Blue Star, she would undoubtedly be a formidable figure. Moreover, the system, based on Blue Star's background, had given her a 5-star rating. Such a high evaluation completely exceeded Yimo's expectations. Hearing this, Su Feng immediately opened his eyes. He quickly kicked the team member who had pinched him earlier twice and angrily said, "You brat, were you settling a personal grudge just now? So, does that mean she's really this strong?" A trace of excitement flashed in Yimo's eyes. "No, boss. I thought you had really fainted and just wanted to wake you up." Ding! Would the host like to use this character template on the Spirit Talisman jumping doll? The system's prompt sounded, and Imo couldn't help but smile. Then, with a thought, he responded, "Use." Damn, wouldn't it be better if I had really fainted? Otherwise, what if President Chen and that kid blame me? Su Feng angrily scolded. His subordinate, but secretly felt a sense of relief. It seemed that the kid and President Chen had already forgotten about this matter. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully using the character template. The seal level of the Spirit Talisman jumping doll has been upgraded to S-level Ancient Crystal Coffin. The host can open the panel to view the coffin spirit's information. Yang Qi, it seems you are ultimately not destined to be part of the tomb-seeking team. Su Feng walked up to Yang Qi, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "But this isn't your fault. I didn't expect that kid's zombie to be so terrifying either." Hearing this, Yimo's mind once again immersed itself in the contract space. The little zombie, who had been tugging at the tyrant earlier, now looked completely different. With light purple hair and a cute little dress, she appeared harmless and innocent, curiously examining the changes in herself. Her once deep-set eyes had become large and round, making her look extremely adorable. Her previously stiff legs no longer needed to hop. She could now walk freely and with great agility. Even the sharp fangs in her mouth had quietly disappeared. "Captain, could you give me another chance in the future?" Yang Qi steadied himself and looked up, a hint of pleading in his eyes. "What's happened to me?" The zombie lowly scratched her head and said blankly. She then sat on the ground, occasionally turning her head and twisting her body, trying to peel off the yellow talisman on her forehead with her tiny hands while curiously observing her own body. Before long, she forgot her previous appearance and accepted the reality of her transformation. Su Feng sighed and patted his shoulder again. Xiao Yang, I only have you three under me. Isn't it good to stay with me in the inner city and act like local kings? Why insist on going to the outer city to suffer?" Ding! Please name the coffin spirit, host. The system's voice rang out again. Imo smiled and silently thought to himself, Chi, if all of you want to leave one by one, then what meaning is there for me to be the captain? So I can't agree to this opportunity of yours. If you want to blame someone, blame that kid just now. If it weren't for him, the one following Chairman Chen now might have been you. At the same time, Chi-Chi's panel suddenly appeared before Imo's eyes. At that moment, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the flesh market. Everyone felt a cold shiver down their spines, and an overwhelmingly terrifying aura made their scalps tingle. Turning around, they saw a female ghost in white, with long hair floating in mid-air. The aura emanating from her was like a tsunami, causing the temperature of the entire flesh market to plummet to freezing. She stared coldly at the group, her gaze finally locking onto Su Feng. Coffin spirit, reviving cadaver child, Chi-Chi. Brother Yi said it was you who didn't follow the rules. Xiao Mei said coldly. Do you know what the consequences would be if he got hurt? Level, LVU1 servant level, level 1 to 19. As soon as the words were spoken, Su Feng immediately trembled all over, sitting on the ground with vacant eyes. He had thought he could escape this ordeal, but unexpectedly, Yimo still came to settle the score. Su Feng struggled to lift his head, his heart filled with regret, and murmured, My lord, I am willing to accept punishment. Experience, 1/200. Xiao Mei responded in a tone as calm as water. Since that's the case, you shall return to the law enforcement department and resign from your position as the captain of the enforcement team. The enforcement team does not need parasites like you. Seal level, S-level ancient crystal coffin, level cap 79. Thank you, my lord. My young friend, I have already had that enforcement captain resign from his position and leave the enforcement team. Are you satisfied with this? In the Central Avenue of Fengyue City's inner district, in the back seat of a swiftly moving black sedan, President Chen glanced at Yimo beside him and smiled faintly. Talent, indestructible body, ice immortal power, grants strong resistance to control, seal, and similar states, while adding ice attributes to all skills. Thank you, President Chen. Upon hearing this, Yimo's eyes revealed a trace of gratitude. Although he didn't know the purpose of the other party seeking him out, he could sense that there was absolutely no malice. If it weren't for the other party visiting the flesh market, the situation he encountered might not have been resolved so easily. After all, forcing the tyrant to use an 8th tier skill had nearly drained 1/3 of his spiritual power. Skills, Silent Leap Strike, Tier 3, Sword Chi Slash, Tier 3, Flash Step, Tier 3, Advanced Swordsmanship. Young friend, there's no need to be so formal. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Chen, President Chen said with a smile, stroking his beard. Duo-E True Talisman, special skill, allows marking a single target. When the user or allied coffin spirit attacks the marked target, it extracts the target's strength and gains a superspeed recovery effect. Emo immediately nodded and silently noted it in his heart. Ultimate skill, Void Talisman Drawing. Immortal art, Cold Sickness Ghost Envoy, summons the Cold Sickness Ghost Envoy to surround the target, providing continuous healing and granting the target the Ice Immortal power effect. 5 minutes later, a black sedan passed through a golden city wall about 15 meters high and arrived at a bustling ancient street in the outer city of Fengyue City. Emo followed President Chen out of the car, staying close behind. Looking around, he saw a harmonious mix of Western-style villas and ancient pavilions. On the streets, coffin masters carrying various coffins were engaged in lively conversations, their laughter echoing. Emo's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Immortal art, salvation and disaster relief, unleashes Ice Immortal power to freeze the surrounding area, simultaneously marking all hostile targets nearby with the disaster relief true symbol, and instantly reviving all dying allied coffin spirits to full state. These coffin guardians are completely different from the law enforcement team of the flesh market. Although their ranks are not high, they exude a fate aura of menace, clearly living a life of bloodshed outside the city. If Emo's opponent at the beginning had not been Yang Qi but these people, he likely wouldn't have won so easily. Flaws, forgetful, bites, dislikes coffins. No wonder it's the outer city. The coffin guardians here are not only numerous but also strong. Emo silently thought to himself, once I complete the certification for my coffin guardian identity, I can go out of the city to hunt monsters like them. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Intimacy 50. This was his first time stepping into the outer city in 20 years. Although he had already learned about the sights here online, experiencing it in person was a completely different matter from seeing it on a screen. Almost every base city is divided into an inner city and an outer city. The inner city is small, mostly inhabited by ordinary civilians who live far from the most dangerous areas, enjoying a peaceful life under the protection of the coffin masters, but at the cost of losing their freedom to leave the city. The outer city, on the other hand, is bustling and lively, a paradise for coffin masters. Shops for cultivating coffin spirits are everywhere, offering various materials for nurturing coffin spirits and items needed by coffin masters. Compared to the inner city, the outer city values strength above all, with a mix of good and bad people, loose order, and occasional bloody incidents. Ordinary coffin masters seeking protection often join a tomb-seeking mercenary group, where they can explore secret realms and dangerous wilderness with other members, quickly enhancing their own strength. President Chen turned to look at GMO, his face full of excitement. Yet, for some reason, the sparkle in his eyes gradually dimmed. Once upon a time, he too was like GMO, full of passion and longing for the beautiful scenery outside the city. But now, in his twilight years, after a lifetime of struggle, his fervor had been completely worn away. What a pity about the ghost in the painting. Clearly, it has a level potential, but my limited talent has held it back. I probably won't be able to help it break through to level 60 and achieve the half-step monarch position in my lifetime, President Chen lamented inwardly. At that moment, Emo noticed President Chen's expression and couldn't help but frown. Old Chen, do you have something on your mind? President Chen was momentarily stunned by the question, then quickly stroked his beard and laughed. Haha, what could be troubling me? With my status and strength, is there anything I can't easily resolve? Well, you do have a point, Emo replied, his face momentarily stiffening as he inwardly grumbled. So you're really just giving me this opportunity without asking for anything in return? There's nothing you need my help with? This remark immediately made President Chen's expression falter. He hadn't expected Emo to question him, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Well, let's talk about it when we get to the guild, President Chen said awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Soon, Emo followed President Chen to a pavilion in the Tomb-Seeking Guild. It was a massive, luxurious ancient-style building with 3 floors. The first floor was the guild hall, full of technological flair, where coffin master certifications, tomb-seeking group registrations and memberships, and various bounty task exchanges were handled. The second floor was the testing hall, equipped with an independent testing space where anyone wanting to test the strength of their coffin spirit could pay a fee to accurately measure its power. The third floor, naturally, was the president's personal domain. Kiji, I believe you've noticed the potential of little Zongzi, President Chen said with a faint smile, beckoning the little zombie to his side. Emo, hearing this, refrained from commenting but was well aware that the old man had likely guessed part of his abilities. However, the other party only assumed it was a sensing ability, not realizing it was one of Yemo's heaven-defying cheats. So, he simply nodded and said, I can sense its potential. It shouldn't be inferior to the one at the contract center, probably at the A level. Upon hearing this, President Chen gasped in shock. Even though he had already suspected it, hearing it confirmed by Emo still left him astonished. Let me ask you one thing. President President Chen said, his tone tinged with nervousness and full of anticipation as he stared at Yemo, taking a deep breath. Can your ability sense higher seal level existences? Yemo paused for a second, then replied calmly, not sure. Perhaps we can give it a try. As soon as these words were spoken, seeing Yemo's calm expression, President Chen's face instantly brightened. Although the other party wasn't completely confident, as long as it wasn't a negative answer, that was enough. He excitedly slapped the table and stood up. Ha ha ha, good lad. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. After a brief conversation, President Chen pushed the little zombie in front of Yemo, stroking his beard with a smile. Young Yi, this is the fortune I want to bestow upon you. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a slight smile at the corner of his mouth, his gaze growing brighter as he looked at the little zombie. The little zombie, upon seeing Yemo, suddenly burst into tears. Although it couldn't escape the old man's grasp, at least it wouldn't be ordered around anymore and could hop around freely. Current status, confused, curious, happy. If he were to be contracted by this corpse tamer in front of him, he would surely become a slave, likely continuing to stay in a dark, sunless coffin. The next second, the little zombie sat on the ground reluctantly, kicking and rolling around, his voice full of grievance as he revealed a pair of sharp fangs and said, "You're a bad person, I don't want to go with you." Do I look that bad? Yemo was a bit stunned. After thinking about it, he found it quite normal. After all, he was a god-level corpse tamer, which might naturally instill a sense of awe in the coffin spirits of the corpse clan. A-level potential is quite rare. I need to make it drop its guard against me first. Yemo chuckled foolishly as he slowly got up and walked toward the little zombie, preparing to pick it up. The little zombie, seeing this, let out a terrified scream, jumped straight up on the spot, and slammed headfirst into the hard ceiling, leaving only a pair of short legs kicking around below. Young Yi, this little zombie is quite mischievous. If you want to tame it, it won't be an easy task. President Chen laughed heartily at the sight, the wrinkles on his old face bunching together. Yemo looked up at the pair of flailing short legs above him, his face darkening. This little zombie was extremely fearful of him. Even after forming a contract, it would probably be very difficult to raise its intimacy level to 60 points. At that moment, Yemo suddenly thought of something. The high-tier template of the corpse clan. Perhaps using a template could make its flaws disappear, Yemo thought to himself. President Chen looked at Yemo, who appeared deep in thought, and knew he must be considering how to tame the little zombie. He then asked, "Are you satisfied with this little one?" It's alright, Yemo replied calmly. President Chen glanced at Yemo in surprise, stroked his beard, and said with a smile, "Boy, an A-level corpse clan coffin spirit is even rarer than an S-level of other clans. I know your talent must be related to the corpse clan, so you must be eager to obtain it, right?" Yemo remained calm as ever upon hearing this, showing no particular reaction and waiting for the other party to finish speaking. This kid must be overjoyed inside, yet he's pretending to be so composed here? President Chen muttered to himself. Then, he suspiciously glanced at Yemo twice, realizing that the other party didn't seem as delighted as he had imagined. For a moment, President Chen felt that he couldn't quite figure Yemo out. Ahem, Boy, since you seem so eager for the little dumpling, this old man will reluctantly hand it over to you, but you must agree to 3 conditions of mine. Yemo raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Here it comes, the old man's foxtail is showing. As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Old Chen, didn't you say you were going to grant me a great fortune? Why are we talking about conditions now? A trace of disappointment appeared in Yemo's eyes as he sighed helplessly. I'm just a low-level coffin master. 3 conditions are too much for me. I can't manage it. If it's just one, I might be able to work towards it. Old Chen's face stiffened upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "Don't be in such a hurry, kid. Let me finish what I have to say first. Then please go ahead." Yemo looked troubled. President Chen saw this and slowly said, "The first condition. I hope you will stay in Manhwa City from now on, join the tomb-seeking team under my leadership, and become a permanent member of the team. Of course, I will use abundant resources to train you, allowing you to quickly become a high-level coffin master." Before the other party could continue, Yemo hurriedly interrupted, his eyes filled with determination as he said, "Staying in Manhwa City forever is absolutely impossible. Joining the tomb-seeking team is fine, but I must be a free member." Yemo would never agree to such a condition. Although this little zombie had remarkable potential, it was far from enough to make him sacrifice his freedom. Moreover, aside from him, the little zombie would be a hot potato in anyone else's hands. Due to its innate talent, it was destined not to be a compliant existence. As long as its intimacy level remained below 50, it could continuously switch owners, using coffin masters of various levels to upgrade itself crazily. When no one could suppress it anymore, it would undoubtedly rebel and become a disaster in its own right. Upon hearing Yemo's refusal, President Chen appeared relatively calm. "I had long anticipated that you wouldn't agree to this condition. After all, those who dare to commit crimes in the inner city have not exceeded 5 in all these years. But are you really willing to give up the resources I'm offering you?" President Chen coaxed patiently. Yemo thought for a moment requirement but still refused to agree. Although the condition was excellent, he had a system and god-level talent. Reaching a high rank quickly was definitely not a difficult task for him. Old Chen, let's hear the second condition. Introduction. Originally a spirit talisman hopping child, after merging with the template, its innate skills have been adjusted and modified, resulting in a significant enhancement. Exceptional potential, capable of tanking, fighting, and healing. Alright, then let's talk about the second condition. President Chen shook his head, a trace of regret appearing on his face. I hope that after you become a high-ranking tombkeeper, you can accompany me to 5 ancient secret realms. During this time, I will do my utmost to ensure your safety. All you need to do is identify the high-potential coffin spirits and their races in the sealed areas of the cemeteries. Hiss, S-Class is truly amazing. Seeing Chi-Chi's stats panel, Emo couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Although the innate skills brought by the template were somewhat different from what he remembered, they were still generally similar. However, what surprised him the most was the ultimate skill, salvation and deliverance. As soon as these words were spoken, Emo immediately fell into deep thought. For a coffin master to enter an ancient secret realm, they would need to be at least of a high level to avoid being torn apart by the spatial passage. Moreover, ancient secret realms typically have several level 51 or higher monster overlords guarding them, and there's even a chance of encountering a half-step sovereign, level 60 to 61. If they truly encountered a half-step sovereign, let alone protecting himself, this old man might not even have a chance to escape. Elder Chen, I still can't agree to your condition. Emo shook his head. 5 trips to the ancient secret realm are too dangerous. I value my little life too much. It can actually fully revive a dying coffin spirit. That's incredible. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. In the game, reviving teammates wasn't considered a big deal, but this was reality. As long as he didn't act recklessly or provoke beings capable of instantly killing him, with Chi-Chi's ultimate skill, his coffin spirit would absolutely never die. Moreover, the intimacy requirement had now disappeared, so there was no need to worry about betrayal anymore. It was the perfect opportunity to take Chi-Chi out to level up. Elder Chen was not angry upon hearing this. Instead, he laughed heartily. You brat, I knew you wouldn't be so easily fooled. Maybe once I level the tyrant up to level 10, I can enter the secret realm in the Doomsday Valley. A glint of confidence flashed in Nemo's eyes. Now, with Chi-Chi's support and the tyrant's offensive capabilities, he could completely charge into a horde of low-level zombies, slaughter them en masse, and level up like crazy. Thinking of this, Nemo's heart burned with excitement, and he couldn't wait to head to Doomsday Valley. If 5 times won't work, then just once. If you keep refusing, this old man will get angry. Elder Chen's expression turned serious. He believed that this time, Emo would have no way to refuse and would be firmly under his control. However, the next words from the other party completely shattered his confidence. No, not even once. He then started up his motorcycle, ready to leave the city. Just at that moment, a dynamic ringtone suddenly rang out. Just because you're too beautiful. Emo pulled out his phone to take a look. You? Elder Chen's face instantly turned extremely unpleasant, his beard bristling and his eyes glaring as his chest heaved violently. You brat, you don't trust this old man's abilities. I've been to more than 10 ancient secret realms and have never failed. Taking you there once would be absolutely safe. It turned out to be his little sister. He quickly answered the call. However, before he could say a word, an extremely angry voice came from the other end. Emo, where have you been? Why did you turn off your phone? Why? Tell me now. Hearing this, Emo remained silent. After the other party finished venting, he briefly explained his activities from the morning. Naturally, he didn't mention the massacre of the coffin spirit, the conflict at the flesh market, or anything about President Chen. He only said that he had contracted the tyrant, took a stroll around the flesh market, and then went to the Tomb Seekers Guild to certify his identity as a coffin master. Old Chen, do you think trading an A-grade corpse clan coffin spirit for a pile of confirmed B-grade and A-grade coffin spirits, or even the legendary S-grade coffin spirit, would be a huge loss for me? Emo looked at the furious old Chen and smiled faintly, his golden eyes of evil breaking. Could locate a heap of high-potential coffin spirits suitable for contracts even with just one trip to an ancient secret realm. For ordinary people, not only would it be difficult to estimate the ceiling level of the coffin, but they would also be unable to see through the hidden existence within. When Yi Xiaoyao heard Yemo's explanation, her tone immediately became unusually excited. Emo, you really contracted a D-rank coffin spirit? You're not lying to me, are you? Therefore, the value of Yemo's eyes was self-evident. At this moment, President Chen also understood that Emo wouldn't be easily fooled. After calming himself, he shook his head inside. You brat, you're truly not an ordinary person. If it were someone else, they'd be scrambling to curry favor with me, let alone dare to haggle with me. Then quickly tell me, where are you? I'm currently with my classmates following teacher Wenjing at the Tomb Seeking Guild, preparing to certify as a coffin master, and then heading out of the city for 2 days of training. Do you want to join us? Since I can't keep you here, I won't won't beat around the bush. One last condition: if you don't agree, I'll break your legs. President Chen huffed and glared, his tone carrying a threatening edge. Upon hearing this, Yemo's face instantly darkened, his eyes flashing with boundless disdain. Seeing this, President Chen stroked his beard with a smug expression. Then, he took a deep breath, his tone becoming extremely serious. Yi brat, next Wednesday, there's a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal event in Jiangnan City. You must accompany me there. Yi Mo raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why are you heading out of the city for training early? Aren't you supposed to be doing practical training at the contract center? I've received news that this appraisal event will feature a batch of coffins excavated from the Dragon's Fall in the fourth sacred ruin, World Sky Ridge. So, I need you to do your utmost to sense the Dragon Clan coffin spirits within these coffins, and at least one S-grade ancient crystal coffin. In short, the more, the better. I'm counting on you. As soon as he said this, Yi Xiaoyao stomped her foot angrily and complained, we originally planned to do practical training after contracting with the coffin spirits, but who knows which bastard went and wiped out all the corpse-tried monsters in the training ground warehouse before we even finished contracting. So now we have no choice but to train in the dangerous areas outside the city. If I ever find that bastard, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. For Chairman Chen's request this time, Emo did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. At this moment, Chairman Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and revealed a bright smile. Yi boy, this time I really owe you one. After the appraisal meeting is over, regardless of the outcome, I will give you a large batch of resources for cultivating coffin spirits. If you truly identify the ancient crystal coffin, I will even give you 2 rare evolution cores for the Corpse Clan's coffin spirits. Yi Mo's face instantly stiffened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected the warehouse for contracting coffin spirits to actually be a training ground. Fortunately, he had come early. Otherwise, the tyrant might have been slain by the trainees who had just contracted coffin spirits. In that case, he would have been forced to contract the coffin spirit from an E-level bronze ancient coffin. At this moment, of course, you can take this little zombie with you right now. I promise to give it to you, and I never go back on my word, Chairman Shin said, pointing to the little zombie on the ceiling. Hearing this, Yemo's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. Then I'll thank you in advance, old Chen. He couldn't help but think of Yi Xiaoyao's tightly clenched fists and fierce demeanor. He quickly coughed lightly and said, little sister, girls should be gentle. Don't be so aggressive with your words. What if the handsome guy you know is the one who slayed those monsters? Would you still beat him up? For him, accompanying Chairman Chen to the appraisal meeting this time was completely worth it. All he had to do was use his eyes, and he could obtain the resources promised by the other party. Why not? As if thinking of something, a hint of joy appeared on Yemo's face. Old Chen, could you tell me the base price of this batch of unappraised coffins at the appraisal meeting? That depends on who it is. If it's you, I'd definitely beat you into a big pig head. Oof. Chairman Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then seemed to understand Yemo's intentions and laughed as he explained, "Ha, you rascal, you're planning to hunt for bargains, aren't you? Ye-mo. But you need to be mentally prepared. The minimum price for this batch of coffins is over 500 million. Among them, those with better appearances have starting prices that are 10 or even 100 times higher. Some are even beyond monetary valuation and can only be exchanged for rare resources. By the way, Ye-mo, I just mentioned you to teacher Wen Jing, and she agreed to let you join us for the training." An excited voice came through the phone again. Hearing this, Ye-mo gasped sharply and could only shake his head in resignation. These coffins are all sealed and concealed. Pricing them based solely on appearance is too much of a scam. Besides, the price is ridiculously high. If they turn out to be bronze or silver upon appraisal, wouldn't that mean a total loss? Hearing this, Ye-mo frowned slightly but quickly understood Yi Xiaoyao's intention. In his view, this little girl was simply worried about his safety, afraid of him leaving the city alone. After all, with this group of trainees under Wen Jing's leadership, the outskirts of the dangerous area would be absolutely safe, allowing the trainees to level up without any concerns. After contracting the Hellfire Demon, Yi Xiaoyao naturally fought for such a spot for Ye-mo. After all, with her current low level, she lacked the ability to protect Ye-mo and didn't dare to take him to level up alone. Wen Jing, impressed by her outstanding talent, agreed without hesitation and was willing to give Ye-mo a chance. Of course, Yi Xiaoyao didn't want Ye-mo to miss this opportunity. "Ah, you have sensing abilities that allow you to bypass the concealing seals, so of course, you think the price is unreasonable. But others don't have such abilities." President Chun chuckled, his mood extremely cheerful, and continued. "Moreover, some of these coffins were sourced from the fourth sacred ruin, World Sky Ridge, which naturally elevates the value of the other coffins. So there are plenty of people willing to gamble 500 million on them." After a few seconds of silence, Ye-mo smiled faintly and politely declined, "I have my own plans and don't intend to join you. You should take this opportunity to level up properly and aim to secure the top spot in Linhu province during next week's assessment." Hearing the mention of the fourth sacred ruin again, Ye-mo curiously asked, "What is the fourth sacred ruin. Is it really that impressive? In the Guild of Tomb Seekers Hall, in the rest area, Yi Xiaogao's face turned a bit sullen as she stared at the disconnected call. A glimmer of moisture flashed in her eyes, revealing her helplessness. However, thinking about how the Hellfire Demon was something EMO had told her about, she couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of trust in him. Maybe that guy really does have his own plans, Yi Xiaoyao muttered to herself, pursing her lips in frustration. Currently, there are 6 ultimate otherworldly secret realms in Huaxia. All of them are at the sanctuary level, and we call them the sacred ruins. Among them, the world's ridge ranks fourth, with the primary magical creatures being ferocious beasts. It is guarded by a demon dragon, and without the strength of a supreme 5-star, even a coffin master wouldn't dare to step in lightly. President Chen looked at Yi Mo, who was full of confusion, and slowly explained. On the side, when Jing noticed Yi Xiaogao's state and her expression immediately turned tense, she asked with concern, "Student Xiaoyao, what did Yi Mo say to you? Will he come over?" At this point, his voice suddenly became serious. "I estimate that among the coffins produced in the sacred ruins, at least 5 are S-grade ancient crystal coffins. You must help me sense at least one of them. If you encounter a Dragon Clan coffin spirit, even if it has A-grade potential, you must immediately alert me." Yi Xiaoyao shook her head and said, "Teacher Wenjing, my brother said he has his own plans and won't be coming." Hearing this, Yi Mo gave him a reassuring look and replied, "I will do my best." After speaking, he turned to look at little Zongzi, a look of joy appearing on his face. For him, the most important thing right now was completing the system task. As long as he could contract the little zombie in the ceiling and then use the template to enhance its potential, he could directly raise the little zombie's potential to S-grade. Moreover, from what President Chen had said, S-grade ancient crystal coffins were extremely rare even in the sacred ruins. It was clear how powerful S-grade truly was. He has his own plans? What a pity. When Jing sighed lightly. Then, she finally felt relieved and thought to herself, thankfully, EMO has some self-awareness. Otherwise, I would have felt quite awkward. Now that I've built a good relationship with Elder Chen, there's no need to hide my talent for contracting dual coffin spirits. EMO thought to himself. He understood that appropriately showcasing his talent in front of such a prominent figure would definitely do no harm. On the contrary, it would make the other party value him even more. Without much thought, EMO looked at President Chen beside him and said calmly, "Elder Chen, you can now transfer its sealing formation to me." As soon as these words were spoken, President Chen's face immediately showed a look of doubt. He reminded, "Young Yi, as a novice coffin suppressor, you cannot handle 2 seals. Even if I transfer it to you, the sealing formation cannot integrate into your body. It would be better for me to seal it back into the coffin. That way, you can carry the coffin around every day to guard it, and it won't be able to break out and escape." "Elder Chen, you can let me give it a try," EMO said with a confident smile. "If I can't control it, it won't be too late for you to seal it again." Hearing this, President Chen's brows slowly furrowed. Although he was skeptical in his heart, he couldn't outright refuse. After all, he absolutely did not believe that EMO, at a novice level, could handle 2 seals. Even as a legendary level expert himself, he had never heard of such a thing. So in his view, EMO was bound to fail. "Alright, since you want to give it a try, this old man will grant your wish." President Chen shook his head, and a dark golden orb of light emerged in his hand. As the orb twisted, a rotating 8 trigrams light array slowly formed in midair. As the array spun, countless jet-black characters appeared, transforming into profound runes that spiraled around the formation. 8 trigrams demon sealing array? EMO curiously spoke upon seeing the formation. This array was one of the more complex fusion arrays, which also meant that the coffin spirit within would be harder to control. There were many types of arrays used to seal coffin spirits, and they varied depending on the secret realm. The sealing formation EMO had encountered most often was the 6-pointed star array. Kid Yi, when you integrate it into your body later, if you feel any rejection, remember not to forcefully keep it inside. Otherwise, it will clash with the 6-pointed star seal of your zombie contract, damaging your coffin spirit space. In severe cases, you won't be able to contract any other coffin spirits in the future. Are you sure you still want to try? Yes. Hearing the warning, EMO nodded. Then, his eyes focused, and he similarly channeled a trace of spiritual energy, causing dazzling golden light to appear in his hand. President Chen watched as EMO was determined to give it a try, his brows furrowed, a trace of worry showing on his face. He had already prepared himself to spend a large sum to hire someone to treat him. Sigh, this kid is good in every way, just a bit stubborn, and doesn't listen to advice. But maybe it's for the best. Let him suffer a little, and he'll learn his lesson in the future. President Chen thought to himself. At that moment, EMO, without hesitation, reached out and directly touched the sealing formation. Although Wenjing felt a slight twinge of guilt for what she had done in the morning, it wasn't much, especially after having a genius student like Yi Xiaoyao in the class. EMO's matter was completely pushed to the back of her mind. However, she never expected that Yi Xiaoyao would turn out to be EMO's younger sister. Moreover, with the kind of demands a genius like Yi Xiaoyao made, she could hardly hardly refuse and had no choice but to agree reluctantly. The assessment registration has already closed. It seems I'll have to wait until the assessment ends next week to make it up to him somehow. What? Jing brushed her hair aside, a trace of unease rising in her heart. At this moment, she could only hope that Yimo wouldn't appear in front of other instructors. If the news that repeat students could participate in the assessment reached Yimo and got exposed, the school or Yi Xiaoyao would definitely come to trouble her. Just then, Yi Xiaoyao noticed that Wen Jing seemed a bit distracted and softly asked, "Teacher Wen Jing, are you alright?" Hearing this, Wen Jing quickly snapped out of her thoughts, a bright smile blooming on her face as she gently replied, "It's nothing. I was just thinking about which low-level danger zone to take you all to for training." As soon as she said this, a sharp-eared male classmate sitting behind her immediately became excited and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Teacher One, how about we go to Doomsday Valley? I heard from my dad that there are lots of monsters there, and their levels are low perfect for us to level up." Other students chimed in one after another. "Teacher One, he's right. I heard that the monsters in Doomsday Valley are very weak, mostly zombies, and they're easier to deal with than the monsters in other dangerous areas. I think going there is more suitable." Hearing her classmates' suggestions, Wen Jing began to think seriously. Doomsday Valley was indeed the most suitable dangerous area for beginner coffin masters to level up. If she were to take so many students alone to the outskirts of the Dark Forest or the Beast Plains, ensuring the safety of this group of students would be very difficult. After reconsidering, she also felt that the students' proposal was not without merit. She then smiled faintly, stood up, and instructed the surrounding students, "Then it's happily decided, we will go to Doomsday Valley. But before that, you need to go to the Ancient Street Trading District to buy the daily supplies you'll need for the next 2 days. Students who are afraid of zombies can also buy an anti-zombie toxin potion, just in case." "Boss, are there any extra rooms available? I'd like to stay here for a few days, outside a small town near the Valley of Doom." A young man stood at the entrance of a quaint little inn, inquiring with the owner inside. The young man was handsome, with neat, short hair and a faint smile on his face. This young man was none other than Yimo. At the moment, he was carrying a travel backpack, and holding the hand of an adorable, well-behaved little girl with purple hair, drawing the attention of passers-by near the inn. The innkeeper, hearing Yimo's inquiry, quickly stood up from behind the counter, smiling as he said, "Ha, young man, you've come at just the right time. We happen to have one last room available. It's 1,000 per night. How many days would you like to stay?" Yimo, upon hearing this, pulled out a stack of money and handed it to the innkeeper, saying calmly, "I'll stay for 3 days. "Alright, I'll arrange it for you right away." The innkeeper took the money, nodded with a smile, and turned to prepare the room. This small town, being the only resting point outside the Valley of Doom, was almost as bustling as the ancient streets of the outer city. However, the liveliness here was also mixed with chaos. As Yimo passed through, he witnessed no fewer than 3 conflicts between coffin masters. In some cases, the coffin masters even unleashed coffin spirits to battle, fighting to the point of mutual destruction before finally stopping. And he rode that flashy heavy motorcycle through the streets, naturally drawing attention. At that moment, 2 burly men with fierce expressions appeared outside the inn. One of them, a crew-cut man with a centipede-like scar on his face, walked into the inn, slapped the counter, and shouted loudly, "Where's the boss? Is he here? Are there any rooms available?" Hearing the crew-cut man shouting, the innkeeper hurriedly ran down from the 2nd floor of the inn. "Boss, are there any rooms left? My brother and I want to stay here." The crew-cut man pointed to his companion behind him, his tone carrying a hint of interrogation. Upon hearing this, the innkeeper's face showed a nervous expression, and he quickly said, "Big brother, our humble inn has no more rooms available." "No more rooms available?" The crew-cut man frowned, a flash of displeasure in his eyes, then pointed at Yimo and said, "What were you doing upstairs just now? Could it be that you were arranging a room for this kid?" Hearing this, the innkeeper's face immediately showed a troubled expression. However, the crew-cut man seemed to understand what was going on. He grabbed the innkeeper by the collar, pulling him close, his face displaying a fierce expression. "Cancel the room you gave that kid and let the 2 of us stay there instead. Otherwise, I'll tear down your shop." "Big brother, I can't make the decision either. You should ask the young man and see if he agrees to give it up." The innkeeper, sweating profusely, said as he looked at the 2 burly men in front of him, who exuded a strong aura of menace, clearly having committed numerous crimes and stained their hands with blood. However, since he had already taken Yimo's money, he couldn't make the decision on his own. Out of fear, he could only pass the problem on to Yimo. As soon as the innkeeper finished speaking, the 2 burly men immediately turned their gaze toward Yimo, feeling the threat in their eyes. Yimo couldn't help but slowly furrow his brows. He hadn't expected to encounter such trouble so soon after leaving the city. If he were traveling with Wen Jing, a mid-tier peak-level coffin master, and had someone to protect him, he definitely wouldn't have run into such reckless individuals. Indeed, strength is everything, Yimo thought to himself, resolving to become stronger. The burly man with a crew-cut sized up Yimo a few times, clearly not taking him seriously. Then, he sneered disdainfully, eye, his tone domineering. Kid, you can leave now. The room you just booked, I want it. In his eyes, the aura emanating from Emo was merely at the level of a beginner 3-star, a complete rookie fresh out of the gate. How could someone like that dare to defy the two of them, seasoned beginner 7-star coffin masters? However, Emo seemed not to hear the man's words and simply turned his gaze toward the innkeeper. The innkeeper, feeling Emo's gaze, immediately showed an awkward expression on his face and quickly tried to persuade him. Young man, just give the room to these two gentlemen. Please don't blame me. We can't afford to offend these two. I can't afford to offend them? Emo's lips curled into a cold smile as he stared directly at the innkeeper and said calmly, if I can't afford to offend them, can you afford to offend me? It seems I've already paid, and the room has been booked. Now you're asking me to give it up? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? As soon as these words were spoken, the innkeeper's face turned grim. He hadn't expected Emo to be so oblivious to the situation. Clearly aware that these two burly men were not to be trifled with, Emo still pressed him aggressively. Simply vacating the room would resolve the conflict without any loss to anyone. However, this young man lacked discernment, and his actions might lead to the inn being trashed. At this moment, the innkeeper truly wanted to slap the young man in front of him twice. Young man, I'll refund your money. If you don't leave now, these two guests will take action against you, and don't blame me later for not warning you. The innkeeper's eyes showed a hint of disgust as he tossed the money to Emo and stepped aside to watch the drama unfold. Haha, gentlemen, could you take him outside before you make your move? I've already tidied up the room he booked, and you can move in directly afterward. The innkeeper grinned obsequiously at the two burly men. The crew-cut man nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. I find you, the innkeeper, quite agreeable. In that case, we'll do as you say and spare your inn from damage. Haha, thank you, sir. I'll even give you a discount on your stay. The innkeeper's face was full of gratitude. However, when he glanced at Emo's increasingly icy expression, his heart skipped a beat. As if realizing something, he quickly changed his tone and said, gentlemen, how about you cripple this kid while you're at it? I'm afraid he'll retaliate against me. If you agree, I'll make you permanent VIPs, granting you free stays at this inn any time, along with 3 meals a day. As soon as these words were spoken, the two burly men immediately exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with extremely excited smiles. As novice coffin suppressors, they only dared to operate on the outskirts of Doomsday Valley. When faced with hordes of zombies and mutated beasts within the valley, they felt immense fear. However, when encountering weaker individuals, they displayed extreme brutality. Moreover, the resources they usually plundered were not abundant, so with the innkeeper's request, the two naturally agreed without hesitation. Haha, you really know how to handle things. In that case, we brothers will help you take care of this guy. After saying this, the two burly men approached Emo from both sides, preparing to grab his shoulders and throw him out of the inn. Seeing this, Emo's eyes instantly flashed with a hint of killing intent. Chichi, cut off their hands. As soon as these words were spoken, the two burly men were instantly stunned. Only then did they notice that the little girl beside Emo was actually a coffin spirit. Watch out. Dodge quickly, the crew-cut man shouted urgently, warning his companion while hastily summoning the faint spiritual energy within him to prepare to fend off Chi-Chi's attack. However, before they could react, Chi-Chi's figure instantly vanished from her original position. In the next moment, she appeared like a phantom on the left side of the crew-cut man. Then, she raised the short sword in her hand, which emitted a chilling aura, and slashed down with force. Swish! The sharp short sword sliced through the air, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, and struck the crew-cut man's left arm. In the blink of an eye, his arm was frozen by the cold energy, leaving him no chance to evade. Like chopping scallions, the short sword severed his arm, tendons and bones alike, into 2 pieces, which flew off into the air. Ah, kid, how dare you ambush me? You're courting death. The crew-cut burly man let out a piercing scream, clutching his frozen severed arm as he quickly dashed out of the inn's door. At the same time, another burly man felt a chill down his spine and hastily mobilized the spiritual energy within his body to evade Chi-Chi's attack. He then forcefully retreated several meters back. Immediately after, he summoned a silver coffin over a meter tall from the hexagram array on the ground. Kid, how dare you ambush my brother? The burly man roared furiously, opening the coffin lid directly. Instantly, black mist surged out, enveloping an area of several meters. Amidst the roiling black mist, a terrifying monster crawled out. It had 8 human legs, a body pieced together from severed limbs, and 3 eerie heads. The creature didn't seem alive, its heads rotating mechanically as its resentful gaze locked onto Emo and the purple-haired lowly who had returned to his side. Emo scrutinized the monster, his brows furrowing involuntarily. The creature before him was formidable, even more bizarre than Su Feng's werewolf. Perhaps it couldn't kill Chi-Chi, but it could definitely hold her off. After all, Chi-Chi was over 10 levels weaker than this monster and lacked powerful attack skills. If Emo summoned the tyrant and had Chi-Chi assist, the situation would be completely reversed. At this moment, the crew-cut burly man, whose arm had been severed, gradually regained his composure. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Emo and said, "You've got guts, kid. After ambushing me, you didn't even run. I swear I'll tear you into pieces. I'll mince you into meat paste to feed my coffin spirit." After speaking, the burly man with a crew cut waved his hand, summoning a silver coffin as well. As the coffin opened, a massive red centipede, 4 meters long with a pair of transparent wings on its back, instantly rose upright and roared at Emo. Blood poison centipede, poison rain, phantom spider, thread blade. The two burly men shouted coldly, commanding their coffin spirits to attack Emo and Chi-Chi without hesitation. The blood poison centipede suddenly opened its mandibles, spraying a circle of dark green venom in the direction of the two, attempting to envelop the area and block their escape route. Meanwhile, the phantom spider shot out a black thread with a metallic sheen, aiming straight for the top of Emo's head. Seeing this, Emo's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. As expected, these two were seasoned coffin masters from Doomsday Town, sealing off his retreat with their first move. A single misstep, and he would be injured by these two attacks. Chi-Chi, use void glyphs. Block that venom, Emo said with a furrowed brow. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi raised her sword with one hand, quickly formed a spell with her fingers, and drew a talisman radiating cold energy, sending it flying toward the venom in the air. At the same time, Emo lowered his stance, his palms emitting a surge of spiritual energy, and slammed them onto the ground, instantly summoning a silver coffin, which he positioned diagonally in front of himself. He had already prepared for the worst. If Chi-Chi couldn't block the venom, he would have to rely on the silver coffin for defense. The next second, sizzle, ding, two explosive sounds rang out. The cold talisman burst upon contact with the venom, instantly freezing all of it into ice chunks that fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the black threads shot by the puppet ghost spider were blocked by the silver coffin, producing a crisp buzzing sound. Both attacks were completely neutralized, posing no threat whatsoever. Chi-Chi, well done. Emo let out a sigh of relief, patted Chi-Chi's head, and revealed a faint smile on his face. Hearing Emo's praise, Chi-Chi quickly looked up, blinked her eyes, and responded in an adorably cute manner. Ding, your coffin spirit, reviving child has received praise, intimacy increased by 5 points. Ding, congratulations to the host, the intimacy level with the reviving child has increased to 55, obedient. The sudden system notification made Emo pause. Huh, it actually increased by 5 points? Thinking about the system task that was about to be completed, Emo couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. I need to deal with these two guys quickly, make time to level up, and claim the system rewards. Emo thought to himself. To him, even with the system, there was no room for relaxation. After all, an undeveloped coffin master could be crushed at any moment. To survive in this world, he had to keep getting stronger. Damn, this kid actually knows how to use the coffin to block attacks. Not bad, he's got some brains. Unexpectedly, a little zombie could actually withstand the poisonous rain of my pet. What rotten luck! Two grumbling voices came through. Upon hearing this, Emo stood the summoned silver coffin upright, then took a step to the side, fixing his cold gaze on the two burly men. Got any other tricks? If not, then it's my turn to make a move, Emo said calmly. The crew-cut man, hearing this, revealed a cruel expression and snarled, on the brink of death, and you still dare to provoke me? Utterly arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, he commanded the blood poison centipede to charge toward Emo. The other burly man, wary of Chi-Chi's instant steps, refrained from acting rashly and instead kept the puppet ghost spider by his side for defense. Kid, that little zombie of yours is low level and can't possibly break through the shell of my blood poison centipede. Next, I'll make you suffer unbearable torment, begging for death. The crew-cut man's eyes gleamed viciously, exuding extreme confidence. However, in the next second, with a loud bang, the silver coffin lid in front of Emo suddenly exploded. A tall figure draped in a black robe leaped out from within, charging straight at the blood venom centipede. Roar! The tyrant let out an angry roar, directly swinging its sharp claws and slashing at the blood venom centipede, instantly creating a massive crack in its carapace. Without hesitation, it relentlessly pursued the blood venom centipede, which was even larger than itself. What? How can this kid command two coffin spirits? That's impossible. The owner of the puppet ghost spider was utterly shocked. The flat-headed man, upon seeing this, revealed a look of apprehension in his eyes. How is this possible? However, before the two could react, Emo spoke with a chilling tone. Chi-Chi, use the cold plague ghost envoy set on the tyrant. As soon as these words were spoken, Chi-Chi instantly unleashed an extremely icy and pure energy, conjuring a soul emanating cold air that followed closely beside the tyrant. The tyrant, living up to its full intimacy level, could understand Emo's thoughts even without him saying a word. It immediately closed in on the blood venom centipede, fighting with all its might. With the assistance of the cold plague ghost envoy, every attack from the tyrant carried an intense chill. In the blink of an eye, the blood venom centipede was frozen into a grotesque ice sculpture, unable to move. Tyrant, kill it, Emo said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tyrant swiftly gripped the frozen blood venom centipede's head with its sharp claws. At the same time, a sphere of blood red, terrifying energy appeared in its palm. The flat-headed man felt the energy and immediately broke out in cold sweat, his face filled with terror. What kind of skill is this? Why is it so horrifying? Another burly man saw this and his expression changed as well. He quickly whispered, "Let's get out of here. It seems we can't afford to mess with this kid." Then, what about my coffin spirit? What else can we do? Life is the most important thing. After saying that, the two burly men turned and ran off without looking back. At this moment, the energy in the tyrant's palm had been fully charged. A blood-red beam of light shot straight into the sky, instantly evaporating the blood-poison centipede, without leaving a trace. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed the coffin spirit, LVE-14 blood-poison centipede. Experience doubled, gains 600 experience points. Ding! Chi-Chi assisted in killing the coffin spirit, LVE-14 blood-poison centipede. Experience doubled, gains 600 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, tyrant, current level, LV-6 servant grade. Experience required for next level, 1050/1800. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV-2 servant grade. Experience required for next level, 400 out of 440. A series of notification sounds rang out, and a faint smile appeared on Yemo's face. He hadn't expected that defeating the coffin spirit across levels would grant him such abundant experience. This was truly an unexpected delight, an indescribable thrill. The experience from a level 14 coffin spirit is equivalent to that of dozens of level 1 monsters. Yemo panted slightly, looking at the two burly men fleeing, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Trying to run? Why not stay and become experience points for me to farm? Tyrant, use charge, chase them down and finish them off. At this moment, Yemo decisively ordered the tyrant to chase after the two frantically fleeing individuals. When the two turned their heads and saw this, they were instantly terrified, a strong wave of fear surging in their hearts. Damn it! What's with this zombie? Why is it so strong? The crew-cut man said with a pale face, trembling in fear. Due to the death of the coffin spirit, the sealing contract within his body had collapsed, and he was suffering from severe backlash. If the tyrant caught up to him, he wouldn't even have the chance to resist. The crew-cut man seemed to have thought of a solution and hurriedly said to his companion beside him, "Brother, we are sworn brothers. Whether we survive this time depends entirely on you. If both of us run away, we're doomed. Why don't you send a puppet ghost spider to delay it for a bit? Once we shake off this zombie, we'll be safe." The other man, upon hearing this, had a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. If the zombie chasing them didn't have any speed-enhancing abilities, he would have been willing to escape together with his companion. But now that his companion had lost the coffin spirit, it was equivalent to losing his value. In such a dangerous situation, the injured companion would undoubtedly become a burden. Even if he saved him, it would be meaningless. It would be better to use his life to buy himself a slim chance of survival. "Brother, your strength is greater than mine. Even your coffin spirit is dead. My coffin spirit definitely won't be able to withstand that zombie either. Then what should we do? This is the only plan we have. We can't both end up dead here, can we?" The crew-cut man looked grim, his eyes filled with despair. However, his companion's next words gave him a glimmer of hope. "Brother, I do have a way to escape, and it won't even cost my coffin spirit its life." The burly man with the crew cut became instantly excited after hearing this. "What method? Tell me quickly. What method?" Of course, it's for you to die, big brother. You son of a..." Before he could finish cursing, the burly man with the crew cut suddenly felt a sharp pain in his leg. He saw his companion deliver a heavy kick to his leg, instantly breaking it and causing him to fall to the ground. "Big brother, we've been through life and death together. Thank you for saving my life. Ha ha." Another burly man burst into loud laughter and then quickly fled. "Too bad, one got away." Yemo looked at the burly man who had already disappeared into the crowd and chose not to pursue him for the time being. Instead, he began planning his next move. "Tyrant, kill him and bring the corpse over," Yemo said, pointing at the crew-cut burly man on the ground. "No, you can't kill me." The burly man with the crew cut looked at the rapidly approaching tyrant with terror on his face, desperately retreating. However, he was already crippled and could not put any distance between himself and the tyrant. A few seconds later, the tyrant crushed the burly man's skull with one hand, then dragged his corpse and followed behind Yemo toward the inn. At this moment, the innkeeper, who was standing at the entrance watching, felt a chill run down his spine as he saw Yemo and the tyrant approaching. The next second, the tyrant suddenly swung his arm, and the burly man's corpse shot forward like a rocket, flying over 10 meters and crashing heavily into the inn. Instantly, the inn was filled with a thick stench of blood, resembling a scene from hell. The innkeeper's pupils contracted sharply at the sight, his whole body trembling as a damp sensation swept over him. As the stench spread, his legs gave way, and he fell heavily to his knees. "Young man, I was wrong. I lost my head for a moment. Please spare me," the innkeeper said hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. He hadn't expected that the seemingly easy-to-bully Yemo would turn out to be so powerful, directly taking on two opponents and overpowering two novice coffin masters with ease. Everything he had done earlier had undoubtedly angered Yemo. Now that Yemo was coming to settle accounts, How could he not feel terrified? Wait, money. As if suddenly remembering something, the innkeeper hurriedly shouted to Emo, young man, please spare me. I can compensate you with money. I can compensate you with a lot of money. Upon hearing the innkeeper's willingness to compensate, Yemo's eyebrows slightly raised, a glint flashing in his eyes as he asked, you're willing to compensate me with a lot of money? Why yes, the innkeeper stammered, trembling. Yemo's interest was immediately piqued upon hearing this. A smile appeared on his face as he sized up the trembling innkeeper. For most people, money was a universal currency that could buy a wide range of resources. Since the other party was willing to talk money, Emo was happy to calm down and negotiate. Name a figure, and I'll see how much it is. 1 million. Only 1 million? Emo frowned, the smile on his face vanishing instantly. With a blank expression, he said, 1 million is too little. 5 million. Deal. The innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this and agreed immediately. Seeing this, Emo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye. He hadn't expected the other party to agree so readily. It seemed he had underestimated the innkeeper. Perhaps 5 million was nothing to the innkeeper. Emo thought to himself, as expected, anyone who can establish themselves in a place like this is either wealthy or powerful. A few minutes later, Emo received the money and didn't linger. He then parked his heavy motorcycle near the inn and instructed the innkeeper to keep an eye on it. At the same time, he searched the burly man's body but found nothing of value. Afterward, he walked straight out of the inn, along the streets of the small town, heading toward the highlands at the entrance of the Doomsday Valley in the distance. At the inn's entrance, the innkeeper watched Emo's departing figure, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. He clenched his fists, his teeth grinding audibly as he seethed with rage, wishing he could tear Emo apart alive. That brat dared to extort me. How can I swallow this humiliation? I'll head to the Ghost Hunter Tomb group later and put a hefty bounty on you. I refuse to believe you'll make it out of Doomsday Valley alive, he vowed bitterly in his heart. I'll make sure you have the money but no life to spend it. Ha ha ha. An hour later, Emo was running along the wide Clearwater River outside the town, arriving at the verdant highlands near the edge of Doomsday Valley. Facing the refreshing breeze atop the hill, he gazed into the distance. On the inner side of the highlands lay an expansive canyon, spanning a width of nearly 2 kilometers. A massive river meandered through the center of the canyon, its edges flanked by plains that stretched until they were obscured by towering mountains on both sides. Nearby, the Clearwater River plunged sharply off the highland cliffs, forming a spectacular waterfall that crashed into the massive river within the canyon, merging into one. If Emo hadn't known the valley was called Doomsday, he might have marveled at the breathtaking scenery. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed an eerie stillness pervading the valley. On the distant plains, countless dilapidated buildings lay in ruins, the land appeared ashen and lifeless, and the massive river shimmered with a dark red hue under the sunlight. Everything hinted at the valley's history of catastrophic devastation. At that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly broke the silence. Emo turned his head and saw 3 young men and women appear on the highland path. 2 men and 1 woman. The woman had a cold and striking appearance, her red lips slightly parted, her tall figure accentuated by a pair of dazzlingly white long legs. She wore a sleek black long leather coat and black high-heeled combat boots, exuding an imposing aura. Walking beside her was a scholarly-looking young man dressed in a white long robe, wearing thin-rimmed black glasses, and carrying a hiking bag. Leading the group was a lean young man in a brown vest, carrying a golden coffin on his back. He was scouting the surroundings, a blade of foxtail grass dangling from his mouth, looking visibly irritable. When he spotted Emo, he was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. He quickly ran over, panting as he asked, "Brother, are you also a coffin master heading to Doomsday Valley?" Emo frowned slightly, his eyes narrowing as a vigilant expression appeared on his face. In the desolate wilderness, the most dangerous thing was not monsters, but people. Moreover, having been provoked twice in just one day, Emo would not let his guard down against the sudden appearance of the lean young man. "So, what do you want?" Emo asked calmly. Hearing this, the lean young man quickly spat out the blade of grass he had been chewing on, flashed a friendly smile, and pulled a cigarette from his pocket, tossing it to Emo. Then, pointing to the 2 companions behind him, he said with a grin, "Brother, the 3 of us came from Jiangnan City. We're new here and not very familiar with how to enter this canyon. We almost got lost on these mountain paths. Could you guide us for a bit, or at least point us to a shortcut?" "Oh, you came from Jiangnan City?" Emo raised an eyebrow, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. Jiangnan City, being the largest base city in the central region of Daxia, naturally had many secret realms for coffin masters to train in. For these people to travel such a long distance to Fengyue City and even come to the Doomsday Valley, one of the lowest level danger zones, they clearly had a specific purpose. Seemingly noticing Emo's suspicion, the lean young man earnestly explained, "Brother, to be honest, the few of us are prospective mid-tier coffin masters. Currently, our coffin spirits have reached the conditions for evolution, but we are missing a key evolutionary core material from the corpse clan. That's why we came to Doomsday Valley to enter the secret realm within the valley and search for resources. I see. Yi-Mo nodded. Before coming here, he had already thoroughly researched the path to Doomsday Valley, and he was not directionally challenged, being quite skilled at finding his way. Then, he pointed to a downhill stone gate near the high ground not far away and said, "Do you see that stone gate? The narrow mountain path to the left of the stone gate leads directly to the bottom of Doomsday Valley, but the route is quite treacherous. Of course, you can also choose the wide mountain path on the right, but in that case, you'll have to circle around the high ground, and you might not reach the valley bottom until after nightfall." After hearing Emo's words, the lean man quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, brother." The other man and woman also nodded slightly to show their thanks. "By the way, brother, why don't you come with us? That way, we can also look out for you. After all, it's quite dangerous for a novice coffin suppressor to be in a place like this." The lean man thought for a moment and then invited Emo to join them. Hearing this, the bespectacled young man smiled faintly. "Friend, I think Monkey is right. If we encounter monsters, the three of us together can easily take them down. As for the corpses of those monsters, you can handle them. How about that?" The strength of these three individuals was impressive. They seemed like wealthy heirs and showed no malice, instead appearing very friendly. After repeated invitations from the two, Emo thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. Along the way, the lean young man acted as if he were naturally sociable, frequently striking up conversations with Emo. This allowed Emo to learn more about them. The three were from Jiangnan City's Xinguan Academy and were all outstanding second-year students. The cold and elegant girl was named Linine, who had contracted a sea-level corpse spirit named White Phantom. Their purpose in coming to Doomsday Valley this time was to help her search for evolution materials. The bespectacled young man was named Qin Dong, who had also contracted a sea-level corpse spirit, though his spirit had already undergone its first evolution. As for the lean young man, his name was Ho Zijge, and his contracted spirit was a monkey. Interestingly, all three shared a common trait: they were directionally challenged and couldn't find their way even with a map. Not long after, the four finally reached the bottom of Doomsday Valley. It was near dusk, and the high terrain blocked the sunlight, leaving the surroundings dim and shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere within a few hundred meters. As soon as they stepped into the area, Emo noticed a strong stench of decay carried by the breeze, causing him to frown. "Darn it, miscalculated. Seems I forgot to bring a gas mask," Ho Zijge said, pinching his nose in frustration. "Adon, check your spatial backpack and see if there's anything like nose plugs." "I don't have any. Let's hurry and move on. The smell seems to be coming from nearby." "Once we leave this area, it should be fine," Qin Dong said, pressing the back of his hand against his nose. The two appeared to be extremely repulsed by the odor, eager to escape the area. In contrast, Linine seemed to handle it much better. She furrowed her brows tightly but said nothing, silently enduring the stench. Although she had contracted a zombie and had encountered many decayed corpses before, she still found this intense smell nauseating. The monkey quickly remembered the cigarettes in his pocket, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. He hurriedly handed one to each of them. Here, put the cigarettes in your noses. This will help reduce the smell quite a bit." After saying this, with a snap, the monkey lit the lighter, ignited 2 cigarettes, and stuffed them into his nostrils. Just as he was about to light a cigarette for Emo, suddenly, a strange howling sound came from not far away. In the next moment, over 100 meters away, more than a dozen figures, moving like machines with bizarre motions, began crawling out one after another from a pitch-black pit. Their eyes were white, their bodies decayed, and they looked extremely disgusting. When they sensed the flame in the monkey's hand, they immediately opened their mouths, revealing ferocious teeth, and staggered quickly toward the group. "The monsters here are really dense. We've just entered the valley and already encountered so many?" The monkey was startled, quickly extinguished the lighter, and said uneasily, "Sisterine, hurry up and summon Phantom to take them out. I'm sure you'd enjoy it." Linine stared at the group of zombies, her beautiful eyes widening with a hint of fervor, and her desire to fight surged instantly. "I haven't killed any monsters for half a month. Today, Phantom must have its fill." Linine gently licked her red lips, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth as spiritual energy radiated from her hands, preparing to summon the coffin spirit. "Emo, we should step back a bit. Lin Yin's coffin spirit enjoys torturing monsters. Be careful not to get splattered with corpse poison or flesh," Qin Dong immediately said to Emo while retreating. At that moment, Emo suddenly took a few steps forward and stood in front of Linine. Then, he turned his head to glance at her and said calmly, "Leave these monsters to me." Linine raised her eyebrows instantly after hearing this, the smile on her face disappeared, and she looked at Emo with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure?" "Yes." Emo nodded. "Brother, don't joke around. These 10 or so low-level mutated zombies, as a beginner 3-star coffin master, you might not be able to handle them. Let Sister Ian take care of it instead," Monkey hurriedly advised. "That's right, Emo," Qin Dong chimed in. "Although you're here to train, there's no way you can handle so many zombies. If you're infected with corpse poison, you'll just have to wait for death." Monkey and Qin Dong Dong repeatedly tried to persuade him. They had previously agreed to help EMO deal with troubles along the way, but that didn't mean they were going to babysit him. If he insisted on going, at most they could only try to dissuade him. They wouldn't forcibly intervene. After all, this was Yemo's own choice. In their view, adults should be responsible for their own decisions. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Yemo said calmly after hearing their advice. Hearing this, Monkey shook his head helplessly and said, alright then, just be careful. Linin said nothing, decisively withdrew her spiritual power, and turned to walk back. We'll step in after he gets injured. Once we get past this, we'll part ways with him. Dong adjusted his glasses and said in a low voice. The three exchanged glances and nodded. As the zombies gradually approached, the three of them no longer held any hope for Yemo. In their eyes, a coffin master with weak spiritual power, merely at the beginner 3-star level, even if he summoned a coffin spirit, it wouldn't exceed level 6 at most. A level 6 coffin spirit facing this group of low-level zombies would absolutely be unable to win and might even be torn to pieces. Yemo, what are you standing there for? If you don't act now, you're just waiting to die. Monkey shouted anxiously, quickly reminding him. However, he had no idea that Yemo was currently pondering something. Should I summon Chi-Chi, or the tyrant, or summon both at the same time? Yemo was deeply conflicted. If he chose Chi-Chi in front of these three, summoning the ancient crystal coffin might scare them, but if he used both at the same time, it might shock them to the point of fainting. After all, even someone as prominent as President Chen had felt his scalp tingle when Yemo summoned two coffin spirits simultaneously. Forget it, I'll use the tyrant for now. After separating from them later, I'll summon them all at once, Yemo thought to himself. Suddenly, a surge of powerful spiritual energy emanated from his body. Golden light flickered in his hand, and a six-pointed star formation quickly took shape on the ground. Then, a massive silver coffin burst out of the ground, and a terrifying figure leaped out from within. Seeing this, Yemo's eyes flashed with excitement as he confidently said, Tyrant, take them out for me in an instant. Hearing this, the tyrant let out a furious roar and charged forward like a speeding truck, heading straight for the horde of corpses. At this moment, the tyrant was like a tiger among sheep, smashing one or two zombies. With every strike, flesh, debris, and broken bones flew everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen terrifying zombies had vanished without a trace, leaving only scattered limbs and remains all over the ground. The three onlookers gasped in shock, drawing in a sharp breath. Monkey, how is he so fierce? Dong, he's at least 10 times stronger than we were as beginners. Lin hiss. His D-level zombie coffin spirit actually has this kind of power. It's no less impressive than the Phantom back in the day. Ding. Tyrant successfully killed LV for Crypt Zombie. Experience doubled. Gained 60 experience points. Ding. Your coffin spirit tyrant has been upgraded to LV 7 servant level. Experience required for the next level 30/2240. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a slight increase in spiritual power. A series of notification sounds rang out, and Yemo felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. So much experience. The thrill of mass farming is truly satisfying. The leveling speed is practically like riding a rocket. This wave of just over a dozen zombies directly pushed the tyrant to level 7. If he keeps up the effort and slaughters all the monsters encountered along the way, wouldn't he reach level 10 in just one day? You have to know, the three people behind him are so outstanding, yet after 2 years in the academy, they've only reached the quasi-intermediate level. This further solidified Yemo's conclusion. Only he can farm monsters to gain experience, while others simply can't. Everyone else can only rely on resources to cultivate their coffin spirits. Yemo, are you cheating? You actually used a level 6 mutated zombie to kill them all? Monkey said in shock. The other two people nearby had different expressions, either astonishment or approval. Dong, recalling the reminder he had given Yemo earlier, adjusted his black-framed glasses and showed a hint of awkwardness on his face. No wonder you wanted to deal with these zombies alone. Turns out you were absolutely confident. You're really strong. Hearing this, Yemo revealed a faint smile and humbly said, it's just killing a few low-level zombies, nothing worth mentioning. Monkey and Dong couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their eyes upon hearing this. Such a humble brag. Does your family know about this? At this moment, Linin walked up to Yemo, her gaze fixed on him. Her red lips parted slightly, as if she had something to say. The next second, her cold and elegant face suddenly blossomed into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. Among our age group, I thought no one besides me could cultivate zombies to this level. Yemo, you're impressive, and your coffin spirit isn't bad either. If you have time, we should exchange insights more often. As she spoke, Linin took out her phone, intending to exchange contact information with Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo was momentarily stunned but did not refuse. He then took out his phone and added her as a contact. TSK Tisk Yemo, you're something else. This is the first time I've seen Sisterine take the initiative to ask someone for their contact information. You better seize this opportunity. Monkey nudged Yemo with his elbow, a mischievous grin on his face, looking extremely cheeky. Ahem, monkey, some things are better left unsaid. Shin Dong gestured toward Lin Yin's direction. Monkey turned his head and saw a hint of menace in Lin Yin's eyes, instantly feeling a chill rise from the soles of his feet. Sisterine, I was wrong. He quickly hid behind Emo, his face full of fear. In his mind, Lin Yin wouldn't reprimand him in front of Emo. Sure enough, Lin Yin made no move, and her gaze returned to normal in an instant. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Emo, there might be zombie crystals hidden in the heads of those zombies. You can go look for them. Lin Yin's beautiful eyes glanced at Emo as she reminded him, these crystals can enhance the skill progression of the corpse clan's coffin spirit, which will be very helpful to you. After speaking, she slowly pulled out a dagger from her waist and handed it to Emo. Thank you. Emo nodded, took the dagger, and then ignored the severed limbs and the pungent stench ahead. He walked up to the mutilated zombie corpses and used the dagger to cut open their heads. Soon, Emo had cut open 2 zombie corpses but found no zombie crystals. However, when he searched the third one, the dagger encountered a hard, stone-like object inside the zombie's skull. Could it be a zombie crystal? Emo's face lit up with surprise. Without hesitation, he directly split the zombie's skull with a single stroke. A pure, colorless rhombus-shaped crystal fell out. It really is a zombie crystal. At this moment, the attributes of the colorless crystal appeared before Emo's eyes. Zombie Crystal Core, Tier 1 contains a small amount of viral energy. When absorbed by the zombie coffin spirit, it can increase the advancement level of a random Tier 1 skill by 5%. Can it actually increase skill progression by 5%? If the tyrant absorbs hundreds of these, wouldn't all its basic skills advance to Tier 2? Emo felt a surge of joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It was worth noting that aside from the skill, Supermatter Penetration, all of the tyrant's other skills were basic Tier 1 skills. If all its skills were upgraded to Tier 2 and combined with the divine level Corpse Nurturer talent, the tyrant could easily annihilate multiple levels of monsters without even using Supermatter Penetration. Thinking of this, Emo quickly used his dagger to pick up the crystal and tossed it toward the tyrant beside him. The tyrant caught the crystal with its hand, swallowed it directly, and let out a low growl, appearing extremely excited. At that moment, the system notification sounded again. Ding! The tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie crystal core, Tier 1. Skill, Tear, progression increased by 5%. As the tyrant's skill progression increased, a flash of insight crossed its mind, and the progression of the skill Tear gained an additional 10%. Ding! Since the host has used cultivation materials to enhance the coffin spirit for the first time, the corpse cultivation achievement has been unlocked. Reward, Coffin Spirit Talent, Virus Absorption. Virus Absorption can absorb all viruses, permanently enhancing physical attributes. Just by absorbing a single zombie crystal core, I actually received such a generous reward. Emo was utterly shocked. This was simply exhilarating. In the Valley of the Apocalypse, a perilous place teeming with zombies and mutant beasts, the one thing in abundance was viruses. Even a random zombie would undoubtedly carry corpse poison. It was easy to imagine just how terrifying the virus absorption talent could be. The tyrant already had outstanding physical abilities, and now, with virus absorption, it was like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Emo glanced around at the scattered severed limbs and, with a hint of excitement in his voice, said, Tyrant, quickly check if there are any viruses you can absorb. If there are, absorb them all. As soon as the words fell, a trace of astonishment appeared on the faces of Lin Yin and the other two. Absorb the virus? Lin Yin's eyes widened, her red lips slightly parted as she asked in disbelief, Emo, does your coffin spirit really have such a talent? Of course, is there a problem? Emo turned around and replied with a smile. Lin Yin was overwhelmed by a storm of emotions upon hearing this, but she said nothing more. Meanwhile, the monkey beside her jumped up in shock and exclaimed excitedly, Brother, this is a huge deal. Do you know that absorption and enhancement type talents usually only appear in S-class coffin spirits? And yet, this C-class tyrant of yours has such a talent. This is simply unbelievable. Shin Dong also nodded in admiration. Indeed, the hidden potential of this tyrant is extraordinary, enough to rival Lin Yin's White Phantom. It's not as mysterious as you guys make it out to be. It's just an ordinary talent, no need to make a fuss. Yemo's expression suddenly calmed down, then he looked at the three of them strangely and spoke seriously. After hearing this, the three couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, clenching their teeth, their faces full of eagerness, wishing they could give Yemo a good beating. They only wanted to say one thing, would it kill you to stop being so Versailles? The tyrant walked up to a zombie's mangled corpse. The body was in shreds, with thick black blood continuously dripping onto the ground. As if sensing the virus it needed within the black blood, the tyrant slowly raised one arm. In the next second, the dark red veins hidden in the tyrant's arm twisted like venomous snakes, instantly shooting out from the tyrant's arm and piercing straight into the zombie's body, which was oozing black blood. As the dark red veins pulsated, the zombie's body gradually shriveled, resembling a mummy, and the black blood slowly flowing on the ground disappeared without a trace. The tyrant swung its sharp claws and roared furiously at the sky, appearing extremely exhilarated. At this moment, its originally grayish-white massive claws unexpectedly emitted a faint metallic sheen on the surface. Ding! The tyrant has successfully absorbed the zombie virus, and its claws have been slightly enhanced. As the system's voice sounded, EMO felt a surge of motivation. This was incredible. He hadn't expected that venturing into this perilous place would bring constant improvements. A few minutes later, after the tyrant absorbed the nearby viruses, subtle changes occurred in its muscles, claws, and blood vessels. The most noticeable change was its physique, which reached a height of about 2 meters. Overall, it appeared much stronger than before, exuding an intense sense of oppression. This once again shocked Lin Yin and the others. In their view, if the tyrant continues to grow like this, it might not reach the level of an S-grade coffin spirit, but it could at least rival an A-grade coffin spirit. Tyrant, I've found something good for you again. Come over here. EMO waved to the tyrant from a short distance away. He had just finished dealing with a pile of zombie heads and extracted 3 zombie crystal cores from them. The yield was about 1 in 5. In other words, to gather 100 crystal cores and upgrade all of the tyrant's skills to the 2nd tier, it would need to kill several hundred zombies. Although the number of zombies in the Doomsday Valley is vast, this is ultimately a beginner-level training ground, and the coffin masters who come here to level up are as numerous as cattle. It's inevitable that monster-snatching incidents will occur. It seems that upgrading all of the tyrant's skills to the 2nd tier is still a bit challenging. I need to find a place with lots of monsters and few people. EMO pondered in his heart. Then, he directly tossed the crystal cores to the approaching tyrant. The tyrant caught the 2 zombie crystal cores and swallowed them without hesitation. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed a zombie crystal core. Tier 1, skill, primary healing, advancement progress increased by 3%. Ding! The tyrant successfully absorbed a zombie crystal core. Tier 1, skill, charge, advancement progress increased by 1%. Huh? The progression from this crystal core doesn't seem as much as the first one? Could it be that the energy of each crystal core is different? EMO frowned slightly, falling into thought. Although the improvement this time wasn't significant, he didn't feel displeased. After all, this was merely at the outermost edge of the Doomsday Valley. If he ventured deeper, perhaps he could obtain more crystal cores. Open the Tyrant Attribute panel. EMO thought to himself. Level, LV, 7 Servant Class, level 1 to 19. Experience, 30/2240. Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, level cap 39. Talent, Comprehensive Virus Enhancement, Virus Absorption. Skill, Destructive Strike. Raid, 1st tier, progression 1%. Tear, 1st tier, progression 15%. Basic Healing, 1st tier, progression 3%. Super Matter Penetration, 8th tier. Current status, excited. Sure enough, there have been some changes in the skills section. EMO was ecstatic, but when he saw that the evolution path was still in an untraceable state, he couldn't help but frown. Forget it, I still need to level up quickly. When I reach level 19, I want to see what the tyrant will evolve into. Night fell in the blink of an eye. EMO and Lin Yin's group walked for over 4 hours and arrived at a small hill far from the riverbank, preparing to set up tents and rest for the night. This was already the middle section of the Doomsday Valley. Going further in, the levels of the monsters could reach level 15, forcing even Lin Yin's trio to remain vigilant and not let their guard down for a moment. However, during this time, Lin Yin's trio seemed quite relaxed. EMO, like a battle maniac, always charged ahead first, slaughtering all the mutant beasts and zombies they encountered. At first, the trio thought EMO was simply diligent and combative, but as time went on, they grew increasingly alarmed. It wasn't just because of the changes in the tyrant's physique. What terrified them the most was, during the continuous battles, EMO and the tyrant's aura had steadily grown stronger. At first, when EMO had the tyrant use its skills, he clearly felt a severe depletion of spiritual energy, leaving him breathless. But now, he could effortlessly have the tyrant unleash its skills wildly without the slightest fatigue. Soon, the monkey and Qin Dong were sent by Lin Yin to set up the tents, while EMO climbed onto a large rock on the hillside, lying flat and gazing at the starry sky. In just over 4 hours, the tyrant has reached level 9, and the skill progression has improved significantly. This speed is truly astonishing. Perhaps in the next few days, I might have the chance to raise both the tyrant and Chi-Chi's levels above 15, EMO silently pondered. At that moment, a waft of fragrance drifted over. Shortly after, a graceful figure appeared beside EMO. Turning his head, he saw an incomparably cold and stunning face looking down at him. Are you here to look at the stars too? EMO asked abruptly. Hearing this, Lin Yin raised her delicate brows, pursed her lips, and showed a puzzled expression on her face, her eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Unsure of how to respond for a moment. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, EMO quickly cleared his throat and asked, "Is there something you need?" "I think your method of cultivating the corpse clan coffin spirit is much better than mine." Lin Yin's voice was as melodious as a clear spring, and her tone seemed to carry a sense of anticipation. "So I want to discuss with you the evolution path of my coffin spirit spirit, White Phantom. I hope you can give me some advice to see which path is more suitable. Discuss the evolution path of a coffin spirit with me? After hearing Lin Yin's words, Emo felt a bit stunned. He hadn't expected that the other party had inadvertently found the right person. With his golden eyes of exorcism, he could clearly see the evolution paths of any coffin spirit that met the conditions for evolution. Can you release the coffin spirit and let me take a look? Emo did not refuse, and his tone revealed full anticipation. After all, a Class C zombie sealed in a golden mysterious coffin was not a common existence. He was also very curious about what kind of character the White Phantom truly was. However, the main thing was to figure out its evolution path and the resources required. At this moment, Lin Yin, upon hearing Emo agree so readily, wasted no time in beginning to summon the coffin. A surge of spiritual energy burst forth from her hands, and a six-pointed star formation gradually formed on the boulder. Come out now, Karina. Someone seems to be very eager to meet you. Lin Yin's tone carried a hint of playfulness, and the corners of her mouth curved into a captivating arc. She seemed to have foreseen Emo's imminent gulping reaction. After all, whenever the White Phantom made an appearance, it always delivered an incredibly shocking visual impact to many men. This impact could be summed up in two words: utterly seductive. Emo cast a puzzled glance at Lin Yin, his mind a whirl of confusion, before slowly sitting up straight. At this moment, the golden coffin summoned by Lin Yin had already emerged from the formation, standing upright before Emo. As the coffin lid opened, a white figure slowly stepped out. She was dressed in a tight deep V nurse uniform, a small white cap perched on her head. Her devilish curves, perfectly contoured, made her appear extraordinarily alluring. What drew the most attention, however, were her long, straight, and shapely legs. Coupled with white high heels with red soles and stiletto heels over 10 centimeters tall, she appeared even more statuesque. Although this zombie's skin was slightly pale, with faintly visible black veins, these flaws were overshadowed by her overall exotic beauty, which stirred a strange flutter in one's heart. A nurse zombie? Emo's face showed an expression of surprise. Then, he stared fixedly at the White Phantom, seemingly entranced. Coffin spirit, White Phantom, Karina. Level, LV 20 Quasi-Guardian level. Guardian level is 21 to 29. Seal level, C-level Golden Mystic Coffin. Level cap 49. Talent, Blade Claw. Possesses extremely strong cutting ability. Phantom Shadow, increases agility attributes such as flexibility, movement speed, reaction, jumping, etc. by 5 times during combat. Skills, Rapid Leap Strike Tier 2, Corpse Poison Injection, Claw Shadow Strike Tier 2, Fox Step Basic Stealth, Killing Intent Lock. Ultimate skill, Phantom Shadow Assault, temporarily phases the user, entering a stealth state and reducing all damage received. After exiting stealth, the Phantom Shadow talent bonus is increased by 300% until the end of the battle. Weakness, Low Strength. Intimacy, 82, obedient and compliant. Current status, evolution conditions met, brimming with battle spirit. Evolution count, 2 times, routes available for inquiry. Description, from the City of Doom. A master of agility among zombies, elusive like the wind, vanishing without a trace, and possessing excellent language skills. Average strength, average attack. Truly worthy of being a gold-tier coffin spirit. Her long, slender legs and perfect figure grant her unparalleled speed and flexibility. Once a target is locked, escaping her pursuit is nearly impossible. Although the claws on her hands are only about 20 centimeters long and have relatively low destructive power, they have been modified from surgical blades, making them astonishingly sharp and fully compensating for the lack of attack power. This is simply a natural-born killer. If it attacks a coffin master directly during a battle in the wild, the White Phantom would be nearly impossible to guard against. Emo was secretly shocked in his heart, giving the White Phantom an exceptionally high evaluation. Generally speaking, when conflicts arise between coffin masters, they usually resolve them by having their coffin spirits battle to determine the winner, avoiding harm to the coffin masters themselves. However, in the face of irreconcilable disputes, coffin masters, while controlling their coffin spirits to protect themselves, will also do everything possible to have their own coffin spirit directly take the life of the opposing coffin master. This means that not only must the coffin spirit be powerful, but the coffin master's mind must also be sharp. If a fool were to contract an S-class coffin spirit and encountered a speed-type coffin spirit like the White Phantom, they would undoubtedly end up decapitated. Of course, coffin spirits above S-class are the stuff of legends, and Emo had only ever seen them online. Such coffin spirits can only be described as monstrous, possessing extremely strong autonomous consciousness. As long as one can contract with them, even if the coffin master were a pig, they could ultimately rise to power. Emo stared at the attributes of the White Phantom, and a faint sense of crisis arose in his heart. If the enemy he had encountered earlier had been Lin Yin, a moment of carelessness on his part might have cost him his life. Now that I have Tyrant and Chi-Chi, I have both offense and healing support. The next coffin spirit must be one that can ensure my safety. Ideally, it should be a possession type. At that moment, Lin Yin looked at Emo, who was frowning in thought and raised an eyebrow, asking curiously, "Emo, what are you thinking about?" "I'm just a little surprised." Emo shook his head and said with a smile, "Your white phantom is very strong, and its speed is terrifying." "Oh, you figured it out at a glance. Have you seen the Corpse Clan Coffin Spirit Compendium?" Emo was stunned upon hearing this and said blankly, Is there such a thing? Why don't I know about it?" Lin was slightly taken aback, then stared at Emo, seemingly trying to determine if he was lying. However, she didn't find any signs of deceit in Emo, which made her mood suddenly a bit downcast. "Hasn't even seen the Corpse Clan Coffin Spirit Compendium? It seems he might not be able to provide me with any useful advice," Lin thought with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, Emo's calm voice sounded in Lin Yin's ear. "Since we have nothing else to do, why don't you tell me your plan?" Hearing the voice slowly coming from beside her, Lin Yin nodded and slowly said, "According to the Corpse Clan Coffin Spirit Compendium, the White Phantom has only two fixed evolution paths. One evolution path is called Pain Baby, the other is called Fear Baby. Both of these evolutionary paths will make Karina stronger, but depending on the path chosen, her abilities will also be adjusted. The Painful Baby retains the skills of the White Phantom while gaining enhancements from corpse poison, increasing her body's flexibility, allowing her to attack enemies from a distance, and applying negative effects on enemies using the corpse poison. On the other hand, the Fearful Baby possesses fear-based talents, with an enhanced physique and significantly increased attack power." After saying this, Lin Yin took a deep breath and said seriously, "I remember someone once overturned the information in the Undead Clan's compendium and successfully discovered a new evolutionary path for the White Phantom. This path is called Bloodclad Angel, and it is much stronger than the previous two paths. However, that person never passed down the materials required for Bloodclad Angel before their death. So, I guess I have no chance with this evolutionary path." Very soon, listening to Lin Yin's words, a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer flashed in Emo's eyes, and then he looked again at the White Phantom. The evolution route panel of the White Phantom instantly appeared. Roar! Pain Baby, common, a seductive virus queen carrying a deadly virus. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Pain, Corpse Clan, Gas Mask, Potent Virus, Zombie Crystal Core *1, Tier 3. Fear Baby, common, devilish figure, ghastly face, a symbol of fear. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Fear, Corpse Clan, Hemostatic Bandage, Bone Cutting Dagger, Zombie Crystal Core *1, Tier 3. Bloodclad Angel, hidden, rare, a frenzied killing machine. Materials required for evolution: Heart of Slaughter, Corpse Clan, Succubus Tail, Bloody Blade, Zombie Crystal Core *3, Tier 3. To evolve into a Bloodclad Angel actually requires a succubus tail? Doesn't that mean becoming a dual race of zombie and demon? No wonder it's a notch stronger than the other two evolution paths. Emo was startled. As if thinking of something, he looked at Lin Yin, hesitating to speak. "What's wrong, Emo?" Lin Yin asked in confusion. Emo pondered for a moment, his tone becoming serious. "Do you have any photos or videos of the Bloodclad Angel? If you do, I think I can deduce the required evolution materials based on its appearance." "Of course I do." Lin Yin nodded quickly, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. She immediately took out her phone and opened a video about the Bloodclad Angel. Emo watched the footage, and the corner of his eye couldn't help but twitch slightly. This scene was all too familiar. On the screen appeared a zombie with long legs, dressed in a blood-red nurse's uniform, exuding a mist of blood and dragging a long demon tail. In its hand was a scythe-like blade, chasing down a group of gun-wielding mercenaries. The mercenaries fled in panic, but in the blink of an eye, they were slaughtered entirely by the Bloodclad Angel. Heart of Slaughter, Succubus Tail, Blade of Blood, and several Tier 3 zombie crystal cores. Emo turned to Lin Yin and stated bluntly. Hearing Emo's sudden words, Lin Yin felt a bit stunned and said in shock, "What are you talking about?" "The materials to evolve into a Bloodclad Angel." "This, how can you tell? Just from this video? If I said this is my talent, would you believe me? This is just too outrageous." Emo. Lin Yin was in disbelief and gasped sharply. She understood that while it was possible to determine the required evolution materials based on the appearance of the coffin spirit, there was often some margin for error. If the wrong materials were used and the evolution failed, it would mean wasting a precious opportunity. She hadn't held much hope initially. Even if she could guess one or two materials, she wouldn't dare to try recklessly. However, Emo had identified all the required materials just by watching a video for a short while, leaving her utterly shocked. Thinking of this, Lin Yin took a deep breath, her eyes flashing with a fiery determination, and then slowly approached Emo, trying to confirm whether he was toying with her. However, Emo's gaze remained calm, as if he were merely stating a fact. "Emo, your suggestion. Big Sis here is going to take it. The materials you mentioned, I'll go prepare them. If what you said is true and Karina can evolve into the Bloodclad Angel, then I, Lin Yin, will owe you a huge favor." Lin Yin's beautiful eyes locked onto Emo, her tone brimming with excitement. Hearing this, Emo glanced at her indifferently and said expressionlessly, "There's no need for favors. I'm short on money money, so just transfer me some. Alright, if Karina really evolves into the blood-clad angel, I'll give you $1 billion as a thank you gift. How does that sound? Then, thank you in advance, rich lady. Just as Yimo and Linin finished discussing the evolution path of the White Phantom, Monkey and Shin Dong had also set up the tent nearby. In the wild, especially in dangerous areas, most coffin suppressors rarely choose to spend the night outside. Their daring to pitch a tent in a place frequented by magical creatures clearly showed their confidence in their own strength. At that moment, Monkey's stomach suddenly growled. He frowned slightly, turned to Shin Dong, and said, Dongzi, are you hungry? After hearing this, Shin Dong glanced at the other person indifferently and nodded. How about we go out and do some hunting? I heard the meat of the mutated beasts in Doomsday Valley is excellent. It would be a pity not to try it. Now that you mention it, I kind of want to give it a try too. Shin Dong adjusted his glasses, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Soon, the two of them found a pile of firewood and moved it to the large rock where Yimo and Linin were. Then they lit the firewood. Sisterine, Yimo, Dongzi and I are planning to go hunt some mutated beasts. We'll come back later for a barbecue, Monkey said excitedly. As if remembering something, Monkey quickly added, keep an eye on the fire here, okay? Make sure it doesn't go out. Otherwise, we won't be able to find our way back, and that would be a disaster. Alright, go early, and come back early, and be careful not to go too far. If there's an emergency, fire a signal flare, and I'll come to support you. Linin thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Sisterine. You know how it is, when Dongzi and I team up, as long as we don't encounter a horde of monsters, we can retreat safely even if it's a level 30 monster, Monkey declared confidently, his tone brimming with assurance. Beside him, Shin Dong nodded slightly, a look of confidence flashing in his eyes. Monkey and I will be back soon. Just wait here for our good news. With that, the two of them summoned their coffin spirits and headed toward the nearby forest. As they left, Yimo and Linin fell into silence, each lying on a rock and gazing at the starry sky, lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the Blood River, 6 black-robed figures carrying coffins quietly appeared. These 6 exuded an intense aura of malice, their eyes glowing like ghostly flames, making them appear utterly terrifying. One of them held a telescope, observing Yimo and Linin on the rocks from afar. Deputy Commander, those 2 young men who seemed somewhat threatening have already left. Only the target and another frail-looking woman remain. Should we make our move now? The man with the telescope asked. The deputy leader's face revealed a cruel smile upon hearing this. We've been tracking these 4 guys for 2 hours, and finally, we have a chance to strike. After speaking, he turned to a few team members and said, brothers, that kid named GMO, his head has been bountied by 3 clients. We must kill him immediately. If the woman beside him dares to interfere, don't show mercy, just kill her as well. Anyway, with the leader backing us, even if we provoke a major power, we'll remain unscathed. Deputy leader, what if those 2 young men come back? Heh, don't worry. Before they even return, that kid's life will already be over. If the 6 of us mid-level tomb suppressors can't quickly deal with that kid, then our fierce ghost tomb-seeking group might as well disband. The evening breeze was tranquil, and the silver moon exuded a faint coolness. Although the air occasionally carried a hint of a putrid smell, it did nothing to affect Yimo's leisurely mood. At this moment, he was lying quietly on a rock, his mind already immersed in the contract space. Perhaps due to the use of a template, Chi-Chi's personality appeared particularly obedient. Not far away, the tyrant remained seated on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Chi-Chi, on the other hand, was perched on the tyrant's shoulder, clutching its head as she drifted into a deep sleep. Sensing Yimo's presence, the tyrant quickly raised its head. Then, it slowly extended a clawless hand, gently scratching Chi-Chi while emitting a low rumble. Chi-Chi yawned, seemingly still half asleep, and reluctantly rubbed her eyes. Seeing this, Yimo couldn't help but smile faintly and beckoned, Chi-Chi, come here. Hearing the familiar voice, the previously drowsy Chi-Chi instantly perked up. She propped herself up on the tyrant's head, bent her knees slightly, and leaped off its shoulder toward Yimo. In the next moment, her figure flashed swiftly through the air, appearing on Yimo's shoulder in the blink of an eye. Master, take me out to play. It's so stuffy here. Chi-Chi scratched Yimo's face, her tone carrying a hint of longing. Yimo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, then reached out to gently pat the other person's head and said with a smile, these past few hours must have been stifling for you. I'll take you out for some fresh air right away. Really? Chi-Chi asked with wide eyes. Of course, only a liar would say otherwise, Yimo replied with a smile. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately jumped up in excitement, looking utterly thrilled. Yay! I can finally leave this place. Yimo saw this, rubbed the other party's head again, and then withdrew his mind from the contract space. Immediately afterward, without any hesitation, he directly mobilized his spiritual power. With the rotation of a Bagua formation, a coffin instantly disappeared, and Chi-Chi's figure suddenly appeared beside him. Ding! Your coffin spirit, reviving skeleton child is extremely satisfied with you. Intimacy increased by 5 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully raising the reviving skeleton child's intimacy to 60. Absolute obedience. ingredients, system task completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have received rewards, rare skill stone *2, space warehouse, 30 cubic meters. Ding! Congratulations, host. Tyrant has gained plus 1000 experience points, and Chi-Chi has gained plus 1000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has been upgraded to LV9 servant level. Experience needed for the next level, 1300/3240. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has been upgraded to LV4 servant level. Experience needed for the next level, 240/1040. The continuous notification sounds filled Yemo's heart with joy. The mission is finally complete. He felt an overwhelming sense of amazement. Initially, he thought that increasing intimacy with the contracted spirit talisman, Hopping Kid, would be an exceptionally difficult task. After all, a Hopping Kid's personality was mischievous and hard to manage. But unexpectedly, after drawing Chi-Chi's template, everything became so much simpler. With just 2 simple interactions, the intimacy level had directly increased by 10 points. This 30 cubic meter storage space is almost the size of a small bedroom, more than enough for me to store a large amount of supplies. And these 2 rare skill stones, I wonder what kind of skills they will unlock. Yemo pondered to himself. These 2 rare skill stones were undoubtedly a huge reward for him. To maximize the use of these skill stones, Yemo's first consideration was the Tyrant. The Tyrant's level was higher than Chi-Chi's, and using the skill stones would be like upgrading from a shotgun to a cannon, resulting in a significant improvement. As for Chi-Chi, being an S-class coffin spirit, her skill strength was already impressive, and even rare skills would only serve as a cherry on top. After some thought, Yemo decided to use the 2 skill stones first. If they truly unlocked skills suitable for Chi-Chi, he wouldn't foolishly force the Tyrant to learn them. Use, Yemo silently commanded in his mind. The next second, 2 pitch-black skill stones in the spatial warehouse began to emit sparks and electric arcs. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully activating rare skill stones. Acquired fire-type rare skill, Flame Light Step. Acquired lightning-type rare skill, Thunder Accumulation / Flame Light Step. After learning this skill, you can transform into a flame for instant movement, becoming immune to any physical damage during the process. This skill has no racial restrictions, but non-fire-type coffin spirits have only a 1% success rate of learning it. Thunder Accumulation / After learning this skill, you can condense lightning out of thin air to form a long blade for slashing. This skill also has no racial restrictions, but non-lightning type coffin spirits likewise have only a 1% success rate of learning it. Only a 1% success rate. Yemo's heart trembled. However, he did not panic, because he possessed the god-level Corpse Keeper talent, which allowed him to ensure that any contracted Corpse Clan coffin spirit could achieve a 100% skill comprehension. This meant that as long as the skill was not restricted by race, it could be fully mastered. Thinking of this, Yemo unhesitatingly handed the 2 skill stones to the Tyrant. These 2 skills were undoubtedly tailor-made for the Tyrant, perfectly compensating for its lack of speed and its reliance solely on melee combat. Moreover, these 2 skills somewhat conflicted with Chi-Chi's Blink Step and Sword Chi Slash, so even if they were taught to Chi-Chi, they wouldn't bring much improvement. Yemo thought to himself, Chi-Chi is so lively and adorable, charging into battle doesn't really suit her. It would be better for her to become a full-time healer. Yemo, is this your second coffin spirit? What's her name? She's so cute. While Yemo was deep in thought, Linine had somehow already taken Chi-Chi into her arms. Looking at Chi-Chi's adorable appearance, Linine had long since cast aside her doubts about Yemo contracting 2 coffin spirits, her eyes now radiating maternal warmth. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but reveal a faint smile. As expected, women have no resistance to cute things. He had been pondering how to explain the matter of contracting 2 coffin spirits, but to his surprise, she hadn't even asked, saving him a lot of trouble. If you have any questions, you can communicate directly with Chi-Chi. Her intelligence is no different from that of an ordinary person, Yemo said calmly. Hearing this, Linine was taken aback. Her white phantom could communicate with people normally, but it was more like a servant, merely following her orders without much independent thought. Yet the little zombie in her arms had intelligence comparable to that of an ordinary person and could even engage in independent communication. This meant that the potential of this little zombie completely overshadowed that of the white phantom, reaching at least an A-level tier. At this moment, Linine looked at Yemo with a hint of astonishment in her eyes and slowly said, Yemo, are you really a student who graduated high school at the age of 20? Why do I feel like you're even more extraordinary than the prodigies of our Jiangnan Town One Academy? Yemo, are you really a student who graduated high school at the age of 20? Why do I feel like you're even more extraordinary than the prodigies of our Jiangnan Town Buan Academy? Hearing Lin Yin's words, Yemo simply cast his gaze into the distance. If it weren't for activating the system, he would probably still be sleeping at home right now, let alone becoming a town coffin master. He might never have been able to take a single step out of Fengyue City. There's a saying that great talents mature late. Have you ever heard of it? Yemo laughed heartily, mocking himself. If I had graduated 2 years earlier, I'd probably be busy making a living now, just another ordinary person. Linny listened but did not take Yemo's words to heart. Although she was unclear why he had been held back for 2.5 years, judging by his various incredible performances, he was undoubtedly a super genius. It seems that the evolutionary materials he mentioned are very likely correct. Perhaps Karina can really evolve into the blood-clad angel. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yin's eyes, and her admiration for Yemo deepened further. At that moment, Yemo's gaze swept toward the riverbank, and his brows furrowed instantly. In his line of sight, 6 figures dressed in black robes were quickly approaching in his direction. Lin Yin, it seems we might have trouble. Yemo's voice came out faintly, carrying a hint of seriousness in his tone. Lin Yin immediately followed Yemo's gaze upon hearing his words, and her heart instantly sounded the alarm. These people seem to be coming for us. Lin Yin's brows furrowed slightly, and she promptly summoned the White Phantom, a glint of battle intent flashing in her eyes. Earlier in the day, she hadn't had the chance to slaughter the monsters, leaving her with an unspent desire for combat. Now, faced with so many coffin wardens coming to stir up trouble, she naturally felt the urge to see some blood. I remember that neither Monkey nor I have offended anyone. Could these people be after you, Yemo? Lin Yin's lips curled into a faint smile, her eyes glinting with a subtle, eerie crimson light, making her appear unusually sinister. Yemo nodded slightly at her words and said, most likely, these people are here for me. As he spoke, Yemo reviewed in his mind the people he had offended. Aside from the butcher, the innkeeper, and the captain of the inner city's law enforcement team, there didn't seem to be anyone else. If you don't pull out the weeds by the roots, they will grow again with the spring breeze. A fierce killing intent flashed in Yemo's eyes as he thought to himself, it seems that from now on, anyone who crosses me must not be left alive. The strength of these people seems to have all reached the mid-level. It looks a bit tricky. Lin Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, her tone heavy. Yemo raised an eyebrow, knowing that the opponents would be difficult to deal with, and prepared to grab his bucket and flee. After all, facing 6 mid-level coffin suppressors, even in a one-on-one situation, he would struggle to gain the upper hand. Of course, if he teamed up with Lin Yin and the others, they might stand a chance, but the favor owed would be too great. Thinking of this, Yemo glanced at Lin Yin and said flatly, I'm getting ready to run. My suggestion is, you should leave quickly too and go meet up with Monkey and the others. After saying this, Yemo leapt off the boulder, holding Chi as he dashed straight into the forest. Seeing this, Lin Yin's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly got up and chased in Yemo's direction, shouting loudly, Yemo, why are you running so fast? Take me with you. It's so late at night, I don't even know the way. How could I possibly find Monkey and Qingdong? Why don't you take me to find Monkey and the others? Their strength is no weaker than mine. They can definitely fight above their level. The 4 of us might not lose to those 6 black-robed people. Hearing this, Yemo hesitated slightly. Just then, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host is detected to be facing a life and death crisis. System task activated. Please choose. Option 1, choose to flee and retreat without a fight. Upon successfully escaping, gain the coffin spirit skill, evasion. Option 2, choose to fight with your back against the wall, challenging 6 opponents alone at a higher level. Upon successfully defeating all opponents, gain the coffin spirit talent, war god. Option 3, choose to accept help from friends and work together to fight the enemies. Upon successfully defeating all enemies, gain the special ability, coffin spirit experience sharing. Another task already. I'll definitely choose the third one. Yemo didn't hesitate and directly selected the third option. Then, he looked at Lin Yin seriously and said solemnly, this time, I owe you a favor. If Monkey and the others' coffin spirits haven't evolved yet, I can give them plenty of advice. We'll talk about this later. Let's meet up with Monkey and the others first. Vice Captain, that kid seems to have spotted us. He's already running. Let's hurry and chase after him. And that woman, brothers, don't let her get away either. On the riverbank, a lewd-looking young man in a black robe put down the binoculars in his hand and pointed in the direction where Lin Yin was fleeing. Heh, there's no way they can escape. Vice Captain Zhao Long's lips curled into a cold smile, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. With 6 of them on this mission, just to deal with a novice coffin master, Zhao Long was naturally full of confidence. For him, killing Yemo was as easy as pie, utterly insignificant. Initially, he didn't want to stir up too much trouble, which was why he avoided Monkey and Qingdong, choosing to act when their numbers were fewer. But when Zhao Long saw Lin Yin's face illuminated by the firelight, his originally meticulous thoughts were instantly ignited by desire and turned to nothing. This was the first time in his life he had seen such a top-tier woman in both temperament and appearance. He was immediately overwhelmed by desire, his mind filled with the determination to win Lin at all costs. Lane 1, release the vampire bats immediately to track that woman and then report her exact location to me. The rest of you, split up and search that area. It's best to surround and block it off. A greedy glint flashed in Zhao Long's eyes, and his tone was extremely ruthless. If you encounter those two young men who left earlier, kill them without mercy. I trust that dealing with two quasi-mid-level coffin masters will be no problem for you. If you can't handle them, then gang up on them or notify me immediately. Upon hearing the deputy leader's orders, several team members immediately summoned their respective coffin spirits and then sprinted toward the foothills. At the edge of the plain, Zhao Long, on the other hand, directly summoned a golden coffin. With a sharp whistle, the golden coffin instantly opened, and a skeletal centaur shrouded in black mist, its four hooves stepping on ghostly flames, appeared before him. Let's see where you can hide. Zhao Long stared at the distant mountain forest, his heart filled with a thirst for battle. He then leaped onto the back of the skeletal centaur and sped off. In the dense forest at the edge of the canyon, Monkey and Qin Dong moved through the woods under the moonlight. Soon, they had left the riverbank far behind and arrived at an open mountain hollow. Donzi, this doesn't make sense. Why are there so few mutant beasts in the Doomsday Valley? How have we not encountered a single one after all this time? Monkey looked around, scratched his head, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Qin Dong adjusted his glasses thoughtfully after hearing this. A few seconds later, as if something had occurred to him, his gaze shifted to the coffin spirit beside Monkey. It was a towering 3-meter-tall white guardian ape with an extremely robust build. Its body was covered in long white fur, and its blood-red eyes glinted menacingly. Its mouth revealed sharp fangs, making it look incredibly fierce. Could it be that the noise from your coffin spirit is so loud that it scares away the surrounding mutant beasts? A peculiar look flashed in Qin Dong's eyes. Along the way, the tomb-guarding white ape cleared the path ahead, creating an astonishing commotion. Whether it was a large tree or a boulder blocking the way, the white ape would smash it with a single punch, producing deafening sounds. Hearing Qin Dong's words, the monkey was momentarily stunned, as if enlightened, seemingly realizing there was some truth to what the other had said. This area was located in the middle section of the Doomsday Canyon, where the levels of mutated beasts and monsters were not high. Summoning such a powerful tomb-guarding white ape directly would naturally cause the surrounding monsters to avoid them from afar, not daring to show themselves. Alright then, I'll send the white ape back to the contract space for now. I'll summon it again when we encounter mutated beasts. After pondering for a moment, the monkey quickly sent the white ape back into the coffin. At that moment, a faint sound reached their ears. Qin Dong's ears twitched slightly, and he immediately turned to look at a bush 20 meters away. Two figures, dressed in black robes, emerged, parting the shrubbery as they stepped out. Upon seeing Qin Dong and the monkey, the two black-robed individuals looked annoyed. What a disappointment. So it's just you two. I thought we had run into that kid and that woman, one of the black-robed figures said coldly. The other black-robed figure chimed in. If it were that woman, we brothers could have had some fun. But since it's these two, let's just kill them first. As they spoke, the two black-robed individuals began summoning their coffin spirits. With a tremor in the ground, two silver coffins emerged from beneath the earth, standing upright on the surface. From one coffin stepped out a ram-headed demon wielding a bone club, while from the other floated a ghost holding a scythe. Seeing this, a trace of wariness flashed in Qin Dong's eyes as he asked coldly, "Who are you? I don't think we brothers have ever offended you." You haven't offended us directly, but it seems you're associated with that kid named GMO, aren't you? He killed the family members of our ghost-seeking tomb raiders. Now that he's escaped, as his companions, you'll naturally have to pay the debt he owes. Qin Dong was startled but immediately shouted, "Monkey, kill them with all your might. Then go find Lin." As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with the monkey and prepared to summon their coffin spirits once more. With a loud boom, two golden coffins instantly emerged from the formation. The tomb-guarding white ape immediately positioned itself directly in front of the two, letting out an earth-shaking roar. Meanwhile, Qin Dong summoned a hunched-over sorcerer holding a skeletal staff. Witnessing this, one of the black-robed individuals showed a look of terror and urgently said to his companion, "Damn it, these two are no pushovers. Their coffin spirits are actually sea level. Let's hold them off for now. Once the captain finishes dealing with that woman, he'll naturally come to help us." As soon as the words were spoken, the two commanded the coffin spirits to charge toward the monkey and Qin Dong. Seeing this, Qin Dong's face revealed a cold smile, and he said calmly, "Sorcerer, use the slow spell." As soon as the words left his mouth, the skeleton sorcerer's staff flashed with a green light, which then enveloped the two approaching coffin spirits. In an instant, the speed of the ram-headed demon and the scythe wraith sharply decreased. "Monkey, that ram-headed demon is yours. I'll handle the wraith," Qin Dong shouted. Hearing this, the monkey immediately nodded and commanded the gravekeeper white ape to charge forward swiftly. As the lowest-ranking demon, the ram-headed demon demon was not particularly strong, but its physique was extremely robust, even surpassing that of an ordinary tyrant. In close combat, a regular tyrant would likely be torn apart by the ram-headed demon in an instant. However, this time, the ram-headed demon faced the even stronger and more powerful Gravekeeper White Ape. Despite the level gap between the two coffin spirits, the difference in potential was immense. In the blink of an eye, the Gravekeeper White Ape lunged at the ram-headed demon, grabbing its horns with both hands and slamming it into the ground like a sandbag. In less than half a minute, the ram-headed demon was utterly defeated, its horns broken off by the Gravekeeper White Ape, its body covered in wounds and blood gushing out. Meanwhile, the Scythe Wraith was firmly suppressed by the sorcerer, unable to mount any effective resistance. "TCH, you dare to make a move against us? You must be tired of living." The monkey looked at the two black-robed figures, his tone full of mockery. Seeing this, the two black-robed figures wasted no time in recalling their coffin spirits back into the contract space. They then threw smoke bombs at the monkey and his group before turning to flee. No wonder the vice-captain said these two were troublesome. They really do have such formidable strength. Good thing our levels are higher, or the coffin spirits would have been dead by now, the two black-robed figures said with lingering fear. On the other side, Emo and Linine were desperately running. 100 meters behind them, a figure riding a skeletal horse and three black-robed men carrying coffin spirits were in hot pursuit. "Ha, kid, where do you think you can run to? Offending our fierce ghost tomb-seeking group leaves you with only one path: death." Deputy Leader Zhao Long excitedly watched Emo fleeing. "I have no idea where Monkey and the others have gone." Linine frowned, frustration evident in her tone. At this moment, the man riding the skeletal horse was incredibly powerful. Having reached the high-tier 2-star level, the skeletal centaur he rode was even more terrifying. At level 32 and of commander-level caliber, its potential was on par with Lin Yin's White Phantom, both being of gold-tier seals. Behind him were three black-robed men at approximately mid-tier 5-star strength. Such a terrifying lineup left Emo and Linine with no room to resist. Beside her, Emo ran with all his might, yet his face remained calm. "Fire the signal flare. If we can rendezvous with Monkey and the others, these people will be no threat at all," Emo said calmly. "I misjudged. I didn't expect the leader to be a high-tier coffin master." Linine couldn't understand Emo's confidence, a trace of unease appearing on her face. "Even if the four of us join forces, we might not be able to defeat him." After hearing this, Emo's eyes flashed with determination. "How will we know if we don't try? Emo, high-level coffin masters completely crush us in terms of spiritual power and destructive force. Although he's only a high-level 2-star, if he makes a move, he can destroy a 3-story residential building with a single strike." Linine hurriedly shook her head, rejecting Emo's idea. "The power gap between coffin masters isn't too significant in the early stages, but once they reach high levels, even a 1-star difference results in a noticeable disparity. A high-level 9-star coffin master's coffin spirit, even using ordinary skills, can level a 10-story building. Their attack range spans dozens of meters in diameter. Even though the skeletal centaur behind him is only level 32, its attacks are already beyond what Linine can withstand." Seeing the seriousness on Lin Yin's face, Emo pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal his trump card. "I have a method to kill a commander-level coffin spirit. However, I need your full cooperation," Emo said calmly. Linine knew Emo wouldn't joke at a time like this, but her eyes still showed disbelief as she asked hesitantly, "Tell us the method first. If it's feasible, we can give it a try." At that moment, a furious shout came from 100 meters behind them. "Ha! You think you can run, kid? Die!" Emo and Linine quickly turned around, and in the next second, they saw Zhao Long riding a skeletal centaur, swinging the long spear in his hand. A ghostly blue spear aura formed and shot toward the two of them. With a whistling sound, the Tenjianghai spear aura, shaped like a crescent moon, flew rapidly along the ground, carving a half-meter deep trench in its path. "Dodge!" Emo shouted softly, leaping to the side abruptly, rolling several times on the ground, and quickly distancing himself from the original spot. Seeing this, Linine immediately followed suit and did the same. At that moment, the spear aura struck. With a loud boom, the ground suddenly split open, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and countless violent air currents swept in all directions, shredding the surrounding shrubs into powder. "That was close. As expected of a high-level coffin master, the attack power is truly terrifying," Emo said, still shaken, and breathing heavily. Beside him, Lin Yin's face also showed signs of distress. Without hesitation, she immediately took out a signal flare and fired it into the sky. "Once Monkey and the others see it, they'll come right away. Now, tell me your plan," Linine asked seriously. Emo glanced at Chi-Chi in his arms, gently placed her on the ground, and then pointed at her, saying, "If I told you that Chi-Chi is an S-rank coffin spirit, capable of fully reviving a dying coffin spirit, does that mean we might have a chance to kill that high-level coffin master?" Hearing this, Linine was shocked. She looked at him in disbelief and asked, trembling, "Are you serious? Do you think I would joke around with my own life?" Emo nodded in response. "An S-level coffin coffin spirit. You're just too extraordinary. In that case, why don't we have a decisive battle? Lin Yin's eyes sparkled with fighting intent. Her white phantom was unparalleled in speed. Even skeletal centaur leaders struggled to catch up. As long as she commanded the white phantom to attack the high-level coffin master with full force, forcing him to order the centaur to defend, the threat posed by the other black-robed individuals would be significantly reduced. Yemo, I'll handle that high-level coffin master. The others are up to you to hold off. If you can hold them for 2 minutes, once Monkey and the others arrive, things will get much easier for us. Lin Yin looked at Yemo and reminded him. Alright, Yemo agreed firmly. At that moment, Zhao Long rode the centaur and instantly appeared before the two, his face showing disdain. Heh, you're Yemo, right? You're quite something. Not only did you kill the family members of our tomb-seeking team, but you also offended 3 employers. Today, your death won't be in vain. Upon hearing this, Yemo's brows furrowed, and his expression turned extremely grim. He clearly remembered offending only 3 people, including the butcher, but now Zhao Long mentioned 4 employers. So, who was the 4th? At this moment, Yemo couldn't afford to dwell on it and had to focus entirely on the situation at hand. Without hesitation, a surge of spiritual energy emanated from his hand, summoning the tyrant from the contract space. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as the tyrant exuded an intensely violent aura. Immediately positioning itself in front of Yemo, Lin Yin was stunned upon witnessing this scene. Yemo, you can actually summon 2 coffin spirits at the same time? What kind of monster are you? Zhao Long was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter along with the black-robed men beside him. Ah, kid, you dare summon a level 9 zombie? Are you sending it to its death? Deputy Commander, this kid is just a novice coffin master. I feel like I could crush him with one hand. Oh, really? You think you can crush me with one hand? Yemo sneered coldly, his mind stirring as he whispered, Tyrant, try out your new skill. As soon as the words left his mouth, the tyrant let out a furious roar. Its claws began to shimmer with lightning, instantly forming a long blade condensed from thunder energy, which slashed toward the black-robed man who had just spoken. With a deafening boom, the thunder blade struck like lightning. The black-robed man had no time to react before being reduced to charred fragments, his remains scattered across the ground. The crowd was left dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Zhao Long was also taken aback. A previous employer had told him that Yemo's coffin spirit could kill enemies across levels, but he hadn't believed it. Although Yemo had relied on a sneak attack, the fact remained that he had killed an enemy over 10 levels higher. Fortunately, the attack wasn't enough to harm a high-level coffin master, so Zhao Long didn't take it too seriously. Heh, kid, you dare sneak attack my brother? Looks like the price on your head just went up several times. Zhao Long's body radiated intense killing intent. He then turned to the remaining 2 black-robed men and instructed, this kid is yours to deal with. As long as you're not careless, he's absolutely no match for you. Commander, rest assured, we won't make such a rookie mistake. You can go deal with that woman first, and when the time comes, we'll bring you this kid's head. Hee, Captain, when you get tired of playing, don't forget to share some of the spoils with us. Lin Yin overheard the trio's conversation and noticed the lewd expressions in their eyes, causing her delicate brows to furrow tightly. Clearly, even if she parted ways with Yemo, these people wouldn't let her off easily. Thinking of this, Lin Yin's face turned icy, and a murderous intent began to spread. Karina, use phantom assault to completely suppress this centaur and its coffin keeper. Lin Yin said coldly. Hearing this, the white phantom nodded slightly, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. Then, her figure instantly vanished into the air, entering stealth mode. Seeing this, Yemo didn't remain idle and immediately commanded, Chi-Chi, use Frost Wraith to buff the white phantom and the tyrant. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely pure spiritual energy surged from Chi-Chi's body. Several ghostly orbs, resembling spheres, instantly flew out and circled around the white phantom and the tyrant. Since the white phantom was already invisible, the ghosts also became hidden. Lin Yin sensed the extraordinary nature of the skill Chi-Chi had unleashed, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Based on the feedback from the white phantom, the power brought by these ghosts was incredibly strong. At that moment, the white phantom appeared like a flash of lightning, moving ghost-like to Zhao Long's back in an instant. She then extended a pair of claws exuding a terrifying chill and slashed fiercely toward Zhao Long's neck. Feeling the chilling killing intent behind him, Zhao Long was startled and immediately shouted coldly, Azure Flame Shield. In the next second, intense flames ignited beneath the skeletal centaur's feet, instantly enveloping Zhao Long and forming a high-temperature Azure Flame Shield. At the same time, the white phantom's attack struck the flame shield with full force. Boom! A loud explosion resounded as the white phantom's arm was instantly blown apart, sending her flying backward like a kite with a broken string for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Her once pristine white uniform was now covered in dust, making her appear utterly disheveled. It actually has a damage-reflecting shield? We're in big trouble. Lin Yin's pupils contracted sharply, and a rare drop of cold sweat dripped from her forehead. However, the next scene made her breathe a sigh sigh of relief. The ghosts surrounding the white phantom began to emit an eerie energy, quickly repairing the destroyed arm. In the blink of an eye, the white phantom's arm was restored to its original state. Seeing this, Zhao Long's face instantly turned extremely grim, and he shouted angrily, "This is impossible. The centaur's flames are undead flames with a corrosive effect. How can mere ghosts ignore the corrosion? Could it be that this zombie has high potential?" Zhao Long quickly turned his head to look at Chi-Chi beside Emo, his eyes flashing with intense greed as he made a ruthless decision in his heart. "I'll kill this kid first, then seize his coffin spirit." Seemingly aware of Zhao Long's gaze, Emo's expression also turned grim. "Emo, I didn't expect this guy's coffin spirit to actually have a shield. It seems the white phantom can't do much against him." Lin Yin looked at Emo, took a deep breath, and said helplessly, "It looks like this guy might target you first. I'll do my best to hold him off." After speaking, Lin Yin shouted again, "Suppress the centaur with full force." Hearing this, the white phantom's figure flickered instantly, transforming into countless indistinct afterimages as it launched a relentless assault on Zhao Long and the centaur. In just a few seconds, the white phantom unleashed hundreds of attacks on Zhao Long. The ghostly blue fire shield, like fragile glass, was riddled with small holes by the icy immortal energy imbued in the white phantom's claws, eventually being completely worn down bit by bit. Zhao Long watched as the centaur's fire shield was gradually broken and became furious. "Woman, if you surrender, I promise not to torment you. I will only bring you pleasure. Keep dreaming." A flash of anger appeared in Lin Yin's eyes as she once again commanded the white phantom to charge forward. On the side, Emo also had the tyrant engage in combat with the coffin spirits of the other two black-robed figures. Due to the significant difference in levels, the tyrant could only defend passively while fighting two opponents. Moreover, Emo dared not let the tyrant use the supermaterial penetration. Not only did the supermaterial penetration require charging time, but without proper control, it was difficult to hit the enemy. Additionally, the massive spiritual energy consumption of the move left Emo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. The white phantom suffered repeated heavy blows from the centaur. However, thanks to the presence of the cold sickness ghost messenger, these injuries were rapidly healed, making the white phantom seem like an unkillable cockroach. Sensing the troublesome nature of Chi-Chi's ability, Zhao Long stopped paying attention to Lin Yin and charged directly toward Emo. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so troublesome. Looks like I have to deal with you first." Zhao Long's tone was filled with murderous intent. At that moment, a deafening sound of footsteps echoed. From the distant forest, four figures dashed out. Leading the group was a 3-meter-tall white ape and a skeleton sorcerer, followed closely by Monkey and Qingdong. "Jia, we're here to help you," Monkey shouted loudly. Lin Yin turned her head, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes, and quickly said, "You two go deal with those two men in black robes first. After that, we'll join forces to kill this high-level coffin suppressor." Hearing this, Monkey and Qingdong immediately set their sights on the two men in black robes. The two black-robed men, upon seeing this, couldn't help but show fear on their faces. They knew that the woman before them alone was enough to hold back their vice leader. And now, two more coffin suppressors with strength equal to hers had arrived, making them feel an overwhelming pressure. "Leader, those two guys, it seems we can't beat them." One of the black-robed men took 2 steps back. Upon hearing this, Zhao Long's heart surged with fury, and he roared, "Useless trash. You've disgraced our fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. If you're so scared, then stop getting in my way. Go to hell." Centaur, use death charge for indiscriminate attacks. After Zhao Long finished speaking, he frantically mobilized all the spiritual energy in his body. The energy instantly surged into the centaur's body, and a suffocating sense of death spread out. The centaur's eyes ignited with ghostly blue flames, and towering phantoms began to appear around it. At a glance, these phantoms were its clones. There were over 100 of them. In the next moment, soul flames erupted from these phantoms, rushing in all directions and instantly reducing the two nearest black-robed men to ashes. As the centaur's phantoms charged forward, countless flames ignited on the ground, forming what seemed like corridors of fire. In the blink of an eye, the area within 100 meters was engulfed, turning into a raging sea of flames. "Run quickly!" Emo shouted loudly. Seeing this, the group hurriedly turned and ran. At this moment, the shadows seemed relentless, chasing after Emo and the others. "Is this a high-level coffin master? We can't even get close." "Just run. Stop thinking about getting close. The flames have set the ground on fire. It's absolutely terrifying." Soon, the group rushed into the forest. Along the way, Qingdong had the skeleton sorcerer cast more than 10 mist spells, temporarily blocking Zhao Long's line of sight. However, the effects of these spells were negligible, lasting less than 2 seconds under the scorching flames. "Let's quickly hide in the mountains and forests, survive this wave of attacks first, and then discuss our strategy." A few drops of cold sweat seeped from Qingdong's forehead, forcing the coffin spirit to release. Its skills had almost drained all the spiritual energy in his body. At this moment, his spiritual energy was nearly depleted, and if he continued to force the coffin spirit to use its skills, he might faint. "Donzi, you've worked hard. Take a rest for now." Seeing this, this, Monkey immediately had the Gravekeeper White Ape carry Qin Dong on its back. Yemo, now there's only this one high-level coffin suppressor left. Do you still have enough spiritual energy? If you can't keep Chi-Chi assisting us, then keep stalling until your spiritual energy recovers before making a move. Lin Yin's face showed a grave expression. These words left Monkey and Qin Dong stunned, a look of disbelief flashing in their eyes. Yin Jia, you must be mistaken, right? That guy behind us is a high-level coffin suppressor. Even if we join forces, we definitely can't be his match. Lin Yin, we should call for rescue. Once we enter the mountains, that guy, even as a high-level coffin master, will find it hard to locate us easily. Unless he goes insane and sets the mountain on fire, Qin Dong advised earnestly. Lin Yin did not respond, instead turning her gaze to Yemo. At this moment, Yemo calmly said, my spiritual power doesn't have much effect. Actually, if your coffin spirits can hold that guy off for 10 seconds, it will be enough. My tyrant has a skill that requires a few seconds to charge, and its power has already reached the commander level. It can definitely kill the skeletal centaur. What? That's insane. A level 9 tyrant actually has such a terrifying skill? Monkey exclaimed in shock, his eyes full of astonishment. I'm starting to suspect you're a descendant of some major family from a super large base city. Lin Yin was long accustomed to this, as in her understanding, Yemo was the kind of person with endless trump cards and could never be regarded as an ordinary individual. Qin Dong, hearing Yemo's explanation, was equally unable to hide his shock, though his reaction was not as exaggerated as Monkey's. As if realizing something, he said, within 10 seconds, the three of us definitely can't stop that fiery force. We simply can't withstand it. Let's think of another way. At this moment, Lin Yin interrupted him, pointing to the Chi-Chi in Yemo's arms and explaining, Qin Dong, you don't need to worry about this. The coffin spirit in Yemo's arms is S-class. It can continuously heal the injuries of our coffin spirits and imbue their attacks with ice attributes. More importantly, it can restore a dying coffin spirit to its peak state. However, we don't know how long the phantom of the centaur's death charge will last. If that clone flame dissipates, we can make our move. At that time, we'll restrain the centaur, and Yemo can finish it off. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Yin's eyes. Upon hearing this, Monkey and Qin Dong were once again shocked, their gazes filled with fear. S rank? Monkey sized up the little zombie in Yemo's arms and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yemo, are you defying the heavens? You actually contracted an S-rank coffin spirit. Alright, now's not the time to discuss this. Let's wait for the centaur's skill to wear off first, Lin Yin said calmly. Not long after, they arrived at a steep slope, which was an excellent defensive position. In such terrain, the centaur would find it difficult to fully leverage its advantages. Moreover, they believed that the death charge just now was likely the centaur's ultimate move, which it wouldn't be able to use again in the short term. Ha, go ahead and run. Let's see where you can escape to. At the foot of the hill, Zhao Long rode on the skeletal centaur, his gaze full of contempt. At this moment, Yemo stared at the skeletal centaur, and a clear data panel appeared. Coffin Spirit, Phantom Knight. Race, Undead. Level, LV32 Commander Level, 31 to 39. Seal Level, Grade C Golden Mystic Coffin, Level Cap 49. Talent, Soulfire, Soul Enslavement. Collect souls and spirits of a lower rank than oneself and enslave them. Skills, Rapid Assault, Tier 3, Spear Aura, Elemental Shield, Tier 3, Blink Step, Trample, Intermediate Healing, Tier 2, Blazing Burn, Tier 3. Special Skill, Death Charge, summons all Wraith Phantoms to launch a continuous charge at the target. During the charge, the user is in an unstoppable state and generates a sea of ghostly flames. Weakness, after the Wraith Phantoms dissipate, a significant amount of time is required to reassemble them. Intimacy, 60, Obedient. Current status, Exhausted. Evolution times, 2 times, routes can be queried. Introduction, from Ghost Island, an overseer among the Skeleton Knights, a nemesis of lost souls and evil spirits. Average strength, average attack. Seeing the Ghost Knights panel, Yemo let out a sigh of relief. So this guy is already exhausted. Wanting to use Death Charge again is simply impossible in a short time. His eyes flickered with intense killing intent. At this moment, Zhao Long shouted arrogantly, completely disregarding Yemo and his group. You lot, come down here and face your death. After speaking, he commanded the centaur to unleash a spear aura several meters wide toward the hillside. In the blink of an eye, the boulders on the slope were shattered into pieces by the attack. Seeing this, Yemo and the others quickly retreated, narrowly avoiding the strike. We can no longer keep avoiding this. He can't use Death Charge again right now. This is an opportunity for us. Yemo looked seriously at the 3 people beside him, his tone firm. The 3 nodded quickly upon hearing this. Alright, then let's send the coffin spirit in. Yemo, the fate of our coffin spirit is in your hands. Don't let everyone down. Lin Yin said gravely. Don't worry, as long as I can control it, I won't fail. A confident expression appeared on Yemo's face. The next second, the 4 quickly commanded their respective coffin spirits to charge toward Zhao Long at the foot of the hill. With Chi-Chi providing protection, the icy immortal power successfully resisted the scorching flames of the ghost fire. The coffin spirits, like madmen who had lost their minds, recklessly attacked the centaur with all their might. The white phantom continuously ambushed Zhao Long, leaving him struggling to respond. Meanwhile, the tomb-guarding white ape relied on its massive size and strength to fiercely smash its fists into the centaur's skeletal frame. The skeleton wizard summoned clusters of black mist, enveloping the surrounding area and creating opportunities for the tyrant to attack. Mo. This guy won't be able to get out for a while. You can prepare your ultimate move now, Lin Yin urgently reminded. The monkey also said anxiously, Mo, hurry up. I've already made the white ape tightly hold onto the centaur. It can't move now. Hearing this, Mo nodded. The next second, a blood-red energy fluctuation suddenly appeared within the black mist, brewing an extremely terrifying aura. Zhao Long felt the immense power of this energy, and a chill ran down his back as fear surged in his heart. What kind of trick is this? You can actually threaten me. Zhao Long roared angrily, commanding the centaur to wildly swing its spear. In an instant, countless severed limbs flew out from the black mist, and the white phantom and tomb-guarding white ape were pierced by the spear like beehives, violently flung dozens of meters away. Ha, you still want to stop me? What wishful thinking? Zhao Long roared angrily, preparing to charge at Mo and the others with the Ghost Rider. However, before he could step out of the black mist, the blood-red energy began to stir restlessly. Suddenly, there was a loud boom. A blood-colored pillar of light shot into the sky, and a violent storm spread in all directions, scattering the black mist. Where Zhao Long and the Ghost Rider had been, there was now no trace of them, only a 10-meter-wide crater emitting waves of destructive energy. Looking at the crater before them, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mo gasped for air, his face showing an expression of excitement. This strike from the tyrant had drained nearly 80% of his spiritual power. With such a massive expenditure, the supermaterial piercing power of this attack was naturally terrifying, directly killing the Ghost Rider and Zhao Long beyond any chance of survival. At that moment, several mechanical system voices echoed in Yemo's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task and obtaining a special ability. Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing. When any of your coffin spirits kill a monster, other coffin spirits receive the same experience. Ding! Tyrant successfully killed LV-32 Ghost Knight. Experience doubled. Gained plus 5,000 experience points. Ding! Coffin Spirit Experience Sharing activated. Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi gained plus 5,000 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has leveled up to LV-10 Servant rank. Experience needed for the next level 3060/3800 very soon. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi has leveled up to LV-7 Servant rank. Experience needed for the next level 1000/2240. Hearing the system prompt, Mo was utterly shocked. As expected of a level 32 Coffin Spirit, it actually added 5,000 experience points directly. The experience from one Coffin Spirit is equivalent to that of 100 monsters. This experience sharing is simply too powerful. Mo was extremely excited. For all Coffin Masters, increasing the experience of Coffin Spirits was incredibly difficult. Many Coffin Masters, when lacking strength, rarely chose to cultivate multiple Coffin Spirits at the same time because it consumed too many resources and time. They usually selected one Coffin Spirit with decent potential as their main battle Coffin Spirit, and only after it reached the maximum level would they consider cultivating other high-potential Coffin Spirits. Therefore, for the vast majority of Coffin Masters who had contracted multiple Coffin Spirits, the strength of their other Coffin Spirits would always lag far behind their main battle Coffin Spirit. Of course, there were exceptions among the descendants of prominent families, as the resources provided by their families were sufficient to support their extravagance. Even if they contracted multiple Coffin Spirits, the strength of these Coffin Spirits would not differ much from that of their main battle Coffin Spirit. In this way, I no longer need to train them one by one individually in the future. With Coffin Spirit sharing, the experience from killing a single monster no longer needs to be divided among the Coffin Spirits but is instead gained equally. Mo was overjoyed. Without experience sharing, the experience from killing the Ghost Knight would have been split into 2,500 points each for Tyrant and Chi-Chi. With sharing, it was as if the experience had doubled in a roundabout way. This was simply too satisfying. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and the others stood nearby with anxious expressions, their gazes fixed on the white phantom-like Coffin Spirits dozens of meters away. Their Coffin Spirits were severely injured at this moment, almost on the brink of death. If delayed for a few more minutes, they would surely perish. However, Lin Yin did not urge Mo but instead waited anxiously by his side for him to recover his spiritual energy. For them, Mo's attack this time had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. After their spiritual energy is drained, Coffin Masters often feel dazed, fatigued, or absent-minded, which is a normal phenomenon. But what they didn't know was that Mo's absent-mindedness was due to a shock at the reward given by the system. Sensing the heavy atmosphere around him, Emo immediately pulled his thoughts back, turned his head to look at the group. Seeing Emo recover, Lin and the others grew even more tense. Emo, how much of your spiritual energy has recovered? Can Chi-Chi take action to heal our coffin spirits? Lin asked urgently. Brother Yi, this time, we're really counting on you. Don't let the brothers down. You must save their coffin spirits. Monkey pretended to be calm, but his face was full of anxiety. After hearing this, Emo smiled faintly, gave the group a reassuring look, and said, don't worry, they'll soon regain their vitality. After speaking, Emo immediately looked at Chi-Chi beside him and gently patted her head. Chi-Chi, I'll leave the rest to you. Hearing this, Chi-Chi's face instantly lit up with an adorable smile. Then, she used Shuanpa, leaving behind an afterimage in an instant. What? This little one can actually use Shuanpa. How many levels is she at? Is this the S-class coffin spirit? Its potential is truly heaven-defying. The group couldn't help but discuss in shock. At this moment, Chi-Chi's entire body erupted with an extremely pure and chilling power. The ground around her was quickly covered with a layer of white frost. As the temperature dropped, the air became piercingly cold. The frost spread rapidly, transforming into thick ice that covered a 10-meter diameter area. The White Phantom, the Gravekeeper White Ape, and the Skeleton Sorcerer were all frozen, turning into 3 icy coffins emitting cold mist. Seeing this, the monkey's face instantly turned terrified, and he quickly shouted to Emo, Yi, did your coffin spirit use the wrong skill? How is this healing? This is freezing them to death. Lin and Qin Dong also tensed up, worried that something might go wrong. Let's go check it out quickly. After speaking, the 3 of them ran toward the direction of the ice coffin. As they approached the area covered in frost, their bodies trembled instantly. However, this chill did not harm them. Instead, it made their minds clear and active. Look inside the ice coffin. Monkey approached the ice coffin, and upon seeing the movement inside, couldn't help but exclaim. Lin and Qin Dong quickly leaned in as well. They saw waves of strange energy emanating from the ice coffin. The 3 coffin spirits, originally riddled with wounds inflicted by the Phantom Knight, were healing at an incredible speed. In just a few seconds, the injuries on the 3 coffin spirits vanished without a trace, as if they had never been hurt. The next moment, with a loud bang, the ice coffin suddenly shattered. 3 figures radiating vigorous energy leapt out of the ice coffin, shouting excitedly, thank you, Chi-Chi. Lin looked at the fully restored White Phantom and quickly thanked Chi-Chi. The monkey and Qin Dong, seeing this, also showed excited smiles. Emo, seeing that the coffin spirits of the group had recovered, also revealed a faint smile. As if thinking of something, he turned his gaze toward the large pit and then walked straight toward it. At this moment, the tyrant was lying in the pit, appearing somewhat fatigued. Tyrant, you've worked hard, Emo said with a faint smile on his face. The tyrant responded with a low growl upon hearing this. Alright, take a rest for now. It's safe now. As he spoke, Emo's hand glimmered with spiritual power, summoning the silver coffin and storing the tyrant into the contract space. I wonder if that high-level coffin master left anything useful behind just now. Hopefully, it wasn't all destroyed by the tyrant's skills. Emo mused, his gaze falling to the bottom of the large pit as he observed the surroundings. The pit was charred black, emitting an unpleasant odor. Emo searched carefully and suddenly discovered a leather backpack buried under some soil in the pit, along with a crystal glowing with a ghostly blue flame. Could this be that guy's spatial backpack, he thought to himself, and this flaming crystal must be the energy core of the Wraith Knight. Emo was slightly stunned, then immediately jumped into the large pit. He then used his hands to dig through the soil, pulling out the backpack buried underneath, and subsequently unearthed the flame crystal. Small space backpack, contains 10 cubic meters of storage space. Opening it always brings unexpected rewards. Netherfire Soul Crystal, Tier 4, contains powerful soul energy. It is one of the core materials for the evolution of undead coffin spirits and can also be used to enhance the strength of coffin spirit skills. The information about these 2 items appeared before Emo's eyes, and an excited smile reappeared on his face. A high-tier coffin master's space backpack, there should be plenty of good stuff inside. Emo couldn't help but mutter to himself. He glanced at the Netherfire Soul Crystal in his hand, his heart stirred, and he placed it into his spatial warehouse. This item was the material left behind after the death of a commander-level coffin spirit, and it was also the core for the 4th-tier evolution of undead-type coffin spirits. Its value was absolutely immeasurable. If put up for sale on the market, it could easily fetch over 10 billion Xia coins. Thinking of this, Emo's heart burned with excitement. Once I level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20, I must find time to sell this Netherfire core. Emo had already made detailed plans for next week's Coffin Spirit Appraisal Conference. Initially, due to a lack of funds, he couldn't afford to purchase unidentified coffin spirits and had no chance to strike a bargain. But now, if he could obtain 10 billion Xia coins, he could at least snag 2 unidentified coffins. It was well known that coffin spirits with B-level potential or higher were worth far more than 5 billion, and A-level ones were simply priceless. As long as I can acquire a B-level or higher coffin spirit and resell it to others, I'll have the means to compete for coffin spirits with even even greater potential, Yi-Mo thought to himself. At that moment, Lin Yin and the others arrived at the edge of the large pit with their respective coffin spirits. At some point, Shichi had also jumped into the pit and climbed onto Yi-Mo's shoulder. Everyone looked at the spatial backpack in Yi-Mo's hand, their eyes involuntarily lighting up with delight. Brother Yi, is that the spatial backpack left behind by the high-level coffin suppressor? Monkey said excitedly. Hurry up and open it to see what treasures are inside. Yi-Mo was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. However, since the high-level coffin suppressor was defeated by the combined efforts of the four of them, the contents of the spatial backpack, as well as the netherfire core, should rightfully be shared equally with Lin Yin and the others. Without much hesitation, Yi-Mo smiled faintly, then jumped into the deep pit and opened the spatial backpack in front of everyone, pouring its contents onto the ground. The sound of items clattering echoed, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was piled high with hundreds of various items. Most of them were materials for cultivating coffin spirits and various weapons, along with a smaller portion of crystals emitting different glows and rare evolution materials. So many materials. We're rich now. Monkey's face instantly lit up with excitement. Shin Dong's gaze was fixed on the pile of materials, his face full of astonishment. Lin Yin glanced at her companions and snorted lightly, saying, "You two act like you've never seen the world before. Can't take your eyes off just this little pile of materials? Yi-Mo, keep these materials. They're not of much use to us." As soon as she spoke, Monkey and Shin Dong immediately realized it, their faces showing an awkward expression. Hearing this, Yi-Mo glanced at Lin Yin strangely, with a hint of doubt in his tone, and said, "Are you sure?" "Yes, I'm sure." Lin Yin nodded. Hearing these words, Yi-Mo's admiration for Lin Yin grew even stronger. Although they had once fought side by side, after defeating the enemy and obtaining so much loot, the greatest fear was that greed would lead to an uneven distribution, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. Yi-Mo also admitted to having greed, but without the help of the few people in front of him, not only would he have been unable to complete the system task, but he might have even lost his life. Thinking of this, Yi-Mo took out the netherfire soul crystal from the spatial warehouse again. Actually, that centaur also left this behind. A smile hung on Yi-Mo's lips. When Lin Yin and the others saw this, a look of shock instantly flashed in their eyes, and at the same time, they gave Yi-Mo's character high praise in their hearts. Yi-Mo, can you give me that netherfire soul crystal? Shin Dong, staring at the crystal emitting a faint blue flame in Yi-Mo's hand, became somewhat unsettled. Bah, not give it to me, sell it to me. I'm willing to pay $1 billion for it. Shin Dong said somewhat incoherently. Although his skeleton sorcerer had already completed its evolution, the netherfire soul crystal was still the most important evolution material for its next stage of evolution. Moreover, the skeleton sorcerer's attack power wasn't very strong. If the netherfire soul crystal were used to enhance its skills, the effect would undergo a qualitative transformation. In this way, the skeleton sorcerer could leap to become a powerful offensive coffin spirit. We can split this thing evenly. Just give me 250 million, and it's yours, Yi-Mo said calmly. As he spoke, he directly tossed the netherfire soul crystal to Shin Dong. Shin Dong caught the soul crystal, his face showing an extremely excited expression. Then he looked at Yi-Mo and said gratefully, "I said $1 billion, and I mean $1 billion. Without you, the four of us would have been dead long ago. You could say you saved all our lives. After all, we didn't contribute much when it came to killing that high-level coffin master." As soon as the words were spoken, a faint smile appeared on Lin Yin and Monkey's faces. "That's right, Brother Yi. We won't split these things. With you. Without you, we'd all be corpses by now," Monkey said earnestly. "That doesn't seem right. After all, that high-level coffin suppressor was targeting me." Yi-Mo shook his head. Lin Yin thought for a moment, looked at Yi-Mo, and suggested, "Yi-Mo, how about this? If there are things we need among these materials, you can sell them to us at a friendly price. That way, we can save a lot of time searching for them." Seeing everyone declining, Yi-Mo eventually agreed. "In that case, I won't refuse. Consider this as me owing you all a favor. If you ever need my help in the future, just contact me," Yi-Mo said seriously. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others immediately showed excited expressions. After all, Yi-Mo's talent was evident to all. He was practically a monstrous genius. Although his current strength wasn't particularly impressive, he was bound to become a figure to look up to in the future. With Yi-Mo's favor and friendship, they could practically walk sideways in the Great Xia Kingdom from now on. Lin Yin, the materials needed for your white phantom to evolve into the blood-clad angel seem to all be here. Go ahead and take a look, Yi-Mo said, pointing to the pile of materials on the ground as he looked at the excited Lin Yin. Hearing this, Lin Yin immediately stepped forward, grabbing Yi-Mo's hand excitedly and asking, "Really? Can you really help me find them?" "Of course, it's true. Don't you recognize these materials?" Yi-Mo looked at Lin Yin beside him, feeling a bit puzzled. After hearing this, Lin Yin's face rarely showed a trace of embarrassment, looking a little sheepish. At the scene of dividing the spoils, Yi-Mo temporarily took on the role of a model worker. Without hesitation, he began selecting materials needed by Lin Yin Lin and the others. From a large pile of materials, he picked out a few items exuding a bloody aura and tossed them to Lin. Lin caught the heart of slaughter, the blade of blood, and the succubus tail thrown by Emo, and an uncontrollable bright smile appeared on her face. "Thank you, Emo. For these materials, how about I give you 1 billion? Lin Yin's gentle voice rang out. As if remembering something, Lin Yin quickly took out a black card and handed it to Emo. "Oh, right, including the conditions I promised you earlier, I owe you a total of 2 billion. I'll give you this card, it has over 2 billion in it," Lin Yin said with a smile. Hearing this, Emo froze for a moment, then slowly accepted the black card handed to him, saying excitedly, "Thank you, rich lady." At these words, Lin Yin merely glanced at Emo, seemingly dissatisfied with the title rich lady. Then, holding the materials in her hand, she directly handed them to the White Phantom, preparing to evolve it into a blood-clad angel. A few minutes later, Emo also helped Monkey check the evolution paths of the tomb-keeping white ape. Unfortunately, although the tomb-keeping white ape had 4 evolution paths, there was no hidden path. Thus, the evolution path of the tomb-keeping white ape could only be decided based on Monkey's personal preference. Fortunately, among the materials left behind by Zhao Long, there happened to be 2 items needed for the tomb-keeping white ape's evolution. Without much thought, Emo handed them directly to Monkey. Since these items weren't particularly valuable, Emo didn't charge him anything. As for the Netherfire Soul Crystal taken by Qin Dong, it was arguably the most valuable item among this batch of materials. Under Qin Dong's strong insistence, Emo eventually accepted 10 billion daxia coins transferred from Qin Dong's father. 12 billion, TSK. Looks like I'll need to make a trip to the outer city of Fengyue City in the next couple of days. Emo was overjoyed, pondering, I just wonder how much these unused materials can sell for. If I can get 2 or 3 billion, that would be more than enough. As Lin Yin's coffin spirit transformed into the blood-clad angel, the group hurriedly walked 2 kilometers under the cover of night, eventually finding a cave at the edge of a canyon where they planned to spend the night. Alright, this place should be safe. I don't think the ghost-seeking tomb raiders will get the news so quickly, Emo said, leaning against the cave wall. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and the others nodded in agreement. They then sent their coffin spirits to guard the cave entrance as sentinels. The next morning, a ray of sunlight streamed into the cave. Emo slowly opened his eyes, and an excited smile immediately spread across his face as the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has absorbed a large number of zombie crystal cores. All ordinary skills have been upgraded to Tier 2. Please open the panel to check. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has successfully absorbed Moon Essence Stones *50, experience doubled, total experience points gained, plus 5,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has successfully consumed a large amount of Demon Blood Pills *300, experience doubled, total experience points gained, plus 3,000. Ding! Due to experience sharing, Chi-Chi has gained an additional experience points, plus 3,000, Tyrant has gained an additional experience points, plus 5,000. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant has been upgraded to LV 12 servant level. Experience required for the next level, 2860/5040. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to LV 10 servant level. Experience required for the next level, 800/3800. They're already above level 10. This upgrade speed is truly astonishing. Emo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Before going to bed last night, he handed all the materials usable by Tyrant and Chi-Chi to them, and they quietly absorbed the materials by his side. Initially, he was unaware of the value of these materials, but after consulting Lin Yin, he realized that they were actually not very expensive. For instance, Moon Essence Stone, which is excavated from corpse nurturing grounds in secret realms, contains a small amount of moon essence and is suitable for cultivating zombie and demon-type coffin spirits. Its market price is only around 200,000 Great Xia currency. As for demon blood pills, they are even more common, extracted from the flesh and blood essence of demons. They are sold in every coffin spirit cultivation shop on the market, priced at just a few thousand Great Xia currency per pill. However, for coffin masters, they are essential items. Demon blood pills not only restore the physical strength of coffin spirits but can also be used to cultivate coffin spirits below level 20. Wealthy individuals simply need to pour in money, purchasing large quantities of demon blood pills to feed their coffin spirits, allowing them to quickly reach level 20. Of course, this process is extremely slow, as the experience gained from demon blood pills diminishes with each level. To feed a coffin spirit from level 1 directly to level 20, at least tens of thousands of pills are required. If not for Yemo's god-level corpse cultivator talent, which doubles the experience gained, Tyrant's current level would require absorbing hundreds of pills just to level up once. Now that I have over a billion, if I spend 100 million to buy tens of thousands of demon blood pills for Tyrant to absorb, it should be able to reach level 20. By then, Chi-Chi's level will also be close to level 20. Yemo's heart stirred, and an excited expression appeared on his face. He was full of anticipation competition for the evolution of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Moreover, at next week's appraisal meeting in Jiangnan City, if he could find some hidden treasures, combined with the rare evolution core for the Corpse Clan promised by President Chen, he would be able to gather all the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi and Tyrant. It was worth noting that while Tyrant's evolution materials were relatively easy to find, Chi-Chi was an S-class existence. The evolution materials she required were absolutely measured in billions and couldn't even be quantified with money. Just as Yimo was immersed in his plans, Lin Yin's voice suddenly came from the cave entrance. She was leaning against the wall at the entrance, her alluring figure on full display, causing Yimo to momentarily freeze. Yimo, monkey, and I discussed it and decided not to go to the secret realm in the Doomsday Valley, Lin Yin said with a gentle smile as she looked at Yimo. Hearing this, Yimo nodded and said, this time, you've already gathered the evolution materials you need, so there's indeed no need to go to the secret realm. Why don't you come with us now? Lin Yin looked at Yimo seriously, with a hint of concern in her tone. The deputy leader of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group was killed by us. If you stay in Doomsday Valley, I'm afraid they will continue to send people after you. If the leader of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group comes next, if they find you, your life will definitely be in danger. Yimo thought for a moment, then nodded and said, alright, I was just planning to go back and sell off those extra materials. Then we can't delay. Let's set off for Fengyue City right away. That Yimo guy, I really don't know what he's so busy with, not replying to messages all day. At the entrance to the highlands of Doomsday Valley, Yi Xiaoyao absent-mindedly followed the team as they moved quickly. She kept taking out her phone to check it, then clenching her fists from time to time, looking somewhat angry. To her, Yimo's habit of not replying to messages was utterly exhausting. At the front of the team, when Jing was leading all the trainees, teaching them some practical combat-related knowledge as they walked. At the same time, she occasionally observed Yi Xiaoyao's condition. When she noticed Yi Xiaoyao's angry expression, a glimmer of liveliness flashed in her eyes. Then, after giving some instructions to the trainees at the front of the team, she walked over to Yi Xiaoyao's side. Xiaoyao, is there something on your mind? When Jing asked gently, her tone filled with concern. If there's anything troubling you, you can tell me. Maybe I can help you solve it very soon. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately put down her phone, pouted, and said, it's my annoying brother. It's been over 10 hours. I've sent him several messages, and he hasn't replied. I really don't know what he's up to. It's so worrying. When Jing felt a hint of joy in her heart upon hearing this. Maybe your brother is busy. Don't worry, he's grown up now. He should be fine. When Jing comforted her. Hope so. Anyway, I made a lot of calls, but he didn't answer. Yi Xiaoyao muttered. Hearing this, when Jing's heart trembled, and she briefly sank into thought. It seems those guys from the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group succeeded. At first, when Jing had an attitude of avoiding EMO, but when she thought about how she had deprived EMO of his assessment rights and all those little schemes, she felt a bit uneasy. On the way to Doomsday Town, she thought it over for a long time and finally decided to hire someone to get rid of EMO to eliminate future troubles. After all, she happened to be one of the employers of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. At that moment, Yi Xiaoyao's phone suddenly rang. Hearing the ringtone, when Jing's brows immediately furrowed. Xiaoyao, whose call is it? When Jing asked abruptly. Yi Xiaoyao raised her eyebrows upon hearing this, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Then she picked up her phone and glanced at the caller ID. Seeing the name displayed, the resentment on her face instantly vanished. Teacher Wen Jing, it's my brother calling, Yi Xiaoyao said happily. When Jing, standing nearby, immediately turned pale. How is this possible? How can Yimo still be alive? Didn't the ghost tomb-seeking group say that several employers wanted to kill him, and even sent high-level coffin suppressors? Why is he still alive? Could it be that the useless bunch from the ghost tomb-seeking group still haven't found him? When Jing was utterly shocked inside, Yi Xiaoyao seemed to notice Wen Jing's expression and couldn't help but glance at her. Then, she turned her attention to her phone and quickly answered Yimo's call. Yimo, I'm warning you, don't ever take so long to reply to my messages again. If you make me worry like this again, I'll take the place of our late parents and break your legs. Yi Xiaoyao threatened loudly over the phone. On the other end of the line, Yimo was silent for 2 seconds. His voice sounded somewhat perfunctory as he replied, alright, got it. Good that you know. Now tell me, what were you doing last night? Yi Xiaoyao snorted coldly. I went to Apocalypse Valley for training yesterday. I'm on my way back to Fengyue City now. Yimo's voice came through the phone. What? You went to Doomsday Valley to train yesterday too? Then why didn't you join us? Teacher Wen Jing said you could come with us. You're really making me angry. Yimo paid no attention to Yi Xiaoyao's complaints. In his view, although his younger sister was excellent in many aspects, she was overly concerned about everything. No matter what he did, she always had to interfere. Moreover, Yi Xiaoyao had a strong desire for control. Despite being 2 years younger than him, she completely acted like the head of the family. By the way, are you training with the teacher now? Yimo asked casually, completely ignoring Yi Xiaoyao's complaints. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao didn't continue to argue with Yimo and quickly replied, yes, I'm currently with the class. class, preparing to enter Doomsday Valley. Are you on the left side or the right side of the river? Right side. Perfect. I'm on the right side too. Just wait by the riverbank and make sure not to go near the forest in the canyon area. I expect to meet you in an hour, and I'll bring some materials for cultivating demons with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Emo hung up the phone. Xiaoyao, is your brother also in Doomsday Valley? Is he coming to meet us? When Jing frowned, her face showing an expression of displeasure. Seeing the look on her teacher's face, Yi Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. It seemed her teacher was preoccupied and didn't want to meet her brother. Thinking of this, Yi Xiaoyao said in confusion, my brother said he would come to find me. I see, but it's too dangerous for him to go alone. When Jing's face showed concern. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Yi Xiaoyao again, her worry becoming more evident, and said urgently, your brother, as a beginner-level coffin master who has contracted with zombies, dares to wander alone in Doomsday Valley? That's just insane. I'll have to go pick him up later. You all stay with the mentor of Class 3 for now. After speaking, when Jing found the mentor of Class 3, gave some instructions, summoned the crowman, and flew toward the depths of Doomsday Valley. Hey, what's going on with your ghost tomb-seeking group? Why haven't you killed the bounty target after all this time? In the sky, the crowman was flying urgently, while when Jing dialed the contact person of the ghost tomb-seeking group, her tone full of questioning. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our deputy leader arrived at Doomsday Valley last night and found the target. The bounty target is undoubtedly dead. There's no way they're still alive. The voice on the other end of the phone responded angrily. Impossible? When Jing's eyes flashed with intense killing intent as she coldly said, the target's sister is one of my trainees, and they just contacted me by phone. The person I wanted you to kill is still alive. You failed. How is that possible? Our deputy leader is a high-level coffin master. How could they possibly fail? Can't you go and investigate the situation? Your tomb-seeking group has some reputation in Fengyue City. I didn't expect you to mess up even something this simple. Useless. When Jing scolded angrily, completely shedding her usual gentle and charming teacher persona. Hearing this, the other end of the phone fell silent. Miss, please calm down for a moment. I will go and confirm whether the situation is true and get back to you in 2 minutes. No need, I'll kill the target of the bounty myself. At the headquarters of the Ghost Hunter tomb-seeking group, the operator's expression was extremely flustered. He made several calls to Zhao Long, but without exception, they all went to voicemail. Remembering that Zhao Long had taken 4 subordinates to Doomsday Valley, he hurriedly called those individuals. Finally, after dialing 3 numbers, one of them answered. The operator could no longer hold back and questioned angrily over the phone. What on earth is going on with you all? Why haven't you been answering your phones? Where is the deputy leader? Why hasn't the task assigned by the leader been completed yet? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. The call was answered by the 2 black-robed men who had been driven away by Monkey and Qin the previous night. They had initially planned to rendezvous with Zhao Long and the others, but upon returning, they saw Zhao Long instructing the Ghost Rider to unleash an indiscriminate ultimate move, killing their other companions. This immediately made them abandon the idea of meeting up with Zhao Long and instead choose to preserve their own lives. The deputy leader is already dead. A cold voice came through the phone. What? How could Brother Zhao be dead? Are you joking? He's a high-ranking coffin suppressor. Even in Fengyue City, he's a prominent figure. Everyone in Fengyue City knows the name of our fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. Who would dare to kill him? The operator roared angrily into the phone. On the other end, the man in the black robe snorted coldly and said, believe it or not, this is the truth. All I can tell you is that the deputy commander was too careless and got killed by the target, who teamed up with 3 mid-level coffin masters possessing golden coffins. The operator was momentarily speechless. I will report this matter to the commander. If you have taken photos of those 3 people, send them back immediately. If not, just return to the base first. The operator instructed, then directly hung up the phone and hurriedly ran toward the courtyard where the commander was located. By the riverside, Yi-Mo and the others were running quickly. Suddenly, a black dot appeared in the high sky not far away. Yi-Mo and the others seemed to sense the anomaly in the sky and simultaneously looked up. Yi-Mo, it seems like someone is coming. Linian slightly narrowed her beautiful eyes, cautiously observing the black figure in the sky, then said, Yi-Mo, do you know that person? Yi-Mo nodded, a trace of golden light flashing in his eyes. The figure in the sky instantly became clear in his vision. It's actually her? Why didn't she bring her class and came out alone? Yi-Mo muttered under his breath. Yi-Mo, you know this person? Linian asked curiously. She was my former mentor and also my sister's homeroom teacher, Yi-Mo replied. So it turns out to be Brother Ye's mentor. I thought it was the leader of the ghost tomb-seeking squad coming. Almost scared my heart out. Monkey let out a sigh of relief, his gaze still fixed on the figure in the air. Upon hearing this, Qin Don's eye twitched involuntarily and warned, Monkey, you'd better keep that crow's mouth shut. If we really encounter such a situation, we'll be wiped out. After hearing this, Monkey immediately shut his mouth, trembling coincide with lingering fear. Along the way, the group remained highly alert, running quickly while constantly checking their surroundings. Due to the darkness of last night, the two black-robed men who escaped from Qin Dong and Monkey's grasp had not shown up. Lin Yin had also dispatched the blood-clad angel to search within several miles, but still, there was no trace of the two. They speculated that the pair might be hiding in some corner of Doomsday Valley and could have already informed the ghost tomb-seeking squad. At this moment, when Jing had already spotted Yemo and his group, she glanced at Lin Yin and the others from high above, her expression instantly turning extremely grim. How did this guy suddenly gain 3 mid-tier coffin masters by his side? And their coffin spirits are actually gold-level seals? When Jing was utterly shocked. On the ground, apart from Yemo, the 3 mid-tier coffin masters running alongside him each carried a golden coffin on their backs, gleaming brightly under the sunlight and appearing exceptionally striking. At this moment, when Jing's doubts vanished completely, 3 mid-tier coffin masters with sea-level coffin spirits indeed had a chance to defeat high-tier coffin masters to some extent. Of course, she was unaware that Zhao Long also possessed a golden coffin and naturally assumed these 3 had helped GMO overcome his ordeal. I'm no match for these 3. It seems I'll have to find an opportunity to take him away before making a move. When Jing looked at Lin Yin and the others with apprehension. Although her coffin spirit, the Dark Crow Messenger, had a special ability to sow discord among them, she dared not act rashly. Without knowing what kind of coffin spirits were hidden within the golden coffins carried by Lin Yin and the others. If she acted recklessly, she might face a counterattack. After all, these 3 were capable of killing high-tier coffin masters, and their strength was undoubtedly formidable. Thinking of this, when Jing turned her gaze to Yemo, her eyes slightly narrowed, her expression becoming incomparably cold, as if she were looking at a dead person. However, her expression and gaze were completely captured by Yemo, who was a kilometer away. Why does she have such intense hostility toward me? Yemo's heart sank, filled with confusion. I don't think I've ever offended her, have I? After pondering for a while, Yemo still couldn't figure out the truth of the matter and decided to play it by ear, waiting to understand the situation before taking action. Half a minute later, the Dark Crow Messenger flew Wen Jing to the front of Yemo and the others. After landing, she glanced at Lin Yin and the others, giving them a friendly look, then quickly walked over to Yemo. Wen Jing displayed a gentle expression, carefully examining Yemo. At this moment, Yemo had already restrained his aura, emitting only the spiritual energy fluctuations of a beginner 1-star level. Seeing his strength, Wen Jing couldn't help but smile and gently said, Yemo, I didn't expect you to actually become a coffin master. Truly, congratulations. Upon hearing this, Yemo's brows furrowed slightly. Normally, he would have chatted with her for a bit, but he had already seen the resentment flashing in her eyes earlier. As a result, Yemo's tone was extremely calm. Sister Wen Jing, why did you come looking for me? He asked, puzzled, while observing her to see how she would explain. Wen Jing, upon hearing this, immediately adopted a concerned tone. I heard from Xiaoyao that you were here, so I specifically came to pick you up. After all, you've just contracted a coffin spirit, and the Doomsday Valley is too dangerous. Both she and I are very worried about you. She continued, but I didn't expect you to have 3 mid-level coffin master friends accompanying you. It seems my concern was a bit unnecessary. As soon as Wen Jing finished speaking, the monkey beside her revealed a sly smile and gave Yemo a thumbs up. Seeing this, Qin Dong couldn't help but show a faint smile as well. The young female teacher in front of them looked only a few years older than they were. Although her beauty was slightly inferior to Lin Yin's, she was still an outstandingly attractive woman, especially with her mature figure, so voluptuous that it could rival the blood-clad angel. What was even more surprising was that this female teacher was so attentive to a student who had been held back for more than 2 years, even personally coming to greet him. This made them have to admire Yemo's charm. Brother Yi, your mentor is really good to you. She actually came all this way to pick you up, the monkey teased. Qin Dong thought for a moment, then chimed in, Yemo, why don't you go with the beautiful teacher first? Her coffin spirit can fly, and its speed is more than 5 times faster than us traveling on foot. If you go with her, you can save a lot of time and get back to Fengyue City much faster. This way, the danger you face will be much less, and the chances of running into the ghost tomb-seeking group will also decrease. Hearing this, Wen Jing was instantly overjoyed. She had been contemplating how to take Yemo away, and now these 2 mid-level coffin masters had unintentionally done her a huge favor. What a pleasant surprise. As if realizing something, her expression quickly changed. She hurriedly put on a look of astonishment and asked Qin Dong, young man, what did you just say? Did you offend the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group? Qin Dong was about to answer, but Monkey quickly interjected, beautiful teacher, we previously joined forces to eliminate a small team from the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. Unfortunately, 2 members managed to escape. They've probably already called for reinforcements, and I guess the group leader is on their way now. So, if you can take Brother Yi, then hurry up and get him out of Doomsday Valley. After this explanation, Wen Jing's expression immediately turned tense. She then turned to look at Yemo and said urgently, EMO, is this true? If you've really offended the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group, then you must come with me right away. The leader of the ghost-seeking tomb group is a high-level 5-star coffin master. He possesses the scythe demon coffin spirit and kills without mercy. You must leave here immediately. Come with me now, and I'll take you to Doomsday Town, then arrange for someone to send you back to Manhwa City. When Jing's expression was tense, her eyes full of worry. In reality, her heart was brimming with excitement. When the time comes, let the Black Raven take him to Doomsday Heights and throw him down from the sky. When Jing thought to herself, after all, even a high-level 9-star coffin master would be smashed to pieces if thrown from a height of 1,000 meters. There are only 2 types of coffin masters who can survive at high altitudes. One possesses a flying coffin spirit, like when Jing's Dark Raven Harbinger. The other has a spiritual power level that reaches the transcendent rank, allowing them to walk through the air. Clearly, if EMO followed her, once the Raven Man flew to high altitudes, EMO would be doomed. However, at this moment, Linine coldly stepped in front of EMO, her beautiful eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent. She spoke in an icy tone to Wen Jing, EMO, if you trust me, don't go with her. This woman just directed an extremely strong killing intent toward you. As soon as these words were spoken, EMO immediately looked at Linine in astonishment. Monkey and Qingdong also showed shock on their faces, warily eyeing Wen Jing. This young lady, what exactly are you talking about? EMO was my former student. How could I possibly have any intention to harm him? Wen Jing frowned, her face showing a puzzled expression. Linine sneered coldly upon hearing this. Ha, whether you have any intention to harm EMO, you know it in your heart. In any case, let me make myself clear, I will not allow you to take EMO away. Wen Jing's heart tightened. Even though she had a guilty conscience, she couldn't help but confront Linine head-on. She looked at EMO, her tone full of mockery. EMO, is this your girlfriend? Is she jealous? I want to take you away purely to get you out of danger, and I don't want Xiao Yao to lose her brother either. The girlfriend you found seems to have a bad temper and even lacks understanding. You're being hunted by the ghost-seeking tomb group right now, and although I could make you safer, she's here getting jealous and putting you in danger. For such a girlfriend, my advice as a teacher is that breaking up would be better. Wen Jing's lips curled into a faint smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Yin's brows furrowed deeply. Her personality appeared cold, proud, and straightforward, not adept at verbal sparring. She placed the golden mysterious coffin on her back onto the ground without hesitation, her tone icy. If you don't leave now, you'll die. On the side, the monkey and Qingdong also unhesitatingly put down the coffin, preparing to summon the coffin spirit. EMO, it seems your friend has some misunderstandings about me. When Jing slightly frowned, her face darkened. Let me give you a piece of advice. Friends who don't distinguish between right and wrong are not worth keeping. Since that's the case, I don't plan to stay here any longer. I will inform Xiao Yao about your situation. As she spoke, when Jing's heart stirred, the dark crow messenger sensed her command and instantly transformed into a shadow, carrying her into the sky. At this moment, when Jing's eyes glimmered with killing intent, she quickly took out her phone and secretly snapped photos of Linine and the others, then gradually disappeared from EMO and the others' sight. EMO, your teacher seems to have taken pictures of us. Lin Yin's gentle voice sounded in his ear. The coldness on her face had long vanished, replaced by a hint of concern. Brother Yi, I also saw it just now. She definitely took pictures of us. I'm afraid she might, out of resentment, send the photos to the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. Qingdong analyzed. We need to change our route, otherwise, once we leave the Doomsday Valley, we'll be ambushed. EMO nodded upon hearing this. Actually, I had already noticed her hostility, but I never thought about what I might have done to offend her. EMO, you don't need to think about these things. Just know that she is your enemy. The next time you meet her, kill her, Linine said seriously, looking at EMO. Brother Yi, Sister Yin is right. If we manage to return to Manhwa City safely, we'll find an opportunity to deal with that woman. Monkey chimed in. At this moment, EMO turned his gaze to Linine, filled with curiosity, and asked, how did you sense that she harbored killing intent toward me? Is this your ability? Linine glanced at EMO, nodded, and explained, my ability is called malice conversion. I can sense all malice within a 20-meter radius and absorb it, temporarily converting it into spiritual power. EMO was startled after hearing her explanation. No wonder they had been so close since meeting Linine and the others. It turned out Linine had such an extraordinary talent, capable of discerning others' friendliness or hostility. Linine, I sincerely thank you. This time, I owe you another favor, EMO said with a smile. Damn it! How did that woman sense my killing intent just now? High in the sky, when Jing felt puzzled by everything that had just happened. She had clearly disguised herself well, yet the other party had seen through her. Fortunately, she remained calm. As long as EMO hadn't noticed, it wouldn't be a big problem. Come to think of it, I don't have any real grudge against EMO. In fact, I feel a bit guilty toward him, when Jing thought with a trace of inner conflict. Initially, she had only wanted to save face, which led her to deceive EMO and strip him of his qualification for the assessment. But when she later learned that Yi Xiaoyao was EMO's younger younger sister and possessed an exceptionally powerful talent, she was filled with regret. Her class had finally gained a student as extraordinarily gifted as Yi Xiaoyao, and they had a good relationship. Once Yi Xiaoyao grew stronger, Wen Jing herself would benefit greatly. However, she now felt uneasy because she had schemed against the girl's brother in advance. Wen Jing thought to herself that, fearing the truth would come to light, she had impulsively placed a bounty on Yi Mo. But she hadn't expected Yi Mo to have 3 mid-level coffin masters with considerable strength as his friends. According to the Ghost Tomb Seeking group, I'm not the only one offering a reward for Yi Mo. I can completely pretend I know nothing and clear myself of any involvement, Wen Jing thought to herself. Thinking of this, she felt much more relieved. Should I go and explain the truth to Yi Mo, tell him he can participate in the assessment, and apologize to him? Wen Jing frowned and muttered to herself. No, how could I possibly apologize to a student who was held back? If he reveals that I revoked his assessment qualification, I won't be able to stay at Fengyue High School and will face even more trouble. Wen Jing shook her head, immediately dismissing the idea. Feeling caught in a dilemma, she decided to go all in and directly handed over the photos of several people to the Ghost Tomb Seeking group. When Wen Jing returned to the teen where her class was located, Yi Xiaoyao immediately approached Wen Jing and asked anxiously, Ms. Wen Jing, where's my brother? Didn't he come back with you? Wen Jing was momentarily stunned, then revealed a faint smile and replied, Xiaoyao, your brother is currently with 3 mid-level coffin guardians. They seem to be his friends and will ensure his safety, so you really don't need to worry. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately showed a look of surprise, followed by a hint of doubt, as if she couldn't quite believe that her usually laid-back brother could make so many friends. Seeing her reaction, Wen Jing smiled gently, quickly opened her phone, and handed over the photos she had just taken of Yi Mo and the others. Xiaoyao, these are your brother and the coffin guardians he's with. They seem to have a good relationship, so you really don't need to worry, Wen Jing said, pointing to the photos on her phone. Yi Xiaoyao stared at the 4 people in the photo, her eyes lighting up. 3 coffin guardians carrying golden coffins? It seems my brother isn't as simple as I thought, she mused to herself, feeling a bit delighted. In the photo, the positioning of Lin Yin and the others indicated that the 3 regarded Yi Mo as their core figure, though their expressions carried a hint of vigilance. As if thinking of something, Wen Jing's lips curved into a slight smile. She then sent the photo to Yi Xiaoyao and said softly, Xiaoyao, the girl in the photo seems to be your brother's girlfriend. I didn't bring your brother over because she wouldn't let him leave with me. On the rugged mountain path at the edge of the Valley of Doom, Yi Mo was leading Lin Yin and the others on their journey. Since they had chosen a rarely traveled route, it was relatively safe, but the journey was much longer. Along the way, Yi Mo carried Chi-Chi in one arm while using his other hand to direct Tyrant to clear the path, killing various monsters they encountered. This allowed Tyrant and Chi-Chi to gain several hundred experience points, while Lin Yin and the others followed closely behind, their eyes filled with shock. At this moment, the spiritual power emanating from Yi Mo had already reached the level of a beginner 6-star. To think that when they met Yi Mo yesterday, his strength was only at beginner 3-star, and Tyrant was merely around level 7. Yet in just one night, the strength of both Tyrant and Chi-Chi had skyrocketed. This transformation left Lin Yin and the others in disbelief. Brother Yi, what kind of talent do you have? It's absolutely terrifying. Your battles last night raised the coffin spirit by several levels. This is almost equivalent to months of our cultivation, Monkey exclaimed in amazement. Despite the fact that the group had spent over a year cultivating the coffin spirit to level 20 without using materials like demon blood pills, which was already considered genius level, compared to Yi Mo, their efforts seemed utterly insignificant. My talent is Corpse Keeper, specializing in contracting coffin spirits of the Corpse Clan. I can rapidly cultivate zombies and ghouls and summon them to the battlefield simultaneously, Yi Mo casually explained. Upon hearing this, the group was even more astonished. In their view, although the ability to contract only Corpse Clan spirits seemed like a limitation, the ability to rapidly cultivate them compensated for many shortcomings. Moreover, they vaguely felt that Yi Mo's background must be extraordinary, with a family supported by top-tier experts. After all, pouring rare skills into a low-potential coffin spirit like Tyrant early on and owning an S-grade coffin spirit was something ordinary people could never achieve. At that moment, Yi Mo's phone suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, he was immediately stunned and quickly stopped in his tracks. Hello, Yi boy, are you in Fengyue City right now? Come to the Tomb Seeking Guild quickly, I have something to discuss with you. President Chen's voice came through the phone. Yi Mo slowly said, Elder Chen, I'm currently in Doomsday Valley. It will take me about 3 more hours to return to Fengyue City. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice on the other end of the line instantly rose a few decibels, tinged with some displeasure. 3 hours? Why so long? You didn't go deep into Doomsday Valley alone, did you? Not at all, I just ran into a bit of trouble. I'm taking a detour along the mountain road, so the return trip is taking a bit longer, Yi Mo replied calmly. Quickly tell me, what big trouble have you encountered? I've been put on a bounty and targeted by the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. Outrageous! Just wait for me in the Doomsday Valley. I'll immediately bring the leader of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group to you. I'd like to see if he dares to touch you. After speaking, Chairman Shin directly hung up the phone, leaving EMO and the others standing there in bewilderment. Brother Yi, who was that old man on the phone just now? He actually told you to wait here and said he would bring the leader of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group over right away. Monkey looked at EMO curiously and asked, could that old man be an extraordinary expert? Hearing Monkey's words, a glimmer of light flashed in Lin Yin and Qin Dong's eyes, and they looked delighted. They knew that the strongest individuals in their families were also extraordinary level coffin masters, and they deeply understood the power of such experts. Extraordinary coffin masters had almost transcended the realm of ordinary humans and could be considered superhuman. Their mastery of spiritual energy was profound, allowing them to perform low-altitude flight using it. Moreover, extraordinary coffin masters could easily enhance their physical strength with spiritual energy, capable of smashing a building with a single punch. However, the most terrifying aspect was the coffin spirits under their command that had reached lord level or higher. When these coffin spirits unleashed area of effect skills, it was like a disaster descending, capable of destroying a street hundreds of meters long with a mere gesture. EMO, your background is truly extraordinary. It seems that extraordinary coffin master has an unusual relationship with you, Qin Dong said in astonishment. It seems you all got something wrong. The old man who just called me is not a transcendent level coffin suppressor, EMO said calmly. Hearing this, Linin raised an eyebrow and asked in confusion, not a transcendent coffin suppressor? Could it be a legendary powerhouse? As soon as she said this, Monkey and Qin Dong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, Sister Yin, legendary powerhouses are almost always city lord level figures. If Brother Yi had a legendary powerhouse backing him, he'd definitely have a bunch of high-level guards following him around. How would he even need to team up with us? Monkey said with a laugh. Linian listened and felt that what he said made sense. She then slowly turned her head, her beautiful eyes landing on Emo. Seeing this, Emo's lips curved into a faint smile. Linian is right, that old man is indeed a legendary coffin suppressor. As soon as the words were spoken, the monkey and Qin Dong instantly displayed expressions of utter astonishment, exclaiming in shock, "What? A legendary coffin master? How is that possible? Brother Yi, you must be joking. You have a legendary powerhouse backing you. That means you can walk around Fengyue City like a king. Would the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group still dare to mess with you? Actually, I've only known that old man for a day. He's the president of the Fengyue City Tomb-Seeking Guild." Emo seemed to recall something, quickly pulling out a hexagonal snowflake-shaped badge emitting a chilling aura from his pocket, and then handed it to Linin and the other two. Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking Group. Turns out it's the tomb-seeking team of the president of the Fengyue City Tomb-Seeking Guild. Looks like we don't have to flee in embarrassment anymore. Ha, to think such a big shot would personally come to pick us up, Monkey said with a laugh, giving Emo a thumbs up, his admiration for him growing even more. Alright, let's rest here for a while. I estimate he'll be here in no more than half an hour. Emo waved his hand, then found a clean patch of grass and lay down. Seeing this, the others also sat nearby to rest on the spot. At this moment, on the road leading from outside Fengyue City to Doomsday Town, a black luxury private car was speeding along. In the back seat, a middle-aged man wearing a black cloak, with a pale face and a blue fierce ghost pattern tattooed on his face, was sitting with his eyes closed, resting. How much longer until Doomsday Town? The middle-aged man's tone was extremely calm, yet as soon as he spoke, the black mist exhaled from his mouth caused the temperature inside the car to plummet. The driver in the front seat felt the chill and couldn't help but break out in goosebumps. "Captain, it will take another 20 minutes to reach Doomsday Town," the driver said, trembling. 20 minutes is too long. Go faster. Captain, this is already the fastest speed. The road ahead is not in good condition. Going any faster might cause the car to overturn. A bead of cold sweat appeared on the driver's forehead, as if he was deeply afraid of the middle-aged man in the back seat. The middle-aged man heard these words, and a burst of black mist flashed in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes became extremely hollow, and the pale skin on his face began to peel off like paper. His originally normal-sized mouth started to tear open on both sides, revealing numerous ferocious sharp teeth. "Old one, you've been with me for so many years. You should know very well that I don't like being defied, right?" The middle-aged man's hoarse voice carried a hint of displeasure. "I'll give you one chance, either hurry up or be devoured by the ghost I've just subdued." At this moment, the driver sneaked a glance at the rearview mirror and was horrified to find that his team leader had already been possessed by an evil spirit. His face instantly turned pale. "Team leader, I was wrong. I'll speed up right away." Old Wang suppressed the fear in his heart and slammed on the gas pedal. However, just at that moment, a terrifying aura, as imposing as a mountain, descended from the sky, instantly enveloping the black sedan. The driver, overwhelmed by the oppressive force, immediately fainted. The car, which had been speeding along, lost control and veered toward a small hillside by the road. With a loud crash, the sedan slammed into the rocks of the hill, and the hood of the engine burst apart in an instant. The driver in the front seat died on the spot. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man in the back seat was violently jolted, his forehead striking the seat in front of him, causing a trickle of blood to seep out. Feeling the abyss-like aura outside the car, the middle-aged man froze completely. The malevolent spirit that had been possessing him slowly retreated back into his body, and his face returned to normal. What's going on? Who is it? The middle-aged man exclaimed in terror. It is I, Chen Shuazong. A cold, indifferent voice came from the sky. Hearing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly opened the car door and jumped out. When he saw the elderly man in traditional Chinese attire hovering in midair, his expression changed drastically, and he immediately dropped to one knee. Xian Hu greets the president. I don't know what business the esteemed one has with me. Xian Hu stammered nervously. I heard that your fierce ghost tomb-seeking group plans to target my descendant. Tell me, is this true? President Chen asked in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise flashed across Xian Hu's face, and he replied, President Chen, who in Fengyue City doesn't know you have only one granddaughter. How could my fierce ghost tomb-seeking group dare to target the young lady? Then have you heard of the name Yemo? President Chen continued to ask. Yemo? How is this possible? Upon hearing this familiar name, Xian Hu was instantly stunned. He never expected that the target of the bounty mission his tomb-seeking team had taken on would turn out to be President Chen's junior, and it even prompted President Chen to personally come looking for him. For a moment, Xian Hu felt as if the entire world had turned dark. This was completely a disaster out of nowhere. Not only had he lost a deputy leader and several team members, but now it was going to cost him his life. It's over. I'm doomed. I've been set up. Xian Hu muttered to himself, trembling all over. Looks like you really did make a move against him. In that case, come with me. With that, President Chen released a burst of spiritual energy from his hand, instantly pulling Xian Hu toward him. He then grabbed Xian Hu by the neck and swiftly flew in the direction of Doomsday Valley. More than half an hour has passed. Elder Chen should be arriving soon. In the forest, Yemo stood on a massive rock, gazing toward the elevated area on the outskirts of Doomsday Valley. Beside him, Lin Yin and the others waited quietly. Suddenly, a rapidly flying black dot appeared in the distant sky. A golden light flashed in Yemo's eyes as he looked toward the dot. He saw an elder standing, with one hand behind his back, casually gripping the collar of a middle-aged man with the other hand, flying swiftly toward the valley. Elder Chen truly lives up to his reputation as a legendary coffin master. His flying speed is countless times faster than Wen Jing's dark raven messenger. Yi Mo thought to himself. At the same time, he deeply envied this ability to traverse the skies. Perhaps when I become a mid-level coffin master, I should subdue a possession-type corpse clan for self-preservation. Then, I could also capture a flying corpse spirit to use for travel. A look of anticipation flashed in Yemo's eyes. He speculated that Elder Chen's visit was most likely related to the appraisal conference in Jiangnan City. If he could learn some preliminary information about the coffin spirits at the conference, he could make thorough preparations. This appraisal conference in Jiangnan City is undoubtedly an opportunity. If I can snag a corpse dragon, it would be a huge gain. Yemo thought to himself. Yemo, look over there. Is that the President Chen you mentioned? Linin had also noticed the elder flying through the sky, her tone carrying a hint of doubt. Hearing this, Yemo nodded slightly and said calmly, it's him. At that moment, President Chen's figure instantly appeared more than 10 meters in front of Yemo. When he saw Yemo, he casually threw the black-robed man in his hand forward. With a loud bang, the black-robed man's face smashed into the ground, letting out a miserable scream. Immediately after, he was pushed by a tremendous force, rolling a few times on the ground, and the dust he stirred up left him sprawled in front of Yemo. Kid Yi, you've got some guts, daring to provoke them. If I hadn't arrived in time, you'd be a goner by now. President Chen stroked his beard, pointed at the disheveled, blood-covered black-robed man in front of Yemo, and said with a smile, Old Chen, thank you. I owe you one this time. A faint smile appeared on Yemo's face. Hearing this, President Chen was so excited he almost jumped up, laughing heartily as he said, Kid Yi, since you said that, I'll gladly accept this favor. Later, I'll come to collect on it, so you'd better be prepared. Yemo listened and immediately showed a helpless expression. He had only been polite, but unexpectedly, the old man didn't play by the usual rules. However, Yemo didn't want to dwell on it too much, as the other party had indeed helped him escape a deadly crisis. The monkey and Xin Dong, standing nearby, became instantly reserved upon seeing President Chen. Although Lin Yin appeared calm, her gaze never left President Chen. Her eyes revealed admiration for the strong, clearly acknowledging President Chen's prowess. Seemingly noticing Lin Yin and the others, President Chen glanced at them briefly and then smiled at Yemo, saying, these three capable youngsters are your friends, aren't they? Yemo nodded. Old Chen then turned to Lin Yin and the others and said, since you're friends of young Yi, this old man will take you along to Fengyue City. When the time comes, you can visit the Tomb Guild. Your talents are quite decent, and if I have time, I can give you some guidance. As soon as these words were spoken, the monkey and Qin Dong gasped sharply. A gleam flashed in Lin Yin's beautiful eyes, revealing a look of shock. It should be noted that even receiving simple guidance from a legendary expert could yield tremendous benefits. The strongest member of their family had once reached a bottleneck and only achieved extraordinary status after receiving guidance from a legendary expert. Now, they unexpectedly had the opportunity to receive personal instruction from a legendary expert, which made them incredibly excited. Thank you, President Chen, the three said in unison. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen stroked his beard with a smile, then turned his gaze to Emo. This guy is the leader of the Fierce Ghost Tomb-Seeking group. If you have any questions, you can ask him directly. Elder Chen frowned slightly and pointed at Qianhu, who was lying on the ground with his face covered in blood. Of course, you can deal with him however you like. After all, anyone who dares to harm a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking group has only one path: death. President Chen's words were calm, but the authority within them sent a chill through Qianhu's heart, and fear surged over him like a tide. President, I'm innocent. I didn't know young Master Yi was your junior. If I had known earlier, I would never have accepted this bounty mission, Qianhu said in terror, his voice trembling and tinged with sobs. Although he usually ran rampant in Fengyue City, he didn't have the courage to look directly at President Chen, a true big shot. The other party could crush him, a high-level 5-star coffin suppressor, to death with just his aura. If he wanted to survive, his only chance was to kneel and beg for mercy like an ant. Seeing that President Chen remained unmoved, Qianhu hurriedly knelt in Yemo's direction, pleading, Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have taken the task to target you. If I had known you were a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking group, I wouldn't have dared to make a move against you even if I had 10,000 lives. Yemo raised his eyebrows slightly, as if pondering something. Young man, his life is yours to decide. But let me remind you, until your strength reaches a level where no one can challenge you, it's best to eliminate any risks that threaten you. Even if you have to rely on someone else's hand, there's nothing shameful about it. President Chen's reminder made Qianhu tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, President Chen treated him as if he were invisible, and his only chance of survival lay in Yemo's hands. At this point, he could only desperately try to please Yemo. Young Master Yi, this is just a misunderstanding. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you as a slave, to be at your beck and call from now on. I beg you to spare me and give me a chance to live. Qianhu sobbed uncontrollably. Yemo glanced at President Chen, then turned his gaze to the weeping Qianhu, a faint smile appearing on his face. Giving you a chance to live isn't entirely out of the question. As long as you tell me who put a bounty on me, then summon your strongest coffin spirit and stand still to let my coffin spirit beat you up. If your coffin spirit can withstand it, I'll let you go. If it can't, then I'm sorry, but I'll reluctantly take your life, Yemo said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Yin's face immediately showed a peculiar expression. She knew just how terrifying Yemo's tyrant was, especially after reaching level 12, when the blood-red energy it released could absolutely kill coffin spirits below level 40. Brother Yi is really going to trap him to death, Monkey muttered softly. Qin Dong, hearing this, also nodded, looking quite expectant. Upon hearing this, Qianhu's heart was instantly filled with joy. In his view, the ones capable of killing his deputy leader were undoubtedly Lin Yin and the other two. After all, these three possessed mid-tier golden coffins as coffin masters. Meanwhile, Yemo's spiritual energy fluctuations were so weak that he was clearly just a freeloader. The idea of him killing Qianhu's robust, level 35 scythe demon was nothing short of a pipe dream. Young Yi, how could you possibly kill his coffin spirit? President Chen shook his head, his tone tinged with helplessness. Since he hadn't deliberately probed Yemo's hidden spiritual energy fluctuations, he only sensed Yemo's weak aura, which was almost identical to when they first met yesterday. Oh well, kindness is a virtue. After he experiences more, he'll come to understand the harshness of this world. President Chen sighed inwardly. After President Chen handed over the authority to deal with Qianhu to Yemo, he stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, no longer intervening in the matter. Although he was well aware that Yemo's tyrant could fight across levels, the tyrant's level was simply too low. Even with a terrifying skill like the red energy pillar, it couldn't harm Qianhu's coffin spirit. Out of concern for Yemo, President Chen couldn't help but remind him, Young Yi, have your tyrant focus all its attacks on the scythe demon's heart later. That's its weak point. If you can break through its defenses, you might be able to kill it. Yemo nodded upon hearing this. Don't worry, Elder Chen, I'm confident I can kill it. Hearing this, Qianhu felt disdain in his heart. A mere beginner 3-star coffin master dares to think he can harm my side demon? What a joke! Qianhu sneered inwardly. However, with President Chen present, he maintained a fawning smile on his face, appearing very respectful toward Yemo. Young Master Yi, please show mercy later, Qianhu said with a forced smile. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse Yemo inwardly. If Elder Chen weren't here, you'd be the one kneeling before me, you useless fool. With that thought, Qianhu quickly quickly issued a command to the Scythe Demon in his contract space. Scythe Demon, when that useless kid's coffin spirit attacks you later, pretend to be gravely injured. Since he wants to put on a show, let's cooperate and let this fool experience the thrill of fighting across levels. Qianhu instructed the Scythe Demon. At this moment, Linin seemed to sense Qianhu's malice. She quickly tugged on Yemo's sleeve and leaned close to his ear, whispering, "Yemo, this guy seems to be cursing you. I can feel his hostility toward you." Hearing this, a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Yemo's mouth. "Let me ask you, who are the people that placed a bounty on me and hired your tomb-seeking group to kill me?" Yemo stared intently at Qianhu, wanting to confirm his earlier suspicions. "Young Master Yi, there are 4 people who placed a bounty on you this time," Qianhu answered seriously. Beside him, President Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yemo. 4 people? Young Yi, you really know how to stir up trouble. What on earth did you do to make so many people target you? If I remember correctly, I think they were the ones who provoked me first," Yemo replied helplessly, glancing at President Chen. "Ha, you really have a knack for attracting hatred." Elder Chen stroked his beard with a laugh, then shifted his gaze to Qianhu. When Qianhu saw President Chen looking at him, he trembled all over and quickly explained to Yemo, "Young Master Yi, do you happen to know a law enforcement team member named Su Feng? So it really is him," Yemo muttered to himself, nodding in response. However, before Qianhu could continue, a majestic aura suddenly erupted from President Chen, sweeping outward in all directions. "Outrageous! I never expected such a lowly enforcer to be so audacious. I've already warned him, yet he still dares to make a move against you. This is nothing short of a blatant disregard for me." President Chen fumed, his beard bristling and his eyes glaring with anger. "Young Yi, when you arrive in Fengyue City later, you can wear the badge I gave you on your chest. At that time, even if you cause trouble in the inner city, no one will dare to stop you," President Chen said. As soon as he said this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of Monkey and Qin Dong, their faces full of admiration. As expected of a legendary powerhouse so domineering. "He's so protective. If only we could also become President Chen's disciples." The two were filled with excitement. At this moment, Yemo had already placed Su Feng on his must-kill list. Although Su Feng's dismissal was related to him, it was entirely Su Feng's own doing. "Continue," Yemo said calmly to Qianhu. "Young Master Yi, because you killed a relative of one of our tomb-seeking group members, that member has also issued a bounty on you. But don't worry, I'll have someone deal with him right away to vent your anger," Qianhu said as he picked up his phone and sent a text message, a message that undoubtedly sealed that member's fate. "The third is the owner of an inn in Doomsday Town. I believe you've met him, young Master Yi. As for the last one, you should be quite familiar with her, but I'm afraid it might be hard for you to accept," Qianhu said hesitantly, fearing that Yemo would lose his temper upon hearing the name and break the agreement they had just made. Upon hearing this, President Chen frowned slightly, showing a look of confusion, while Lin Yin and the other two trembled all over. "Yemo, if I'm not mistaken, it should be her." Lin Yin's beautiful eyes looked at Yemo, her tone filled with certainty. "Brother Yi, I never thought that woman would actually put a bounty on you. Do you have some deep-seated grudge with her?" Monkey asked. Hearing this, Yemo frowned slightly and said calmly, "I have no conflict with her. I don't even know why she would issue a bounty on me. I'll go ask her about it later." "Kid Yi, who's this woman you're talking about? Could it be your ex-girlfriend?" President Chen asked with a laugh. "President, you've misunderstood. That woman is Wen Jing, a mentor at Fengyue City No. 1 High School and also young Master Yi's former teacher. As for why I personally came to Doomsday Valley, it's because she provided information about young Master Yi and the others," Qianhu quickly explained. Just as Qianhu was about to continue, Yemo interrupted him directly, exuding a faint killing intent, and said, "That's enough, no need to say more. Summon the coffin spirit now." "Young Master Yi, does what you said earlier still count?" Qianhu asked nervously. "Of course it counts. If your Scythe Demon can withstand the tyrant's attack, I'll let you go. I won't go back on my word." When Yemo finished speaking, a glimmer of light flashed in Qianhu's eyes, as if he saw a glimmer of hope for survival. As long as the Scythe Demon could withstand the opponent's attacks, President Chen would have nothing to say and could only let Qianhu leave. "Young Master Yi, the Scythe Demon's physique is extremely strong. If you're looking to practice, you can attack it a few more times," Qianhu said with a hint of a smile. He couldn't understand why Yemo was so confident, thinking that a low-level undead could harm a demon. It was simply wishful thinking. Seemingly sensing the smugness in Qianhu's tone, Yemo merely gave a cold smile and said indifferently, "If you don't summon the coffin spirit, I'll have to kill you." As soon as these words were spoken, a chill ran down Qianhu's spine, and he dared not delay any longer. He quickly raised both hands, the glow of spiritual energy flickering in his palms, rapidly forming a strange pattern of a blood-colored cross. Then, with a light shout, he pressed the formed pattern onto the ground. Rumble! A violent sound echoed, the ground began to tremble slightly, and a cross-shaped crack appeared. A hexagonal coffin, over 3 meters tall, emitting a dark golden glow and engraved with dragon patterns, slowly emerged from the fissure. At this moment, Qianhu quickly turned to Yemo and said with a smile, young Master Yi, this is my main battle coffin spirit, the scythe demon. As he spoke, the dark, golden coffin fell with a loud crash, and a ferocious demon appeared before everyone. It had black wings on its back, horns on its head, wielded a massive scythe, and its entire body was entwined with eerie runes. Although Qian, whose life and death were in Yemo's hands, he did not let the scythe demon unleash its full aura, yet the demon's power still left Lin Yin and the others utterly terrified. Hiss, it's actually a B-level demon. It really looks terrifying. Monkey gasped sharply at the sight. As expected, it's the most powerful existence among all races. I feel its potential is already infinitely close to the A-level coffin spirits of other races. Xin Dong's tone carried a hint of worry, and he couldn't help but secretly sweat for Yemo. The demon's physique is undoubtedly the most outstanding among all races, and its attack power is incredibly strong. Compared to other races, demons are practically hexagonal warriors. Although they had witnessed Yemo easily annihilate the Ghost Knight, the frail physique of the undead couldn't possibly compare to that of a demon. At this moment, whether the tyrant could instantly kill the scythe demon remained an unknown. President Chen, standing to the side, narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly observing the changes in Yemo's expression. In his view, it was almost impossible for the tyrant to kill the scythe demon. But when he saw the smile still lingering on Yemo's lips, even with a trace of excitement, he suddenly felt a wave of confusion in his heart. What's going on with this kid? Could it be that his strength has improved significantly in just one day? President Chen muttered to himself. The next second, he began to fully probe Yemo's spiritual power. Yemo, in just one day, your spiritual power has risen from initial 3-star to initial 6-star? Are you kidding me? President Chen exclaimed in shock. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen, whose brows immediately furrowed. Rising from initial 3-star to initial 6-star in one day? That's absolutely impossible. Chen, who scoffed inwardly, thinking President Chen must be getting senile. Even if the opponent's coffin spirit reached level 12, it still couldn't possibly harm the scythe demon. Yemo didn't care about this, instead curiously sizing up the scythe demon. Coffin spirit, scythe demon. Race, demon. Level, LV 35 commander level, level 31 to 39. Seal level, grade B dark gold dragon coffin, level cap 59. Talent, high rank demon bloodline, extremely powerful physical abilities, while reducing 50% of received damage. Life harvester, when hitting a target with a scythe. Penetrates defense, absorbs life force equal to the damage dealt to restore oneself, and makes the target's injuries difficult to heal, causing continuous life force loss. Skills, void slash, special, demon flame, tier 3, blink, primary regeneration, tier 4, sweep, rapid flight, tier 2, advanced intimidation, tier 3. Ultimate skill, scythe demon true form, unleashes the strongest demon form, increasing attack range and attack speed by 5 times, and doubling attack power. Flaw, none. Intimacy, 45, submissive. Current status, disdainful, arrogant. Evolution count, 2 times. Description, originating from the abyss of demons. A manager in the upper abyss, an elite among demons, with decent attack power and considerable strength. High-ranking demon bloodline, it can actually reduce damage. This is indeed quite powerful. Looking at the scythe demon's stats, Yemo couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. For others, this talent alone would make it exceptionally troublesome. Any attack directed at the scythe demon would have its damage reduced by half. The tyrant's supermaterial penetration is an 8th tier skill, capable of ignoring physical defenses and soul forms. The skill level completely surpasses the scythe demon's potential limit. This high-ranking demon bloodline is useless to me. The tyrant can still kill it in one strike. Yemo was filled with confidence. This move was his trump card, an 8th tier skill. It must be noted that coffin spirits above level 80 are second only to deities, possessing world-destroying power and are referred to as the kings of the world, world kings. If a skill that only a world king could possess were reduced by a mere demon's talent, it would be a complete joke. Seemingly noticing Yemo in a daze, Shen, who was instantly delighted and quickly invited him, "Young Master Yi, please make your move. I want to witness your strength." Lin Yin, standing to the side, frowned slightly at Shen, whose smug expression. "Yemo, you absolutely cannot agree to that condition just now." "No worries, I will handle it appropriately." Yemo cast a reassuring glance at Lin Yin. This beautiful lady, someone of young Master Yi's stature, always keeps his word. How can you casually offer advice and mislead such a distinguished figure as young Master Yi? Shen, who was extremely displeased with Lin Yin, his tone tinged with a trace of panic. Normally, he could easily force this woman to submit, but given the current situation, he could only swallow his anger and dare not act out. Shen, who hurriedly put on a flattering smile and said to Yemo, "Young Master Yi, please go ahead. You can deal with the scythe demon however you like, as long as you enjoy yourself." Hearing this, an excited smile immediately appeared on Yemo's face. A level 35 demon, killing it would definitely provide enough experience to level up both Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Yemo had never intended to let Shen Hu off the hook, he was merely waiting for him to summon the coffin spirit so he could farm experience points. points. Alright, in that case, I won't hold back. Yi-Mo smiled. He then summoned Tyrant, who walked straight up to the Scythe Demon. The Scythe Demon glanced at Tyrant with disdain, raising its head in utter contempt. Seeing this, Xian Hu was instantly filled with terror. Damn, you bastard. It's the coffin spirit of young Master Yi. Show some respect to it. Kneel down and let it beat you up properly, so young Master Yi can calm down. Xian Hu roared angrily at the Scythe Demon. Contract Master. You're truly incompetent. I, the Great Demon, am far too proud to kneel before a mere zombie as insignificant as an ant. The Scythe Demon completely ignored Xian Hu's furious outburst and spoke arrogantly. Then, it approached the tyrant, lowered its head to look down at it, and sneered disdainfully, "Ant, come on, strike at me. If you can manage to injure me even slightly, I'll break off these demon horns and give them to you." The tyrant, hearing such humiliation, could no longer endure. With a furious roar, it swiftly gathered an extremely violent blood-red energy in its hands. In just 1 second, the energy reached its peak, becoming intensely saturated. The endless turbulence distorted the surrounding air, forcing everyone to step back more than 10 paces in astonishment. At this moment, the tyrant let out a deep and indistinct sound, roaring angrily, "Die!" As soon as the words fell, blood-red energy suddenly erupted. With a loud boom, the surrounding space trembled, a scorching heat surged forth, and red light bloomed like the sun, stinging everyone's eyes painfully. A few breaths later, as the blood-red light faded, the surroundings returned to calm once more. Only then did everyone look ahead. Where was the Scythe Demon's figure? All that remained was the tyrant standing beside a massive pit over 10 meters in diameter, holding a scythe and a pair of demon horns in its hands. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed LV-35 Scythe Demon. Experience doubled, gained plus 8,000 experience points. Ding! Coffin Spirit experience sharing activated. Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi gained plus 8,000 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has leveled up to LVE-14 Servant tier. Experience required for the next level, 100/6440. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi has been upgraded to LV-12 Servant level. Experience required for the next level, 600/5040. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained items, Scythe of the Demon, Horn of the Demon. The system notification sounded, and Yi-Mo felt a surge of exhilaration in his heart. This time, killing the Scythe Demon earned 8,000 experience points, bringing the evolution of both the Tyrant and Chi-Chi one step closer. Open the Tyrant panel. Yi-Mo thought to himself. Level, LVE-14 Servant level, level 1 to 19. Experience, 100/6440. Seal level, Silver Ancestral Coffin, max level 39. Skills, Destructive Blast, Tier 2, Rapid Charge, Tier 2, Rending Claw, Tier 2, Intermediate Healing, Tier 2, Super Material Penetration, Tier 8, Flame Light Step, Special, Accumulated Thunder Slash, Special. Intimacy, 100, willing to risk life for the master. Current status, excited. Description, originating from the City of Doom. A rare powerhouse among zombies, possessing excellent language comprehension skills. After being trained by a god-level corpse cultivator, its abilities have been significantly enhanced. Looking at Tyrant's magnificent skill panel, Yi-Mo couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. To think that just yesterday, Tyrant was merely an ordinary level 1D grade potential zombie. Yet, with the system and Yi-Mo's innate talent, it had risen to level 14 in just one day, acquiring multiple terrifying skills. If anyone else were to see Tyrant's panel now, they would undoubtedly be left utterly stunned. Immediately afterward, Yi-Mo glanced at Chi-Chi's panel again. Apart from the level increasing to level 12, everything else remained unchanged. However, with dual talents and 3 ultimate skills, Chi-Chi could at least defeat monsters 10 levels higher. This is the power of an S-grade Coffin Spirit. Thinking of this, Yi-Mo clenched his fist, a look of anticipation appearing on his face. Anyway, let's first level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20 and proceed with an evolution. At this moment, the people nearby were still unable to recover from their shock. They had all witnessed Tyrant's move, which usually required a long time to charge, but they hadn't expected that in such a furious state, Tyrant could condense all its energy in just 1 second. This left them utterly astonished. "Yi boy, this silver-grade sealed zombie of yours is truly remarkable. I'm afraid its strength is far superior to that of small zombies of the same level," President Chen exclaimed sincerely. At that moment, Xian Hu staggered to the edge of the large pit. When he saw that the Scythe Demon had already disappeared, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale. "How is this possible? How could my demon be killed?" Xian Hu roared in fury, his hair disheveled, as if he had lost his mind. It must be noted that this Scythe Demon was the culmination of over 20 years of his efforts. The resources and money he had invested in cultivating this demon amounted to at least 10 billion. Yet, for a fragile zombie to easily annihilate a level 35 B-class demon was undoubtedly inconceivable. The reality before him felt like his heart was being torn apart, blood dripping from the wound. "Ugh, kill my Coffin Spirit, I want you dead." Xian Hu spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring in fury. Immediately, he clenched his fist with one hand, gathering a trace of spiritual power, and charged swiftly toward Emo. Daring to make a move in front of me, you're simply courting death. President Chen let out a cold snort, unleashing a terrifying aura from within, which surged directly toward Xianhu. In an instant, Xianhu felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, his entire body crushed by the overwhelming aura. He collapsed to his knees, his legs giving out, and fainted on the ground. Young Yi, I'll leave him to you, President Chen said expressionlessly. Emo nodded slightly and slowly extended a hand. Seeing this, the tyrant handed over the scythe of the demon. Emo took it smoothly, walked up to Qianhu, and with one stroke, executed him. Half an hour later, in the outer city of Fengyue, on the third floor of the Tomb-Seeking Guild, Emo was enthusiastically browsing through materials and information about cultivating zombies and undead. Suddenly, the door to the pavilion slowly opened. President Chen entered, accompanied by a figure dressed in ancient official attire. Emo slowly looked up, scrutinizing the figure beside President Chen, and a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Because this figure, to be precise, was a zombie. Just standing there, this zombie exuded an unsettling aura, and a faintly discernible presence emanated from its body. Emo was certain that this presence was several times stronger than the aura President Chen had previously displayed. This zombie, whose coffin spirit is it to be so terrifying? Emo was utterly shocked. Emo, this is Lord Xian Kuei, President Chen said, pointing to the zombie. Xian Kuei? Emo's heart trembled. The name felt extremely familiar. He knew the significance of this name but wasn't sure if the Xian Kuei before him was the same as the one in his mind. However, one thing was certain, since President Chen, a legendary 9-star powerhouse, addressed him as Lord, Xian Kuei must at least be a king-level existence. Old Chen, no need to be so respectful. You can now treat Xian Kuei as if he were me, Xian Kuei said expressionlessly. Hearing this, President Chen immediately let out a sigh of relief, punched Xian Kuei twice on the chest, and complained, "What the heck, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known it was you, would I have been this nervous?" Seeing this, Xian Kuei pushed President Chen away with one hand, his expression cold and unapproachable. "There are juniors present. You can afford to lose your image, but I cannot," Xian Kuei said seriously. Watching their exchange, Emo was utterly baffled. One moment, President Chen was extremely respectful, and the next, he was punching the other on the chest. This behavior was completely incomprehensible. However, Emo had seen similar situations with Xiaomei before. It was because the words spoken by this zombie were being conveyed by someone else. It seemed that President Chen noticed Emo's confusion and quickly explained, "Boy, this is a technique that only legendary coffin masters can comprehend. It's called soul exchange, which allows the soul of the coffin master to swap with the soul of the coffin spirit." Hearing this, Emo immediately felt as if he had opened the door to a new world. Soul exchange meant that a legendary coffin master could personally control the body of the coffin spirit to fight, rather than merely issuing commands. And when the coffin master's body is occupied by the soul of the coffin spirit, he can freely enter the coffin to rest, enjoying the absolute protection of the coffin. Legendary powerhouses are truly terrifying. This technique is countless times stronger than possession type coffin spirits. Emo couldn't help but marvel in his heart, filled with anticipation. If he could reach the legendary rank and personally control the coffin spirit's body to fight, that feeling would be far more thrilling than commanding from the sidelines. Just as Emo was imagining future scenarios, President Chen suddenly pointed to Xian Kuei beside him and said, "Boy, the reason I sought you out today is actually because of him. No matter what he asks for, try your best to meet his demands. This guy will never treat you unfairly," Chairman Chen reminded him once again. Then, he walked over to the desk nearby and began making tea on his own. After hearing this, Emo's face showed a hint of confusion. He then stood up from his seat and turned his gaze toward the zombie king Xian Kuei. At this moment, Xian Kuei also shifted his gaze to Emo. "Young friend, my surname is Lin, and my given name is simply Jiu. You may call me Taoist Lin," Xian Kuei introduced himself. "I have come here today to discuss something with you, young friend." This statement left Emo momentarily stunned. This big shot actually wants to discuss something with me? Emo was astonished, unable to believe that a supreme king would personally seek him out. It seemed that Chairman Chen was likely a close friend of Taoist Lin, the supreme-level coffin master behind Xian Kuei. Perhaps Chairman Chen had already informed him of Emo's ability to see through coffin seals, which was why the other party had come to find him. "I wonder what matter Supreme Lin wishes to discuss with me?" Emo asked calmly, his tone exceptionally composed. Xian Kuei glanced at Emo in surprise. If an ordinary person were to encounter a king-level existence, they would have long lost their composure. Yet, Emo, a mere beginner 7-star coffin master, was able to converse with him so calmly. This junior has quite a good temperament, Supreme Lin thought to himself, forming a relatively favorable impression of Emo. "I wonder if young friend has already contracted the little zombie I gifted you? If you haven't subdued it yet, would you be willing to part with it and transfer it to me?" Xian Kuei asked straightforwardly. Hearing this, Emo's expression expression instantly froze. He hadn't expected that the other party wasn't here for the abilities of the golden eyes of exorcism, but for Chi-Chi. Of course, the current Chi-Chi was no longer the previous spirit talisman hopping child. She had already merged with the template, becoming an S-level coffin spirit, and had been contracted by him. No matter what, Yi-Mo would never dissolve the contract with Chi-Chi. Supreme Lin, by chance, I have already contracted the spirit talisman hopping child, Yi-Mo said with a troubled expression, explaining. Nearby, President Chen, who was brewing tea, noticed Yi-Mo's expression and quickly said with a smile, I say, Yi boy, this guy is a zombie enthusiast with a terrifying fondness for zombies. If the little zombie's intimacy level with you hasn't reached the point of absolute obedience, I suggest you hand her over to him and take this opportunity to extort a good deal from him. Upon hearing this, Xian Kuei nodded and said, young friend, as an exchange, I can provide you with another A-level coffin spirit from the zombie clan, personally guide you for half a year, and gift you materials capable of cultivating a coffin spirit to the lord level. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi-Mo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. As expected of a supreme-level powerhouse, such generosity was truly astonishing. It must be noted that the total value of materials required to cultivate a coffin spirit to the lord level far exceeded the value of an A-level coffin spirit by more than tenfold. Moreover, with guidance from a supreme-level expert, even if he were only a nominal disciple, no one would dare provoke him. Even a pig with such backing would be untouchable. Clearly, President Chen was right. Supreme Lin indeed had a terrifying fondness for zombies. If I could obtain these materials, I could dominate the appraisal conference and crazily bid for coffins with high ceiling levels. Yi-Mo thought to himself. However, this thought only flashed through his mind briefly. After all, he had painstakingly acquired a high-level template and transformed the spirit talisman hopping child into the adorable and incredibly promising Chi-Chi. How could he possibly trade her away? Besides, achieving lord level for Tyrant and Chi-Chi didn't seem too difficult. Perhaps it could be done within half a year? At this moment, a trace of apology appeared on Yi-Mo's face. Shaking his head, he said, Supreme Lin, it's not that I am unwilling, but I have already subdued Tiao Tiao Tongzi, and the intimacy level has reached the point of absolute obedience. As soon as the words fell, President Chen, who was standing nearby, trembled, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. He then turned his head, his face filled with a ghostly expression as he looked at Yi-Mo, astonishment written all over his face. Kid Yi, don't joke with us. You've only contracted the little zombie for a day. How could the intimacy level possibly rise from 0 to over 60 points? Upon hearing this, Xian Kuei couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. He then furrowed his brows and carefully scrutinized Yi-Mo. Old Chen, he's not lying, Xian Kuei said, his tone tinged with disbelief. President Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Kid Yi, you truly keep shattering this old man's understanding time and time again. How can your talent be so extraordinary? Seemingly thinking of something, President Chen proudly said to Xian Kuei, Brother Lin, this young man's talent is truly remarkable. Oh, Xian Kuei immediately became interested, looking at President Chen with curiosity and asking, why don't you tell me, what exactly is so exceptional about this young friend? Let him say it himself. This kid likes to keep things under wraps, and I only know part of his talent. But I can guarantee, this young man's talent is far superior to yours, Brother Lin. Because for next week's large-scale coffin spirit appraisal event related to the fourth sacred ruin, World's Heavenly Ridge, I am entirely relying on him, President Chen said with a laugh. Hearing President Chen's words, Xian Kuei's curiosity about Yi-Mo grew even stronger, and a hint of anticipation even flashed in his eyes. He hurriedly asked, young friend, could you tell us about your talent? Yi-Mo nodded upon hearing this and slowly began to explain. My talent is that of a corpse keeper. I can contract double the number of coffin spirits, summon all coffin spirits simultaneously, and there is a chance for the skills comprehended by the coffin spirits to mutate. Additionally, I can quickly enhance the intimacy with the coffin spirits. Most importantly, I can rapidly level up the coffin spirits. As soon as these words were spoken, Xian Kuei's mouth slightly opened, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. I've seen the talent of a corpse keeper before. One of the disciples I recently took in also has such a peculiar talent. However, he is a high-level corpse keeper, and his talent effects are far inferior to yours. I suspect that your talent strength is at least at the king tier level, perhaps even higher? Xian Kuei said, in amazement. His own talent was also among the top in the super tier category, close to the king tier, so while he was shocked by Yi-Mo's talent, he managed to remain composed. But in the next second, President Chen appeared somewhat impatient because he wanted to see Lin Supreme's shocked expression, as if his scalp were tingling. Kid Yi, you're hiding things again, dragging your feet. Let me say it for you. President Chen glared at Yi-Mo and then directly dropped a bombshell. Brother Lin, this kid just contracted a level 1 zombie coffin spirit yesterday. This morning, his zombie not only reached level 12 but can also instantly kill a level 35 dark gold potential demon. Moreover, he has the ability to see through coffin seals and and distinguish the race and type of coffin spirits within the seals. For this large-scale appraisal event in Jiangnan City, he has already promised to help me secure at least one S-level coffin spirit and all A-level dragon coffin spirits. He claims to have a king-tier talent, which you probably wouldn't believe, right? In my opinion, this kid is at least saint-tier talent. He promised to help you secure an S-level coffin spirit? Xian Kuei's eyes revealed an expression of extreme shock. At this moment, he finally understood just how extraordinary Yi Mo's talent was. Not to mention the corpse-raising talent that surpasses king-tier, just the ability to see through seals alone was enough to make Lin Jiu, a supreme-level coffin master, unable to ignore him. Yi Mo was worth his full effort to win over. Young friend, for this coffin spirit appraisal event regarding the world's heavenly ridge, would you be willing to accompany me? A faint smile of anticipation appeared on Xian Kuei's stiff face. Upon hearing this, President Chen immediately pointed at Xian Kuei and angrily scolded, Lin Jiu, you old bullnose, don't go too far. Kid Yi has already promised me, how can he go with you? You're trying to snatch the S-level coffin spirit from me. This is utterly heinous. I will never agree. Chen Shuezong, are you trying to talk to me from a position of strength? If that's the case, whether you agree or not, you have to agree. Xian Kuei's tone was cold, exuding a powerful aura that made the entire guild building of the Tomb Seekers tremble. Old Taoist, you have gone too far. Feeling the immense pressure, President Chen's face instantly turned red as he roared unwillingly. On the side, Yi Mo couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye upon seeing this. Alright, you two big shots. I'll accompany you both. I promise to secure all the ancient crystal coffins. Then, how about the two of you decide on the ownership of the S-class coffin spirit afterward? Hearing this, the two big shots clasped their hands behind their backs, snorted coldly at each other, then turned to Yi Mo with a kind smile and nodded in agreement. An hour later, Yi Mo left the tomb-seeking guild and prepared to head to the largest trading market in the outer city. Upon returning to the city, he had intended to invite President Chen to accompany Lin Yin and the others, but his invitation was declined. Due to the annihilation of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group, Lin Yin and the others were actually safer in the Doomsday Valley. At least, as long as high-level coffin masters didn't intervene, they could roam the valley unimpeded when working together. However, before Yi Mo left, the group learned that his younger sister was still in the Doomsday Valley and immediately decided to protect Yi Xiaoyao in secret. Yi Mo did not oppose their decision but instead etched this kindness deeply into his heart. Before departing, he handed the keys to the black heavy motorcycle he had previously purchased to Lin Yin. After all, spending hundreds of thousands on something only to use it once and discard it would be far too extravagant. At that moment, Yi Mo's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a text message from Lin Yin. Lin Yin, we've already met your sister, and we've also seen that woman. Lin Yin, that woman is quite close to your sister and doesn't seem to harbor any malice. Lin Yin, if the situation turns unfavorable, we will act immediately. Looking at the message sent by the other party, Yi Mo frowned slightly. No malice toward Xiaoyao? It seems Wen Jing is only targeting me. In that case, we'll see how she explains herself when the time comes. Yi Mo had no intention of causing trouble for Wen Jing right now, as she was still leading a training expedition, and Yi Xiaoyao was among the group. Moreover, there were other class instructors nearby providing support. In short, everything would have to wait until his sister's training was over. Once that time came, Yi Mo was determined to make her pay the price. Of course, before taking her life, Yi Mo planned to make her release her coffin spirit for a battle. After all, a level 28 coffin spirit, while not as experienced as a leader-level coffin spirit, still possessed immense experience. By slaying all her coffin spirits, he could gain a significant amount of experience. Yi Mo was very much looking forward to this. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his face as he quickly replied to Lin Yin's message. Yi Mo, then thank you very much for these 2 days. When you return to Fengyue City, remember to send me a message, and I'll come find you then. Lin Yin, okay. Not long after, Yi Mo, carrying a backpack full of materials, arrived at the largest trading shop in the outer city, Wanbao Pavilion. The shop was grand in scale, a 3-story building with an antique charm, its grandeur rivaling that of the tomb-seeking guild. The pavilion's main doors were wide open, with coffin masters coming and going frequently, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Mo walked straight through the doors and entered the shop. The trading hall on the first floor was extremely spacious, about the size of 2 basketball courts. In the middle was a magnificent corridor that divided the hall into 2 areas, one large and one small. The slightly smaller area on the right had a huge sign reading, Low-Level Material Trading Area. The area on the left was labeled, Mid-Level Material Trading Area. Yi Mo glanced at the coffin masters in the trading areas on both sides, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. Due to the smaller size of the low-grade material trading area on the right and the limited number of reception staff, the coffin masters there had to form several queues, occasionally voicing complaints. In contrast, the trading area on the left was of a much higher standard, with fewer coffin masters trading intermediate materials, almost all receiving one-on-one one-on-one service. Emo pondered for a moment before heading toward the intermediate material trading area. The closest person to him was a young beauty, approximately 18 years old. "Hello, I'm here to trade materials. Could you please assist me?" Emo said directly, gesturing toward the receptionist in front of him, who stood upright with a smile on her face, dressed in black high heels and a uniform skirt suit. The beautiful receptionist heard Yemo's call and immediately displayed a professional smile, quickly walking over. "Sir, my name is Xiaoyu, and I'm delighted to assist you. May I ask if you're here to trade intermediate materials?" she asked with a smile. "Yes," Emo replied indifferently. Although he didn't quite understand why the material trading areas were divided so distinctly, his spatial backpack contained intermediate materials left behind by a high-level coffin master, and there were certainly plenty of them. "Then please follow me here to appraise the value of the materials." Xiaoyu pointed to a spacious compartment in the intermediate trading area and said, "Once we finish appraising these materials, we will purchase them directly at market price and transfer the payment to you on the spot, without charging any fees." With that, the beautiful receptionist led Emo toward the compartment. Just then, a voice full of sarcasm suddenly rang out, as expected of a newcomer, completely lacking any discernment. The woman speaking appeared to be in her early 20s, slightly less attractive than Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was standing beside Emo, her gaze filled with disdain. "Ha, you can't even distinguish between a junior and intermediate level coffin suppressor. This job is clearly not suitable for you, you should just quit already." Hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes immediately showed a hint of panic. "Sister Jang, what are you saying? Are you saying this gentleman is a junior level coffin suppressor? Otherwise, if he were a mid-level coffin suppressor, how would it be your turn to receive him?" Sister Jang said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, an awkward expression appeared on Xiaoyu's face. All the receptionists here were well aware of one thing: it was almost impossible for a junior coffin suppressor to produce mid-level materials. After all, mid-level materials mostly came from monsters between levels 20 and 30 and from various otherworldly secret realms. And Emo looked so young, like a freshly graduated student. How could he possibly be a mid-level coffin suppressor? "Sir, I'm sorry, let me take you to the low-level trading area instead." Xiaoyu maintained her professional smile and said softly, "I'll notify them over there to arrange for you as soon as possible. He's just someone who doesn't want to wait in line and is trying to take shortcuts, and yet you're being so respectful to him?" Sister Zhang said disdainfully, "You're really disgracing us mid-level receptionists. You might as well resign and give your position to one of my sisters." Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face grew even more troubled. She was just a newcomer who had been here for only a few days. She had become a mid-level receptionist because of her outstanding appearance and a stroke of luck during the hiring process. If she didn't handle things well, she could face dismissal at any time, and she cherished this job deeply. However, she didn't dare to argue back in front of these senior receptionists, nor did she dare to offend a coffin suppressor. At this moment, a faint mist appeared in Xiaoyu's eyes, making her look somewhat helpless. Emo seemed to see through her thoughts. His brows furrowed slightly, but he then revealed a comforting smile and said to Xiaoyu, "Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble." Hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes full of gratitude. At this moment, Emo turned to the sneering woman nearby and said with a cold smile, "Is being a mid-level receptionist such a big deal? Does it give you the right to look down on junior coffin masters? Is it possible that I might soon become a mid-level coffin master? By then, you'll have to treat me with the utmost respect." The woman burst into laughter upon hearing this, her body shaking with amusement as she revealed a look of disdain. "Sorry, but thanks to my outstanding performance, I'm about to be promoted to the second floor as a senior receptionist. Besides, my husband is a mid-level 7-star coffin master. So what if you become a mid-level coffin master? Do you think I'd be afraid of you? You want me to treat you with respect? Do you even deserve it?" The woman's arrogant attitude and loud voice drew the attention of people in the surrounding trading area. Other receptionists in the mid-level trading zone, as well as a few mid-level coffin masters, glanced over casually. Such situations were not uncommon here. Many junior coffin masters without status or influence, in an attempt to save time, would try to cut corners and enter the mid-level materials trading zone. However, during appraisal, they could only present low-grade materials, which often led to dissatisfaction from the appraisers. They would then be directly thrown out and blacklisted by the Wanbao Pavilion. It was well known that Wanbao Pavilion's prices were the fairest in the entire Fengyue city. Most other material buying shops on the ancient street were notorious for being exploitative, often slashing the prices of low-grade materials by at least half. Therefore, beginner-level coffin masters would rather queue up at the Wanbao building than visit those small shops on the street. In the corridor, a man wearing a black ghost emblem on his chest, with strength at the mid-level 9-star rank, happened to see the scene and quickly walked over. When he noticed Xiaoyu's outstanding appearance, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that after just a few days away, the intermediate receptionist had recruited such a beautiful woman. However, he seemed to favor Miss Jang more, as she already had a husband and shared a good relationship with him. On the other hand, Xiao Yu was quite young and appeared unmarried, which naturally failed to pique his interest. He glanced at Yemo with a trace of disdain in his eyes and said mockingly, "What era are we in? And there are still people playing such tricks. If you don't want a queue, why not just go to those small shops outside?" As he spoke this, mid-level coffin master pulled out a space backpack the size of a money pouch from his pocket. The backpack had a 1 cubic meter capacity and was worth tens of millions, but for an ordinary beginner-level coffin master, it was almost unaffordable. "Kid, do you even have a space backpack? Or are you just going to pull out a few first-tier zombie crystal cores from your pocket?" the mid-level coffin master sneered. After speaking, he turned to Miss Zhang with a smug expression on his face and said, "Miss Zhang, I have 10 sets of third-tier intermediate materials in this backpack, along with quite a few second-tier low-level materials. Please take me to the appraisal area. I'm ready to sell." As soon as he said this, Miss Zhang's face immediately lit up with a charming smile, her eyes brimming with affection as she looked at the mid-level coffin master, her enthusiasm drawing attention. "Captain Wang Xiang, did you lead the fierce ghost tomb-seeking team to clear a level 25 or higher otherworldly secret realm this time?" Of course. "Then please follow me to the appraisal area." Miss Zhang quickly grabbed Captain Wang's hand, her voice soft and enthusiastic. Captain Wang, seeing this, took the opportunity to touch Miss Zhang's soft hand, revealing a lewd smile. Yemo witnessed this scene, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his heart. He hadn't expected this person to also be a member of the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group. If he were to take out Zhao Long's spatial backpack and the materials left behind by the side demon, what would his reaction be? "Kid, what are you still looking at here? Hurry up and get over there." Captain Wang coldly pointed toward the low-grade materials trading area. Beside him, Miss Zhang also cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Yu. Originally, her looks were the most outstanding among the receptionists on the first floor, but Xiao Yu's appearance had drawn the attention of many people, which made her very unhappy. However, as long as she completed Wang Xiang's reception this time and her performance met the promotion criteria, she could be directly promoted to the second floor. By then, she would have the authority to fire Xiao Yu and let one of her own sisters take her place. "Oh my Captain Wang, why waste your breath on such a small fry? Come with me quickly." Miss Zhang winked at Wang Xiang, her tone coquettish. Seeing this, Wang Xiang's face immediately lit up with delight. "Ah, seeing you so eager, Wang, will satisfy you." Wang Xiang laughed, turning to follow Miss Zhang toward the appraisal area in the cubicle, not even bothering to glance at Yemo again. "Sir, I will arrange for the appraisal of low-grade materials for you right away." Xiao Yu still wore an unnatural smile on her face, treating Yemo with great respect. "No, just take me to the second floor directly," Yemo said calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiao Yu trembled all over, her face immediately turning somewhat unpleasant. Wang Xiang and Miss Zhang, who had just walked away a few steps, also stopped in their tracks. Nearby, some on-looking junior coffin masters burst into laughter. "Wow, this guy is bold. Is he here to cause trouble? They already said he's not qualified to go to the intermediate trading area, and now he's breaking the norm, directly asking to go to the advanced trading area? This guy is either not right in the head or he's deliberately making things difficult for the young lady." Someone even suggested to Xiao Yu, "Young lady, just call security and have him thrown out. Don't be afraid to offend him." "Yeah, a beginner level 7-star coffin master. What right does he have to act so arrogant here? Only knows how to bully the weak?" The crowd began to chatter. Miss Zhang, seeing Emo making things difficult for Xiao Yu, couldn't help but laugh out loud, looking extremely smug. Beside her, Wang Xiang coldly glanced at Emo and sneered, "Kid, even I haven't been to the second floor. You want to go up there? Are you daydreaming, thinking you have 4th-tier materials?" Hearing this, Emo raised his eyebrows slightly, gave Wang Xiang a quick look, and then smiled faintly. "Sorry, but I really do have 4th-tier materials." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were all dumbfounded. What did they just hear? A beginner-level coffin master claiming he could produce 4th-tier materials? This was simply laughable. "Ha, interesting. Are you some kind of heir to a prominent family? Or do you have a powerful background?" Wang Xiang sneered. After all, for a beginner-level coffin master to produce high-tier materials, who else could manage it besides the heirs of prominent families? And those heirs, whose materials and funds are all provided by their families, why would they personally come to a place like this? At this moment, Miss Zhang was laughing uncontrollably, her eyes full of mockery toward Yemo. Meanwhile, other receptionists in the intermediate trading area were preparing to call security to throw Yemo out. "Sir, please leave quickly, or you'll be blacklisted by Wanbao Tower," Xiao Yu said anxiously. However, Yemo simply shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he softly said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you for no reason. Just watch from the side." After speaking, Yemo turned to Wang Xiang and said coldly, "Take a look at this and see if it's 4th-tier material." He pulled out a leather backpack from his bag. Then, Yemo reached inside. In the next moment, a massive scythe appeared in his hand, radiating a sharp aura, its entire body wrapped in pitch-black patterns and exuding a terrifying, bloody presence. This sai didn't seem lifeless, it appeared almost sentient. At the end of the blade was a protruding blood-red vertical pupil. The blood-red pupil blinked occasionally, resembling a demon's eye, as if a single glance could drain one's life, making it incredibly frightening. Everyone could feel the aura of the scythe, their bodies trembling as they gasped in shock. This weapon is so powerful. Could it really be fourth tier? This guy, to be able to produce something like this, must have someone backing him. Miss Zhang, upon seeing the scythe, immediately showed a look of unease, her body trembling violently. Although she had seen high-tier materials a few times before, those materials seemed utterly ordinary compared to this scythe. The scythe before her was definitely not just a simple fourth-tier material. If Yemo went to the high-tier materials trading area, he would undoubtedly be treated as an honored guest. In an instant, regret and fear surged through her heart. Meanwhile, Wang Xiang felt his scalp tingling, a chill rushing from his feet to the top of his head, his pupils contracting violently, because he seemed to recognize this scythe. It appeared to be the coffin spirit of their leader, the companion weapon of the B-tier scythe demon. This is impossible. How could you have the companion weapon of the scythe demon? Where did you get it? Wang Xiang's legs went weak, his face pale with fear as he staggered back a few steps, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, when he thought of his captain's strength, his expression regained some composure. The captain is a high-level 5-star coffin master. There's no way anything could happen to him. The weapon this kid pulled out definitely isn't the captain's coffin spirit. Wang Xiang comforted himself inwardly. Yemo's expression remained calm as he coldly asked, "Does this count as fourth-tier material?" As soon as he said this, Wang Xiang's face turned extremely grim, while Miss Zhang showed a panicked expression. "Sir, this is fourth-tier material. I was wrong earlier, judging you with dog eyes. Please don't file a complaint against me," Miss Zhang said nervously. "Oh, you can file complaints? Thanks for the reminder," Yemo said with a smile. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's legs gave out, and she collapsed to the ground. She didn't know how much this scythe was worth, but she was well aware of how powerful demons were. Materials stripped from demons, no matter how inferior, were far more valuable than those from the other 5 major races. "Kid, where did you get this material? Did you pick it up somewhere? Or did you steal it from someone else?" Wang Xiang took a deep breath, staring intently at Yemo's spatial backpack as he questioned him. As soon as he finished speaking, a glint of greed flashed in the eyes of all the coffin masters in the trading area. Moments ago, they thought Yemo had a strong background, but they had overlooked one fact: disciples from prominent families at the beginner coffin master stage would always have a protector. Yemo had none. This meant that even if the transaction succeeded, once he left the Wanbao building, he would be targeted. Feeling the greedy gazes around him, Yemo's lips curled slightly. "This material is indeed something I picked up. Oh, and I also picked up another piece of fourth tier material. This spatial backpack? I picked it up too." As he spoke, Yemo shook the leather bag in his hand and then pulled out a pair of demon horns from it. "What? This kid's luck is incredible. Did someone kill a demon, and he just happened to scavenge the leftovers? I bet there's more fourth tier material in that spatial backpack of his. Doesn't that mean he picked up a backpack and made billions?" Countless coffin masters were consumed with envy, jealousy, and hatred. The greed in their eyes grew even more intense. As long as Yemo dared to step out of that door, they would dare to rob and kill him. Staring at the demon horns in front of him, Wang Xiang's eyelid twitched uncontrollably, his heart pounding with fear. At this moment, however, he had completely forgotten about his captain's scythe demon. His mind was entirely consumed by greedy desire. "Kid, hand over your materials to me. I'll give you 50 million, and I guarantee your safety." Wang Xiang's face carried an expression that brooked no argument. Hearing this, Yemo immediately showed a look of disbelief, staring at him as if he were an idiot. He hadn't expected Wang Xiang to fail to recognize even his own captain's coffin spirit. Seeing Yemo's reaction, a trace of satisfaction appeared on Wang Xiang's face. Clearly, he had misunderstood Yemo's expression, thinking the latter had already conceded. "Everyone, I am Wang Xiang, the captain of the second squad of the ghost-seeking tomb raiders. Please do not trouble this young man and let him leave." Wang Xiang glanced around at the coffin masters who had shown greedy expressions, his tone carrying a hint of menace. "If I find out that anyone dares to lay a hand on this young man, our ghost-seeking tomb raiders will not let them off. We will annihilate their entire family." As soon as these words were spoken, the coffin masters in the trading area were startled, and the greed in their eyes instantly vanished. The ghost-seeking tomb raiders were not a group they could afford to provoke, let alone with Wang Xiang as a captain. Since someone of his stature had stepped in, how could they dare to covet the fourth-tier materials in Yemo's possession? Wang Xiang looked at the people around him returning to normal, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Then, he turned to Yemo and laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, little brother, there was a misunderstanding earlier. Allow me, Wang, to apologize to you first." As he spoke, he quickly walked toward Yemo. At this moment, Miss Zhang, who had somehow already stood up, had a flirtatious look in her eyes. She wrapped her arms around Wang Xiang's arm, leaning her ample chest against him, her gaze dreamy as she softly said, "Brother Wang, can I handle the business later?" Hearing this, Wang Xiang's smile grew even brighter. This time, he had gained both wealth and beauty and unparalleled delight. "Ha, of course, Wang." Xiang, in front of everyone, patted her curvaceous backside and laughed heartily. "Oh, you're so naughty, Brother Wang," Miss Zhang said, her face slightly flushed. Watching this scene, Yemo couldn't help but feel his eyelid twitch. After all, Miss Zhang was a married woman, yet Wang Xiang still dared to act so brazenly. Perhaps this was the privilege of being powerful? However, it seemed Wang Xiang might be in for a tough lesson this time. "Little brother, there's 50 million on this card. I'll buy those materials from you," Wang Xiang said, pulling a card from his pocket and tossing it lightly to Yemo. Yemo caught the card expressionlessly and directly stored it in his 30 cubic meter spatial warehouse. Seeing this, Wang Xiang nodded in satisfaction and said with a smile, "Little brother, exchanging 50 million for your personal safety and these materials, consider yourself lucky. Don't say Wang, treated you unfairly." After speaking, he reached out directly to grab the leather backpack in Yemo's hand. Seeing this, Yemo took a step back and, with a flick of his hand, stored the leather backpack into his spatial warehouse. Then, with a faint smile, he said, "Why the rush? Don't you want to know where I picked up these tier 4 materials?" Hearing this, Wang Xiang frowned, suppressing his anger, and quickly asked, "Little brother, where did you pick them up?" "In the Valley of Doom. I picked it up in front of an old man," Yemo said with a smile. "The Valley of Doom? An old man? Could it be that you stole it?" Wang Xiang froze, seemingly realizing something. His expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant, feeling that Yemo was playing him. Young man, don't joke around. An old coffin master who can only level up in the Valley of Doom, wouldn't he be a useless nobody? How could he possibly have these materials? I don't know if he's useless, but his name seems to be Chen Shuezong. Look, this tomb-seeking group badge was also given to me by him." As he spoke, Yemo took out the badge of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking group and tossed it to Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang caught the badge, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. Without even glancing at it, he threw it into the trash can. At that moment, his anger erupted, his tone carrying a hint of murderous intent. Who am I, and who is he? A useless old man. Dares to think I should know him? Kid, hand over the materials immediately. If you keep messing with me, don't expect to walk out of this ancient street alive today." Wang Xiang's roar echoed throughout the first floor of the Wanbao building, and anyone could see just how furious he was at that moment. However, Yemo paid no attention to the other's angry outburst. Instead, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. "You really don't know Chen Shuezong?" Yemo asked with a frown. As soon as the words were spoken, Wang Xiang's expression instantly turned ferocious, and he shouted angrily, "I've never heard of any damn Chen Shuezong." He continued, "Anyone with some influence in Fengyue City, I can name them all." Wang Xiang mockingly asked, "Are you trying to say this so-called Zong is impressive? Is he your backer?" Hearing this, Yemo was momentarily at a loss for words, his brows slowly furrowing. Could it be that not many people know old Chen's name? Yemo thought to himself. It was no surprise, given old Chen's extremely high status. In Fengyue City, apart from a select few who had heard of his name, most people had no way of knowing. But if the name Chairman Chen was mentioned, then everyone would know. After all, there was only one person in Fengyue City who dared to call himself Chairman Chen. Thinking of this, Yemo looked at Wang Xiang with a blank expression and said coldly, "What if I told you that the damn old man you mentioned is known to everyone as Chairman Chen? How would you respond?" As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a storm sweeping through the entire trading hall. The previously noisy trading area fell silent the moment Yemo mentioned the name Chairman Chen, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Wang Xiang, being the first to bear the brunt, felt his scalp tingle and his legs tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Miss Zhang, upon hearing the name, hurriedly shook off Wang Xiang's hand and retreated in a panic. As everyone knows, Chairman Chen, as a legendary coffin master, possesses incredibly terrifying strength. Not only is he revered by the entire city, but the divine sense he releases can also envelop the entire outer city. Therefore, no one dares to joke about Chairman Chen's name. Do you know what you're saying?" Wang Xiang's eyes revealed fear as he stammered, You brat, stop talking nonsense. The chairman is not someone you can falsely associate with." After speaking, Wang Xiang quickly let out a long breath of relief. In his view, Yemo was indeed audacious, daring to invoke Chairman Chen's name just to get out of trouble. However, he still refused to believe that Yemo, a novice coffin master, could have any connection to a superpower like Chairman Chen. As if realizing something, Wang Xiang turned to look at Miss Zhang, who had retreated to the back. "Go to that trash can and take out the badge I just threw away to have a look." Wang Xiang pointed to a nearby trash can, his face filled with doubt. Hearing this, Miss Zhang quickly walked over to the trash can, leaned over it, buried her head inside, and began carefully rummaging through the filthy garbage. The pungent smell from the trash made Miss Zhang wrinkle her nose. She had never done done such dirty work before, and her current predicament was all thanks to EMO. If this badge has nothing to do with the chairman, you're dead, Miss Jang muttered to herself with a murderous look. She then suppressed her nausea and began searching even more diligently. Soon, she felt a round metallic piece at the bottom of the trash can. I found it! Miss Zhang's excited voice came from inside the trash can. However, her mood instantly turned tense. At this moment, all eyes were focused on the graceful figure leaning over the trash can. Earlier, Wang Xiang had thrown the badge so quickly that no one had seen it clearly. Now, everyone held their breath, their eyes filled with anticipation. They all wanted to know whether the badge Wang Xiang had discarded was indeed the one bestowed upon that young man by the president. If it was, Wang Xiang would undoubtedly face death. If not, EMO would also be inescapably doomed. For the onlookers, this was undoubtedly a great opportunity. After all, the more dramatic the spectacle, the better. This was simply human nature. Hurry up and take it out for us to see. What are you hesitating for? Some coffin wardens grew anxious, even starting to stir up the atmosphere. I think there's a 90% chance this badge is real. Captain Wang and this woman are doomed. I think so too. That handsome young man looks so calm, he must be confident. Besides, he wouldn't gamble with his own life. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Wang Xiang with schadenfreude. The usually arrogant ghost-seeking Toon group had offended Chairman Chen this time. This was going to be interesting. Miss Zhang seemed to hear the murmurs around her, and her expression grew even darker, while Wang Xiang became utterly panicked. Quickly take it out and let me see. Wang Xiang stared intently at the shadow on the trash can, his voice trembling. At this moment, a surprising sound came from the trash can. Brother Wang, what you just threw away doesn't seem to be the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group's badge. That kid is deceiving you. As soon as the words fell, Miss Zhang quickly climbed out of the trash can, holding an ordinary black circular badge in her hand. She raised her dirt-covered arm to show everyone. As soon as they saw the badge, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one had expected the twist to come so quickly. It turned out the kid was indeed courting death. This kid is really bold, daring to impersonate the president's name. He even made a fake badge to fool people. Is there something wrong with this kid's head? He could have taken 50 million and run, but now he's not only lost his life but also humiliated Captain Wang. His whole family is probably doomed. Everyone's gaze focused on EMO, their eyes filled with schadenfreude, occasionally accompanied by mocking remarks. EMO couldn't help but find it amusing, though he was also somewhat puzzled by Miss Zhang's actions. At this moment, seeing the badge, Wang Xiang let out a sigh of relief, and a surge of ecstatic emotion instantly filled his heart. He looked at EMO, his eyes flashing with ferocity as the flames of anger quickly ignited. Kid, how dare you toy with me? Today, you're not walking out of this door. You actually dare to impersonate the president's name? Do you really think someone as insignificant as Chen Shuozong is worthy of the president's authority? EMO. Brother Wang, you absolutely can't let this kid off. You must make sure his blood stains the doorstep. Miss Zhang gritted her teeth and said. Then, she turned to the security personnel nearby and coldly ordered, someone, throw this kid out. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the crowd, drawing many people's attention. A burly man squeezed out from the crowd, immediately ran to Miss Zhang's side, snatched the badge from her hand, and cursed loudly. Damn it! I've been looking for this badge for ages, and it never occurred to me that someone might have picked it up and thrown it in the trash. Miss Zhang, you really are a good person. You actually helped me find my lost badge. Thank you so much. The man scratched his head awkwardly, revealing a big, toothy grin as he smiled at Miss Zhang. At that moment, everyone was stunned. A twist, an ultimate twist. Since this badge wasn't the one Wang Xiang had just thrown away, then the one he just discarded must still be in the trash can. Sensing the strange gazes around him, Wang Xiang's face instantly darkened. He strode quickly to the trash can and kicked it hard. With a loud bang, the trash can exploded. Garbage scattered everywhere, and the stench filled the air. Amidst the pile of trash, a six-pointed snowflake badge, exuding a chilling aura and reflecting a crystalline luster under the hall's lights, flew out and landed straight on the floor with a crisp humming sound. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. At this moment, Wang Xiang stepped closer to take a look, and it was as if he had fallen into an abyss. A wave of terror surged through his nerves, suffocating him to the point of near collapse. He confirmed one fact: this crystal-edged, silver-white snowflake badge was the emblem of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group, and at the center of the badge, a black character was prominently displayed. Finished, truly finished. Wang Xiang muttered to himself, then his eyes rolled back, and he fell backward. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he was so frightened by the badge that had fallen out of the trash can that he fainted on the spot. On the third floor of Wanbao Tower, in a luxurious private room, sat a middle-aged man in formal attire, appearing extremely at ease. His name was Tang Yi, a powerhouse at the quasi-extraordinary level, one of the top executives of Wanbao Tower, and the second in command of the organization. Suddenly, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, and the tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open by a woman in a cheongsam with brown curly hair and a charming glowing face. Tang Yi looked up, his brows slightly furrowed, and asked, Yashi, what's got you so flustered? Mr. Tang, something bad has happened. There's been a conflict on the first floor, and someone's dead. You need to go handle it right away. Yashi patted her chest, panting heavily as she spoke. A conflict? And someone's dead? Tang Yi's expression darkened slightly. When Wanbao Tower was first established and had yet to build its reputation, they used bloody methods to intimidate those troublemaking coffin masters. Wanbao Tower was hailed as the safest area in the outer city, second only to the tomb-seeking guild. Anyone daring to cause trouble here would be thrown out. Interesting. It's been 20 years, and it seems these people have forgotten the ways of Wanbao Tower. Tang Yi lit a cigarette, took a drag, and spoke in a calm tone. Yashi, don't bother me with such matters in the future. You can simply have the troublemakers beaten to death in public and then feed them to the coffin spirits. Tang Yi flicked the ash from his cigarette, appearing completely indifferent to the situation. However, Yashi's next words immediately shattered his composure. Mr. Tang, you can't just sit there. Hurry to the first floor. One of the troublemakers is a member of the Shuiying tomb-seeking group. Yashi stomped her feet anxiously as she spoke. Before she even finished her sentence, Tang Yi sprang up from the recliner with a swoosh. What? What did you say? Members of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking group? Tang Yi exclaimed, in shock. The next second, his figure turned into a blur and quickly vanished from the spot, rushing toward the hall on the first floor. In the first floor hall, it was already completely silent. No one dared to question Yimo's identity anymore, let alone speak recklessly. Yimo looked at Wang Xiang, who had collapsed on the ground, utterly bewildered. The effect of this badge is that good? If I had known, I would have worn it on my chest all along. Thinking of this, Yimo picked up the badge from the ground and handed it to Xiaoyu beside him. Help me wash this over there, Yimo said with a smile, pointing to a luxurious fish tank in the hall. Hearing this, Xiaoyu's face immediately showed a look of surprise, and she nodded repeatedly. She then took the badge and walked toward the fish tank. This fish tank was one of the treasures of Wanbao Tower, housing a dragonfish with a faint trace of flood dragon bloodline, making it invaluable. However, when Yemo asked Xiaoyu to wash the snow shadow badge there, no one dared to stop her. Instead, they all stepped back, clearing a path. In everyone's eyes, the value of this dragonfish was nothing compared to the snow shadow badge. It wasn't even worth mentioning. Suddenly, the sound of wind arose. Yemo saw a figure quickly appear in front of him. It was Tang Yi. Tang Yi scrutinized Yemo, his eyes filled with curiosity. He had also seen the scene earlier when Yemo handed the badge to Xiaoyu but did not intervene. What surprised him, however, was that this member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team before him was so young and only a beginner-level 7-star coffin master. Aren't all members of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team supposed to be extraordinary 5-star or higher experts? Could this be a new member? Tang Yi wondered to himself. Regardless, as a professional, he would never question someone holding a Snow Shadow badge. Moreover, if Yemo truly was a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team, he must possess exceptional abilities and be a one-in-a-million genius, not someone to offend under any circumstances. Hello, young man. I'm Tang Yi, the second-in-command of Wanbao Tower, Tang Yi said with a friendly smile, extending a hand toward Yemo. Seeing this, Yemo shook his hand and nodded, saying, Yemo, member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around gasped in shock. Tang Yi was no exception, his hand slightly stiffening. Although he already knew Yemo's identity, hearing these words directly from the other party still left him stunned. Ah, so it's Mr. Yi, Tang Yi said with a warm smile, then slightly bowed and added, Mr. Yi, please allow me to escort you to the third floor. I must give you a proper reception. Hearing this, Yemo also smiled faintly and nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Tang. Please, Mr. Yi. Tang Yi gestured invitingly. Hearing this, Yemo did not hesitate and slowly walked toward the staircase. At the same time, he waved to Xiaoyu, signaling her to come along. Seeing this, Tang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had seen this new receptionist before. Her outstanding appearance had left a bit of an impression on him. It seemed Yemo was quite satisfied with her service. At the very least, thanks to her presence, Wanbao Tower had not offended Yemo, and there was still room to maneuver. This young girl is not bad. It seems she deserves a promotion in the future. If we can build a good relationship with Mr. Yi, once he grows stronger, why would Wanbao Tower ever worry about lacking 5th tier or even 6th tier materials? Tang Yi thought happily, his face lighting up with an excited smile. At this moment, he quickly stepped forward, positioning himself half a step behind Yemo's side, and guided him toward the hall on the 3rd floor. As Yemo and the others headed to the 3rd floor, the trading hall on the 1st floor quickly regained its usual bustle, and discussions began. While everyone was shocked by Yemo's identity, they also looked gloatingly at Miss Jang, who was sitting near Wang Xiang's corpse. At this moment, Tang Ye's assistant, Yashi, after some inquiries, had a somewhat grim expression. She then turned to Miss Zhang beside her, her eyes flashing with icy killing intent. Someone, drag this woman and the corpse out to feed the coffin spirit. Hearing this, Miss Zhang's face instantly immediately turned pale, and she fainted on the spot. In the luxurious private room, Tang Yi had already invited Emo to take a seat and personally brewed a pot of fine tea. Xiaoyu, standing nearby, appeared very nervous, standing straight and slightly stiff. "You can sit down too, no need to be so formal," Tang Yi said to Xiaoyu. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly shifted her gaze to Emo, as if seeking his approval. Seeing this, Emo nodded and said, "Since Mr. Tang has spoken, you should sit down." After hearing this, Xiaoyu slowly walked to Emo's side and sat down somewhat shyly. Tang Yi, seeing this scene from the side, felt even more delighted. Although he wasn't clear about whose fault the incident on the first floor was, he was certainly not foolish enough to ask about the reason on the spot. Moreover, judging from Emo's words and actions, he clearly didn't seem like an arrogant or domineering person. "Mr. Yi, regarding what happened earlier, I will handle it properly and ensure you receive a satisfactory response," Tang Yi said with a smile, his tone gentle. Emo responded indifferently, "If that's the case, then I thank Mr. Tang in advance." "Ha, Mr. Yi, there's no need to address me so formally. You can just call me Xiao Tang," Tang Yi said with a smile, then picked up the teacup and handed it to Emo. Emo took the tea, his gaze slightly peculiar as he looked at the other man. Tang Yi's strength and status were no less impressive, and his current respectful attitude was clearly due to Elder Chen. Emo naturally understood social etiquette and wouldn't truly address a middle-aged man 20 years his senior as Xiao Tang. As he seemed to think about the materials to be discussed next, a faint smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Emo's mouth. "Brother Tang, actually, the reason I came to Wanbao Tower today is that I have a small matter I need your help with." Tang Yi did not expect Emo to be so approachable, even addressing him as Brother Tang, which made him feel flattered. Soon, he seemed to grasp something and became more casual. "Since Mr. Yi calls me Brother Tang, I'll shamelessly call you Brother Yi." Then, he smiled and asked, "I wonder what Brother Yi needs my help with." Upon hearing this, Emo didn't waste any words and directly took out a leather spatial bag from his backpack. "I need to sell some items, and I also need your help to find a large quantity of materials below Tier 3 for cultivating Corpse Clan coffin spirits," Emo said calmly. Tang Yi was stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Emo's request for help to be so straightforward. "Ha, Brother Yi, our Wanbao Pavilion may not have many materials, but when it comes to materials below the 3rd tier, the combined stock of all the other shops in Fengyue City can't compare to ours," Tang Yi said with a laugh. "Since Brother Yi wants to sell materials, I'll arrange it for you right away." With that, Tang Yi quickly left the private room and made a call to his assistant, Yashi. "Yashi, go to the 2nd floor and bring Master Lu from the appraisal area over. Make sure to tell Master Lu that the person selling the materials is a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group. When the time comes, have him appraise the value of the materials at double the usual rate. No, make it 5 times. Tang Yi seemed to think of something, gritted his teeth, and immediately changed his mind. A few minutes later, Yashi arrived at the luxurious private room with an elderly man wearing reading glasses. The old man wasn't particularly strong, only at a mid-tier level, but his appraisal and valuation skills were the best in Fengyue City. Since the materials left behind by each magical creature after death were almost always different, the variety was vast and difficult to catalog comprehensively, especially for magical creatures found in coffins of gold level or higher. The materials they left behind after death were even rarer. Thus, valuing these materials was a significant test of one's discernment. When Tang Yi saw the old man arrive, he immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Master Lu, this is Brother Yi. Please help him appraise some materials." Hearing this, the white-haired old man adjusted his glasses, sized up Emo, and then said calmly, "Young man, quickly take out the materials for me to appraise. I promise to give you a fair price and won't cheat you." Upon hearing this, Emo's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. At the same time, he was also very eager to find out how much the materials left in his spatial backpack could sell for. At this moment, Master Lu was already seated at a golden phoebe wood table, waiting for Emo to take out the materials. Seeing this, Emo directly pulled out a pair of demon horns from his backpack and placed them on the table. Master Lu took the pair of demon horns, clicked his tongue, and said, "Were these ripped off the head of a commander-level demon? They seem to be the horns of a B-level scythe demon, which are truly rare." "Master Lu, your insight is remarkable. These horns are indeed from a scythe demon," Emo said calmly. "Although the scythe demon is powerful, the only premium materials on its body are the scythe and the demon heart. These horns can only be used for forging weapons and have limited value as evolution materials." Master Lu analyzed professionally, fully immersed in his work. Emo nodded in response, though his eyes had already discerned the information about the demon horns. However, the market price for these horns couldn't be found online. "May I ask, how much are these horns worth?" Emo asked curiously. 200 million, Master Lu answered bluntly. At this moment, Tang Yi, standing nearby, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye and quickly cleared his throat. Hearing this, Master Lu suddenly remembered Tang Yi's earlier reminder, slapped his forehead, and said with an awkward laugh, "How forgetful of me. These horns can still be refined. As collectibles, their value would be 1 billion, to be precise, 1 billion. Hearing this, Yemo's eyes lit up. A billion in earnings gave him an extra layer of confidence for next week's grand appraisal event. Thank you so much, Master Lu. Please take a look at this for me as well, Yemo said excitedly. Then, he quickly pulled out a long black scythe from his spatial warehouse. You actually have the scythe of the demon. Young man, did you really slay a scythe demon? Master Lu exclaimed in shock. Upon hearing this, Tang Ye's heart was instantly filled with joy. He thought that Yemo's status in the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group must be quite high, otherwise, how could he have obtained the scythe of the demon? Master Lu, may I ask how much this scythe is worth? Yemo asked curiously. Master Lu pondered for a moment and then revealed a number that left Yemo utterly astonished. 10 billion. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Yemo successfully sold all the materials as he had hoped. Apart from the materials from the scythe demon, which were quite valuable, most of the other materials were second tier, with a few third tier ones occasionally mixed in. Fortunately, the quantity of these materials was substantial, and Master Lu estimated their value to be around 2 to 3 billion. Yemo excitedly calculated his earnings over the past 2 days and finally arrived at a staggering figure, 15.5 billion. At that moment, Yemo's breathing became rapid. Even if I spend 200 million, it's more than enough to level up Tyrant and Chi-Chi to level 20. Yemo thought with anticipation, secretly planning, if I spend several billion more, I might even be able to buy all the evolution materials for Chi-Chi. Not long after, Yashi returned with Xiaoyu after handling all the matters. Back in the private room, Xiaoyu handed a luxurious gold card to Yemo. Mr. Yi, this is your card. The money from selling the materials is all in here, Xiaoyu said earnestly. Hearing this, Yemo's face revealed a slight smile as he took the gold card and then placed it into his spatial warehouse. By the way, Brother Yi, didn't you say you wanted to buy some low-level materials? Quickly tell me so I can have someone prepare them, Tang Yi asked with a cheerful smile. Yemo thought for a moment and then slowly said, I need 1 billion each of demon blood pills, moon essence stones, and tier 2 zombie crystal cores. If there are any progenitor viruses or other zombie viruses, or Xianin stones, then 5 billion of each. If it weren't for obtaining these tens of billions, Yemo would never have been so extravagant. But now, he had the money to indulge. Hearing this, Tang Yi was greatly surprised. Half of the materials Yemo needed were for cultivating zombies, while the other half were for cultivating ghouls. Could it be that Brother Ye's coffin spirit belongs to the corpse clan? Tang Yi wondered inwardly. However, he didn't dwell on it and directly instructed Yashi and Xiaoyu to handle the matter and expedite the process. Evening, inner city. On the lawn in front of a large villa, Yemo was leisurely lying down. To his left sat a tall zombie draped in a black cloak, while to his right lay an adorable zombie lowly drooling. On the lawn ahead, several cargo boxes had already been piled up, filled with a large amount of cultivation materials and some delicacies. Tyrant, Chi-Chi, hurry up and level up. Yemo laughed heartily. Hearing this, Chi-Chi immediately jumped up, seemingly wanting to bite Yemo fiercely, but she was startled by her own thought, and quickly kissed Yemo on the cheek shyly. After the kiss, Chi-Chi dove headfirst into the cargo box filled with food, feasting away, completely ignoring the cultivation materials left aside. Yemo saw this and simply shook his head with a smile, feeling particularly cheerful. Beside him, the tyrant's reaction was completely different from Chi-Chi's. Upon seeing these materials, it appeared unusually excited. As Yemo's first coffin spirit, its thoughts were simple, its potential was limited and far inferior to Chi-Chi's. Once it reached the maximum level, it might lose its value for further cultivation, but even so, it was determined to squeeze out all its potential within the limited time and fully focus on leveling up. Only by increasing its level could it help Yemo clear early obstacles and protect him. The tyrant walked over to the cargo boxes, quickly dismantled several of them, and began devouring the cultivation materials inside. At this moment, it treated the virus solution like wine, the magic blood pills like beans, and occasionally picked up a piece of blood-soaked mutated beast meat to enjoy. Ding! Tyrant consumed magic blood pills *10, gained double experience points plus 80. Experience shared. Chi-Chi gained experience points plus 80. Ding! Tyrant consumed 10 pounds of mutated beef, gained double experience points plus 30. Experience shared. Chi-Chi gained experience points plus 30. Ding! The tyrant has absorbed the progenitor virus solvent, enhancing heart function. Ding! The tyrant has absorbed the blacklight virus solvent, fully enhancing physical abilities. Ding! Chi-Chi drank ice cola *10, gaining double experience points plus 1. Experience shared. The tyrant gains experience points plus 1. Looking at the continuously refreshing experience points on the screen, Yemo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. At this rate, as long as the tyrant's digestion speed keeps up, they might reach level 20 in just one night. Moreover, after absorbing the virus solvent, the tyrant's grayish-white skin began to take on a blood-red hue, with veins and muscles becoming more grotesque and terrifying. Even its body size started to grow slowly. Thinking Thinking of this, Yemo couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Staying here wouldn't serve much purpose, so it might be better to get some sleep and check on the situation tomorrow morning. Tyrant, Chi-Chi, you two stay here and level up for now. Once you reach level 20, return to the coffin on your own or stay at home. Do not go out and cause panic among others, Yemo instructed them. Hearing this, Tyrant paused its actions and let out a low growl. Chi-Chi, however, seemed not to hear and continued rummaging through the cargo box. Yemo smiled faintly, then slowly stood up and walked toward the villa. A night passed. Yemo groggily opened his eyes, and the room was pitch black, as if dawn had not yet arrived. Why am I awake so early? Yemo scratched his head and picked up the phone on the bedside table. It was 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Yemo was a bit stunned. Then, he curiously looked toward the window, and what he saw immediately struck him as odd. Standing directly in front of the window was an extremely tall black figure, completely blocking out the sunlight from entering the bedroom. Upon seeing the figure clearly, Yemo instantly sat up on the bed in surprise and delight. Tyrant? Roar! Tyrant responded in a low voice. What the? How did you get in here with a body that big? Yemo asked in astonishment. Hearing Yemo's words, Tyrant emitted a strange energy wave from its body. Its original 4-meter-tall frame began to shrink rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to about 2 meters in height. Virus form, special skill. After absorbing viruses crazily, the body undergoes mutation, gaining simple body transformation and limb simulation abilities. Yemo noticed the skill and immediately burst into laughter. He hadn't expected the Tyrant's comprehension ability to be so outstanding. What a pleasant surprise. Without hesitation, he then checked the Tyrant's level status, feeling even more exhilarated. Level 20. Status, evolvable. That's right, there's also Chi-Chi. Yemo was a little excited. At this moment, a small head suddenly popped out from under his blanket, looking at him with a confused expression. I'm here. Didn't we agree to let them return to the coffin after reaching level 20? Why are they all running to their own rooms? Ding. Detected that Tyrant has reached level 20, activating 4 evolution paths. Would you like to view them? Ding. Detected that Chi-Chi has reached level 20, activating 1 evolution path. Would you like to view it? 2 system notifications sounded. While Yemo was pleasantly surprised, he also showed a puzzled expression. Tyrant has 4 evolution paths. Chi-Chi only has 1. Yemo wondered aloud. Thinking back to the evolution paths he had previously checked for the White Phantom, Yemo seemed to understand something. It seems that the higher the potential of the coffin spirit, the fewer its evolution paths. No wonder. Coffin spirits with lower potential have less stable forms, making them more prone to mutations. Mutation is undoubtedly one of the key ways for them to enhance their strength, but unfortunately, their evolution opportunities are limited. High potential coffin spirits, on the other hand, are inherently rare and powerful beings with stable forms, almost always evolving in the most advantageous direction, appearing even more perfect after evolution. Therefore, the higher the potential of the coffin spirit, the less it needs to worry about choosing a path, because its evolution paths are already limited. Thinking of this, Yemo couldn't help but feel a bit eager. Check. The next second, the evolution paths of the 2 coffin spirits appeared before his eyes. Evolution path: Chaser, normal. Cursed Tyrant, normal. Death Tyrant, normal. Blade Tyrant, hidden, rare. Spirit of the Coffin, Spirit Talisman Hopping Child, acquired. Reviving Skeleton Child template, enhances abilities after evolution, does not affect the template. Evolution path: Spirit Talisman Flying Zombie Maiden, epic. Seeing these evolution routes, Yemo's eyes immediately lit up. As expected, the Tyrant also has a hidden route. Chi-Chi's evolution route may not be many, but it has reached the epic level. Yemo felt delighted. Then, he quickly checked the evolution materials required for these 2 coffin spirits. Blade Tyrant, hidden, rare, a ruthless cold-faced butcher. Evolution materials required: Heart of Slaughter, Corpse Clan, Eye of the Blade Demon, Obsidian Great Blade, Zombie Crystal Core *3, Tier 3. Spirit Talisman Flying Corpse Maiden, epic. Flying Corpse, incorruptible for 1,000 years, unchanging for 10,000 years, capable of soaring to the heavens and delving into the earth, retrieving objects from afar. Evolution materials required: 1,000-year Moon Essence, treasure, Advanced Corpse Suppression Talisman, Ghostly in Cold Marrow, treasure, Nether Crystal Stone *1, Tier 3. Looking at the materials needed for the Tyrant, Yemo felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Fortunately, he had the foresight to keep a good number of Corpse Clan cores, as well as some Tier 3 Zombie Crystal cores. Now, the Tyrant only lacked the Eye of the Blade Demon and the Obsidian Great Blade to complete its evolution, and these 2 materials weren't considered high-grade. Wanbao Tower would definitely have them. As for Chi-Chi's materials, Yemo wasn't sure if Wanbao Tower had them, but perhaps Old Chen could get them. Who would have thought that the Millennium Moon Essence and the Netherine Cold Marrow would actually be rare materials? Looks like I'll have to bleed heavily this time. Yemo shook his head inside. Yesterday afternoon, he had made a huge profit of 10 billion, but if he bought these 2 materials, it would definitely definitely be squandered completely. But so what? Since he had chosen the high potential coffin spirit, it meant he would inevitably have to invest a large amount of resources and money sooner or later. Besides, he was also very much looking forward to seeing just how powerful an S-rank coffin spirit would become after its evolution. Thinking of this, an expectant smile unconsciously appeared on Yemo's face. Ding! Time-limited mission activated. Please complete the evolution of all coffin spirits within 10 days. Mission rewards: Advanced Corpse Clan Template Lottery Ticket *1, Random Skill Copy Card *1. Time remaining, 9 days 23 hours. The sudden system notification left Yemo dumbfounded. An advanced template lottery ticket. Yemo's face instantly lit up with ecstatic joy. This was one of the rewards he desired the most. Not only could it directly raise a coffin spirit's potential level, but it could also grant the coffin spirit unexpectedly powerful abilities. I must complete this mission as soon as possible, Yemo said to himself silently. Then, he turned his gaze to the other reward. Random Skill Copy Card allows the random selection of a contracted coffin spirit's normal skill and copies it into the coffin master's body. Seeing this, Yemo couldn't help but take a sharp breath. Could it be that they want to turn me into a coffin spirit known by everyone? This reward is absolutely amazing. However, the 10-day task deadline made Yemo feel a bit of urgency. Thinking about it, the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi must be extremely rare. Without hesitation, he immediately dialed Tang Yi's number. A few seconds later, the call connected. A surprised voice came through the phone. Brother Yi, what can I do for you? Yemo immediately responded. Brother Tang, I want to ask if Wanbao Tower has Millennium Moon Essence and Netherine Cold Marrow? Millennium Moon Essence? Netherine Cold Marrow? Are these materials needed for the Corpse Clan's coffin spirit? A hint of doubt came from the other end of the phone. Brother Yi, hold on, I'll go ask Master Lu, Tang Yi replied. A few minutes later, Yemo received an answer he had already anticipated. Wanbao Tower did not have these materials. It was no surprise, as Wanbao Tower, though the largest material trader in Fengyue City, was limited by the overall strength of the city's coffin masters. As for Transcendence, for some unknown reason, there had been a gap, and now there was only one left in the entire city. Although the Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking group had many Transcendents, they were not affiliated with a mid-sized base city like Fengyue City but came from other places. Therefore, Wanbao Tower now found it difficult to acquire. Materials above Tier 5 and precious treasures were few and far between. The number of contracted corpse clans was small, so Wanbao Tower rarely purchased materials from the corpse clans, let alone their treasures. It seems I'll have to ask Old Chen, Yemo sighed and shook his head. However, at the moment, there was another extremely important matter he needed to attend to: the evolution of the tyrant. Thinking of this, Yemo once again set out on the road to Wanbao Tower. In Wanbao Tower, Tang Yi silently noted down the materials Yemo needed. Then, carrying a spatial warehouse, he headed straight to Jiangnan City without hesitation. He speculated that Jiangnan City, as a large base city, might have the items Yemo required. Even if they didn't, Tang Yi could issue high-level commission tasks there, mobilizing the tomb-seeking groups in that area to take action. The items in this warehouse are enough to cover the rewards for high-level commission tasks. Tang Yi took a deep breath, fully committed to helping Yemo. For him, this was undoubtedly a risk-free investment. As long as Yemo doesn't meet an untimely end and manages to grow, the status of Wanbao Tower will inevitably rise along with him. President Chen's judgment is absolutely spot on, Tang Yi thought to himself. In his view, if Yemo merely had the potential to become an extraordinary individual, President Chen would never have allowed him to join the Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking team. At the very least, Yemo's future strength would need to reach the legendary level, or even stand on equal footing with President Chen, to garner his attention. An hour later, Yemo arrived in front of Wanbao Tower. As he stepped into Wanbao Tower once again, he immediately caught the attention of all the receptionists. These receptionists quickly stood up, hurriedly lined up on both sides of the corridor, and bowed respectfully to Yemo. Such a scene left the surrounding people dumbfounded. Who is this kid? How come he gets such a grand reception? Shut up immediately. This is Lord Yemo, the new member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-Seeking team. Wow, it's actually the president's team member. But he looks so young, it's truly unbelievable. Lord Yemo is so handsome, I want to have his babies. Everyone was talking animatedly, but their words were filled with respect for Yemo. Seeing this scene, Yemo's expression became somewhat unnatural. Just now, on the road in the outer city, many people were startled upon seeing him, as if they had seen a ghost. Especially with a large number of female coffin masters approaching him for autographs or contact information, Yemo felt a headache coming on. It seems I became famous in the outer city yesterday, Yemo thought to himself. Fame, for him, was indeed a good thing, as it could help him avoid a lot of trouble. At least in Fengyue City, no one would dare to mess with him anymore. However, the overly enthusiastic behavior of these coffin masters who recognized him made him feel a bit unaccustomed for the moment. Lord Yemo, what brings you here? To delighted voices rang out. Following the direction of the voices, Emo saw two stunning beauties dressed in cheongsams and wearing high heels hurrying toward him from the end of the corridor. They were none other than Xiaoyu and Tang Ye's assistant, Yashi. "I'm just here to buy some materials. There's no need for such a big fuss," Emo said with a wave of his hand and a smile. Upon hearing this, Yashi immediately displayed a charming smile and respectfully said, "Lord Emo, if you need materials, you could have Mr. Tang send someone to deliver them. Why go to the trouble of coming in person?" I was just bored anyway, so I came out for a stroll," Emo replied casually. In truth, he didn't want to trouble Tangy, as owing too many favors wasn't ideal. However, he was unaware that the materials he sold yesterday had already been marked up fivefold. He had never checked the prices of low-grade materials, and there was no way to inquire about the price of the Scythe Demon materials. Selling them at such a high price might not be unreasonable. Perhaps someone was in urgent need of them. "By the way, where's Brother Tang?" Emo asked curiously. Hearing this, Yashi quickly explained, "Lord Emo, Mr. Tang is currently out on some business. For now, Wanbao Tower is fully managed by me and Xiaoyu. Please, come with us to the third floor for a detailed discussion." Hearing this, Emo nodded and directly headed toward the third floor. In the trading area on both sides, those who didn't know Emo were even more astonished at the sight. They hadn't expected that what the people around them were saying was actually true. This young man before them truly held such a high status. It seemed that Fengyue City would now have another figure who must not be provoked. "Lord Emo, here is the Blade Demon's Eye you requested. Please take a look." In the spacious, high-standard trading area on the third floor, Xiaoyu respectfully presented a black wooden box to Emo. The box was carved with eerie patterns, exuding an especially sinister aura. A blood-red cross was tied to the front, faintly emitting a misty red glow under the light, as if sealing some terrifying presence within. Emo nodded, took the box, and a smile appeared on his face. "Coffin Spirit, first-generation Tyrant T002 model. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Blade Demon's Eye. The first important material is in hand, and now there's only one step left to evolve into the Tyrant. By the way, where's the other material I need?" Emo asked in confusion. "The other material is a bit more troublesome. You'll need to wait a moment," Xiaoyu replied gently. A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. Several storage personnel, dressed in black suits with white shirts underneath, wearing ties and black hats, their skin slightly tanned, walked in carrying a black coffin over 6 meters long. Emo couldn't help but be stunned. "Just leave it here," Xiaoyu commanded. Upon hearing this, the group quickly set the coffin down, lifted the coffin lid, and then exited the room. At this moment, Xiaoyu turned to Emo and said slowly, "Lord Emo, please take a look." Seeing this, Emo stepped forward directly. When he saw a 6-meter-long, jet-black blade lying inside the coffin, a look of astonishment immediately appeared on his face. "This blade is so cool," Emo thought with delight. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Obsidian Great Blade. System notification. You have gathered all the evolution materials required for the Tyrant. Would you like to evolve?" Emo, without hesitation, excitedly said, "Evolve. Blade Tyrant." In the next second, the eye of the Blade Demon from the wooden box and the obsidian great blade from the coffin transformed into a stream of light, flying into the contract space within Emo's body. Emo calmed his mind and gazed deep into the contract space. After absorbing these materials, the Tyrant began to evolve. Its figure suddenly shot up, growing to about 5 meters tall. The previously exposed blood vessels and half a heart gradually retracted into its body. After absorbing the virus, the blood-red muscles slowly transformed, as if forged by steel, exuding unparalleled explosive power. Even more astonishing, the Tyrant's entire body emitted a strange black substance. As this substance swirled around, a massive black leather coat and a black cowboy hat appeared on the Tyrant. The Tyrant let out a furious roar, lifted the obsidian great blade from the ground, and unleashed a thunder slash in an instant toward the front. With a loud boom, a massive blade aura streaked across the contract space, flying forward with the speed of lightning and astonishing power. "Master, I have successfully evolved." The deep voice of Blade Tyrant came through, though his speech was somewhat unpolished and sounded slightly unclear. "Congratulations, Tyrant," Emo responded. The next second, Blade Tyrant twisted his wrist, spinning the 6-meter-long blade into several flourishes before directly inserting it into the sheath on the back of his leather jacket. Accompanied by the long blade, he slowly reverted to a height of about 2 meters. At this moment, Emo directly opened Tyrant's panel to check. Coffin Spirit, Blade Tyrant, Tyrant, Level, LV, 20 Junior Guardian. Experience, 0/11600. Seal Level, Silver Ancestral Coffin. Talent, Super Virus Enhancement, Comprehensive Physical Enhancement, Extreme Attack Power Boost. Virus Absorption. Skill, Destructive Blast, Tier 2. Rapid Assault, Tier 2. Rending Claw, Tier 2. Intermediate Healing, Tier 2. Blade Chi Assault, Tier 2. Focused Magic Eye, Tier 2. Advanced Blade Technique. Flame Light Step, Special. Accumulated Thunder Slash, Special. Virus Stance, Special. Ultimate Skill, Restraint Release 2. Upon activation, Blade Tyrant assumes its ultimate form. Current status, excited, thrilled, confident. Evolution count, 0 times. Description, after being nurtured by a god-level corpse raiser, abilities have been greatly enhanced. Following hidden evolution, attack power has been significantly increased, along with excellent language skills and intelligence. After reading the panel, EMO felt incredibly elated and couldn't help but burst into laughter. As expected of the hidden route, this is simply too awesome. On the way back to the inner city, EMO asked President Chen in detail about the situation regarding the Millennium Moon Essence and the Netherine Cold Marrow. The other party replied that these materials were extremely rare. However, the Jiangnan City trading market happened to have these materials. Due to their precious nature in being the core of Corpse Clan evolution, they were absolutely ignored by everyone. Listening to President Chen's firm tone, EMO felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, he still wanted to act quickly and planned to head to Jiangnan City in a couple of days. I hope these materials are truly as President Chen said. Left untouched, EMO silently thought to himself. This time, upon returning to the inner city, he did not go back to his family villa but instead headed to one of the most powerful institutions in the inner city, the Enforcement Department. Looking at the imposing Enforcement Department building, exuding a chilling atmosphere and sharp edges, EMO unhesitatingly put on the Snow Shadow badge and walked toward the building's entrance. At the door, 2 ordinary enforcers, upon seeing EMO's arrival, instantly shifted from their previously relaxed demeanor to a serious one, preparing to stop him for questioning. However, as EMO approached, their expressions quickly turned to surprise, and the seriousness on their faces vanished in an instant. This was because the luxurious crystal badge on his chest shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Please come in, sir, the 2 enforcers said respectfully. Although the Enforcement Department was responsible for maintaining order throughout the inner city, they dared not show any arrogance when facing members of the tomb-seeking group. After all, they mostly managed powerless civilians and coffin masters who were no stronger than initial 3-star rank and preferred a comfortable life in the inner city. Therefore, most enforcers' strength does not exceed the beginner level, and those who reach the intermediate level are even rarer. EMO saw the 2 signal to him, nodded lightly, and walked straight into the law enforcement hall on the first floor. Hello, I want to ask about something. EMO looked at a woman sitting not far away in front of a computer, wearing a law enforcement team uniform and working diligently, and said. The woman heard this, slowly raised her head, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. So handsome. Immediately afterward, she noticed the badge on EMO's chest and quickly stood up nervously. Please speak, sir. Do you know Su Feng? I want to inquire about where his home is, EMO asked indifferently. As soon as he said this, the woman's face immediately showed a look of surprise. Sir, I know him, but I don't know where he lives. Then pull up his information and check it for me. Understood, sir. Inner City, Supreme Sky Peak Hotel, 60th floor penthouse. In one of the most luxurious private rooms, over a dozen inner city elites were gathered, chatting and laughing. Although they were ordinary people, their strength compared to tomb suppressors was as insignificant as ants, yet almost every one of their families had a high-ranking tomb suppressor supporting them. As a result, many mid-level tomb suppressors, despite looking down on them and treating them like ants, would not actively provoke them. Of course, these inner city elites also dared not easily offend tomb suppressors, as that would be tantamount to courting death. At the head seat, Su Feng sipped his wine with a heavy expression, lost in thought. It's been 2 days since the bounty was issued. Why hasn't there been any news from the fierce ghost grave-seeking? Ru, could they have failed? Thinking of this, Su Feng shook his head and mused to himself, maybe there are just too many bounties, and they forgot to notify me. Initially, because Mo had the support of President Chen, Su Feng didn't dare harbor any thoughts against him, but when he inadvertently learned about Mo killing someone in broad daylight in Doomsday Town, a surge of vengeance instantly arose. Moreover, after confirming that Mo had left the city unprotected, Su Feng came to a realization. Mo's standing in President Chen's eyes wasn't that high. Thus, he directly issued a bounty on Mo. Beside him, a fat, bald middle-aged man seemed to notice Su Feng's troubled expression and quickly raised his wine glass, walking over to Su Feng. Ah, brother Su, today is a great day for you, having broken through to a quasi-high-ranking tomb suppressor. Why not set aside your worries and let's enjoy some drinks together? Hearing this, Su Feng's expression immediately returned to normal, and he said calmly, alright, since that's the case, let me first toast to you. Congratulations on breaking through to a quasi-high-level coffin suppressor. The bald middle-aged man said with a smile. Seeing this, the others also stood up one after another, raising their glasses to Su Feng. Su Feng lifted his glass but did not stand up. He simply tapped it lightly on the table before downing it in one gulp. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt extremely excited. This gathering was hosted by the bald man, and being able to sit at the table and drink with Su Feng was undoubtedly a great honor. In the inner city, Su Feng was like a local emperor. Even though his strength was not the most formidable in the inner city, he had now been expelled from the law enforcement department. However, over the years, the ordinary forces he had drawn to his side were all top-tier elites of the inner city, and even in the outer city, many mid-level coffin suppressors maintained good relations with him. Ah, Brother Su, your drinking capacity is truly impressive. Let me toast you again. The bald man, feeling quite pleased with himself, poured another glass of wine for Su Feng, his face full of flattery. The others also followed suit, refilling their glasses. Just then, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the private room door. Pour me a glass too. I want to toast him properly as well. As soon as the words were spoken, the door slowly opened, and a young figure with a smile instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. Upon seeing this, the crowd's expressions immediately turned displeased. However, being seasoned individuals, they did not react directly but instead looked at Emo with curiosity. At this moment, Su Feng, seated at the head of the table, suddenly stood up, his face filled with shock. It's you, Su Feng said grimly, his expression dark. What's wrong? Not happy to see me? Yemo's lips curled into a smile as he slowly walked toward the table. Seeing this, one of the dignitaries quickly made room for Emo. Emo ignored him and sat directly in the vacated seat. Then, he picked up a bottle of wine and said, Come, Captain Su, I offer you a toast, a cup of execution wine. As soon as these words were spoken, the room erupted in commotion. Over a dozen inner-city dignitaries quickly retreated to the side, their eyes filled with fear. They hadn't expected Emo to come looking for trouble. As ordinary people, how could they dare to get involved in disputes between coffin wardens? Ah, Lord Su, I just remembered I have something to take care of at home, so I'll be leaving now, one person said nervously. Captain Su, my wife is about to give birth, and she's calling me to go back immediately. A dozen nobles were all thinking of slipping away. Su Feng ignored the words of these ants, his expression growing even darker as he stared intently at Emo. He hadn't expected the fierce ghost tomb-seeking group to fail and leak his information. This meant that President Chen must have secretly intervened, and he was doomed to die today. However, in his view, Emo was truly bold to dare to come here alone. In that case, even if he were to die, he would drag Emo down with him. Heh, you want to toast me with a death drink? With your strength, it seems you're not qualified, Su Feng said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, Emo flipped his hand and threw the wine bottle directly at Su Feng's face. The bottle shattered on impact, and blood instantly flowed down. Emo said expressionlessly, Am I qualified now? Kid, you're courting death, Su Feng roared. In the next second, spiritual energy surged in his hand, a six-pointed star formation appeared, and a silver coffin emerged from it. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Emo's face. In fact, when he entered the room, he had the chance to ambush Su Feng directly. If he had attacked while the opponent was completely unguarded, the tyrant could have killed him with a single strike. However, if he did that, the opponent's coffin spirit would vanish alone, with his death leaving no experience to gain. But now, a level 30 quasi-leader coffin spirit could significantly boost the experience of both the tyrant and Chi-Chi. Without hesitation, Emo instantly summoned the tyrant. In the next second, the tyrant unleashed a terrifying blade aura. The blade aura was incredibly powerful, instantly slicing through the large round table in the middle and swiftly heading toward Su Feng. Su Feng broke out in a cold sweat at the sight, shouting, How is your summoning speed so fast? At this moment, he no longer had time to command the coffin spirit to open the coffin. The instant the coffin spirit emerged, it might be cleaved to death by the blade energy. Without hesitation, he directly placed the coffin upright in front of him to block the tyrant's blade energy. With a loud bang, the silver coffin instantly caved in, and a massive crack appeared on the coffin lid. The terrifying force sent Su Feng flying several meters backward, slamming into the wall behind him along with the coffin, creating countless spiderweb-like cracks on the wall. Ugh! Su Feng coughed violently, spitting out a mist of bright red blood, his face pale as a sheet. How is this possible? Just 2 days ago, he was only a beginner at 3 stars. How could he possibly injure me now? Yet in the next second, another blade energy shot toward him. The coffin lid instantly shattered. If you won't open the coffin, then I'll help you open it, Emo said calmly. He hadn't wanted to waste time and had hoped to seize the opportunity to eliminate the opponent's coffin spirit the moment it emerged. However, Emo hadn't expected the opponent's adaptability to be so impressive, choosing to use the coffin to block the damage. However, at this moment, Su Feng was already so terrified that he had lost his will to fight. Black Mist Ghost. Use your skills to hold him off, he shouted in panic. The next second, a ghost composed entirely of black mist with skeletal claws for limbs and a white bone mask on its face flew out of the coffin. The Black Mist Ghost. suddenly spewed out a mouthful of black mist, instantly shrouding the entire room in pitch-black darkness, so thick that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. "Get me out of here!" Su Feng roared. Taking advantage of the spreading black mist, he smashed the protective window of the room with a punch and jumped straight out from the 60th floor. At the moment of the jump, the black mist ghost transformed into a black cloud beneath his feet, greatly slowing his falling speed. "Ha ha ha, kid, you think you can kill me? You're still too green." Su Feng laughed wildly. However, in the next second, two dazzling golden beams of light erupted from the top floor room, instantly dispelling the black mist inside. Watching Su Feng, who had already jumped off the building, Yemo's face turned grim. This guy was just too cunning, but he would never let the experience in his hand slip away like this. "Roar, tyrant, chase him for me." As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant instantly transformed into a figure over 5 meters tall, gripping a long blade and slicing a wall in half with one strike, then leaping downstairs. Seeing this, Yemo quickly jumped up and landed steadily on the tyrant's shoulder, pursuing Su Feng together with it. At this moment, Su Feng, who was already near the ground, heard the explosion from the rooftop. He suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with extreme terror. "Damn it, is this guy even human? He actually dares to chase?" Countless bricks and rubble rained down like a storm. As the tyrant leaped from the 60-story building, he plunged his massive blade into the wall with one hand to slow his insane descent. At this moment, Emo was extremely calm. After all, the tyrant was enhanced by his viral form. A pair of bone horns grew from the tyrant's shoulders, keeping him stable. Race, Corpse Clan. Facing the piercing gale, Emo locked his gaze firmly on the black mist ghost beneath Su Feng's feet. Ever since he gained the ability of the golden eyes of exorcism 2 days ago, he hadn't had a chance to use the golden rays. But today, after trying out this golden light of exorcism ability, he had become utterly obsessed with the sensation. He was certain that even without relying on the coffin spirit, he could slay the demon with just these eyes. "Tyrant, increase your falling speed," Emo said excitedly. With a roar, the tyrant pulled out the giant blade embedded in the wall, and its speed suddenly increased. At this moment, the tyrant was descending at a terrifying speed, getting closer and closer to the Black Mist Ghost and Su Feng. "Black Mist Ghost, use your ultimate move," Su Feng said, trembling all over. However, how could Emo give him a chance? A golden light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "Die for me." Buzz! Two terrifying golden beams of light, like lasers, instantly burst out from Emo's eyes. The immense energy, melting iron and refining gold, directly pierced through the Black Mist Ghost, killing it instantly. Meanwhile, Su Feng's footing gave way, and he plummeted straight from the high altitude, shattering into pieces upon impact, with blood splattering everywhere. "Ding! You have successfully killed LV-30 Black Mist Ghost." "Ding! As the contract master, your kill remains valid." "Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 3,000 experience points." "Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gained plus 3,000 experience points." "Ding! Current Coffin Spirits, Tyrant, Chi-Chi, Super Matter Penetration, 8th tier, level is LV-20, Junior Guard level. Experience needed for the next level, 3,000/11600. Looking at the skyrocketing experience points once again, Emo's face immediately lit up with an excited smile. "Ha, as expected, killing other people's coffin spirits is way more satisfying than killing monsters." "Xiao Yao should be back tomorrow, right? I wonder how much experience when Jing's level 28 Raven Man can bring me. At least it should be 1,000, right?" A trace of killing intent surged in Yemo's heart. By now, he was already a quasi-mid-tier coffin master, and his coffin spirit had reached level 20. The magic blood pills he had bought earlier could no longer provide experience and were only good as snacks for the tyrant. The experience provided by the Moon Essence Stones had also dwindled to a negligible amount, almost worthless. "Today, I'll find some time to deal with that innkeeper and the guy who escaped from Doomsday Town," Emo thought to himself. He was planning to head to Jiangnan City after eliminating all potential threats to search for information on the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi. Defect, none. Affinity, 100, willing to sacrifice life to protect master. In the Doomsday Valley, Yi Xiaoyao had just commanded the Hellfire Demon to use Hellfire to annihilate several low-level zombies when she heard her phone vibrating continuously, with notification alerts. Out of curiosity, she took the phone out of her pocket and a few eye-catching news pop-ups instantly grabbed her attention. Major news from the inner city. Around 12 noon today, a rare high-level coffin master battle broke out at the tallest building in the inner city, the Tianfeng Supreme Hotel. Former enforcement squad leader Su Feng was forced to fall to his death. Inner city news agency, super intense high-level coffin master battle video. High energy throughout. Inner city gossip society, shocking. That man is actually a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking group. Clicking on the messages and videos one after another, Yi Xiaoyao covered her mouth in astonishment, gasping, This is actually my brother." Her body trembled slightly. These pieces of news were like an apocalyptic storm, continuously shaking her perception of Emo. To think that aged EMO, who had been in a slump for 2.5 years before contracting a coffin spirit, could now, in less than 3 days, kill Su Feng. And not only that, he had become a well-known member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking group. It was simply unbelievable. 2 minutes later, the shock on Yi Xiaoyao's face gradually faded, replaced by a joyful smile. Yi Mo was her brother, the only person she trusted in this world. Therefore, no matter how outrageous the things happening to Yi Mo were, she would never doubt him, let alone dig deeper. My brother is amazing. Yi Xiaoyao's heart grew even more delighted. For the past 2.5 years, she had been taking care of Yi Mo's daily life, practically like a personal maid. But now, not only had Yi Mo regained the confidence he had years ago, but he had also become so powerful. This filled Yi Xiaoyao's heart with relief. From now on, don't even think about me taking care of you anymore. It's your turn to take care of me, she thought to herself. At this moment, when Jing seemed to notice Yi Xiaoyao's excitement, she smiled, walked over, and said softly, Xiaoyao, your hellfire demon is indeed very powerful, but you still need to work on adapting to the combat rhythm and strengthening your combat awareness. Only then can you achieve the top score in Linhu province during next week's assessment. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao was slightly taken aback, when Jing seemed to think she was overly pleased with herself for defeating the monster. But that was understandable. Who wouldn't feel a bit proud after contracting an A-level coffin spirit? Got it, Sister Wen Jing. I'll work hard. Yi Xiaoyao nodded in response. Wen Jing felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Last night, she had learned that a student in a neighboring base city had also contracted an A-level coffin spirit, which undoubtedly added another competitor for Yi Xiaoyao. Originally, the outstanding mentor title came with a 500 million bonus, and with that plus her savings, she could afford the C-level coffin spirit she had always dreamed of. But this time, the principal had told her that if Yi Xiaoyao could secure first place, the outstanding mentor bonus would be multiplied by 5. How could she not be tempted? If I can get that 2.5 billion, I won't have to settle for a C-level coffin spirit. I can aim for a B-level one. When Jing was in high spirits, a charming smile gracing her lips, suddenly, a surprised voice rang out from not far away. Oh my gosh, isn't that Xiaoyao's brother? So amazing. Many students turned their curious gazes toward the source of the voice. A cute girl was holding her phone, exclaiming in shock as she watched a video, her face full of astonishment. Zhou Mengyu, what are you looking at? What do you mean, Xiaoyao's brother? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yi Xiaoyao has a brother? How come we've never heard about this before? Zhou Mengyu quickly replied, haven't you been following the news updates from the inner city? There were several news alerts just now about Xiaoyao's brother. Go check them out. As soon as she said this, many people grew curious and pulled out their phones to search. When they saw the news, they were all stunned. What? Yi Xiaoyao's brother is actually a high-ranking coffin master, and he even killed the former captain of the enforcement division. That's incredible. There's something even more amazing. Her brother is actually a member of the Snow Shadow tomb-seeking team. That's just unbeatable. At this moment, everyone turned their heads to look at Yi Xiaoyao, their eyes filled with envy. Not only did Yi Xiaoyao possess extraordinary talent, but she also had an incredibly powerful brother in Fengyue City who would dare provoke her in the future. However, at this moment, a discordant voice emerged from the crowd. Don't you recognize this face? Isn't this the weirdo who made a fool of himself at school 2 years ago? Everyone knows he has the corpse servant talent. How could he possibly be a high-level coffin master? A pretty girl said disdainfully. She had always been a rival of Yi Xiaoyao and simply couldn't believe that her brother could be so impressive. Upon hearing this, many people began whispering among themselves. That really does seem like the weirdo from back then. But he still looks pretty handsome, though. Could it be a special effects video? After all, every graduation season, the inner city shoots some high-energy battle promo videos for everyone to watch, a starry-eyed girl said. The inner city already sent out the news. How could it be fake? If you ask me, there's no way this is that weirdo. How could he possibly have such strength? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. At this moment, the surrounding temperature seemed to suddenly rise. Yi Xiaoyao's twin ponytails inadvertently turned fiery red, fluttering in the wind and appearing even more striking. Who dares to call my brother a freak again? I'll tear their mouth apart. Yi Xiaoyao's eyes sparkled with flames, her voice cold, her anger evident. When the crowd turned to look, they saw her surrounded by flames, radiating an intense burning heat, resembling a fearsome flame witch with an intimidating presence. Beside her, the hellfire demon was brimming with excitement, its expression greedy and savage. With just one command from Yi Xiaoyao, it would not hesitate to reduce everything before it to ashes. Ah, we're sorry, Sister Xiaoyao. We didn't know that esteemed person was your brother. Sorry. Everyone apologized one after another. A few moments later, Yi Xiaoyao took a deep breath. The flames around her gradually subsided, and her expression slowly calmed down. She no longer paid attention to these people. This talent for flame baptism, along with the company of the flame demon, has made my temper even more irritable, she thought to herself with a frown. But no matter what, but, as long as someone dared to speak ill of her brother to her face, she would absolutely turn hostile immediately. When Jing silently watched the little episode unfold before her, normally, she would have stepped in to mediate in advance, but now, she only felt completely dazed, her eyes showing a bewildered expression. Yi-mo is actually alive? Even the leader of the ghost tomb-seeking squad couldn't kill him? When Jing gasped sharply, as if doubting the authenticity of the news, she quickly took out her phone to search. The results that popped up left her feeling as if she had fallen into an abyss. How is this possible? How could he possibly have the strength to kill a quasi-high-level opponent when he's only been contracted for less than 3 days? Watching the battle footage in the video, when Jing's face instantly turned pale, what terrified her even more was, Yi-mo was actually a member of the Snow Shadow Tomb-seeking group. It's over. Yi-mo must know what I've done. I'm doomed. Panic and regret surged in Wen Jing's heart like a tidal wave. If she hadn't been selfishly chasing fame and fortune, if she hadn't deceived Yi-mo, wouldn't she now have taught 2 super geniuses? Her status would have risen accordingly, and the worst part was, out of fear that her deception would be exposed, she had ruthlessly made the situation irreversible by directly placing a bounty on Yi-mo. This left no room for maneuver. I'm doomed. When Jing's eyes reddened, and she almost broke down crying in front of her students, nearly shedding the gentle, understanding, and mature teacher persona she usually maintained. In reality, her private personality was drastically different, extreme, selfish, and self-centered. Should I kneel and beg for his forgiveness? Or become his slave? Would he spare me? When Jing mulled over her options, hesitant to make an immediate decision, if Yi-mo were truly willing to let her become his slave, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome for her. As Yi-mo grew stronger, her status as his slave could even rise above thousands of others. I'll call him first, maybe he'll remember our past and forgive me. When Jing thought to herself, if he can't forgive me, then I'll just run away. After all, the black crow flies fast, he definitely won't be able to catch me. When Jing looked at Yi Xiaoyao and forced herself to remain calm as she said, Xiaoyao, you all continue your training. The teacher has something to attend to and will leave for a moment. After speaking, Wen Jing headed toward a cluster of damaged buildings near the riverbank. Soon, she found a relatively intact high wall and leaned against it. Taking a deep breath, she directly dialed Yi-mo's number. The call went unanswered. After making over 100 calls in several minutes, she finally got through. Yi-mo, it's Sister Wen Jing. Is it convenient to discuss something? Wen Jing said nervously. However, a cute lowly voice suddenly came through the phone. Not convenient. My master is riding a bike. If you have something to say, you can tell Chi-Chi. Hearing this, Wen Jing was stunned. Master? Wen Jing murmured to herself, then felt a surge of joy in her heart. I didn't expect Yi-mo to have such a hobby. It seems I still have a chance to survive. Wen Jing cleared her throat lightly, then involuntarily softened her voice and said gently, can you pass the phone to your master? As soon as the words were spoken, a puzzled male voice came from the other end of the phone. What do you want from me? Yi-mo, I'm calling to apologize. I lied to you before. Actually, you are eligible to participate in the graduation assessment, Wen Jing said nervously. A faint chuckle came through the phone. Interesting. What else? Go on. Actually, it was because I was afraid you'd find out about this, so I acted impulsively and put a bounty on you. Wen Jing's tone was extremely fragile, like a little girl who had made a mistake. I originally wanted to withdraw the bounty immediately, but they wouldn't allow it. They even threatened me, saying they'd kill me if I dared to go back on it. You know how terrifying those people are. I didn't dare to offend them. When Jing lied, her voice tinged with a sob, trying to evoke Yi-mo's sympathy. Yi-mo, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to put a bounty on you. If you can forgive me, I can be your slave, like that little girl earlier, and call you master. Beep beep beep. The call was abruptly disconnected. When Jing's expression instantly turned extremely unpleasant. Damn it, even after I beg. You like this, you still won't give me face. You're so far away from me now. What can you even do to me? When Jing muttered angrily to herself, I'm leaving Fengyue City right now, and you'll never find me for the rest of your life. When I have money in the future, I'll commission the tomb-seeking group who aren't afraid of the Snow Shadow group. I'll put a bounty on you for the rest of your life, Wen Jing said bitterly. Suddenly, 2 bursts of laughter came from behind the damaged building. Ha, Dongzi, did you hear that? This woman seems to be furious out of embarrassment. This kind of woman is truly terrifying. Yi-mo didn't even provoke her, yet she put a bounty on him. She's absolutely insane. If she doesn't die, Yi-mo probably won't sleep well for the rest of his life. Who is it? Come out. Hearing the mocking voices from behind the wall, Wen Jing was startled and shouted angrily. The next second, the wall beside her collapsed with a loud crash, bricks scattering everywhere. Wen Jing quickly dodged the flying debris. When the wall completely crumbled, a massive tomb-guarding white ape appeared before her. On one side of the white ape stood a zombie dressed as a bloodstained nurse, and on the other side was a black-robed skeleton wizard. Behind them were 3 young men and women with mocking expressions. It's you. You've been following me, Wen Jing exclaimed in shock. Ha, of course we're following you. If we don't, how can we only catch you if you run away, the ape said with a laugh. Meanwhile, Yemo was speeding on a motorcycle provided by the Tianfeng Supreme Hotel. When Jing's call earlier had revealed her true nature to him. Initially, he had been fixated on her coffin spirit, wanting to personally end her life, but now he only felt a wave of disgust. Hey, Linyin, Yemo dialed Lin Yin's number. What's up, Yemo? Linyin asked indifferently. Stop following that woman. Do me a favor and kill her now? Yemo's tone carried urgency. I'm still on my way. She probably won't return to the city and plans to flee early. Meanwhile, Linyin looked at Wen Jing, who was trapped in the encirclement, with a hint of teasing at the corner of her mouth. Didn't you want to personally finish her off? Why kill her in advance now? Should we capture her alive? Linyin asked softly. Absolutely not. Just mentioning this woman makes me sick and nauseous. Killing her feels too dirty, too unlucky, came the disdainful voice on the other end of the phone. TSK, are you sure you don't want us to capture her alive? She's right in front of us now, surrounded by the three of us, Linyin said with a smile. Just kill her. As soon as the words were spoken, Yemo hung up the phone. Hearing the voice from Lin Yin's phone, Wen Jing's expression turned serious. Killing me won't be that easy, she snorted coldly. As long as she summoned the Dark Raven Whisperer and used her ultimate move to sow discord among them, she could escape safely. Without any hesitation, spiritual energy surged in her hand, and a six-pointed starseal quickly took shape. However, before she could summon the coffin, a tall blood-red shadow, radiating waves of crimson light, appeared before her like a phantom. In the next second, a claw shadow flashed through the air, too fast for the naked eye to catch. With a puff, the arm of the formation conjured by Wen Jing was instantly severed, flying backward several meters. The intense pain struck her, turning her face pale and causing her whole body to tremble. The bloodstained nurse zombie in front of her moved with incredible speed, clearly not intending to give her a chance to summon the coffin spirit. Could it be that she had no chance of escape and was doomed to die here? Thinking of this, Wen Jing endured the excruciating pain, a trace of murderous intent rising in her heart, along with a glimmer of hope. As long as she could maintain a 10-meter distance from these three, she might have a chance to summon the coffin spirit and escape. At the very least, before her death, she could make these three turn on each other. Can you take me to see Emo? I want to apologize to him in person. I wronged him, and even if I die, I want to die by his hand, Wen Jing said, her face full of regret. Yet the murderous intent in her heart grew even stronger. Linyin observed this scene with an expressionless face, showing no reaction, her gaze instead resembling that of someone looking at a corpse. The malice in the other's heart was completely exposed under her innate ability. Kill her, Linyin coldly uttered two words. The blood-clad angel slowly raised a hand with blood-red claws, then, with lightning speed, directly pierced Wen Jing's heart. With a thud, her body collapsed to the ground, and Linyin immediately dialed a number. It's done, Linyin said indifferently. Thank you. A voice came from the other end of the phone. I'll come over after I finish dealing with the matters in Doomsday Town. You don't need to come over. We're heading back now, Linyin responded. Alright then, bring my sister back with you. We'll get in touch later. With that, Yemo hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, Yemo returned to Doomsday Town once again. This time, his purpose was simple, to kill the innkeeper. The escaped town coffin master might be hard to locate for now, but he could borrow someone else's method, retrieve the inn's surveillance footage and put a bounty on that person. In the inn, the innkeeper stood nervously beside a middle-aged man carrying a silver coffin on his back, seemingly discussing something. The middle-aged man had a centipede-like scar on his face that had not yet healed, looking rather shocking. Boss Wu, are you sure you want to transfer this into me? This is the inheritance left to you by Wu Yong, and it brings in at least tens of millions in revenue annually. Don't you want to manage it properly? The scar-faced man asked in confusion. No. Over the past few months, people have been causing trouble here every day. As a beginner one-star coffin suppressor, I simply can't handle them and have to compromise, barely making ends meet every day. Boss Wu quickly shook his head and said, if only my nephew were still around. Boss Wu's nephew was a mid-level 7-star coffin suppressor. Although his strength wasn't particularly impressive, he had some skills in a low-level area. Like Doomsday Town, the scar-faced man in front of him, nicknamed Poison Dragon, was his nephew's teammate and had a very close relationship with him, both belonging to the same tomb-seeking group. The Poison Dragon closed his eyes upon hearing this, his face showing immense sorrow. Young Wu was so young. What a pity. It's just a shame that our tomb-seeking team has too many tasks, otherwise, I could have helped take care of you a bit. Upon hearing this, Boss Wu's face immediately lit up with joy. His nephew had often mentioned the Poison Dragon before, seemingly having an extraordinary relationship with him, someone absolutely trustworthy. Although it was Boss Wu's first time meeting the Poison Dragon, after a brief conversation, he found that every word the Poison Dragon said came from the heart. With his experience, the regret expressed by the other party was absolutely not an act. At this moment, Boss Wu seemed to think of something, and his mood appeared somewhat anxious. However, he still smiled and said, Boss Poison Dragon, since Xiao Yong was your good brother and often received your care, how about I give you a 50% 50% discount and transfer this into you at half price. The poison dragon hesitated for a moment before nodding. Alright then, I'll take advantage of you this time. If you encounter any difficult problems in the future, feel free to come to me. After speaking, Poison Dragon directly handed a card to Boss Wu. Seeing this, Boss Wu quickly took the bank card, his face filled with excitement. In this world, there really are such fools? If he had any ill intentions, he could have taken everything from me. Boss Wu secretly mocked in his heart. A few minutes ago, he noticed news from the inner city and discovered that the young man he had placed a bounty on was not only alive but also possessed terrifying background and strength. This gave rise to the idea of fleeing. However, before leaving, he decided to take advantage of the situation to make some money, so he contacted this supposedly trustworthy person his nephew had mentioned. By then, if EMO came seeking revenge, Poison Dragon might very well take the hit for him. Boss Poison Dragon, I just remembered there's something I haven't taken care of. I need to step out for a bit, Boss Wu said urgently. In his haste, he instinctively tossed the bank card into the spatial backpack, left behind by his nephew. Now that he had the money, he was ready to flee with all his assets. But at that moment, Poison Dragon cast a faint glance at the spatial backpack and his gaze instantly sharpened. Boss Wu, hold on a moment. I just remembered something I wanted to ask you. Poison Dragon's laughter suddenly rang out. Boss Wu frowned immediately upon hearing this. Boss Dulong, what do you want to ask about? Didn't Xiao Wu recently acquire a rare skill stone? I want to ask if you know where he put it, Dulong asked with a smile. As he spoke, he released a more than 10-meter long, barrel-thick spotted venomous snake from the silver coffin. Upon seeing this, Boss Wu's face instantly showed a look of terror. Only then did he understand the other party's intention. It's over. If I had known, I wouldn't have been greedy for this small amount of money. This time, I've suffered a huge loss, he thought to himself, his face turning extremely grim. A rare skill stone is incredibly valuable, comparable to a B-level coffin spirit. And now, for just tens of millions, he had lost so much of his fortune. This was simply a disgraceful act of self-destruction. Boss Dulong, the skill stone is with me. If I hand it over to you, can you let me go? Boss Wu said hurriedly. Reluctantly, he then took out a strange crimson crystal stone emitting waves of scorching heat from his spatial backpack. The venomous dragon's eyes instantly sparkled with greed, and his face became extremely excited. Ha, that kid Wu Yong would rather be flayed alive by me than reveal where this skill stone was. So it was hidden in your hands all along. If you hadn't taken the initiative to contact me, I really wouldn't have known that guy had an uncle like you. It seems he truly valued your life. As soon as these words were spoken, Boss Wu's eyes seemed to blaze with fire, and he instantly lost his composure. So it was you who killed my nephew. He trusted you so much. You're nothing but a beast. Ha ha ha, so what if I did? Not only did I kill him, but I also fed his corpse to the Snake King, the venomous dragon said with a laugh, patting the body of the spotted serpent with his palm. The spotted serpent, upon seeing this, turned its head to look at Boss Wu, a fierce glint flashing in its vertical pupils. It flicked its tongue, ready to devour him on the spot. Seeing this, Boss Wu's heart sank. Although he was a fickle, opportunistic, and bullying scoundrel, Wu Yong had been raised by him since childhood, almost like his own son. Blood is thicker than water, and hatred is hard to quell. That's it. Stall. For time. Stall until that young man arrives. As long as he comes, perhaps I can avenge my great grievance and gain a slim chance of survival. Boss Wu steeled his heart and decided to seize the last opportunity. The next second, he dropped to his knees with a thud and hurriedly begged for mercy. Boss Poison Dragon, I acted impulsively just now and couldn't control my emotions. I can hand over the skill stone to you, but could you let me go? Hearing this, Poison Dragon's face showed a trace of disdain. Let you go? Do you think I'm stupid? Haven't you heard the saying, remove the weeds by the roots? If I let you go, are you going to put a bounty on me later? At that moment, not far from the door, two figures slowly approached. One was a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, dressed in a black leather trench coat, wearing a leather cowboy hat, and carrying a blade longer than himself on his back. The other was a handsome young man holding a child. The conversation inside the inn was heard clearly by EMO. There's actually a rare skill stone? Looks like this haul won't be too bad, EMO thought to himself. Then, he led the tyrant to the entrance of the inn. At this moment, the two people inside seemed to sense something unusual and quickly looked out of the inn. Boss Wu, upon seeing this, was initially struck with fear, but it quickly turned into wild joy. He hadn't expected EMO to arrive so promptly. Ha ha, poison bug, didn't you want the rare skill stone? Go ahead and snatch it then. Boss Wu laughed loudly and suddenly hurled the fiery red rare skill stone in his hand toward EMO. Seeing this, EMO casually reached out and caught the skill stone effortlessly. When Poison Dragon witnessed this scene, his expression instantly turned extremely ferocious. Kid, hand over the skill stone right now, and I'll spare your life. Poison Dragon roared angrily. Beside him, Boss Wu's face lit up with glee. Fight! Fight! He cheered inwardly. As long as the two started fighting, he could seize the opportunity to slip away. However, in the next second, a sudden burst of blade energy erupted, blasting open the inn's door with unparalleled momentum, slashing straight toward Boss Boss Wu. With a splatter, a bloodstain slid down from the center of his forehead, and Boss Wu's body was split in half on the spot, dead beyond any doubt. Emo watched the scene indifferently, his heart completely unperturbed. He ignored the threats from the poison dragon nearby and instead focused on the system notification in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rare Skill Stone *1. Would you like to use it now? Use it, Emo silently commanded with a hint of anticipation in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking a rare skill stone. You have obtained a rare fire-type skill, Molten Flame Spear. Molten Flame Spear. After learning this skill, you can conjure a Molten Flame Spear out of thin air for projectile attacks. No racial restrictions apply, but for non-fire-type coffin spirits, the success rate of comprehension is 1%. Seems like it went off track. Yemo's expression instantly stiffened. For him, this skill was nothing more than an additional attack method, and learning it or not made little difference. Based on the skill description, its effect was probably similar to Thunder Slash. Moreover, the tyrant was currently focused on using blades, and Chi-Chi was drawing symbols and wielding swords, clearly not aligning well with this skill. This skill would be perfect for Xiao Yao. Thinking of this, Emo waved his hand and stored the Molten Flame Spear into his spatial backpack. Are you courting death? Don't force me to kill you. Poison Dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, a murderous intent rising in his heart, as he stared intently at him. In Poison Dragon's view, Emo was merely a quasi-mid-tier coffin master. Although the tyrant's slash earlier was impressive, it had only managed to split open a door, and its power wasn't significant. If that slash had landed on his spotted serpent, with its tough scales, it would have easily withstood the attack, leaving the opponent unable to break through its defense. You seem to be talking a bit too much, Emo said calmly. The next second, the tyrant slashed directly at Poison Dragon. Seeing this, Poison Dragon hurriedly commanded the spotted serpent to shield him. A sharp clang echoed. Sparks erupted. The blade's energy howled like the wind, slamming fiercely into the spotted serpent and instantly tearing open a long gash, blood gushing out. The defense is quite decent. Emo glanced over and then said expressionlessly, Tyrant, stop testing, just strike once. Hearing this, Poison Dragon was shocked. He hadn't expected that the slash which almost killed the spotted serpent was merely a test. Serpent, take me underground, Poison Dragon roared. The spotted serpent, upon hearing this, immediately grabbed Poison Dragon in its mouth, twisted its body, and burrowed fiercely into the ground. However, before it could dig a few inches underground, a blade aura crackling with lightning struck, splitting the ground into a crack several meters deep. Poison Dragon and the spotted serpent were killed on the spot. Ding! Blade Tyrant successfully killed LV-30 Spotted Serpent. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Tyrant has doubled experience and gained plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your Coffin Spirit Chi-Chi has doubled experience and gained plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Current Coffin Spirits, Tyrant and Chi-Chi are at LV-20 Quasi-Guardian level. Experience required for next level, 6,000/11600. Hearing the system prompt, Emo couldn't help but reveal a slight smile. Just 2 more quasi-high level coffin suppressors, and I can level up. By the way, I haven't taken the Innkeepers and the Poison Dragon's spatial backpacks yet. I wonder if there's anything good inside, Emo thought. Then, he instructed the tyrant to dig out the Poison Dragon's corpse from underground, while he himself entered the inn to retrieve the spatial backpack from the Innkeeper's hands. Inside the inn, Emo was inspecting the items in the Innkeeper's spatial backpack with great interest. After a thorough check, Emo simply shook his head. The internal space of the backpack was small, containing only some cash and several savings cards that couldn't be used to withdraw money directly. Emo didn't know the passwords for these savings cards, so they were useless to him. He could only have Chi-Chi draw a fire talisman to burn the cards and the Innkeeper's corpse to ashes. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Hardened Scale Skin. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Serpent's Gallbladder. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the item, Serpent's Fong. Several consecutive notification sounds rang out, leaving Emo momentarily stunned. Is this the benefit of leaving behind the complete corpse of a coffin spirit or a monster? Emo thought with delight. It must be noted, before the tyrant evolved, its attack power was far less formidable than it is now. As a result, it was often forced to use the supermatter penetration to kill high-level enemies. However, the effect of the supermatter penetration was extremely astonishing. With just one shot, the target would almost be blasted into fragments, and whatever materials remained depended entirely on luck. Without thinking too much, Emo quickly left the inn and arrived at the deep pit dug by the tyrant. Looking at the massive snake corpse, Emo couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. Tyrant, it seems you're in for a feast today. As soon as these words were spoken, the tyrant immediately understood Emo's intention. He hurriedly used his blade to cut the snake's corpse into several pieces of meat, and began feasting heartily. In an instant, experience points flooded in. This level 30 snake corpse, apart from the tier 3 materials that had just been extracted, left behind flesh and blood that were also extremely valuable resources. The meat of the mutated beast not only enhanced the strength of the coffin spirit when consumed but also significantly improved the physical fitness of humans. Chi-Chi, help me freeze a piece of snake meat. I'll make snake soup for you later, Yi-Mo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chi-Chi drew a talisman with one hand and held a sword in the other. With two swift slashes, her sword energy, carrying a chill, roared out and struck the snake's body directly. With a buzzing sound, the tough snake scales were sliced open like tofu and instantly frozen by the cold air. Yi-Mo was startled. He had always regarded Chi-Chi as support, but he had forgotten one crucial fact. She was an S-class coffin spirit. Her base attributes were far higher than the tyrant's. As her level increased, the gap in potential would only become more apparent. The sword energy slash Chi-Chi had just unleashed was almost comparable in power to the tyrant's thunder slash. Chi-Chi's attack power is also very strong. Doesn't that mean my efficiency in killing enemies can double in the future? I might even be able to enter level 30 otherworldly secret realms on my own. A confident gleam flashed in Yemo's eyes. The benefit of entering the secret realm is the ability to level up and obtain materials. There's even a chance to encounter a mausoleum and excavate buried coffins. With his current strength, if he were to face coffin spirits around level 35 in the secret realm, he could absolutely hold his own even without using supermatter penetration. The materials obtained at that time would surely exceed imagination. My god-level talent has doubled the overall abilities of Tyrant and Chi-Chi. Clearly, Chi-Chi has benefited more significantly. Once she evolves, her strength will only become even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi-Mo became increasingly eager to complete the evolution task issued by the system. Tyrant's potential can only be unlocked to sea level after level 39, using my god-level talent and specific materials. This process is long and cannot be rushed. Although in the later stages, I can cultivate Tyrant's potential to the top level. At this stage, however, it still has a certain gap compared to S-level or even A-level coffin spirits. Yi-Mo analyzed in his heart. After witnessing Chi-Chi's strength, Yi-Mo briefly fell into a misconception. In fact, with the blessing of the god-level corpse nurturer talent, the potential of the Tyrant cannot be measured by its apparent D-level rating. Currently, the Tyrant's potential absolutely rivals the B-level coffin spirits of other coffin masters, and its comprehension ability is exceptionally strong. The various powerful skills rewarded by the system further amplify its strength. Considering everything, even when facing A-level potential coffin spirits of the same level, the Tyrant has a chance to suppress them. If it uses the supermaterial penetration, it would result in an instant kill. After figuring all this out, Yi-Mo revealed a faint smile and then continued to check the poison dragon's spatial backpack. After examining it, disappointment appeared on his face. The reason was simple: the poison dragon was simply too poor. The backpack contained only a small amount of third-tier materials and some survival supplies needed for the wilderness. Evening, inner city, Yi-Mo's home. Yi Xiaoyao sat silently on the sofa, frowning as she watched TV. Two things were troubling her. The first reason is that Yi-Mo's transformation is too drastic. In just a few days, he went from being someone without a contract to someone whose strength is almost on par with a high-level coffin master. Could it be that Yi-Mo had been hiding his true strength all along? The second reason is the direction in which Mentor Wen Jing left. It was the same direction where Yi-Mo's three friends appeared. Among them, the cold and stunning woman in the black trench coat exuded a faint scent of blood. Considering that Mentor Wen Jing had yet to return to the class, Yi Xiaoyao speculated that something unfortunate might have happened to her. Why would they want to kill Mentor Wen Jing? Let's wait for Yi-Mo to come back and ask him directly, Yi Xiaoyao muttered to herself. Just then, the roar of a motorcycle engine sounded outside the villa. Yi-Mo was back. Yi Xiaoyao quickly stood up from the sofa, walked to the window, and looked outside. She saw Yi Missouri park his bike downstairs and stride quickly toward the villa. Yi-Mo didn't do much all afternoon. First, he took Lin Yin and the others to the tomb-seeking guild to test their strength. Then, they wandered casually around the outer city, eating, drinking, and having fun. After settling them down, he went alone to the Wanbao Tower. At this moment, he was in a very good mood, carrying a small spatial backpack in each hand, both nearly filled with materials for cultivating demons. As an older brother, although he had become powerful, he never forgot his younger sister, Yi Xiaoyao. If they were to provoke a powerful force in the future, Yi Xiaoyao's weak strength would undoubtedly make her vulnerable to schemes. At the door, Yi-Mo knocked lightly and said, "I'm back." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately opened the door but ignored Yi-Mo, turning around and heading straight to the sofa, where she plopped down. I don't think I upset her, did I? Yi-Mo scratched his head, puzzled, and then walked over to sit beside the sofa. At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao spoke in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this the legendary Lord Yi-Mo? To think you could kill a quasi-high-level coffin master, how impressive." She turned her head to glare at Yi-Mo and snorted coldly. Yi-Mo could only remain silent in helplessness. "Ahem, let's talk properly, no need for sarcasm." Yi-Mo cleared his throat and said. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao looked at him with a face full of displeasure, puffing up her cheeks in anger. Spill it. Why are you so strong? Have you been hiding it from me for 2.5 years? If you're so powerful, why did you make me take care of you all this time? What are you really up to? Like a frantic little cat, Yi Xiaoyao grabbed Yi Mo's ear. Little sis, let's talk properly, no need to get physical, Yi Mo said helplessly. If it were anyone else daring to treat him like this, he would definitely send them to meet the king of hell. But this was his sister, he couldn't hit her, couldn't scold her, and could only spoil her. Hearing Yi Mo's words, the excited little sister snorted coldly again before reluctantly letting go. Hurry up and explain. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Actually, I haven't been hiding my strength, Yi Mo said calmly. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face showed a look of suspicion. You really haven't been hiding your strength? Then how did you suddenly become so strong? I haven't been hiding it. It's actually related to a mutation in my talent. Alright, you don't need to say anything. Yi Xiaoyao interrupted Yi Mo. Yi Mo was instantly confused. He had just been about to explain, so why wouldn't she listen? Was she angry again? At this moment, Yi Xiaoyao looked at Yi Mo seriously, her face full of determination, and said, I don't care about your talent. You're my brother, and all I need to know is that you won't deceive me. If you dare to lie to me, I'll twist your ear hard. She made a threatening gesture as she spoke. Hearing this, Yi Mo's face showed a faint smile. Then, he handed the two spatial backpacks in his hands to Yi Xiaoyao. What's in these backpacks? Yi Xiaoyao asked curiously. There are some materials for cultivating demons in here. You can use them to nurture the hellfire demon. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately showed a look of surprise. She quickly rummaged through the spatial backpack, pulling out a large pile of materials with a delighted smile on her face. Just then, she suddenly felt a crystal radiating a scorching aura. Without hesitation, she immediately took it out. Looking at the rare skill stone in front of her, Yi Xiaoyao's eyes widened instantly. This is actually a rare fire element skill stone, she exclaimed. It was well known that even demons in the early stages didn't have many means to directly annihilate enemies, relying entirely on their bloodline to suppress opponents. Originally, she had been feeling nervous because someone in the neighboring base city had contracted an A-rank coffin spirit, but now the appearance of this fire element skill stone would undoubtedly give the hellfire demon a deadly trump card. With this rare skill stone, I'll definitely be able to easily defeat all my opponents in next week's assessment. A confident gleam flashed in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes. Her hellfire demon had been obtained, thanks to Yi Mo, and now Yi Mo had provided her with a rare skill stone, leaving her overwhelmed with excitement. Big brother, I love you to death. Yi Xiaoyao jumped up and lunged directly at Yi Mo. Seeing this, Yi Mo's eye twitched. If it were any other girl, he might not dodge, but this was his sister. Not dodging would be downright beastly. Without hesitation, Yi Mo immediately stepped aside. Yi Xiaoyao ended up faceplanting into the ground. Yi Mo, why did you dodge? What do you mean by that? Yi Xiaoyao said angrily, puffing up her cheeks, unable to resist the urge to twist his ear. Calm down, little sister. It's just a stone. Is there really a need to get so worked up? Yi Mo said nonchalantly, trying to change the subject. TCH, now that you have money, you've started pretending. Don't you remember who it was that always came to me asking for money before? Yi Xiaoyao responded with a cold sneer. Yi Mo was left speechless. Soon, Yi Xiaoyao gathered up the materials provided by Yi Mo. Her mood visibly lifted. She looked at Yi Mo with anticipation and said, Brother, I will definitely take first place in next week's assessment. Make sure to cheer me on at the scene then. These words left Yi Mo with a look of astonishment on his face. He then said with a hint of regret, I'm planning to leave for Jiangnan base city tomorrow. I probably won't be back until next weekend, so I might not make it to your assessment. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's previously excited mood instantly plummeted. Why are you going to Jiangnan city? She asked softly. I'm going to accompany Chairman Chen to the large-scale coffin spirit appraisal conference in Jiangnan city, Yi Mo replied calmly. A trace of surprise flashed in Yi Xiaoyao's eyes, and then she looked at Yi Mo with admiration. As expected of my brother, to be able to associate with such a big figure like Chairman Chen, truly impressive. Go ahead. Come back next week and wait for my good news. The next morning, Yi Mo brought Yi Xiaoyao to the front yard of the villa. They had talked for a long time the previous night, and Yi Mo had explained Wen Jing's actions to her. This made Yi Xiaoyao furious, and she barely slept well all night. I never thought teacher Wen Jing would be that kind of person. It's infuriating, Yi Xiaoyao complained from time to time. Alright, she's already dead, so let's not bring it up again. Yi Mo shook his head helplessly. Then, he looked at Yi Xiaoyao and said, summon the flame demon first and let it comprehend the skill. As if remembering something, Yi Mo added, if it fails to comprehend it, I'll take you to the tomb-seeking guild to get one from old Chen. TCH, you just don't believe me. My flame demon will definitely comprehend it. Yi Xiaoyao pouted. Spiritual energy flickered in her hand, and a massive cross-shaped formation etched in flames appeared on the ground. The next second, a true king emerald coffin over 3 meters long swiftly emerged from the formation. "Come forth, Flame Lord." Hearing Yi Xiaoyao's summons, the coffin lid suddenly opened. Immediately, a demon standing 3 meters tall, with horns, an evil face, fiery eyes, massive wings on its back, and its body covered in flame demonic patterns, appeared before the two of them. Coffin spirit, Hellfire Demon. Race, Demon. Level, LV, 3 Servant Class. Seal level, True King Emerald Coffin. Talent, Demon King Bloodline, extremely powerful physical abilities, immune to fire damage, and reduces received damage by 75%. King of Flames, significantly reduces the consumption of fire-based skills, doubles their power, and grants a super speed regeneration effect by absorbing surrounding fire elemental energy, restoring physical strength. Skills, Flame Burst, Fire Shield, Intimidation, Elementalization, Special, Flight, Hellfire, Special. Ultimate skill, Flame Demon Domain, activates fire elements within a certain range, alters the geographical environment, massively enhances all abilities, and can possess the Coffin Keeper. Defect, none. Intimacy, 80, obedient. Current status, likes. Evolution count, 3 times. Description, originating from the demon Hell, the dictator of the gates of Hell, the king among demons, with remarkable potential, worth nurturing. Seeing the introduction on the panel, Yi Mo couldn't help but reveal a slight smile in his heart. The intimacy level has risen ridiculously. Xiaoyao's flame baptism comes with fire elements, which is simply a perfect match for the Hellfire Demon. He could foresee that as long as Yi Xiaoyao contracted a fire-type coffin spirit, she would definitely be able to unleash its maximum potential. I wonder if there are fire dragons in the World Ridge. If there are, maybe Xiaoyao could get one, Yi Mo thought to himself. At this moment, the Hellfire Demon became instantly excited upon seeing the rare fire-type skill stone in Yi Xiaoyao's hand. Without hesitation, it took the skill stone and began to absorb it. 2 minutes passed, but there was no reaction. Yi Mo and Yi Xiaoyao's expressions grew increasingly grim. Could it be that the comprehension failed? Yi Mo frowned slightly. Suddenly, the seriousness on Yi Xiaoyao's face gradually turned into a smile, and then her laughter grew louder and louder. She even excitedly grabbed Yi Mo's hand and started jumping. "Ah, brother, Yan Jun has comprehended it. It has comprehended it. Ah, brother, Yan Jun has comprehended it. It has comprehended it." Yi Mo looked at her excited expression, a faint smile appearing on his face as he nodded in praise. "Impressive. Hee, of course. Yan Jun was personally assigned to me by you, big brother. How could it not be impressive?" Yi Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue and responded with a smile. At this moment, her heart was filled with joy. Having a talented and caring brother was simply the greatest happiness. It seemed like he thought of something. Yi Mo turned around and walked toward the front yard of the villa, stopping beside the black heavy motorcycle parked by the wall. He then said calmly, "Get on. I'll take you to meet someone." Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face immediately showed a hint of confusion. "Meet who? You get on first, and you'll find out when we get there." Yi Mo had a faint smile on his face. Yi Xiaoyao scratched her head, didn't ask further, and immediately recalled the Hellfire Demon back into the contract space. She quickly sat on the back seat of the motorcycle and followed Yi Mo as they drove out of the villa. Since Yi Mo was not familiar with Jiangnan City, he had specifically gone to the Tomb-Seeking Guild to consult President Chen about some matters before setting off. As for why he brought Yi Xiaoyao along, being her brother, Yi Mo naturally couldn't feel at ease leaving her alone, so he intended to entrust her to old Chen for extra care. On the 3rd floor of the Tomb Seekers Guild, Yi Xiaoyao sat nervously beside Yi Mo, her eyes occasionally glancing at the ordinary-looking old man in front of her. In her understanding, this elder was revered by thousands and possessed terrifying strength. However, she hadn't expected her elder brother to act so casual in his presence, as if their relationship was anything but ordinary. "Is this your sister? Awakened the super-tier talent baptism of flames?" President Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a look of doubt. Clearly, President Chen was already aware of Yi Xiaoyao's awakening of a super-tier talent and contracting an A-rank coffin spirit. After all, such a genius was a rarity in Fengyue City, perhaps once in several decades. However, due to Yi Mo's dazzling performance, President Chen had almost forgotten about Yi Xiaoyao and hadn't taken the time to review her profile carefully. Seeing President Chen's puzzled expression, Yi Mo was a bit confused and asked, "Old Chen, is there a problem? Biological?" President Chen suddenly blurted out, "Or distant relatives." Yi Mo was stunned upon hearing this. "Of course, she's my biological sister." "Strange, why does it feel like she was picked up?" President Chen muttered softly, falling into deep thought. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Mo's expression darkened slightly. Although his younger sister was a bit short, her looks were absolutely stunning. How could she possibly be picked up? Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao's face also changed, and her temper flared up instantly. She shot up from her seat with a whoosh. Ignoring the fact that the old man in front of her was a legendary powerhouse, she pointed angrily at his nose and said, "You old man are so hateful, always spouting nonsense. I clearly did a paternity test with my parents when I was little. How could I possibly be picked up?" At this moment, President Chen came to his senses. He looked looked at Yi Xiaoyao's reaction in astonishment, then glanced at Yimo's darkened face and immediately understood the situation. He then burst into laughter, trying to ease the tension. Ha, young lady, don't get so worked up. This old man has a loose tongue. It was just a joke. Just a joke. Yi Xiaoyao heard these words, her temper gradually subsided, and she felt a bit regretful for being too impulsive. She softly apologized. President Chen, I was too impulsive just now. No matter, young people, it's normal to be a bit impulsive. Back in my day, I was famous for my bad temper. President Chen seemed to recall something and then waved his hand with a smile. Xiaoyao, from now on, just call me Grandpa Chen. Hearing this, Yi Xiaoyao immediately looked at Yi-Mo. Seeing that Yi-Mo had no objections, she nodded and said, alright, Grandpa Chen. Ha ha ha. President Chen burst into laughter, looking extremely pleased. Then he stroked his beard and turned his gaze to Yi-Mo, his eyes full of smugness. I can't handle you, young man, but can I not handle your sister? President Chen thought to himself with glee. As long as he treated Yi Xiaoyao like his own granddaughter, in the future, whenever he needed Yi-Mo's help, Yi-Mo would surely take Yi Xiaoyao into consideration and wouldn't haggle with him. Yi-Mo looked at Chairman Chen's smug expression and understood his thoughts but didn't say much. Mr. Chen, I plan to head to Jiangnan base city shortly. I'm not sure if there's anything I should be aware of over there, so I would appreciate your advice, Yi-Mo said. Chairman Chen was slightly surprised upon hearing this. He then picked up his teacup, took a sip, and cleared his throat before saying, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. If you hadn't brought it up, I might have forgotten. Hearing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Yi-Mo's eyes. It seemed that Mr. Chen was very concerned about him going to Jiangnan City alone. You really are a troublemaker. After you arrive in Jiangnan City, it's best to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary trouble, Chairman Chen said calmly. Yi-Mo was surprised and pointed to the crystal snowflake badge on his chest. This thing doesn't seem to be very effective over there? As soon as these words were spoken, President Chen's face darkened and he snorted coldly, retorting, You brat, are you doubting this old man's strength? Let me tell you, in the central and southern regions of the Great Xia Kingdom, there are definitely no more than 5 people stronger than me. So, apart from these 5, could there possibly be anyone else who can rival you, Elder Chen? Yi-Mo asked curiously. Hearing this, President Chen was momentarily speechless and a trace of solemnity slowly appeared on his face. Yi boy, there's a tomb-seeking group in Jiangnan City called Dao Ting that doesn't get along with me. Their 3 leaders are all at the legendary 5-star level. Although I can easily take on 2 of them at once, if the 3 of them join forces, it indeed becomes extremely troublesome for me. President Chen shook his head and said, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. So if you encounter people from Dao Ting, try to avoid them. While those 3 won't directly target you, any conflict with Dao Ting's people will definitely bring trouble. After all, Jiangnan City is their territory. As for other forces, the Snow Shadow emblem still holds some sway. How you handle them is entirely up to you. Yi-Mo noticed Elder Chen's expression and began to ponder. Could the Gap and Extraordinary Coffin Masters in Fengyue City be related to Dao Ting? That's not right. If that were truly the case, Elder Chen would spare no effort to destroy Blade Court. At this moment, Yi-Mo felt that joining the Snow Shadow group was like boarding a pirate ship. If the people of Blade Court recognized him as a member of the Snow Shadow group, they would undoubtedly provoke him. Once his talent was exposed, Blade Court would never let him go. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. His abilities had already caught Elder Chen's attention since the day he formed a contract with the Coffin Spirit. No matter what, he would eventually be entangled with them. I understand. When I get there, I'll try not to cause trouble, Yi-Mo said calmly. You brat, why do you insist on going now? Those materials aren't going anywhere. Wait until I'm done, and go with me and Elder Lin together. Wouldn't that be better? Elder Chen advised. With Elder Lin present, as long as he casually mentions that you're his junior, even if you stir up trouble everywhere, no one in the central and southern regions would dare lay a hand on you. After hearing this, Yi-Mo considered it for a moment but still shook his head. On one hand, he was eager to complete the task and quickly obtain the mission reward. On the other hand, he understood that Supreme Lin was upright and prioritized the greater good of the human race. Suppressing riots in dangerous areas and eliminating demons across the world, he almost never intervened in disputes among coffin masters. Therefore, Yi-Mo did not want to flaunt the other's name everywhere. No, I'm worried that if I go too late, those materials will be bought by someone else. Then I'll have to spend a lot of time searching again, Yi-Mo said calmly. Alright then, take care on your way. If anything happens, contact me directly, and I will come to you immediately, President Chen instructed. After Yi-Mo left, President Chen showed great care for Yi Xiaoyao, treating her as if she were his own granddaughter. He was very satisfied with Yi Xiaoyao's talent. With proper cultivation, the heights she could reach in the future would at least not be inferior to his own. However, compared to Yi-Mo, her talent was clearly far behind, because Yi-Mo's talent was simply monstrous. Breaking news, level 25 Beast Tide. A few hours later, on the armored train leaving Fengyue City, Yi-Mo leaned against the window, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. Due to human settlements being squeezed by magic magical creatures the surroundings presented. A primitive landscape, giant forests, serene lakes, followed by desolate plains. The direct route from Fengyue City to Jiangnan City wasn't far, but to avoid the dangerous secret realms beyond the wilderness, the railway was built along relatively safe paths. As a result, it took 7 to 8 hours to reach the destination. However, most of the coffin masters on the train felt that such a winding route was completely unnecessary. After all, any magical creature daring to attack an armored train would never escape alive from their hands. Just then, the armored train suddenly shook violently and abruptly decelerated. Countless coffin masters inside the carriage were caught off guard and fell all over the place. Yemo, however, quickly steadied himself, avoiding such an embarrassing situation. After the train came to a stop, everyone's expressions instantly darkened, their anger flaring. Damn it, is there something wrong with the train? Even an emergency brake has to be this harsh? Why did it suddenly stop? Could it be that the train broke down? Couldn't they have checked and repaired it before departure? Now it's stopped halfway. Am I supposed to walk to Jiangnan City? It's over. My tomb exploration team has a secret realm event at midnight tonight. If I can't make it, the team leader will definitely kick me out of the group. Countless people were cursing and complaining, and the carriage was in an uproar. At this moment, Yemo noticed that the carriage had been shaking continuously, and his expression instantly turned serious. Could it be a large ferocious beast? His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened his phone to check the route of the armored train. What appeared before him was a massive plain map, and 3 kilometers away in the railway protection zone, a red area was marked with the danger symbol of a secret realm from another world. Wild plains? The monsters here are around level 25? Yemo's heart tightened as he instantly understood the truth of the situation. It must be that the monsters in the plains broke through the super-electric grid of the railway protection zone and blocked the path ahead. Just then, an emergency announcement sounded inside the train. Passengers, a small-scale lateral beast tide has appeared 500 meters away. The train has been urgently stopped. Weapon systems have been activated. Please remain calm and avoid unnecessary panic. Passengers, a small-scale lateral beast tide has appeared 500 meters away. The train has been urgently stopped. Weapon systems have been activated. Please remain calm and avoid unnecessary panic. As soon as the announcement was made, the faces of all the coffin masters instantly changed. A beast tide. Ferocious beasts, commonly found among the coffin spirit species, often appear in groups, and in the nearby wild plains, the level of these ferocious beasts is mostly around level 25. It's important to note that ferocious beasts are also a type of coffin spirit. Not only do they possess innate talents and skills, but they also have ultimate moves. The beast tide formed by them has an impact far more terrifying than high-level coffin masters. If their numbers exceed 500, even a high-level 9-star coffin master would struggle to resist. Half a minute later, although the train was still shaking, the tense mood of the crowd gradually eased. That scared me to death. I thought it was a vertical beast tide. Damn it, shut your crow's mouth. If it's vertical, we're done for. Even the train might get overturned, and everyone will lose their lives. Yeah, facing a level 25 small beast tide, only high-level coffin masters can hold it back. Small fries like us can only wait for death. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying tremor came, and the armored train shook violently as if hit by an earthquake. At that moment, an urgent shout came through the broadcast. Beast tide changing direction. Beast tide changing direction. I am Zhou Tong, the high-ranking 5-star coffin commander of the Demon Extermination Legion. All mid-level and above coffin masters, do not panic. Follow my orders. Get off the train and fight to the death with me. As soon as these words were spoken, the heavy machine guns on the armored train immediately opened fire, and all the train doors swung open. The mid-level coffin masters, who had been terrified moments ago, gritted their teeth upon hearing the broadcast and rushed out of the carriages. They summoned their coffins and carried them on their backs, running toward the front of the train to block the beast tide from reaching it. For them, not resisting meant certain death. Moreover, with the super-electric grid in place, escape was impossible. Rather than waiting to die, it was better to get off the train and fight. With the leadership of high-ranking coffin masters from the Legion, they had a sliver of hope for survival, even in the face of the beast tide. Yemo did not hesitate and immediately followed the others out. Under normal circumstances, he would have kept to himself when faced with trouble and would never have lent a helping hand. But now, these coffin masters, in their fight for survival, had united and even voluntarily requested the train to shut its doors tightly, trying to protect the weaker individuals inside the carriages and ensuring they were taken care of. The weaker ones, in turn, showed nervous expressions, praying for the safety of this group of mid-level coffin masters. Yemo took all of this in. A few seconds later, he and the others arrived at the front of the train. In the distance, the beast tide formed by black giant wolves towered 2 meters high. Everyone's faces turned pale, their bodies trembling, yet not a single person retreated. At the very front, the Legion commander Zhou Tong remained calm, having long placed life and death out out of his mind. Warriors, the beast tide has already reached 500. It's either us who perish, or them who die. Give it your all to stop them. In an instant, it stirred the hearts of the hundreds of mid-level coffin masters behind him. All the coffin masters roared in unison, summoning their respective coffin spirits. If it's a fight, then let's fight. Only cowards fear death. Brothers, if you survive later, remember to collect my body. I've only been a mid-level coffin keeper for less than a week, and now I encounter a level 25 ferocious beast. I must skin one of these beasts and savor the thrill of defeating something beyond my level. In an instant, all the panic vanished, and the passion for battle surged. Jotong looked at the mid-level coffin keepers behind him, their fighting spirit soaring, having already cast aside thoughts of life and death. His fists clenched tightly, and his heart was filled with excitement. Immediately, he summoned a 2-meter-tall death swordsman clad in black armor, shrouded in black mist, and wielding a giant sword. He roared, "Warriors, bring your coffin spirits and charge with me. Strike them hard with your skills." As soon as these words were spoken, all the coffin masters acted without hesitation, immediately commanding their coffin spirits to charge at the wolf pack. In an instant, countless skills were unleashed upon the dense mass of wolves, and explosions echoed continuously. The most striking among them was Jotong's death swordsman. It descended like a ferocious tiger, brandishing its long sword and spinning at high speed. At this moment, the death swordsman resembled the Grim Reaper, with its spinning longsword whipping up towering green-black whirlwinds that howled through the wolf pack. These whirlwinds were terrifying, carrying an endless stream of sword energy that reaped every giant black wolf within dozens of meters of their path. However, this skill of the death swordsman seemed to consume Jotong's spiritual energy at an alarming rate, and within minutes, he began to feel overwhelmed. The scent of blood filled the air, and the giant black wolves, driven by their primal instincts, charged fearlessly at the crowd. Moments later, severed limbs and corpses littered the ground, and only half of the several hundred giant black wolves remained. Among the slain wolves, the majority had been cut down by the death swordsman, with only a small portion killed by the coffin spirits of the 100 or so mid-tier coffin masters. At this point, Jotong was gasping for breath, a trace of cold sweat appearing on his face. The rapid depletion of his spiritual energy made it difficult for him to sustain the death swordsman's skill consumption. Now, he could only have the death swordsman use basic attacks to fight the giant black wolves. But this approach was extremely inefficient, and the death swordsman, facing the onslaught of dozens of giant black wolves, was already showing signs of exhaustion, its body covered in countless gruesome wounds, with one of its arms even torn off. The coffin spirits of the other mid-tier coffin masters fared no better. After a round of combat, they were almost all injured by the energy attacks unleashed by the giant black wolves. It must be noted that most of these coffin spirits were below level 25, and facing a single giant black wolf alone was already beyond their capability, let alone the torrent of around 200 remaining giant black wolves they were now up against. How could they possibly hold the line? If this dragged on for a few more minutes, the defensive line formed by the coffin spirits of the mid-tier coffin masters would likely collapse entirely. Everyone would meet their end in the jaws of these ferocious beasts. Damn it! This time, I just happen to have no teammates by my side, and I run into this kind of situation. There's even a leader hidden within the beast tide. Looks like today might really be the end for me. Jotong cursed angrily in his heart, his brows tightly furrowed, filled with unwillingness. For him, as long as another high-level coffin suppressor joined, the tide of the battle could be turned. If his teammates were present, taking down the remaining black giant wolves would be no problem at all. But now, among this group, Jotong was the only high-level coffin suppressor, and his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. At this moment, the only thing he could do was retreat to the rear with the half-dead death swordsman, loudly rally the others, and command everyone to defend and hold the line in an orderly manner. Brothers, pull back the defensive line. Keep bombarding these guys with long-range attacks. Give me 5 more minutes, and I'll recover some spiritual energy to let the death swordsman unleash that ultimate move again. Jotong roared angrily, his eyes bloodshot. Everyone's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and they immediately pushed themselves to the limit, channeling all their spiritual energy to make their coffin spirits unleash skills wildly. The black giant wolf pack at the front, feeling the barrage of countless skills, seemed to receive some kind of command and began to scatter and evade, no longer recklessly charging forward as before. Ha ha, this is my first time slaying a level 25 monster. It feels amazing. Level 25 monsters are nothing special. If only we had twice as many people. Ha, these monsters might be scared. They actually don't dare to charge. Seeing the hesitant wolves ahead, countless people burst into laughter, instantly feeling that the beast tide wasn't as terrifying as they had imagined. At this moment, at the very back of the crowd, Emo watched the scene intently with a grave expression. He did not take action but instead kept Tyrant and Chi-Chi by his side. This was not due to cold-bloodedness but because he was well aware that in a beast tide of this scale, there was bound to be a leader orchestrating it. If the leader was not slain, these black giant wolves would only become even harder to deal with. Jotong, a high-level 5-star coffin master, has exhausted his spiritual power and still can't force out the leader of the wolf pack. It seems I have no choice but to wait a bit longer, Yemo muttered to himself, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. If he were to charge in now and kill the black giant wolves, he could indeed slay hundreds of them, temporarily alleviating the situation. However, the leader of the wolf pack was clearly highly intelligent. If it escaped with the remaining wolves and alerted other packs to follow the armored train, the fate of everyone would undoubtedly be sealed. As the barrage of skills came to an end, a long, drawn-out wolf howl echoed through the air. The moment all the giant wolves heard this sound, their eyes turned bloodshot, radiating a murderous glow. The wolf pack, which had previously been at a standstill, suddenly became frenzied and charged toward the crowd with reckless abandon. Jotong's face showed a trace of seriousness. At this moment, he had already spotted a massive wolf with silver-gray fur among the pack, staring at him with a provocative gaze. This was the leader of the wolf pack, with a level as high as 30. Damn it! This beast isn't lacking in intelligence. Jotong cursed angrily. Then, he made up his mind and shouted loudly, "All coffin masters with corpse clans and ferocious beasts, take them and charge forward as cannon fodder for me. Those with ghosts, form the second line and harass them. Demons, fiends, and undead will serve as the main force. This is also our final line of defense. I don't care if you fight hand-to-hand or use skills. In any case, brothers, give it your all to hold them back." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned heavy with concern. It was foreseeable that a large number of coffin masters and coffin spirits would suffer casualties in the coming battle. But there was no other choice. If they didn't step up, it would be a dead end for everyone. However, everyone seemed to have underestimated the ferocity of these giant wolves. Perhaps inspired by the Wolf King, the strength of these giant wolves surged dramatically. The echelon formed by the coffin spirits and coffin masters was instantly scattered by the wolf pack and torn to shreds. As one coffin spirit after another fell, along with mid-level coffin masters, terror appeared on everyone's faces. They're too ferocious. We can't hold them off. We're doomed. I've done my best. The coffin spirits are gravely injured and on the brink of death. If you can hold on, do so for as long as possible. Buy time until Lord Jotong's spiritual power recovers. How can we hold on? How can we possibly withstand this? It's only been a few seconds, and we've already lost so many people. It's over. We're all doomed. Waves of despairing voices rose among the crowd, plunging everyone's hearts into the depths. A trace of sorrow flashed in Jotong's eyes. Although these coffin guardians were all very courageous, they had never worked together before and had not undergone regimented training. Reaching this level was already their limit. They can probably hold on for another minute, but my spiritual power. If only someone could help me stall for a bit longer. Jotong lowered his head and sighed, his heart filled with despair. At that moment, at the very back of the formation, a handsome young man, accompanied by two figures, pushed through the crowd blocking his way and slowly made his way to the front. Within the formation, it seemed that a few coffin masters from Fonghua City recognized him, and immediately let out cries of immense excitement. "That's Lord Yemo. Ha ha ha, it really is Lord Yemo. He's actually on the train too. My goodness, it's really him. With him here, we can definitely hold out until Lord Jotong recovers his spiritual power. We're saved." Upon hearing these words, everyone was invigorated, and the despair in their eyes was replaced with a glimmer of hope. "Brothers, the Lord Yemo you're talking about is this young man? Isn't he only at the quasi-mid-tier level?" Someone noticed the handsome young man's spiritual power level and immediately asked in confusion. "Yeah, isn't this just quasi-mid-tier? Weaker than us, how could he possibly hold them off?" Some also raised doubts about this. "Ha ha ha, you haven't seen Lord Yemo's strength, so naturally, you underestimate him," a coffin master from Fonghua City shouted loudly, showing immense admiration for Yemo. "Let me tell you, even though he only has quasi-mid-tier strength, he can kill a high-tier coffin master in one strike." These words made everyone gasp in shock, their gazes turning toward the handsome young man ahead, their eyes filled with disbelief. Could they have misheard? A one-strike kill? The young man before them could actually defeat an opponent 10 levels higher with a single blow. How is this possible? Surpassing 10 levels, someone exclaimed in disbelief, questioning, "Brother, are you telling jokes to everyone before you die?" Suddenly, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. This is the super genius of our Fonghua base city. The Undertaker's voice was filled with excitement. Hearing this, the crowd no longer argued, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. They wanted to see if this young man could truly become their savior. Jotong, overhearing the Undertaker's conversation, also raised his head in confusion, scrutinizing the youth walking toward the first echelon. But after just one glance, a trace of despondency flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head with a faint smile. This young man seems to have quite the reputation. What a pity. How could he possibly hold off 200 giant wolves? Just as Jotong was sinking into despair, a figure clad in leather, gripping a massive blade, leapt into the air. With a single slash, a terrifying blade aura crackling with lightning burst forth. The blade aura shot out instantly, emitting a piercing sound, as if tearing through the air, striking directly into the oncoming wolf pack. Explosions followed, accompanied by several anguished howls from the wolves. Over a dozen black giant wolves were cleaved in half by the blade aura, blood splattering everywhere. The coffin master of Fanghua City saw this and pointed at the tyrant, shouting, "Huh, see that? That's Lord Yimo's coffin spirit. We're saved." Everyone's eyes lit up instantly, their hearts filled with immense shock. This young man, who was merely at the quasi-mid-tier level, had indeed cultivated the coffin spirit to be terrifyingly powerful. If this coffin spirit could strike a few more times and kill half of the giant wolves, it would definitely buy enough time for Jotong to recover. "Big brother, you can do it. Brother, you must hold on. Our lives depend on you." The glimmer of hope before their eyes made everyone cheer and root for this young man from the bottom of their hearts. However, Yimo's plan was not just to buy time. He had already locked onto the Wolf King. As long as he killed the Wolf King, the other giant wolves would surely be thrown into disarray. By then, he would annihilate the entire pack in one fell swoop, and the experience gained would be an astronomical figure, enough for him to level up several times. "Since the Wolf King has appeared, I shall slay it, then wipe out the remaining wolf pack." A gleam of excitement flashed in Yimo's eyes as they narrowed, and he frantically unleashed the spiritual energy within him. A cold voice rang out from the forefront of the crowd, "Tyrant, charge into the wolf pack and directly kill the Wolf King. Chi-Chi, go with Tyrant. Don't let a single giant wolf escape." As soon as the words fell, Tyrant's body suddenly grew to over 5 meters tall, exuding an intense sense of oppression. It stepped forward with blazing light, transforming into a fiery afterimage as it charged into the wolf pack. Beside it, Chi-Chi used instant steps, emanating an icy blue chill, closely following behind. Before long, the wolf pack was filled with miserable howls. Tyrant, like a god of slaughter, was surrounded by icy blue souls, recovering from any attack in an instant, and with each strike it cleaved a giant wolf in two. Chi-Chi was equally formidable, conjuring various talismans and true talismans of calamity out of thin air, hurling them into the wolf pack, triggering wave after wave of explosions. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, experience doubled, gained experience points plus 400. Ding! Your coffin spirit. Countless experience notifications flooded the screen, leaving Emo feeling somewhat numb. In the blink of an eye, the Tyrant and Chi-Chi had already slain the Wolf King, while the other giant wolves were effortlessly exterminated like mere chickens and dogs. The number of giant wolves was decreasing at a visibly insane speed. As the Tyrant and Chi-Chi leveled up, the spiritual energy fed back to Emo grew increasingly abundant, to the point where it seemed inexhaustible. "Awesome! This is absolutely amazing." A faint smile hung on Yemo's lips as excitement surged in his heart. Behind him, the mid-tier coffin masters and the recuperating Jotong were clearly too shocked to speak, their expressions resembling those of people who had seen a ghost, their gazes fixed intently on Emo. The crowd had already fallen into a state of silence, even the coffin spirits were stunned, and an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings. Only the anguished howls of the giant wolf in the distance broke the silence, like the trumpet of doomsday. At this moment, a single thought flashed through everyone's minds. Is this really just a quasi-mid-tier coffin master? This is just too unbelievable. Due to Emo's intervention, the entire course of the battle shifted instantly. Most of the participating coffin masters found themselves relieved, standing dumbfounded on the sidelines as they watched. A smaller group of coffin masters with healing-type coffin spirits directed their spirits to carry the injured back into the crowd for treatment. Their gazes were fixed on the man at the forefront of the battlefield, who seemed like a god descending from the heavens, their eyes brimming with excitement, exhilaration, and respect. Above all, they were filled with gratitude. At the back of the crowd, Jotong's face showed a smile of relief after surviving the ordeal, his heart surging with emotion. This young man is truly formidable. If nothing unexpected happens, the human race will soon gain a new supreme. As if struck by a thought, a gleam flashed in Jotong's eyes, and he murmured to himself, "This matter must be reported to the commander. Perhaps we can invite this young man to join the legion." In the pack of giant wolves, the Tyrant and Chi-Chi were like gods of slaughter, mercilessly cutting down the black giant wolves at a devastating speed. In just a few minutes, as one black giant wolf after another fell like wheat being harvested, the protective zone of the railway had already turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. It should be noted that level 25 monsters posed almost no challenge to them. Not to mention Chi-Chi's indestructible body, just the Tyrant's virus-enhanced physique alone was enough to withstand most of the black giant wolves' attacks. It was evident that as long as Yemo's spiritual power was sufficient to sustain their combat, no matter how many giant wolves came, it would be futile. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, has doubled its experience and gained plus 250 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Chi-Chi, has doubled its experience and gained plus 250 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit, Tyrant, Chi-Chi, level has been upgraded to LV 24 Guardian level. Experience required for the next level 0/15840. tomorrow. Hearing the system prompt, EMO was momentarily stunned. Then, he scanned the situation of the wolf pack and couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. Although the experience provided by these black giant wolves was gradually decreasing as the level increased, there were still nearly 100 giant wolves left in front of him, capable of providing at least over 10,000 experience points, more than 80 left. It should be just enough to reach level 25. EMO thought to himself. At that moment, wails of pain came from behind EMO. He turned around and frowned. He saw many severely injured coffin spirits and coffin masters lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Due to the extreme rarity of healing-type coffin spirits, the injured coffin spirits and coffin masters faced the constant risk of death from delayed treatment. If these wounded were gathered together, Chi-Chi could use a salvation and calamity relief, and they might all recover to full health. EMO pondered in his heart. However, he quickly abandoned this idea. Saving 2 or 3 was manageable, but reviving over 40 coffin masters and coffin spirits to full health in one go would be an explosive spectacle. The shock effect would likely be 10 times more terrifying than a beast tide. At that point, Chi-Chi might attract the attention of some super powerful individuals. EMO didn't want to cause too much trouble. After all, he wasn't a saint. Taking action to kill all the giant wolves and save these people's lives was already his limit. He was eager to head to Jiangnan Base City, which was one of the reasons he had to intervene. But healing the wounded seemed to bring him no benefit. Moreover, he had no obligation to provide treatment. Does anyone else have a healing-type coffin spirit? Hurry up and summon it, someone shouted from the crowd. Some of the injured seemed to notice the change on the battlefield and quickly said with excitement, Lord Yemo's coffin spirit can draw talismans to heal, right? After he finishes off these giant wolves, let's ask him to save us. Yes, Lord Yemo is so powerful. He can definitely heal my coffin spirit, someone echoed. Hearing this, a coffin master from Fanghua City, who was treating the wounded, immediately retorted, Are you crazy? Lord Yemo has been fighting all along, and his spiritual energy is severely depleted. He has already brought us out of danger. He should rest properly later. Where would he find the time to save your coffin spirits? Then what do you suggest? Your treatment results are definitely not as good as Lord Yemo's. If Lord Yemo had acted earlier, we wouldn't have been sent out as cannon fodder, someone complained discontentedly. Exactly. Now he has ensured that you backliners are completely unharmed, so there's absolutely no reason not to treat us in the first tier. We are the most severely injured, and our contributions are greater than yours. He must treat us first. As soon as these words were spoken, many of the injured felt there was some truth to it and turned their heads to look at Yemo ahead. Some even showed blame in their eyes. This person clearly had the ability to join forces with Jotong to kill all the giant wolves and should have protected them from the start to prevent their injuries. Yet he waited until many had died before stepping out as a savior, which left them feeling deeply dissatisfied. In their view, one of the reasons they were injured was precisely Yemo's hesitation. At the front of the battlefield, Yemo heard their conversation and simply shook his head, feeling momentarily at a loss for words. At this moment, Jotong also noticed their murmurs, and his face instantly turned livid. He hadn't expected that these people, who had just been saved by Yemo a moment ago, would turn around and start blaming him the next. Damn it, what are you all whining about? Can't you see I'm injured too? And I haven't uttered a single complaint. As long as you're not dead, you can still recover. Jotong shouted loudly. Immediately after, he explained again, if Brother Yemo and I had acted together, the Wolf King would never have shown itself and would have fled long ago. Once it escaped and summoned its pack, we would have died even more miserably. So from now on, if anyone dares to question Brother Yemo's actions again, I'll throw you off the vehicle myself. Jotong's face was extremely grim. Indeed, the mid-level coffin masters present today had all put in considerable effort, but it was Yemo who played the decisive role. These people, relying on their minor contributions, trying to impose moral coercion? Absolutely impossible. Take the wounded to the train and ask the junior coffin masters if any of them have healing-type coffin spirits. If they do, have them treat the injured. Jotong suppressed the anger in his heart and instructed some of the people nearby. As soon as he said this, many mid-level coffin masters quickly nodded, then helped the injured and headed toward the direction of the armored train. Seeing this, the injured, realizing their own fault, felt much of their resentment dissipate. Once the giant wolf corpses within the railway protection zone were cleared, the armored train set off again. At this time, Yemo did not return to the carriage he had been in earlier. Instead, he was assigned by Jotong's men to a luxurious carriage near the front of the train. The interior space of this armored carriage was enormous, resembling a luxury hotel, with all facilities fully equipped. Yemo took a shower, thoroughly washing away the stench of blood on his body. Then, he pulled out a set of black casual clothes from his spatial storage, changed into them, and lay down on the bed to review the day's gains. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant has doubled experience and gained plus 3,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi has doubled experience and gained plus 3,000 experience points. Tyrant and Chi-Chi Chi have already reached level 25. To advance further, I'll have to head to the otherworldly secret realm. Emo mused. The kind of beast tide that appeared today is extremely rare in the wild. However, Emo knew that in the otherworldly secret realm, such scenes of magical creatures rioting in groups were quite common. So when the coffin spirit appraisal ends and Chi-Chi's evolution is complete, Emo will definitely need to make a trip to the otherworldly secret realm. Fong of the Azure Wolf *300. Pelt of the Azure Wolf *220. Claw of the Azure Wolf *390. Heart of the Wolf King *1. Emo glanced at the quantity of materials in his spatial warehouse and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. This wave of beast tide consisted of nearly 500 creatures, and after slaying them, the materials left behind naturally piled up like a mountain. Some materials with lower value that also took up space, such as wolf blood and wolf meat, were not taken by Emo. However, most of the higher value materials were collected by him. The Heart of the Wolf King seems pretty good. It can sell for over 100 million. Emo checked the price, but when he saw the prices of the other materials, his face instantly darkened. After doing a quick calculation, his expression grew even more unpleasant. Damn it, these over 900 pieces of material. Altogether, they barely sell for 10 billion? This is such a ripoff. Emo felt extremely puzzled. Previously, the scythe demon he had slain casually sold for a net worth of over 100 billion. Even the Netherfire soul crystal left behind by the Ghost Knight was quite valuable, but the mountain of materials before him now had a total value that couldn't even compare to a fraction of the scythe demon's worth. This left Emo feeling deeply disappointed. Forget it, it's not a loss anyway. After all, these black wind wolves are only level 25 and are relatively common monsters. Their low value is understandable. Emo shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Emo raised an eyebrow, slowly sat up from the bed, and said calmly. The door opened, and standing in the corridor outside the compartment were two figures. One of them, dressed in standard Legion attire, was Jo Tong. The other was a tall, beautiful woman wearing black-framed glasses and also dressed in Legion attire. Brother Emo, are you planning to rest now? I hope I'm not disturbing you? Jo Tong said with a hearty laugh. Emo heard this and smiled faintly. How could that be? If it weren't for Brother Joe arranging for me to stay here, I might still be stuck in a noisy carriage without a chance to rest peacefully. So I should be thanking you, Brother Joe. Hearing this, Jo Tong immediately burst into laughter. He had initially thought that a genius like Emo would be extremely arrogant, especially since the other party hadn't spoken a single word to anyone from the moment he got off the train to the end of the battle. But to his surprise, such a super genius like Emo turned out to be so humble. Brother Emo, there's no need to be modest. This is all part of my duty. Jo Tong laughed heartily once again. Emo, upon hearing this, quickly pointed to the seat beside him and said, please, both of you, don't just stand there. Have a seat. Hearing this, Jo Tong nodded, then pulled out a chair and gestured for the woman beside him to sit down. Afterward, he stood respectfully to the side and introduced, Brother Emo, this is the Commander-in-Chief of our Demon Extermination Corps stationed at the Jiangnan base. She has come here today to discuss something with you. Hello, my name is Xiaoya, a transcendent 5-star coffin master. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiaoya did not sit down but instead walked to the bedside, extending a flawless white hand with a smile as warm as a spring breeze. Seeing this, Emo was momentarily stunned. He had assumed this woman was Jo Tong's secretary or subordinate, but to his surprise, this young woman before him was actually Jo Tong's superior. Moreover, she looked at most 3 years older than him. To become a transcendent coffin master in her 20s was a testament to her terrifying talent. Hello, my name is Emo. Emo extended his hand for a handshake, then released it. Seeing this, Xiaoya slowly sat down, looked at Emo seriously, and got straight to the point. Mr. Yi, I came here this time to invite you to join the Demon Extermination Corps. I wonder if you'd be interested in considering it? Hearing this, Emo was not surprised. It was only natural that his astonishing display of strength would attract their attention. I'm sorry, but I don't want to join any organization for the time being, Emo replied straightforwardly. From what he knew, the Demon Extermination Corps was an official organization with a presence in almost every major base city. Joining it would certainly grant a higher status than the Snow Shadow group, but with that status came responsibilities. For instance, during today's Beast Tide, someone like Jo Tong, a high-level 5-star Toon Guardian, could have easily escaped on his own, but he chose to stay and protect the weak, willingly sacrificing himself. That was one of the responsibilities. When faced with tasks like defending against monster sieges, rescue missions, guarding the front lines, or suppressing riots, the Demon Extermination Corps was always at the forefront. And such incidents occurred almost daily, meaning that once you joined, you'd be bound by various obligations. Mr. Yi, don't be so quick to refuse, Xiaoya said gently. Then, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she earnestly added, do you know why, at just 24 years old, I was able to become a transcendent 5-star Toon Guardian? As soon as these words were spoken, Jo Tong quickly found an excuse to leave the room. At this moment, moment, a hint of curiosity flashed in Yemo's eyes, and he asked, why? 100 years ago, our Demon Extermination Corps unearthed a sacred ruin of an otherworldly secret realm near the ancient capital. We call it the Emperor's Tomb. This sacred ruin is brimming with spiritual energy, making it extremely suitable for coffin spirits to cultivate. Moreover, it contains countless rare treasures that can enhance the innate physique of coffin masters. Each year, the Demon Extermination Corps has 10 slots available for exceptionally talented young individuals within the Corps to enter and cultivate for 2 months. Xiaoya's eyes were filled with longing as she continued, do you know? 2 years ago, I was only a mid-tier 2-star coffin master, but after spending a total of 6 months inside, my coffin spirit rose from level 22 to level 45. With your talent, as long as you join the Demon Extermination Legion, there's a great chance you'll earn a cultivation spot next year. So, think about it, do you want to join us? Xiaoya said with a gentle smile, sincerely inviting him. Let me think about it first. Hearing this, Yemo didn't immediately refuse but instead began to seriously ponder. It wasn't that he was particularly interested in earning a cultivation spot, but rather, he was deeply curious about this Emperor's Tomb. According to his understanding, there must be an Emperor's corpse within this tomb. When I become stronger in the future, I'll have to take a look. Maybe I could even dig up an Emperor's corpse, Yemo silently mused. At this moment, Xiaoya still wore a smile, quietly waiting for Yemo to make his decision. She was confident he would join the Demon Extermination Legion. After all, she had reached the extraordinary 5-star level in just 3 years, an absolutely astonishing speed in this world. Yemo, after weighing his options, would surely join without hesitation. However, how could she know that Yemo was actually cheating? Forget 3 years, even in just 1 year, Yemo's strength could very likely surpass hers. At this moment, Yemo seemed to have made up his mind and said, I've decided. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya's face immediately lit up with joy, and she responded with a smile, Yemo, welcome to the Demon Slayer Corps. From now on, we'll be colleagues. However, Yemo's next words instantly froze her expression. Ahem, what I'm considering is not joining. What did you say? You actually don't want to join? Do you know that with your talent, entering the sacred ruins is the fastest way to grow? Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. I really don't want to join. Yemo nodded calmly, then added, but I do have someone I can recommend to you. Her talent is also extremely terrifying. Who? Go to Fengyue City to find Yi Xiaoyao. She has a super level talent and is an A-level coffin spirit master with the Hellfire Demon. Xiaoya talked with Yemo for a long time but ultimately failed to persuade him to join the Demon Extermination Corps, leaving a trace of regret in her heart. After stepping out of Yemo's luxurious room, she glanced at Zhou Tong, who was waiting outside, with a hint of melancholy flashing across her face. Commander, how did the talk go? Zhou Tong asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiaoya forced a faint smile at the corner of her mouth. He refuses to join our Demon Extermination Corps. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Tong's expression instantly turned to surprise, his voice trembling. He refused? Yes. Xiaoya nodded. Brother Yemo is just too willful. That's a spot to train in the Emperor's Tomb, and he actually refused it outright. This is simply outrageous, Zhou Tong exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Maybe he isn't confident enough in his own abilities. After all, those who can secure a spot in the top 10 must have at least extraordinary talent, and some have even contracted S-level coffin spirits. Xiaoya sighed softly. Hearing this, Zhou Tong immediately retorted, Commander, you haven't seen how outstanding Brother Yemo is. I am sure these people can't possibly be stronger than him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoya merely gave a faint smile and did not argue with him. At that moment, she seemed to think of something and quickly said, Oh, old Zhou, I need to make a trip to Fengyue City to handle some matters, so I won't stay on the train any longer. I already checked the route ahead before coming. There shouldn't be any issues later. You can rest assured and let Guanling recover properly. Alright, then Commander, have a safe and swift trip. Zhou Tong nodded. Xiaoya responded, then walked to the armored train's door and directly pressed the door control switch. As the door opened, a fierce wind rushed in, blowing her long hair. She sank her legs slightly, leaped out of the door, and soared into the air like a wild goose. Spiritual energy surged beneath her feet as she stepped on the air, flying swiftly and disappearing from sight. Yemo didn't know how many hours he had slept. Slowly waking up from the bed, he stretched his limbs before getting up and pulling open the curtains by the window. Outside, the sun was already obscured by the distant mountains, the setting sun like blood, and the afterglow dyed the sky a deep red. Evening? We should be nearing Jiangnan Base City by now, Yemo said lazily, stretching his waist in a leisurely manner. The speed of the armored train wasn't fast, but for many coffin masters, safety was the most important thing. Along the way, including the earlier encounter with the beast tide, Yemo had spent nearly 10 hours. Fortunately, nothing similar happened afterward, otherwise, reaching Jiangnan City might have taken until late at night. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Zhou Tong's voice came through. Brother Yemo, are you awake? Hearing the noise, Yemo turned around and walked over to open the door. Upon Upon seeing Emo, Jotong's face immediately lit up with a smile. Brother Emo, there are only 5 minutes left until we reach the outskirts of Jiangnan City. Do you have any plans after getting off the car? Hearing this, Emo showed a hint of confusion on his face and thought to himself, I don't have any plans for now. If I do, it will have to wait until tomorrow. In that case, why don't we go have a meal and some drinks together? I also want to repay you for saving my life, Jotong invited with great anticipation. Hearing this, Emo smiled and did not refuse. He replied, I happen to be a bit hungry as well. Since Brother Joe is inviting, I won't stand on ceremony. Jotong saw that Emo agreed and immediately burst into hearty laughter. Brother Emo, tonight we won't stop until we're drunk. An hour later, not long after, the roar of a train whistle echoed as the armored train began to decelerate. At the same time, the train's broadcast announced that they were about to arrive at the underground station outside Jiangnan City. By this point, Emo and Jotong were already waiting by the exit door. As the armored train came to a halt, Emo stepped directly onto the platform. This time, he no longer acted as he had before but instead imitated other coffin suppressors by carrying a silver hexagonal coffin on his back. The reason for this was, due to the regulations of Jiangnan Base City, only those carrying coffins were allowed to enter the city, as carrying a coffin symbolized the identity of a coffin suppressor. Beside him, Jotong stared in astonishment at the silver coffin on Emo's back. He simply couldn't fathom that the coffin spirit, which had been so imposing and godlike with its blade among the wolf horde, was merely a D-rank coffin spirit sealed within the silver coffin. This scene completely shattered his understanding, leaving him deeply shaken. What kind of talent does Brother Emo have to be able to summon 2 coffin spirits to fight and even cultivate a D-rank zombie to rival an A-rank coffin spirit? It's absolutely terrifying. Jotong instinctively felt that Emo's other coffin spirit was even more extraordinary, possibly far stronger than the tyrant. At this moment, he looked at Emo with increasing admiration. The commander really misjudged this time. Alas, he failed to reach an agreement with Brother Emo. Jotong thought to himself, feeling deeply regretful. At the same time, he became more convinced that even the super geniuses stationed at other demon extermination core bases could not compare to Emo in terms of talent. Emo's failure to join the demon extermination corps was undoubtedly a huge loss for them. Jotong led Emo out of the dim underground station and into the exclusive parking lot of the demon extermination corps. Then, he found an extremely rugged off-road vehicle and drove it out. Brother Emo, get in, Jotong said with a smile. After hearing this, Emo got into the off-road vehicle directly. Immediately, Jotong stepped on the gas pedal and sped out of the parking lot, heading toward the city gates of Jiangnan City's outer district. In the car, Emo gazed at the towering city walls standing over 1,000 meters away on the horizon, his eyes flashing with astonishment. No wonder this is the largest base city in the central southern region of Great Xia. These outer city walls are 3 times taller than those of Manhwa City, Emo remarked in awe. Jotong laughed heartily after hearing this and responded, Brother Emo, this city wall is not just tall. Its foundation goes 30 meters underground and is incredibly sturdy. The stones used to build it were all transported from ancient secret realms, capable of easily withstanding attacks from Overlord-level monsters and even resisting assaults from 100,000-level monster tide. That's why Jiangnan Base City is so powerful. A large part of the reason is this city wall. With it, we can live safely and worry-free inside the city. Jotong drove, taking Emo smoothly all the way to the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. By this time, Emo had a general understanding of the situation in Jiangnan Base City. Unlike Manhwa City, due to the large population of Jiangnan Base City, the inner city could hardly accommodate everyone. As a result, the outer city has rows of streets lined with residential buildings where ordinary civilians live. In some corners, there are even quite a few slums. Behind the city gate, a straight avenue runs through the center, leading to the inner city. The inner city is the heart of Jiangnan Base City, where all coffin masters and influential figures are gathered. Interestingly, the Demon Extermination Legion's base was located in a corner of the outer city, occupying an area no larger than 2 football fields. Compared to the grand buildings in the inner city, it seemed rather modest. It seems the Demon Extermination Legion has another duty, which is to protect the civilians. Emo glanced at Jotong and silently thought to himself. Jotong parked the car next to a dormitory building within the base, a slightly embarrassed smile appearing on his face. Come in, Brother Emo, please wait for me a moment. Wearing the Legion uniform in the inner city is far too conspicuous and would attract a lot of attention and apprehension. I'll go inside and change into something more ordinary. I'll be right out. After hearing this, Emo nodded in confusion, while Jotong quickly headed toward the dormitory building. A few minutes later, Jotong changed into an extremely ordinary outfit from a street stall and walked out. Without saying much, he took Emo and sped toward the inner city. Before long, he brought Emo to a bustling street in the inner city and stopped at a barbecue stall. He then ordered a lot of Tier 3 ferocious beast meat and beer and began eating heartily. Piccadilly. This street was particularly lively, filled with a constant stream of traffic, entertainment venues, and restaurants everywhere. Most of the coffin masters on the road moved in groups of 3 or 5, wearing badges of tomb-seeking teams on their chests. Such a scene was quite rare in Fengyue City. Yi Mo observed for a while and then smiled, saying, "Brother Zhou, the security in this inner city seems pretty good. I haven't seen many people getting into conflicts." Hearing this, Zhou Tong was momentarily stunned, then smiled and explained, Brother Yi Mo, the security here isn't particularly good. It's just that these people all have some powerful forces or families backing them, so they tend to exercise restraint. For example, those coffin masters we just passed by, the black badges with the character Qin on their chests indicate that they are either members or subordinates of the Qin family in the inner city. The Qin family is considered a very powerful force in Jiangnan City, ranking among the top 30. This is because their patriarch, Qin Jin, is an extraordinary 8-star expert, Zhou Tong said with a smile, taking a sip of cold beer. Hearing this, the confusion on Yimo's face instantly disappeared, but a new question surfaced in his mind. By the way, brother Zhou, if one doesn't have the tomb-seeking group's badge, is it very difficult to get by in the inner city? Yi Mo asked calmly. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Tong was stunned and asked in surprise, "Brother Yi Mo, don't tell me you haven't joined the tomb-seeking group?" "I have joined, but for certain reasons, my badge is not suitable for exposure," Yi Mo said calmly. Zhou Tong heard this, his brows slowly furrowed, then he said seriously, "If you don't wear the emblem of the tomb-seeking group and are seen by those coffin masters with family influence, it could indeed cause trouble." "Well, that really is a hassle," Yi Mo muttered to himself. Brother Yi Mo, you don't need to worry too much. Actually, these big family people generally don't cause trouble randomly. As long as you don't run into them, with your strength you can easily and quietly deal with those who try to provoke you." Late at night, after eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhou Tong left the inner city and returned to the Demon Slayer Legion's base. Meanwhile, under his recommendation, Yi Mo found a hotel located on the outskirts of the inner city, far quieter compared to the bustling downtown area, and settled in. "Tomorrow morning, I'll first head to the trading area and get Chi-Chi's evolution materials as soon as possible," Yi Mo thought to himself. As long as Chi-Chi's evolution materials are secured, the task previously issued by the system can be completed immediately. Not to mention the power of the random skill replication card and the high-tier Corpse Clan template lottery ticket. Yi Mo was extremely eager. If the character template drawn this time is used on Tyrant, it will undoubtedly bring earth-shattering changes. Although the potential improvement is limited and can only elevate Tyrant to sea level, for a god-tier corpse nurturer, potential level is merely a measure of the early combat power of coffin spirits. As long as Yi Mo doesn't fall, he will have the opportunity in the future to elevate the potential of all coffin spirits to the highest level. Thinking about the appraisal meeting, in a few days, a gleam of excitement flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. If I can obtain an S-level coffin spirit at the appraisal meeting, using the template would turn it into SS level. Thinking of this, Yi Mo immediately gasped. The terror of Chi-Chi's ultimate move was evident. If it were a coffin spirit even stronger than her, wouldn't it be completely invincible? Thinking of this, Yi Mo felt even more delighted. He then turned off the lights, lay down on the bed, and prepared to sleep. At this moment, on the dim street outside the hotel, a middle-aged figure was clutching his shoulder, staggering slowly along the street as if fleeing. He seemed to be pursued, with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and bloodshot eyes, looking extremely disheveled. Glancing at his missing left arm, the middle-aged man's eyes revealed a fierce determination. He then spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it! Qin family, just wait. If I don't avenge this, I, Tang Yi, am no man," Tang Yi growled. His visit to Jiangnan City this time was naturally to help Yi Mo purchase the necessary evolution materials, but he hadn't expected that the 2 precious Corpse Clan evolution treasures he spent billions to acquire would be leaked. This attracted the attention of malicious individuals and even provoked the pursuit of the Qin family's spoiled brats. Now, he had already abandoned the ghostly cold marrow, successfully diverting some of the Qin family members. However, there was still a transcendent 1-star coffin master who refused to give up, vowing to kill him. Left with no choice, he had to fight the opponent head-on. The result was that Tang Yi's coffin spirit was destroyed, and he himself was seriously injured. "Brother Yi, this time it's truly my fault. I shouldn't have taken it upon myself to come early and buy the materials," Tang Yi muttered to himself in a low voice, filled with regret. He had intended to give Yi Mo a surprise while also elevating his own standing, but in the end, he only made things worse. Now, not only were the evolutionary materials Yi Mo needed lost, but he had also suffered a double loss. These materials are extremely important to brother Yi Mo, and there's only one set available in Jiangnan City. I've really let him down. Despair filled Tang Yi's heart, and waves of guilt surged over him. At this moment, the sound of wind came from not far away. A figure in a black robe was seen stepping on the walls of the tall buildings lining the street, chasing after him. "Heh, a guest from Fengyue City's Wanbao Pavilion. Where are you planning to go? Why not not come with me to the Qin family and discuss the ownership of Wanbao Pavilion? The black-robed man said with a laugh, his tone brimming with arrogance. Hearing this, Tang Yi was instantly alarmed. He realized that these people were not after the 2 evolutionary treasures of the corpse clan in his possession, but rather Fengyue City's Wanbao Pavilion. Tang Yi glared at the extraordinary 1-star coffin keeper ahead, a surge of immense hatred flashing in his eyes. Enduring the excruciating pain, he said coldly, I don't recall having any enmity with the Qin family of Jiangnan City. When did you set your sights on me? The man in the black robe burst into an even more unrestrained laugh upon hearing this. As expected of a bumpkin from a small town. It's one thing to be ignorant of the world, but you didn't even bother to learn the rules of the inner city. As a prospective extraordinary being, you dared to openly purchase treasures without wearing a badge. This alone proves your unfamiliarity with the inner city and confirms that you're not from Jiangnan City, he continued. Even if our Qin family hadn't targeted you, the Lin family, the Yun family, or even other tomb-seeking factions would have investigated your background. So you'd better obediently hand over the Wanbao Pavilion in Fengyue Town. The man in the black robe spoke with a cold tone, his eyes brimming with confidence. To the Qin family, Fengyue City might be a small town, but the Wanbao Pavilion, as the largest trading establishment, held undeniable value. Controlling this pavilion would provide the Qin family with a steady stream of profits. Tang Yi understood in his heart that there was no way for him to escape. The other party would never let him leave, and he could not possibly hand over the Wanbao Tower. A sinister curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as blood slowly trickled out. His hoarse voice carried a hint of mockery. Heh, do you know that I'm merely the second in command of Wanbao Tower? I hold no real power. Even if I were to hand over Wanbao Tower, would your Qin family dare to take over in Fengyue City? The man in the black robe pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ha, whether the Qin family dares to take over or not is none of your concern. But I can announce that from this moment on, you are the owner of Wanbao Tower, because your boss was killed by our clan leader 8 years ago. These words sent a tidal wave surging through Tang Yi's heart. No wonder he had been unable to contact his boss all these years. It turned out the latter had died at the hands of the Qin family's clan leader. Thinking of this, his eyes turned bloodshot, and with a furious roar, he suddenly mobilized his spiritual power and launched a fierce punch at the man in the black robe. A pale blue fist force erupted instantly, surging straight toward the black-robed man. Seeing this, the man in the black robe showed a trace of disdain in his eyes and easily blocked the fist force by channeling his spiritual energy. Without the coffin spirit, you think you can rely on your own strength to deal with me? What a pipe dream, the black-robed man sneered coldly. The next second, the man in the black robe turned into a blur and charged at Tang Yi. Seeing this, Tang Yi was startled and quickly turned to run. His earlier anger had made him forget the gap in strength between himself and the man in the black robe. Now, not only had he lost the coffin spirit, but he was also injured. How could he possibly stand a chance against the man and his coffin spirit? I don't care about my own life or death, but the Millennium Moon essence on me must not fall into their hands, Tang Yi thought to himself. He suddenly unleashed all the spiritual energy in his body, gathering it under his feet and transforming it into a gust of wind that left the man in the black robe far behind. Then, he sprinted toward an alley on the side of the street. 2 minutes later, Tang Yi sealed the Millennium Moon essence in an ancient wooden box and hid it in an inconspicuous sewer on a street in the northwest corner of the inner city near the city wall. At the same time, he took a photo of the hiding spot and sent it, along with a message, to his friend Emo. Brother Yi, Tang apologizes to you. Tang originally intended to purchase the items you needed as a gift, but unexpectedly fell victim to a villain's scheme. Now, the Millennium Moon essence has been hidden here by Tang, while the Frost Marrow has been taken by the Qin family in Jiangnan City. I hope that after you arrive in Jiangnan City, you can retrieve the Millennium Moon essence as soon as possible to prevent it from being lost again. To avoid leaving bloodstains on the ground, Tang Yi tightly clutched his severed arm, suppressing the urge to let the blood gush out, and moved away from the sewer where the ancient wooden box was hidden. Then, he turned back along the original path. After walking over 100 meters, he reached the edge of a deserted street and sat down against a wall. At this moment, he had reached the end of the road, barely clinging to life. He glanced at the phone in his hand and sent another message to Emo. Then, he forcibly activated the last trace of spiritual energy within him and crushed the phone into powder. It seems this time, I'm done for, Tang Yi muttered as blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he reminisced about the past. He had once been a genius, contracting a coffin spirit at the age of 18 and becoming a quasi-transcendent before the age of 25. Because the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion was his mentor and had raised him, Tang Yi took over the pavilion after his mentor left. Immersed in business, he had long neglected to venture outside the city for training, which caused his potential to stagnate over the years. In Fengyue City, President Chen was undoubtedly the most prominent figure, and the transcendent-level coffin masters in the town had already disappeared. Naturally, as a quasi-transcendent, Tang Yi became one of the most most esteemed individuals in Fengyue City. Therefore, he always maintained an indifferent attitude toward the strength of power. After all, in his view, money could also win people over. After living in comfort for so long, I've forgotten how dangerous the outside world is. If I were given another chance, perhaps I could also become a legendary powerhouse. Tang Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly. At that moment, thud, 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 a series of heavy footsteps echoed from the corner of the street. Upon hearing them, Tang Yi's expression instantly turned extremely grim. These footsteps were like the tolling of a death knell, resounding in his heart and pushing him step by step toward the abyss of death. The thought of the other party being from the Qin family, along with the Qin family's deeds, reignited a surge of anger within Tang Yi. How can I die so miserably at the hands of the Qin family? My master's revenge has yet to be avenged. The materials brother Yi needs have also been taken by them. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. When he was in the trading district of Jiangnan City purchasing treasures from the Corpse clan, he had also bought several vials of 6th-tier zombie virus solution, intending to hand them over to EMO. Additionally, the manager of the trading district, impressed by his generosity, had gifted him a black corpse pearl exuding a chilling aura, a byproduct of the Millennium Moon essence. Special notice from the Department of Enforcement. Without antiviral agents, even extraordinary individuals will turn into zombies within half an hour after being infected with a tier 6 zombie virus. A strange glint flashed in Tang Yi's eyes as he retrieved a black bead and a vial of virus solution from his spatial backpack. He wanted to find an opportunity to use these viruses on the man in the black robe, but soon he realized the other party wasn't a fool and abandoned the idea. Even if infected, the opponent could use various means to eliminate the virus. Ultimately, he himself would still be unable to escape death. Perhaps I can use it on myself. With my strength, if I get infected with these viruses, I would definitely mutate in less than half an hour. A trace of excitement flashed in Tang Yi's eyes as he looked at the virus solution in his hand with exhilaration. As for this black corpse bead, it should be the corpse poison condensed from a 1,000-year-old zombie. At this thought, a crazed smile appeared on Tang Yi's face. Without the slightest hesitation, he endured the excruciating pain and bit down on the vial containing the virus solution, swallowing all of it. Then, he placed the vial back into his spatial backpack and threw the corpse bead into his mouth, swallowing it directly. At that moment, Tang Yi felt as if his throat was being slashed by knives, and his entire nervous system was being gnawed on by thousands of ants. The terrifying energy produced by the corpse bead mixed with the virus solution inside his body, plunging him into unbearable agony. The blood vessels that once flowed with fresh blood gradually stiffened, taking on a pitch-black hue. However, his face remained composed, feigning calmness in an attempt to prevent the enemy from noticing anything unusual. At this moment, the man in the black robe happened to walk onto the street where Tang Yi was. He saw Tang Yi leaning against the wall, his head lowered in a despondent posture, and couldn't help but sneer. "Ha, Boss Tang, so this is where you've been hiding. Why aren't you running anymore? Go on, run if you can." Tang Yi heard these words but chose to ignore them, continuing to endure the excruciating pain within his body. Seeing this, the man in the black robe narrowed his eyes slightly, then unleashed his spiritual power and delivered a punch to Tang Yi, sending him rolling several meters away. "You're quite tough, aren't you?" The man in the black robe's expression grew darker as Tang Yi remained unresponsive. For him, torturing someone overly resilient only diminished his interest. He preferred to first offer hope, make his victims beg for mercy, and then deliver a final, despair-inducing blow. "Heh, how boring. In that case, just leave your handprint on this document and die." The man in the black robe spoke coldly, then drew a knife from his waist and charged forward, slicing off Tang Yi's head in one swift motion. Immediately after, he swung the blade again, severing Tang Yi's arm. The man in the black robe then examined Tang Yi's corpse and struck it a few more times for good measure. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes as he bent down to pick up the blood-soaked arm and pressed a handprint onto the document. "Heh, the Wanbao Pavilion is mine now. The family head will surely reward me for this," he said with a smirk, then turned and left. Late at night, Jiangnan City grew increasingly silent. The blood moon in the sky emitted an eerie glow, casting a crimson hue over the entire city. At this moment, in the northwest corner of the inner city's streets, a headless male corpse riddled with wounds lay slumped against a wall. Suddenly, a strange black mist began to seep out of the corpse. Countless pitch-black tendrils of flesh emerged from the wounds, instantly repairing the injuries. The severed arms and head also began to regenerate at an alarming speed. Within seconds, the corpse was fully restored, though its appearance was entirely different from when it was alive. The corpse's skin was deathly pale, covered in sinister black patterns. Its once black hair had turned white, and its hands had grown sharp claws, exuding an aura of extreme malevolence. I, Tang Yi, am not dead." Tang Yi slowly opened his eyes, revealing sharp fangs in his mouth as he laughed eerily. At this moment, his eyes were pitch black and hollow, with pupils turned blood red, exuding extreme cruelty and ferocity. A mutated corpse corpse demon mother. Body, is this me? Tang Yi squinted slightly, examining the changes in his body with confusion. He, undying regeneration, devouring, enhancement, corpse demon venom, my abilities? Tang Yi's face twisted into a sinister expression as he laughed loudly toward the sky. Immediately after, he kicked off with both legs, his entire body transforming into a swift white streak, appearing atop the inner city's wall in the blink of an eye. Surveying the surrounding city districts, he extended a long tongue to lick his cheek, his eyes gleaming with endless greed. So much flesh and blood. Once I devour it all, I can avenge myself. So, all of you, become my nourishment. As soon as the words fell, the mutated corpse demon instantly transformed into the appearance of an ordinary person and leaped toward the outer city, disappearing in an instant. The next morning, Yi Mo climbed out of bed. The words Zhou Tong had spoken to him last night were deeply etched in his mind. He now possessed the snow shadow emblem but couldn't wear it casually. After all, the Blade Court was the largest faction in Jiangnan City, with members scattered everywhere. If they saw the snow shadow emblem, he might be besieged. However, as long as he kept a low profile and minimized interactions with others, everything would be fine. Just then, the sound of a phone ringing broke the silence. Yi Mo turned to look. It was a call from Zhou Tong. Hey, brother Yi Mo, I'm really sorry. I can't accompany you to the inner city trading district today. Something bad happened in the outer city last night and I have to investigate it thoroughly, came the hurried voice from the other end of the line. Yi Mo heard this and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask further. Brother Zhou, go ahead and take care of your business. I can take care of myself here. If I encounter any trouble I can't handle, I'll contact you. Alright, I'll finish up as soon as I can. Brother Yi Mo, take care of yourself. Once we're both done, we won't stop until we're drunk. A voice of advice came from the other end of the phone. Alright, Yi Mo responded with a smile. After the other party hung up, Yi Mo raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, did something bad happen in the outer city? What exactly is making Brother Zhou so anxious? Yi Mo felt curious and immediately opened his phone to search for information. Last night, a horrific massacre occurred in the outer city. Over 100 civilians were killed, and the bodies are missing, with only dried bloodstains left at the scene. Testing revealed that the blood contained an extremely terrifying zombie virus. Experts speculate that this incident might have been caused by outsiders deliberately releasing zombie coffin spirits. Upon seeing this news, Yi Mo's eyes involuntarily showed a look of shock. He had a faint feeling that the next few days in Jiangnan City might become turbulent. At that moment, several more notification pop-ups appeared. Jiangnan City Law Enforcement Department Special Notice. All coffin masters from other regions who have contracted zombie coffin spirits must immediately go to the Inner City Law Enforcement Department for self-verification. Special Notice. Failure to comply with the above will result in enforced elimination by the Law Enforcement Department. Coffin masters from other regions who have contracted zombies? Yi Mo thought to himself. I didn't expect the Jiangnan-based city to be so exclusionary. Looking at these two notices, a trace of coldness flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. As a major city, Jiangnan-based city sees tens of thousands of coffin masters coming and going every day. If all the foreign coffin masters who have contracted zombies within the entire city were gathered together, the number would probably exceed several thousand. If all these people were to go to the law enforcement department for self-verification, it would undoubtedly form a long queue, taking at least a whole day. Thinking of this, Yi Mo quickly checked the time remaining for the limited time task, and his expression gradually turned grim. The task showed that there were only 7 days left. Meanwhile, in 3 days, the Jiangnan-based city would host a large-scale coffin spirit appraisal conference lasting several days. By then, the number of coffin masters coming to Jiangnan-based city would at least multiply several times. If Yi Mo couldn't find the evolution materials needed for Chi-Chi within these 3 days, these materials might be snatched up by others, causing him to fail his limited time task. No way! I must get the high-level template lottery ticket as soon as possible. Determination flashed in Yi Mo's eyes. After some thought, he immediately made a decision and prepared to head straight to the largest trading market in Jiangnan City. I'll first go to the trading market to buy the Netherine Cold Marrow and the Millennium Moon Essence, then head to the law enforcement department to prove myself. It should still be in time. Yi Mo muttered to himself. He then packed up and headed straight for the trading market on the eastern side of the inner city. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Mo hailed a cab and arrived near the trading market. Despite it being early morning, the streets of the market were already packed with people. Without hesitation, he slung the coffin sealing the tyrant onto his back, quickened his pace, and headed toward the most imposing trading shop in the center of the street. Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce. Looking at the plaque hanging above the pavilion, Yi Mo walked straight in. The Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce was completely different from the Wanbao Pavilion in Fengyue City. Each area was meticulously divided, trading materials for different races. Yi Mo glanced around and quickly spotted a less crowded area, which was the trading zone for Corpse Clan materials. A few minutes later, hello, I would like to purchase 2 materials. Yi Mo Yemo said to the receptionist in the Corpse Clan materials area. Sir, please list the items on a sheet first, and I will retrieve the materials for you shortly. The beautiful receptionist responded with a smile. She handed Yemo paper and pen. Yemo took them and immediately wrote down Thousand-Year Moon Essence and Netherworld Cold Marrow. However, when the beautiful receptionist beside him saw the materials Yemo had written, she couldn't help but frown, and her tone became somewhat awkward. Sir, could you possibly choose other materials? These two have already been sold. Hearing this, Yemo's heart tightened, and he quickly asked, already sold? When did that happen? They were purchased yesterday at noon. The beautiful receptionist explained. Hearing this, Yemo's expression immediately turned extremely grim. Can you tell me the name of the person who bought these two materials? What do they look like? The beautiful receptionist was startled upon hearing this and quickly shook her head. I'm sorry, sir, I cannot disclose that information because our guild does not allow us to reveal client details. Tell me. I'll give you 50 million, Yemo said in a low voice. At this moment, he was determined to obtain these two materials, so he spared no expense. 50 million to him was merely the cost of slaying a few magical beasts, but for the beautiful receptionist in front of him, who was at a beginner level, 50 million was undoubtedly a windfall. Sure enough, the beautiful receptionist's eyes sparkled upon hearing Yemo's words, and her charming smile became even more enchanting. She immediately leaned closer to Yemo, took his hand, and led him toward a corner. Sir, she cast a flirtatious glance at Yemo, hinting at something. Hearing this, Yemo took out a card from his spatial warehouse. This card was something he had obtained earlier from the spatial backpack of the boss in Doomsday Town. Although he hadn't used it before, it was now coming in handy. Take a look at this. Yemo handed the card over. The beautiful receptionist immediately examined it carefully. When she confirmed that Yemo was indeed so generous, she became even more excited. She then grabbed Yemo's hand and wrote a few words in his palm with her finger. Fengyue City, Tangyi. After leaving the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce, Yemo felt exceptionally happy. He hadn't expected the person who bought the materials to be Tangyi. As for the purpose of those materials, Yemo already had a guess in his heart. Clearly, Tangyi had come ahead of time to help him. So it was Brother Tang. He's truly thoughtful. Yemo shook his head with a smile. In fact, when checking material prices on the armored train, he discovered that Wanbao Tower had marked up the price of the materials he wanted to sell by 5 times. This meant that Tangyi had done him an enormous favor. And now, upon hearing that he needed materials, the other party immediately set off for Jiangnan City. Such generous assistance deeply moved Yemo. Brother Tang, you're making me owe you such a huge favor, Yemo said with a faint bitter smile. Then, he picked up his phone and dialed Tangyi's number. However, after a dozen seconds, a prompt came from the other end of the line. The number you have dialed is either turned off or out of the service area. This, Yemo was momentarily stunned. He then tried calling several more times, but the result was the same prompt. Realizing something, he quickly dialed Tangyi's assistant. Yashi, Sister Yashi, can you get in touch with Brother Tang? I've called him many times, but it keeps saying his phone is off or out of the service area, Yemo asked directly. Hearing this, there was a brief pause on the other end of the line, followed by a hurried explanation. Tangyi turned off his phone? That's impossible. He once said that as long as I'm alive, he would never turn off his phone. Then he might already be on his way back to Fengyue City. Bad signal, Yemo said doubtfully. However, a voice on the phone denied it. I'm very sure he's still in Jiangnan City. A few seconds later, Yashi's voice became somewhat puzzled. By the way, I felt he was acting a bit strange last night. He kept sending messages on the chat app saying he missed me, but when I suggested a video call, he said he was busy and didn't have time to answer. I was exhausted after a long day, and he told me to get some rest, so I took his advice and fell asleep. This morning when I woke up, he sent me a message too, but he hasn't replied to me since. Normally, no matter when, he'd always be glued to the chat app, and as soon as I sent a message, he'd reply instantly. As she spoke, Yashi's voice on the phone grew quieter, faintly tinged with unease and worry. Young Master Yi, I'll hang up for now. I'll try calling him, and I'll let you know once I get in touch with him. Yashi's voice sounded extremely downcast as she directly ended the call. At this moment, Yemo's brows furrowed deeply. According to Yashi, Brother Tang seemed to never turn off his phone and was very fond of using chat apps. Perhaps he had also sent him a friend message? Now that he couldn't reach Brother Tang, it was very likely that something had happened to him. Thinking of this, Yemo slowly shifted his gaze to the most inconspicuous corner of his phone, where there was a chat app icon. A red 99 plus notification number was displayed on the icon. Seeing this, Yemo was not surprised. This was because Yi Xiaoyao was always sending meaningless emoji pictures and complaining about boring things all day long. If he replied to her with one sentence, she could respond with at least dozens more. So Yemo had set the chat notifications to silent and was too lazy to check them. Then, he clicked on the icon to take a look. Sure enough, Yi Xiaoyao's avatar was at the top, showing over 500 unread messages. Behind that were a few messages from Linin, as well as messages from the high school class group. And at the very bottom, Yemo saw a few messages sent sent by Tang Yi. Affectionate old Tang, brother Yi. Whatever materials you need, just let your old brother know, and I'll get it sorted for you. Hashtag grinning. Affectionate old Tang, brother Yi, when are you coming to Jiangnan City? Your old brother has prepared a big surprise for you. Hashtag grinning. Hashtag grinning. Affectionate old Tang, image. Affectionate old Tang, brother Yi, Tang feels deeply guilty towards you. Affectionate old Tang, brother Yi, I want to ask you for two things. Please help me guard the Wanbao Pavilion and don't let the Qin family take it away. The other thing is, please take good care of her, let her forget me and find someone to marry. Affectionate old Tang, image, brother Tang. Seeing the messages sent by Tang Yi, Yi felt as if his throat was being choked, his breathing becoming extremely heavy. He never expected that Tang Yi had died because of him. To protect the materials Yi needed, Tang Yi had been harmed by the Qin family of Jiangnan Base City. The last photo was stunningly beautiful, it was Yishi in a wedding dress. Unfortunately, Tang Yi would never be able to witness the moment he had longed for. Yi stared at the messages, unable to calm down for a long time. After an indeterminate amount of time, he took a deep breath and slowly put his phone into his pocket. Brother Tang, rest assured, I will take good care of sister Yishi. He sighed softly. At this moment, his face was expressionless, and no one could discern any emotion from him. Yet, within his heart surged an overwhelming killing intent, seemingly ready to erupt at any moment. The Qin family, wait for me. Once I become extraordinary, that will be enough. Yi clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, Yi hailed a cab and left the trading market. He remembered that the location where Tang Yi had sent the picture was not far from the hotel he was staying at. Now, he just wanted to get there as quickly as possible to check the situation. If Tang Yi's body was still there, he would spare no effort to preserve it. As a god-level corpse cultivator with a system, he might very well possess the ability to resurrect others in the future. Therefore, the top priority is to head to the northwest corner street. A few minutes later, Yi arrived at the northwest corner street near the inner city wall. As soon as he got out of the car, he hurriedly searched for the location shown in the photo. Soon, he discovered a large amount of dried bloodstains on the wall of a street. This should be Brother Tang's blood. Yi's expression turned grim. It seems the Qin family took Brother Tang's body away. He looked around but did not find Tang Yi's corpse, and a chill surged in his heart. At that moment, two nearby masses of black, gooey, paste-like substances caught his attention. One resembled an arm, while the other looked like a melted head. Yi frowned, stepped forward, crouched down, and gently wiped his finger across it, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Corpse demon venom, a mutated active virus formed by the perfect fusion of multiple high-level zombie viruses and thousand-year flying zombie venom. It possesses unprecedented infectivity and vitality. This corpse venom cannot be neutralized by any anticorpse venom medication. Once infected, the victim will transform into a corpse demon subbody, controlled by the corpse demon. Could this be the coffin spirit left behind by the Qin family? Yi's heart trembled. This level of corpse poison was the strongest he had ever seen. If even a drop were to fall into the water plant of Jiangnan Base City, it would undoubtedly trigger an irreversible zombie crisis. It can't be from the Qin family. If they had such a coffin spirit, they would have already ruled Jiangnan Base City, or they would have been wiped out long ago. Yi pondered. With such potent corpse poison, I should collect it first. Later, I can let the tyrant absorb it, or perhaps use it to contaminate the Qin family. At this thought, a ruthless glint flashed in Yi's eyes. He directly collected the black substance on the ground and stored it in his spatial warehouse. Then, he headed toward the sewer mentioned by Tang Yi. Although the northwest corner street was remote, there were still quite a few coffin wardens with badges passing through early in the morning. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Yi placed the silver coffin in front of him and patiently leaned against a street lamp by the roadside, quietly waiting for an opportunity to take the ancient wooden box. A few minutes later, Yi turned his head to survey the area and found that no one was around. Without hesitation, he rushed to the sewer in the middle of the road, lifted the manhole cover, and jumped down. Sure enough, at the bottom of the sewer, there was a precious ancient wooden box. Looking at the wooden box in front of him, Yi couldn't help but sigh. He then picked it up and placed it into his spatial warehouse. At the same time, ripples appeared on the wall not far from the street. Two figures, one burly and one thin, emerged directly from the wall. These two had been observing Yi from the other side of the wall for quite some time. The burly young man's eyes glowed white, as if he had X-ray vision, clearly seeing all of Yi's actions and noticing that he wasn't wearing a badge. Brother Tian, that outsider really is suspicious. He actually jumped into the sewer, and he found a luxurious wooden box in there. The burly young man grinned maliciously, looking extremely excited. Beside him, the thin young man, whose eyes were vacant and whose body emitted a black mist, heard this and couldn't help but let a cold smile creep onto his lips. Standing on the street early in the morning, sneaking around and observing passers-by, I could tell at a glance that this outsider was up to no good. Lei Yutian said coldly. Brother Tian, what should we do next? next? Should we kill him or take the treasure and let him go? The burly young man asked. Upon hearing this, Lei Yutian's face immediately showed a cruel expression as he replied, of course, kill him. The Lei Yun tomb-seeking group has never let anyone go once we make a move. The burly young man, upon hearing this, immediately summoned a butcher knife demon and prepared to lift the manhole cover. At that moment, Lei Yutian stopped him with a smile and said, killing him like this is too boring. Let's wait for him to come out first. Once he's out, we can properly torment him. Seemingly sensing movement on the manhole cover in faint voices, Yimo's expression instantly turned grim. Am I being targeted? He muttered to himself. At that moment, he had a thought and summoned Chi-Chi. Simultaneously, the silver coffin under the streetlight suddenly opened, and the tyrant emerged from within. Chi-Chi, follow me up. If the situation turns bad, take them down immediately, Yimo instructed. Then, he began climbing toward the top of the sewer. Meanwhile, Lei Yutian and the burly young man were drawn to the commotion behind them. Turning around, they saw a figure dressed in leather jacket and hat, wielding a massive long blade, standing beside the coffin. Brother Tian, that's the brat's coffin spirit. It even looks like a zombie. The burly young man felt the murderous aura emanating from the tyrant and instinctively took a few steps back. Brother Tian, hearing this, showed a disdainful expression and laughed. It's just a guardian level zombie, isn't it? What are you afraid of? Your butcher knife demon is at the peak of the guardian level, just take care of it directly. Before the words had even faded, the tyrant struck first, unleashing a crescent-shaped blade of energy that flew toward the two individuals. Their expressions changed drastically upon seeing this, shocked that an outsider would dare to make the first move. Moreover, this outsider had contracted with a zombie's coffin keeper, yet had not gone to the enforcement division to prove their innocence, and now even dared to attack others. This was simply adding crime upon crime. Without any hesitation, they hurriedly dodged to either side. A sharp whistling sound echoed as the blade of energy instantly cleaved the butcher ghost in two, killing it on the spot and turning it into a small amount of experience points. At this moment, the blade of energy did not lose its momentum, flying at an incredible speed toward the inner city wall across the street. It directly carved a massive gash several meters deep into the wall, accompanied by a violent explosion. On the nearby streets, many coffin keepers, startled by the sudden explosion, showed expressions of surprise. What's going on? Why did an explosion suddenly happen? I can sense spiritual energy fluctuations. Someone must be fighting nearby. Then let's hurry and go watch the commotion. If it's a fight between major families, it'll be thrilling. Many people were discussing fervently, all heading toward the source of the explosion with the intent to watch the spectacle. At this moment, Yimo had already carried Chi-Chi to the surface. He glanced at the damaged city wall, then shifted his gaze to the two disheveled figures not far away, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Kill them, Yimo said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, the burly young man was instantly startled, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, a chilling ghostly aura erupted from Brother Tian's body, enveloping the entire stretch of the street. The surrounding streets became eerily dark, filled with a deathly silence, as countless malicious spirits crawled out from the ground, turning the area into a ghostly abyss. Kid, as an outsider, you sure have guts. You even dare to make a move against us, the Thundercloud tomb-seeking group. You must be tired of living, Brother Tian said coldly. At this moment, he was completely possessed by the ghostly coffin spirit, showing no fear of Yimo, because in his ghostly domain, he had already transformed into a spirit form, making any physical attack unable to touch him. This was a special ability of his ghostly nature, allowing him to freely switch between reality and illusion. In his physical state, his recovery ability was extremely strong. Although not as powerful as demons or fiends, as long as his vital points were not injured, he could fully recover. When he was in spirit form, he would create a ghostly domain, locking himself and his enemy within it, unable to escape its boundaries. You've trained this zombie quite well, but it's only D-level potential, the weakest of the undead. Thinking it could hurt me is nothing but a daydream, Tian mocked. After hearing this, Yimo's eyes revealed a trace of disdain, as if he were looking at an imbecile. Whether it was Tyrant or Chi-Chi, both possessed other types of attack skills, such as ice and thunder. The opponent chose not to flee but instead locked himself in here, practically seeking his own demise. At this moment, Yimo had no interest in arguing with the opponent. As if sensing his emotions, Tyrant and Chi-Chi attacked simultaneously. A streak of icy blue sword energy and a bolt of thunderous blade energy shot straight at Lei Yutian. The speed of the two strikes was terrifying, leaving the opponent no time to react before being sliced into several pieces on the spot. Meanwhile, the ghost that had risen from the ground had yet to make a move before it turned into black smoke and dissipated without a trace. Ding! Chi-Chi successfully killed LV-30 Earthbound Spirit. Ding! Your coffin spirit Tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 1,500 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gained plus 1,500 experience points. Ding! Current coffin spirits, Tyrant, Chi-Chi, at LV-25 Guardian level. Experience needed for next level, 2200/17000. The system notification sounded, causing EMO to pause slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to the strength of the young man he had slain, only thinking the opponent was extremely weak. Unexpectedly, the man turned out to be a quasi-high-level tombkeeper. However, unfortunately, as Yemo's strength increased, the experience gained from killing level 30 monsters had already been halved. Nearby, the burly young man stared in horror at Yemo's two coffin spirits, feeling a chill run down his spine. Earlier, they had thought Yemo was nothing more than an ant that could be easily crushed, but unexpectedly, he turned out to be a god capable of killing across levels. You're finished. You actually killed Brother Tian. Do you know he's the young master of the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking Group? The burly young man was terrified and instinctively threatened. What Thunder Group? Yemo frowned and said coldly, never heard of it. Our Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking Group is a vassal of the Qin family. You've heard of the Qin family, right? One of the major families in the inner city. I advise you to let me go immediately, or the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking Group and the Qin family will definitely come after you, the burly young man roared. A vassal of the Qin family? Yemo's eyes turned cold, and a sudden burst of killing intent emanated from him. What is the strength of your Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking Group's leader? Hearing this, the burly young man immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yemo had begun to feel apprehensive. His face lit up with joy as he said, our leader is a transcendent 5-star powerhouse. I understand. Yemo's icy voice rang out. He then withdrew Chi-Chi into the contract space and turned to leave. Seeing this, the burly young man felt a surge of joy, thinking that Yemo would spare him. However, in the next second, a blade's energy suddenly struck. The burly young man only felt a chill between his brows, and before he could say anything else, he was cleaved in two by the blade, dying instantly on the spot. As Yemo left the area, many coffin keepers who had been eager to watch the commotion rushed to the scene. When they saw the scattered body parts on the ground and the blood-stained surface, they collectively gasped. They clearly recognized the identity of one of the severed heads. Isn't that Lei Xiao? It's been less than half a minute, and he's already been taken down. Immediately after, who is so audacious to dare kill him in the inner city? The Lei Yun Tomb-Seeking Group is backed by the Qin family. This is bad. First, outsiders released zombies to attack the outer city, and now someone has killed the young master of the Lei Yun Tomb-Seeking Group. The appraisal event hasn't even started yet, and it looks like chaos is about to break out. We better get out of here quickly. Otherwise, if the Lei Yun Tomb-Seeking Group can't find the culprit, they'll come after us, and that would be disastrous. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone shuddered and immediately took to their heels. A few minutes later, on another main street in the northwest corner, Yemo was sitting on a bench by the roadside, waiting for a bus to head to the law enforcement department. Since he had carried the silver coffin when entering the city, Yemo naturally registered under the name of the tyrant. If he didn't go to the law enforcement department now, they would eventually come looking for him, possibly detaining him under various pretexts. Yemo couldn't take that risk because he didn't have the time to gamble. Of course, when entering the city, he had also considered carrying the coffin that sealed Chi-Chi, but the level of that coffin was simply too terrifying. If it were discovered, it would likely immediately attract the attention of the strongest individuals in Jiangnan City. Once I'm out of the law enforcement department, if I want to obtain the netherine cold marrow, I'll probably have to contact Old Chen, Yemo calculated in his mind. Although Old Chen didn't hold much sway in Jiangnan Bay City, and his influence in the inner city was even less than that of some local aristocratic families, he was, after all, a legendary 9-star powerhouse. If he personally descended upon Jiangnan Bay City, it would likely unsettle all the legendary powerhouses in the city, sending chills down their spines. A small family like the Qin family was nothing more than an ant before Old Chen, easily crushed with a flick of his hand. However, Yemo didn't intend to have Old Chen personally deal with the Qin family. He wanted to settle this grudge himself. After all, Tang Yi had been implicated because he wanted to help him, and this revenge was something Yemo felt he should take on personally. During the daytime, Yemo spent almost all his time at the law enforcement department. Perhaps out of disdain for them, the members of the department deliberately made things difficult during the investigation process. Many coffin masters from other regions were humiliated to the point of utter disgrace. Some, unable to endure the humiliation, lashed out in anger. With predictable results, they were immediately executed on the spot by the coffin masters of the law enforcement department. Yemo, however, did not face much trouble, as he was wearing the Snow Shadow Group's badge at the time. Perhaps some members of the department recognized the badge and kept their distance, not daring to provoke Yemo. Of course, they did not offer him any special treatment either. Since Yemo had arrived late, they still made him wait in line for an entire day. After leaving the law enforcement department, Yemo went straight back to the hotel. By this time, it was already 8 p.m. The sun had set and night had fallen, bringing with it an unsettling atmosphere. Lying on the bed, Yemo patiently read through the messages sent by Yi Xiaoyao before dialing Chairman Chen's number. Old Chen, this is Yemo, he said calmly after the call connected. A burst of triumphant laughter came from the other end of the line. Ha, ye boy. You've only been in Jiangnan Bay City for a day, and you're already calling me. If I had to guess, you've hit a wall, haven't you? Come on, tell me what happened. Yemo gave a helpless smile and then said, Old Chen, one of the materials needed for the little zombie's evolution has already been lost. I can't retrieve it now, so I can only ask for your help to get it back. Ha, I really underestimated your ability to stir up trouble. Kid, you must have offended some family in Jiangnan Bay City by now, right? Old Chen said with a laugh over the phone. Yemo responded ambiguously, you could say that. Which family? Tell me quickly, perhaps I can find someone to help you get the materials right now, Elder Chen asked curiously. Yemo replied, the Qin family. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, then Elder Chen burst into laughter. Kid Yi, I thought you had provoked the Blade Court or one of the top 5 forces in Jiangnan City. But the Qin family you mentioned, what kind of nobodies are they? I've never even heard of them. In that case, I can't be bothered to help you find them. Just wait 2 days for me to come over, and I'll wipe them out for you with ease. Hearing this, Yemo was momentarily stunned and quickly explained, Elder Chen, I don't need you to wipe them out for me. Once I become a transcendent coffin master, I'll handle it myself. For now, I just need you to find someone to help me extract the netherine cold marrow. Yemo continued, by the way, Elder Chen, you haven't forgotten that among the 3 people you met in the Doomsday Valley, one of them had the surname Qin, have you? Elder Chen reminded him. Hearing this, Yemo was taken aback and asked in confusion, Qin Dong? Yes, that's him, Elder Chen confirmed. Go ask about his situation first. If you still can't resolve it, then wait for me for 2 days. With that, Elder Chen hung up the phone directly. A trace of complexity flashed across Yemo's heart. After thinking for a moment, he directly opened the chat app, found Lin Yin's avatar, and made a video call. At this moment, in a hotel somewhere in Fengyue City, Lin Yin had just finished her shower and was lying on the bed. She had changed into her pajamas but hadn't had time to wrap herself tightly when the video call notification popped up. Lin Yin saw that it was Yemo calling, and a trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Without hesitation, she immediately answered the video call. Yemo, good evening. Is there something you need from me? Lin Yin's lips curved into a smile. On the screen, Yemo saw a glimpse of snow-white skin, his eyes twitching slightly as he cleared his throat and said, Indeed, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Go ahead. Lin Yin responded. Hearing this, Yemo's expression instantly turned calm, and he said coolly, What's the relationship between the Qin family of Jiangnan Bay City and Dongzi? Upon hearing this, Lin Yin paused for a moment, then replied with a puzzled expression, The Qin family of Jiangnan City is Dongzi's family. Yemo, why are you asking this? Did you have a conflict with the Qin family? The owner of Wanbao Tower in Fengyue City, Tang Yi, you know him, right? I know him. He's my friend, and I owe him a lot of favors. This time, he went to Jiangnan Bay City to help me find evolution materials for Chi-Chi, but the Qin family took the materials, Wanbao Tower, and his life. Yemo's voice was as calm as water. However, after hearing this, Lin Yin's expression turned extremely unpleasant, her face instantly becoming pale. She hadn't expected the Qin family to provoke Yemo. No wonder these families had been running rampant in the inner city of Jiangnan, almost trampling on the visiting coffin masters. But now, it was clear the Qin family had kicked a steel plate. After all, Yemo had President Chen backing him, that legendary 9-star powerhouse. If President Chen wanted to wipe out a family in Jiangnan City, even the 3 legendary figures of the Blade Court wouldn't be able to stop him. If the Qin family failed to give Yemo a satisfactory answer before President Chen arrived in Jiangnan City, they would undoubtedly face the calamity of annihilation. Thinking of this, Lin Yin quickly said, Yemo, Dongzi's father is the 3rd elder of the Qin family. Your friend's death, as well as the materials you lost, I will have Dongzi inform Uncle Qin-san to investigate immediately. Rest assured, by tomorrow at the latest, we will give you a satisfactory answer. By then, the instigator, the perpetrator, and the materials you lost will all be delivered to you together, for you to deal with as you see fit. Who would have thought that Qin Dong's father is actually the 3rd elder of the Qin family? After hanging up the phone, Yemo muttered to himself. Although he wasn't sure about Qin Dong's father's strength or how much influence he had within the Qin family, Lin Yin's words undoubtedly proved that the 3rd elder of the Qin family had the ability to handle the matter. Even if the 3rd elder couldn't resolve it, he would spread Yemo's identity and background throughout the Qin family, instilling fear in the entire clan. After all, with the pressure of a legendary 9-star powerhouse, even a force like the Blade Court would undoubtedly be on edge. At this moment, inside a luxurious villa in a large estate in the inner city, 2 middle-aged men were discussing something in the hall. Third Master, my son Yutian was slashed today in the northwest corner district. A man with a stern face, a knife scar on his forehead, and a square-shaped face looked extremely grim. His name was Lei Bao, the leader of the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking Group, an extraordinary 5-star coffin master, and also a trusted subordinate of the Qin family's 3rd master. Beside him, another middle-aged man dressed in a black lawn gown, with a refined appearance and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, slightly furrowed his brows upon hearing this and asked, "What happened? Did your son provoke another prominent family?" Third Master, I investigated it. It shouldn't be any of the other families. Logically speaking, the other families all know that the Thundercloud Tomb-Seeking group is affiliated with the Qin family, and my son has some reputation in the inner city. They definitely wouldn't make a move. Lei Bao suppressed the anger within him and said calmly, "Based on what you said, it should be outsiders then," Third Master Qin said as he adjusted his glasses. "Third Master, it must be an outsider. Today, the section of road where my son was killed has no surveillance and no witnesses, so I would like to ask Third Master to send someone to help investigate and find out who killed my son." Lei Bao pleaded on one knee. Qin Third Master heard this and seemed deep in thought. Although his position in the Qin family was not high, his power was limited and he was often suppressed, he still had a certain level of prestige. For him, investigating the murderer of a subordinate's son was a simple matter. Moreover, having been in the inner city for many years, almost no one knew that he had founded the largest intelligence organization in Jiangnan City. Therefore, no matter what happens in the inner city, it almost never escapes his intelligence network and can be easily uncovered. Alright, Lei Bao, follow Shadow Ghost to investigate the surveillance in the Northwest Corner District. He will give you an answer. Third Master Qin said indifferently. Then, he lightly clapped his hands, and a shadow immediately emerged on the floor of the villa. A figure, entirely pitch black with only its mouth and eyes emitting a faint white glow, appeared from within and then knelt on one knee before Third Master Qin. Witnessing this scene, Lei Bao was suddenly startled, a chill running down his spine. The name Shadow Ghost was one he had heard countless times. Although he had never seen him in person, he knew that this was the most powerful bodyguard and assassin under Third Master Qin. Originally, he thought Shadow Ghost's strength was on par with his own, but he never expected that Shadow Ghost's power had already reached the level of transcendent 9 stars. It was known that the strongest member of the Qin family was the family head, Qinjin, whose strength was also at the transcendent 9 stars level. However, Qinjin would never allow someone of equal strength to serve under him and was even highly wary of such individuals. Yet now, this transcendent 9 stars named Shadow Ghost was kneeling on one knee before Third Master Qin. It was utterly chilling. Third Master is truly formidable. What kind of strength does he possess? Lei Bao swallowed hard, his heart filled with tension. At the same time, he felt an immense sense of relief, as this seemingly unassuming backer might not be as simple as he appeared. Perhaps this third son of the Qin family, who had remained obscure, was actually a legendary powerhouse. Third Master, thank you. If you ever need the Lei Yin Tomb-Seeking group's assistance in the future, I will go through fire and water for you, no matter the cost. Lei Bao knelt on the ground, his face full of submission as he spoke. Third Master Qin listened and nodded slightly, saying calmly, "Alright, Lei Bao, go take care of your business." "Yes, Third Master." With that, Shadow Ghost grabbed Lei Bao's shoulder with one hand, and the two figures sank into the shadows, disappearing swiftly. Watching the spot where his two subordinates vanished, Third Master Qin seemed lost in thought. Eldest brother's hope of advancing to quasi-legendary status in this lifetime is likely out of reach. After ruling with an iron fist for so many years and suppressing the clan, it's about time he stepped aside. However, my current leverage is still lacking. If I were to compete with him, second brother would definitely join forces with him. Other families would also intervene, trying to take a share of the pie, he pondered to himself. With the power I currently hold, it's not enough to completely suppress the situation. If only I could win over some forces, that would be ideal. At that moment, a sudden ringing sound came from Third Master Qin's pocket. His eyebrows slightly raised as he picked up the phone and glanced at it, a faint smile appearing on his lips. "Son, why are you calling so late? Missing your old dad?" Third Master Qin answered the call with a smile. However, an urgent voice from Qin Dong came through the phone. "Something's wrong, Dad. Our Qin family is in trouble." Upon hearing this, Third Master Qin's brows furrowed deeply. He knew his son Qin Dong was well aware of his strength, a quasi-legendary coffin master, just one step away from advancing to legendary status. But now, Qin Dong was saying the Qin family was in trouble, which meant the opponent's strength was at least at the legendary level, possibly capable of suppressing the entire Qin family single-handedly. Without hesitation, Third Master Qin quickly asked, "Son, tell me what's going on. Who did our Qin family provoke?" "Dad, it's the genius I encountered in the Valley of Doom before." "Mo," Qin Dong said urgently. "Are you talking about the one who gave you the Netherfire Soul Crystal?" Third Master Qin asked in confusion. "That's right, it's him," Qin Dong replied anxiously. "Someone from our Qin family stole the evolution materials he needed and even killed his friend, the owner of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion in Fengyue City. Dad, you must quickly find out who did this and hand them over tomorrow. The materials must also be retrieved immediately. Otherwise, in a couple of days, our entire Qin family will be doomed." Qin Dong's tone was filled with fear. Hearing this, Third Master Qin's face instantly showed an expression of disbelief. The genius his son spoke of actually had the power to push the Qin family to the brink of destruction. Without a doubt, the person must have a close relation relationship with Chairman Chen of Fengyue City. Normally, the families in Jiangnan City were not afraid of Chairman Chen because the big shots of the Blade Court could contend with him, and no one dared to provoke him. But now, unexpectedly, their Qin family had stumbled into this disaster, potentially forcing Chairman Chen to intervene personally. If not handled properly, the Qin family might face total annihilation. Thinking of this, Third Master Qin's face revealed a trace of excitement. As long as he could make good use of this opportunity, or win over Emo and establish a connection with President Chen, then Qinjin stepping down would be a certainty. Son, quickly call your friend, wait for my notice tomorrow. When he comes to the Qin family to collect the materials, he can also take the person away. Third Master Qin said excitedly. Alright, Dad, I'll contact Emo right away. With that, Qin Dong hung up the phone. In a secret underground intelligence room in the inner city, Lei Bao stood nervously beside Shadow Ghost, not daring to breathe heavily. Shadow Ghost, on the other hand, was focused on operating a computer. Soon, Shadow Ghost pulled up surveillance footage from every corner of the inner city. As the light from hundreds of projections illuminated the walls of the intelligence room, all the images became clearly visible. Lord Shadow Ghost, my son was killed in the northwest corner district near the inner city wall, Lei Bao reminded respectfully. The time, Shadow Ghost responded in a low, hoarse voice. Lei Bao's heart tightened as he trembled and replied, it should have been between 8 and 9 in the morning. Shadow Ghost heard this and continued operating. A few seconds later, the images on the walls of the intelligence room instantly switched. In several frames, Yemo's figure appeared simultaneously. One frame showed him just leaving the inner city wall area, while the last few showed him returning to a nearby hotel. Seeing this, Lei Bao's face turned extremely grim. It's that kid. It's definitely him, Lei Bao said angrily. I practically interrogated everyone in the northwest corner district today, except for this kid. Moreover, the time he left perfectly matches the time when those passers-by were watching. The one who killed my son is definitely him. Lei Bao's eyes were filled with rage. After hearing this, a shadow suddenly appeared under Shadow Ghost's feet. He then turned his head and gave Lei Bao a sinister smile, coldly saying, since we found him, it's time for me to leave. So, do you want me to send you off? Shadow Ghost's voice was icy cold, sending a wave of fear through Lei Bao. And no need, Lord Shadow Ghost. I can leave on my own. I'll take my leave now. Lei Bao hastily cupped his hands towards Shadow Ghost and quickly fled the underground intelligence room. After running 100 meters away from the underground intelligence room, the anger in his heart could no longer be contained. How dare you kill my son? I will destroy your entire family. I'll take care of everyone who knows you. Lei Bao roared, punching a nearby tree over 10 meters tall, shattering it to pieces. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he leapt like a swift leopard onto a nearby high-rise building and dashed toward the hotel where Emo was staying. At this moment, in a hotel located in the northwest corner of the district, Emo had just hung up Qin Dong's call. The thought of retrieving the netherine cold essence tomorrow brought a faint smile to Emo's face. Moreover, Qin Dong's father had promised to help him find the murderer and mastermind behind Tang Ye's death, which greatly lifted Emo's spirits. Old Shen's reputation is indeed useful. Tomorrow, I'll visit the Qin family and settle these matters, Emo said with a slight smile. Just then, a sudden gust of wind sounded outside the hotel. Immediately after, a figure exuding a terrifying aura hovered outside the hotel window. Emo turned his head and saw a middle-aged man with a square face and a scar on his forehead, staring at him with murderous intent. The leader of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking group? Emo raised an eyebrow, instantly feeling a sense of gravity as he quickly deduced the man's identity. The aura emanating from the man was as overwhelming as a giant, pressing heavily on Emo, causing the hotel curtains to flutter wildly. Emo felt unprecedented pressure and hurriedly summoned Tyrant and Chi-Chi to guard him. In the past, most of his opponents were around the high-tier level, and Tyrant or Chi-Chi could usually defeat them with a single strike. However, a transcendent expert was evidently dozens, if not hundreds, of times stronger than a high-tier tomb suppressor. It must be noted that the coffin spirits under a transcendent expert are all above level 40, and a lord-level coffin spirit above level 40 undergoes a complete transformation compared to those below level 40. They hold an absolute advantage in terms of level and evolution, capable of contending with dozens or even hundreds of high-tier coffin spirits. Furthermore, a transcendent tomb suppressor can personally kill high-tier tomb suppressors with ease, even without relying on coffin spirits, simply through basic spiritual energy manipulation. Extraordinary 5-star, a level 45 lord-class coffin spirit? Yemo's brows furrowed tightly as his mind raced. His current coffin spirit was only level 25, a full 20 levels lower than the opponent. Such a disparity in strength, even with a god-tier talent and an S-class coffin spirit, might not be enough to bridge the gap. At this moment, the only method that could threaten the opponent was likely the tyrant's supermaterial penetration. However, hitting a transcendent coffin master was as difficult as reaching the heavens. In midair outside the window, Lei Bao stared at Yemo's calm demeanor. The killing intent intent on his face growing more pronounced. He said coldly, "Kid, you're an outsider, and you didn't even bother to find out my name. How dare you kill my son?" Then, he roared angrily, "I'll make you wish you were dead rather than alive." Spiritual energy surged in Lei Bao's hand as he prepared to punch Emo. Seeing this, Emo's heart pounded wildly, a trace of difficulty flashing across his face as he hurriedly communicated with Chi-Chi. He wanted to test whether Chi-Chi's indestructible body could withstand a strike from a transcendent being. In that instant, Chi-Chi quickly relayed the message back to Emo, as long as it wasn't a skill attack from a Lord class. Coffin Spirit, her indestructible body combined with the protective talisman drawn with ice immortal power could completely endure it. Chi-Chi took a single step and instantly appeared in front of Emo. At the same time, she conjured a talisman with one hand, transforming it into a circular ice shield that stood before her. "Kid, you're even more ruthless than I am. To think you'd sacrifice your coffin spirit just to survive." Lei Bao sneered coldly. "In that case, I'll kill your coffin spirit first, turn you into a cripple, and then imprison you to torment you for the rest of your life." In the next second, the spiritual power in his hand suddenly erupted, transforming into a terrifying punch force that shot straight toward Chi-Chi. With a loud bang, the punch force directly shattered the hotel's window and collided with the ice shield in front of Chi-Chi. With a cracking sound, the ice shield broke apart in less than 2 seconds, disintegrating into shards of ice. The shield seemed to absorb all the power, and although the residual force of the punch wasn't strong, it still sent Chi-Chi flying backward into the wall panel. Seeing this, Yemo's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly asked in his mind, "Chi-Chi, are you hurt?" "Master, his attack can't harm me," Chi-Chi replied telepathically. Immediately afterward, she jumped out of the wall panel as if nothing had happened, patted the dust off her body, and then conjured an even larger ice blue shield in front of her. Outside the window, Lei Bao watched the scene unfold, his face instantly showing a look of astonishment, and he froze in place. He was a transcendent 5-star powerhouse. Even if his spiritual power attack couldn't match the coffin spirit's skills, it shouldn't be something a level 25 coffin spirit could withstand. Moreover, the 20-level gap was right there, yet the opponent's coffin spirit had so effortlessly blocked his attack and remained completely unharmed. This was simply absurd. "This is impossible. I refuse to believe I can't kill a coffin spirit that's 20 levels lower than me," Lei Bao roared, his eyes flashing with unwillingness. He frantically unleashed the spiritual power within him, transforming it into waves of punch force that blasted toward Chi-Chi. Having already defended against one attack, Chi-Chi calmly drew various runes that transformed into shields, stacking them in front of her as much as possible. In an instant, dozens of shields densely appeared before her, resembling a sturdy wall. No matter how Lei Bao exerted all his strength, he couldn't break through this solid line of defense. A few seconds later, Lei Bao calmed down slightly and gave up his spiritual energy attack. However, the moment he saw the mocking smile on the face of the boy behind Chi-Chi, his expression grew even darker. "This zombie coffin spirit, it can actually withstand my attack. What level of coffin seal is this?" Lei Bao scrutinized the shield-covered figure behind Chi-Chi, his mind deep in thought. The spiritual energy attack he had gathered, though only a tenth as powerful as the skill attack of his own coffin spirit, was still enough to easily topple a building or even kill many coffin spirits around level 35 with similar potential. Yet the little zombie before him had completely absorbed all that energy with its shield, utterly inconceivable. Lei Bao's heart suddenly skipped a beat as a possibility occurred to him. Could it be that his coffin spirit's potential is A level, or even S level? For a moment, greedy desire filled Lei Bao's mind. If he could kill the other party, seize his coffin spirit, and present it to Master Qin, what an incredible opportunity that would be. His status under Master Qin would undoubtedly rise to the next level. With this thought, Lei Bao did not hesitate. Spiritual energy surged instantly in his hands. In midair, a ceiling formation suddenly took shape, and an ancient golden coffin emerged, floating in the air. "Kid, your coffin spirit must be at least A level, right?" Lei Bao said coldly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. At the same time, the golden coffin suspended in the air suddenly opened with a loud crack. Thunder roared. Dark clouds churned outside the hotel, and the skies over several streets were shrouded in thick clouds. A fierce wind howled, as if the apocalypse was about to descend. Emo saw this and his expression became solemn. Following the dark clouds, he saw a malevolent ghost with fleshy wings on its back, a green face with fangs, a body that was battered and charred, and emitting bursts of electric currents, appearing within. Coffin Spirit, Scorched Thunder Sky Ghost. Race, Ghost Demon. Level, LV 45 Lord Class. Seal Level, Golden Mystic Coffin, Level Cap 49. Talent, Thunder Refinement, enhances physical and soul strength after absorbing lightning. Thundercloud Manipulation, can create large amounts of thunderclouds out of thin air. Skills, Rapid Flight, Tier 4, Thunderstrike, Tier 4, Thunder Punishment, Special, Advanced Stealth, Tier 4, Paralysis, Chain Lightning, Tier 4, Evil Spirit Clone, Tier 4. Ultimate Skill, Thunderstorm Prison. Defect, Pain Intensifies. Intimacy, 77, Obedient, Tyrant. Current status, indifferent. Description, originates from Inming Peak. Evolved twice from Thunder Ghost, potential exhausted. No further progress after reaching max level. Level 45 Lord. Truly a terrifying opponent. Yi Mo's expression was grave. Just now, Chi-Chi's use of talismans had consumed most of his spiritual energy, leaving only enough for the Tyrant to use super material penetration. Twice. This meant that if he wanted to counterattack, he had to catch the enemy off guard, and he only had 2 chances. If he failed to kill Jiao Lei Tiangui after those 2 attempts, he would undoubtedly die. Kid, I admit your coffin spirit has great potential and can withstand my attacks, but now that I've summoned my coffin spirit, what can you do to counter it? Lei Bao said coldly. I'll give you 10 seconds to think it over. As long as you kneel and hand over its sealing array with both hands, I'll let you die quickly. Otherwise, I'll torment you for the rest of your life. Lei Bao pointed at Chi-Chi and threatened Yi Mo viciously. At this moment, Lei Bao felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Trading his son's life for an A-level or even S-level coffin spirit. To him, this was an absolutely profitable deal with no losses. After all, he could always have another son, but such a powerful coffin spirit, if he missed this chance, it would be incredibly difficult to encounter another opportunity like this in the future. However, when Yi Mo heard Lei Bao's words, his face remained completely calm. It seems it's time to use the Snow Shadow Emblem to intimidate this guy, Yi Mo thought to himself. He then retrieved the Snow Shadow Emblem from his spatial warehouse. Just as he was about to use the emblem to intimidate his opponent, suddenly, a phone rang in Lei Bao's pocket. Hearing the ringtone, Lei Bao's face flashed with a trace of displeasure. Kid, while I take this call, you'd better think carefully. If you still haven't knelt and handed over the sealing array by the time I'm done, the consequences will be severe. Lei Bao warned coldly, then took out his phone. Ha, it's actually Third Master calling. Lei Bao felt both puzzled and pleasantly surprised. After all, Third Master Qin had never called him proactively before, and this sudden call made Lei Bao feel immensely honored. Without hesitation, he answered the phone. Hello, Third Master. This is Lei Bao. Calling me so late, is there something you need? Lei Bao asked obsequiously. In the room, Yi Mo heard this and, seeing the other party's fawning demeanor, his face immediately showed a strange expression. This guy is actually one of Qin Laosan's men? Yi Mo was a bit dumbfounded. The snow shadow badge he was about to take out was stuffed back into his pocket. At this moment, Third Master Qin's voice came through the phone. Lei Bao, have you avenged your son yet? Hearing this, Lei Bao was instantly moved. He hadn't expected Third Master Qin to care so much about his personal matters, and his voice trembled with excitement. Third Master, I am already in front of the man who killed my son, and I am about to take him down. Since you've already found your enemy, don't waste any more time. Just take him out directly. After you finish, head immediately to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest District, and secretly protect a young man. I'll send you a photo shortly, so you can recognize him. On the other end of the line, Third Master Qin's voice was filled with urgency. Remember, never offend this young man. If you anger him, both you and I could face utter destruction. Hearing these words, Lei Bao was momentarily stunned. He secretly pondered that he was currently right next to the 5-star hotel in the Northwest District. In other words, the young man, whom Third Master Qin wanted him to protect, was also in this hotel. This meant he didn't need to rush so hurriedly. The time saved could be used to slowly torment the boy in front of him and force him to hand over the sealing formation. Ha, what a coincidence. Lei Bao was delighted, his gaze sharp as an eagle's as he fixed it on Yi Mo. Then, he quickly explained into the phone, Third Master, rest assured, I'm right at the 5-star hotel you mentioned. I will definitely carry out your instructions and will never offend the important figure you spoke of. This task is entrusted to you. If the other party has any requests, do your utmost to fulfill them. In short, make sure he's happy. A solemn voice came through the phone. After hearing Qin Sanye's words, Lei Bao felt even more delighted. He hadn't expected Sanye to entrust such an important task to him. As if recalling something, Lei Bao immediately burst into laughter and quickly said, Sanye, please don't hang up yet. I have some incredible news to share with you. I wonder if you'd like to hear it. Go ahead, came the curious voice from the other end of the phone. Ha ha ha, Sanye. The murderer who killed my son has actually contracted a little zombie with at least A-level, possibly even S-level potential. I plan to force him to hand over the sealing formation and then present this high-potential coffin spirit to you, Lei Bao said with great satisfaction. He was certain that even someone like Qin Sanye couldn't remain calm upon hearing about the chance to obtain an S-level coffin spirit. Sure enough, a sharp intake of breath could be heard over the phone. Lei Bao grew even more smug, knowing that Qin Sanye was already tempted. Ha ha ha, Sanye, this might be an S-level coffin spirit. I believe both you and young Master Qin Dong would be extremely eager to possess it, Lei Bao said, reveling in his own excitement. At this moment, countless possibilities of how Third Master Qin might reward him had already flashed through his mind. For instance, if he presented the S-class coffin spirit to Third Master Qin, the latter might be so thrilled that he would promote him to a trusted confidant. He might even become sworn brothers with him and call him Brother Lei without hesitation. Or perhaps, if he offered the S-class coffin spirit to young Master Qin Dong, the latter, overwhelmed by such a monumental favor, might even acknowledge him as a godfather. However, a sudden, urgent voice came through the phone. Lei Bao, what does that little zombie look like? Hearing this, Lei Bao was momentarily stunned. Then, he glanced at Chi-Chi and replied with a chuckle, Third Master, I didn't expect you to be someone who values appearances. This little zombie has short purple hair and looks like a little girl. I'm sure you'll like her, Third Master. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash suddenly came through the phone, as if a teacup had fallen to the ground. After a few seconds of silence, Third Master Qin's voice came through again, but this time it was filled with tension. Young Master Yi, I was unaware of any grievances between you and my subordinate. What I said earlier was my fault, and I humbly ask for your forgiveness, young Master Yi. Hearing this, Yi Mo understood that the other party was apologizing for the earlier remark. Just kill him directly. However, Yi Mo did not respond and instead looked at Lei Bao with a puzzled expression. Sensing that something was amiss, Lei Bao suddenly became flustered, and his smile gradually faded. Third Master, what are you talking about? Who is young Master Yi? At this moment, the usually refined Qin Laosen couldn't help but curse angrily over the phone. Lei Bao, go and look at the photo I just sent you right now. See who you and your son have provoked. You're truly courting death. Hearing this, Lei Bao was suddenly struck with fear, a chill running straight to his head, almost causing him to fall from the air. My son provoked the big shot that Third Master mentioned? Lei Bao muttered to himself. This can't be such a coincidence. Could the big shot Third Master is talking about be this kid? Lei Bao looked at Yi Mo, swallowed hard, and his body trembled slightly. He hurriedly opened the photo sent by Qin Laosan. When he saw the familiar figure in the photo, deep fear immediately appeared in his eyes. Because the photo sent by Qin Laosan showed two people, an old man and a young man. The relationship between the two appeared extremely close. Moreover, he recognized the old man. It was someone even the three overlords of Dao Court feared, the president of the Fengyue City Tomb Seeking Association. As for the young man beside the old man, he hadn't known him before, but now he did. You, Lei Bao pointed at Yi Mo, too shocked to speak. He couldn't believe that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him had such immense power behind him, and his own son had caused such a huge problem with him. That little bastard, so arrogant and reckless, dares to provoke anyone. Lei Bao's heart was filled with regret as he silently cursed his deceased son. At this moment, Yi Mo looked at Lei Bao, who was still pointing at him, frowned slightly, and said coldly, I hate being pointed at. As soon as these words were spoken, Lei Bao immediately withdrew his hand, and a panicked voice came through the phone. Lei Bao, what trouble have you caused this time? Just wait until I get there and see how I deal with you. Hearing this, Lei Bao's face was full of distress, and he quickly explained, Third Master, I really haven't done anything. I'll be there in 2 minutes. Right now, kneel before young Master Yi and keep apologizing to him until he's satisfied. Third Master Qin roared. Hearing this, Lei Bao didn't dare entertain any other thoughts. He kicked off with his legs, leaping through the hotel window and landing inside. Then, he cast a pale glance at Yi Mo, lowered his head, and quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me. Lei Bao hurriedly kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Hearing this, Yi Mo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A transcendent 5-star powerhouse kneeling before him, a mid-tier 5-star coffin master, was indeed a rare sight in the world. However, no matter how much the other party apologized, Yi Mo would never let him off easily. After all, the experience from a level 45 coffin spirit was too tempting for Yi Mo to pass up, so he had to act. Although he didn't want to make a move now to avoid pushing Lei Bao into despair, everything would have to wait until Third Master Qin arrived. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Lei Bao kowtowed even more fervently. He knew in his heart that if Yi Mo could forgive him, he could keep his position, but if he wasn't forgiven, or if Yi Mo even wanted to kill him, at least he could ensure the safety of his family and the reputation of the Lei Yun tomb-seeking group. However, if he chose to run away or continue attacking Yi Mo, it would truly be a path of no return. 1 minute later, Yi Mo looked at Lei Bao, who was kowtowing so hard that the floor echoed with thuds, and said indifferently, You are not wrong. It is this world that is wrong. Hearing this, Lei Bao was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that Yi Mo was mocking him. He began kowtowing even harder. Young Master Yi, it was my fault, truly my fault. Please spare me, young Master Yi. No, 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 how could you be wrong? Clearly, it was your son who was wrong. Yi Mo quickly shook his head and said. Lei Bao, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and quickly followed Yi Mo's words, saying, Yes, 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 young Master Yi. It was my son's fault. It was my son's fault. Of course, I was also at fault. I should have thrown that wretched thing against the wall back then. Yi Mo. It seemed that a powerful presence was approaching, and the corners of Yi Mo's mouth immediately curled into a smile. He could finally make a move against Lei Bao. Meanwhile, Lei Bao also felt this presence and was secretly delighted. As long as Master Master Qin-san saw how earnestly he was apologizing, he would surely plead on his behalf. Thus, he kowtowed even more fervently. Alright, that's enough. Yemo interrupted Lei Bao's actions and said indifferently, it's not impossible for me to let you go, but there's one condition. Hearing this, Lei Bao was overjoyed and quickly said, young Master Yi, whatever condition you have, I will agree to it. In this way, you release your coffin spirit, then let it stay still and be beaten by my coffin spirit for 2 minutes. If it doesn't die, then you're fine. If it dies, then you must die too. What do you think? Yemo said with a smile. Hearing this, Lei Bao was overjoyed and immediately bowed deeply to Yemo. Thank you, young Master Yi, for sparing me. If young Master Yi wants to beat my coffin spirit for 2 hours, or even 2 days, that's perfectly fine. Thank you so much, young Master Yi. Looking at Lei Bao, who was already kneeling on the ground with excitement written all over his face, Yemo simply shook his head and said calmly, get up first. There's no need for thanks. If your coffin spirit truly survives, then you can thank me. Hearing this, Lei Bao was momentarily stunned, then his expression grew even more excited, his eyes filled with gratitude. At this moment, he was utterly convinced of one thing, young Master Yi intended to spare him. In his view, although Yemo's coffin spirit had strong defensive capabilities, its strength was far from enough to harm the thunder ghost of the scorched lightning. Even if the thunder ghost stood still and let that little zombie hack at it 100 times, it would be nothing more than a tickle. Thus, Yemo's words were undoubtedly a legitimate excuse to let him off the hook. Of course, Lei Bao also discerned another layer of meaning. Yemo seemed very confident in his own strength and wanted to put on a display in front of him and Master Qin. It seems I need to make sure the thunder ghost pleases him, Lei Bao thought to himself while secretly transmitting a message to the thunder ghost. Heavenly ghost, when you get beaten later, try to act as if you've been seriously injured. The more convincing, the better. Immediately, Lei Bao turned to Yemo, his face displaying an extremely obsequious smile, and said with a grin, young Master Ye's strength is the most formidable I've ever seen among young people. I believe even Jiao Lei Tiangui won't be able to completely withstand young Master Ye's attacks. Even if he manages to survive by sheer luck, he will undoubtedly suffer unimaginable damage. Upon hearing this, Yemo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He had to admit, Lei Bao's flattering words were still quite pleasing to hear. However, gaining the experience of defeating a lord-level coffin spirit was far more gratifying. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted into the hotel. When Yemo saw the figure, he was momentarily stunned. The person before him was practically a replica of Qin Dong, except that his hair was slightly grayed, giving him a somewhat aged appearance. Young Master Yi, I am Xiaodong's father, the third son of the Qin family. Qin Han. You can call me Old Third Qin. Old Third Qin smiled faintly upon seeing Yemo and cupped his hands in greeting. Yemo responded with a faint smile, saying, Uncle Qin, there's no need for such formality, as I am of the same generation as Qin Dong. Besides, I will need Uncle Qin's assistance with some matters soon, so just call me Yemo. When Qin Laosan heard Yemo address him in such a manner, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. As expected, Xiaodong was right. Young Master Yi is not only easy to get along with but also very humble. Qin Laosan couldn't help but praise him in his heart. He then cupped his hands again and said, in that case, I'll take advantage of Xiaodong's favor and address young Master Yi by name. At this moment, Qin Laosan noticed the room was in complete disarray, with cracks already forming on the surrounding walls, and his heart tightened. Luckily, I made this call in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. As if recalling something, Qin Laosan involuntarily exuded a powerful aura, directing his pressure toward Lei Bao. Lei Bao, look at the mess you've caused. Who told you to stand up? Kneel down immediately. As soon as these words were spoken, Lei Bao immediately dropped to his knees with a thud and hurriedly explained, Third Master, it was young Master Yi who told me to stand up. Young Master Yi said that as long as I let my coffin spirit take a beating, he would let me go. A beating? Qin Laosan looked utterly bewildered and quickly turned to Yemo, his face full of confusion. He hadn't expected Yemo to be so merciful as to let an enemy go. Young brother Yi, are you sure you want to let him go? Qin Laosan asked in disbelief. Yemo heard this and smiled faintly. I made an agreement with him to let Jiao Lei Tiangui stand still and take a beating from my coffin spirit. If his coffin spirit dies, then he dies. If his coffin spirit survives, then he survives. So I need Uncle Qin to witness this matter. If his coffin spirit dies, I ask Uncle Qin to briefly protect me. Yemo said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Laosan's expression immediately became complicated. In his view, this kind of agreement undoubtedly gave Lei Bao a chance to survive. Yemo seemed to overestimate his own strength, didn't he? How could his coffin spirit possibly kill Jiao Lei Tiangui? Don't worry, with me here, even if his coffin spirit dies, he won't dare do anything to you. Qin Laosan did not refute Yemo's words. He didn't want to dampen Yemo's confidence, so he readily agreed. Then, he asked Yemo, Brother Yi, when do you plan to take action? Yemo listened and said indifferently, now. After speaking, Yemo summoned the tyrant to his side without hesitation. A zombie? Lei Lei Bao and Qin Laosan were both stunned. Immediately afterward, Lei Bao's face revealed an expression of ecstatic joy. He hadn't expected Yemo to forego using the S-class potential Chi-Chi and instead choose the seemingly weaker zombie to deal with Jiao Lei Tiangue. This was simply hilarious. If Chi-Chi could at least scratch Jiao Lei Tiangue's skin, then the zombie before them probably couldn't even touch a single hair. Ha, many thanks to young Master Yi for your mercy. Lei Bao laughed heartily, then waved toward the Jiao Lei Sky Ghost outside the window. Sky Ghost, come over here. Stand properly and let young Master Yi's coffin spirit give you a beating. Hearing this, the figure of the Jiao Lei Sky Ghost flickered and instantly appeared in front of the tyrant. Compared to the tyrant, its size was much smaller, with its height not even reaching the tyrant's chest. However, its strength far surpassed that of the tyrant, and it seemed to hold the tyrant's power in disdain, showing no concern at all. It even arrogantly stretched its head forward. Come on, hit me on the head. If you have the guts, just kill me outright. The Jiao Lei Sky Ghost transmitted its voice to the tyrant. Hearing this, the tyrant narrowed his eyes slightly, and a surge of anger began to rise in his heart. Courting death, the tyrant roared inwardly. Evolution count, 0 times. The next second, it grabbed the head of the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost with one hand and lifted it up. Intense blood-red energy began to gather in its palm, seemingly charging up, emitting a pulse that made hearts tremble. Qin Sanya and Lei Bao felt this wave of energy and immediately showed expressions of surprise. The intensity of this energy, it's almost close to a level 35 coffin spirit skill, isn't it? Qin Sanya murmured to himself. Seeing this, Lei Bao let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. But with this level of attack, the Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost can easily withstand it, and it won't even suffer the slightest injury. The Jiao Lei Heavenly Ghost felt the tingling energy on its scalp and couldn't help but reveal a ferocious expression. It transmitted its voice to the tyrant once again. You think this little bit of energy can hurt me? Is that all you've got, little brother? Hearing these words, the tyrant could no longer endure the provocation. Master, please lend me all your spiritual power to assist me, the tyrant angrily communicated with Yemo. Upon hearing this, Yemo quickly nodded. At this moment, he held nothing back, directly draining all the spiritual power within his body, pouring everything into enabling the tyrant to unleash this move, the supermaterial penetration. A furious roar erupted from the tyrant. Boom! The blood-red energy in its palm instantly surged. A terrifying sense of agitation swept through, twisting the air in the entire room, and the whole hotel shook violently as if experiencing an earthquake. The previously relaxed and composed Thunder Leopard felt a sudden surge of energy and couldn't help but feel a chill down its spine. This energy had clearly reached the level of a lord, and its aura was still rising continuously. How is this possible? This kind of energy, there's no way the Thunder Ghost can withstand it, Lei Bao muttered, trembling with uncertainty and fear. Then, he turned his head with difficulty to look at Third Master Qin, only to find the same look of shock on his face. What a powerful energy fluctuation. This zombie is no ordinary one, Third Master Qin exclaimed in surprise as he stared at the tyrant. At the same time, he no longer doubted Yemo's strength. As time ticked by, the red energy in the tyrant's hand reached its peak saturation, radiating an aura of destruction. Third Master, save me, Lei Bao transmitted, his face filled with utter terror. He could clearly sense that with this strike, the Thunder Ghost was doomed to die. However, Third Master Qin's next words plunged him into complete despair. The trouble you caused, you should bear the corresponding price. You'd better place your hopes on your coffin spirit. If it withstands, I believe Yemo will surely spare your life. After saying these words, Master Qin San swiftly summoned a shadow mage wielding an ornate ruby staff and draped in a raven-feathered cloak. Then, on the top floor of the hotel, he unfolded a shadow barrier spanning a 200-meter radius, sealing off the surroundings. It must be noted that a full-force strike from a peak lord-level coffin spirit could directly obliterate the entire northwest corner street, turning an area of several hundred meters into a living hell. Although the tyrant's next strike wouldn't reach the peak lord level, it was still terrifying. Without the aid of the shadow barrier to withstand it, this strike would undoubtedly cause irreparable damage. At this moment, the coffin masters near the northwest corner district felt a terrifying wave of energy, and each of them fled in panic, desperately trying to get away from the five-star hotel in the area. After running several hundred meters, they turned back to glance at the top floor of the hotel and were instantly stunned. A massive black barrier had enveloped the area around the hotel, and within the barrier, blood-red light flickered. As the blood-red glow grew brighter, waves of suffocating terror emanated from the barrier, making it impossible for people nearby to breathe. This is definitely a battle between Transcendence and the inner city. My god, how could Transcendence be fighting in the inner city? Could it be a clash between two major forces? Run quickly, this aura is too terrifying. For us mid-level coffin masters, even touching it would mean instant death. Amidst the clamor, countless people desperately fled, only wanting to stay far away from this place of trouble. Inside the barrier, Lei Bao was now drenched in sweat, kneeling on the ground with a face as pale as paper. Jiao Lei Tiangue dared not move, while old Master Qin nearby also felt a heavy pressure. The tyrant before them had almost reached his limit in gathering power, and they could clearly sense the intense energy fluctuations, comparable to the skill unleashed by a level 49 lord. If he made a move, Jiao Lei Tiangui would undoubtedly perish. Yimo's face showed an expression of excitement as he gasped heavily. Although the spiritual energy within his body had long been drained, and his entire body trembled as if he might collapse at any moment, he still held on. It seems the tyrant is using the extreme cross-boundary of supermaterial penetration, surpassing 2 major realms. Yimo murmured to himself. Under normal combat circumstances, he would never allow the charging time for supermaterial penetration to exceed 5 seconds. But this time, with Old Master Qin protecting him nearby, he had completely drained all his spiritual energy, charging for a full minute. Once this strike is unleashed, not only will the building beneath their feet be obliterated, but everything within a radius of 300 meters will vanish in the aftermath. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Spare my coffin spirit's life. Lei Bao's face was full of despair as he knelt on the ground, loudly begging for mercy. Young Master Yi, I beg you, young Master Yi. When Third Master Qin heard this, his face immediately darkened. Then, he kicked Lei Bao and simultaneously threatened him through spiritual voice transmission. Shut up. This is a mess you brought upon yourself. You'd better accept this reality. If you make another sound and accidentally interrupt his coffin spirit's ultimate move, not only will the entire Thundercloud tomb-seeking team be buried, but your whole family, and even I, will be implicated. Third Master Qin took a deep breath and warned. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao's heart sank into despair, inwardly cursing the ancestors of his son for 18 generations. How could I have given birth to such a thing? This is outright ruining me. Lei Bao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The next second, the violet energy seemed to have fully accumulated and then suddenly erupted. With a loud boom, a blood-red beam of light instantly tore through the top of the shadow barrier and shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire inner city like a living hell. The Thunder Ghost hadn't even had time to make a sound before being shredded into pieces by the energy, leaving not even a trace behind. The shockwave from the explosion caused the shadow barrier to collapse, sweeping across several nearby streets. In an instant, screams and cries of agony filled the air as countless people fled for their lives in panic. Ding! The tyrant successfully killed LV-45 Thunder Ghost. Ding! Your coffin spirit tyrant, experience doubled, gained plus 80,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirit Chi-Chi, experience doubled, gained plus 80,000 experience points. Ding! Your coffin spirits, tyrant, Chi-Chi, have been upgraded to LV-29 Guardian level. Experience required for the next level, 6,840/22,150. Your coffin spirit level has increased, and you have received a large amount of spiritual energy feedback. Hearing the system prompt, Yimo was instantly stunned on the spot. Only 2 words floated in his mind. Exclamation point. Yimo exclaimed aloud. 80,000 experience points. Leveled up 4 times in one go. As expected, killing monsters above. My level is the best. Yimo was incredibly excited. He never imagined that defeating the coffin spirit, 20 levels above him, would grant him such a massive amount of experience. This undoubtedly shattered his previous understanding. If only I could grind monsters like this all the time. A faint smile appeared on Yimo's face. As if thinking of something, his heart leaped with joy. Didn't old Chen want to take me to the ancient secret realm? After the appraisal meeting ends, I'll go with him a few times, pick off the heads of some overlord-level monsters, and won't that be absolutely thrilling? Devour upgrade. 2 minutes later, the aftermath gradually subsided. Yimo glanced around indifferently and couldn't help but take a sharp breath. The surrounding walls had disappeared, and the upper floors of the hotel had long been blown away. Nearby buildings of similar height to the hotel also showed numerous cracks in their walls, as if they might collapse at any moment. At this moment, he seemed to be standing on the edge of the rooftop of a dozens of stories high building, just a few steps away from falling off. It seems that being too forceful isn't a good thing either. I actually ended up destroying the materials. What a huge loss, Yimo muttered softly, a pained expression on his face, feeling deeply regretful in his heart. Brother Yi, your strength is just too. Old Master Qin hesitated, unable to find the words to describe Yimo's power. After all, a mid-level coffin master being able to control a coffin spirit to unleash an attack comparable to a transcendent 9-star level was truly an extraordinary feat, yet Yimo had indeed accomplished it. If he were any stronger, even legendary powerhouses might feel threatened. Such a genius, coupled with President Chen's protection, it seems that Fengyue City is destined to rise in the future, Old Master Qin thought with deep emotion. Leopard Thunder, standing to the side, watched as the scorched Thunder Sky Ghost vanished without a trace and immediately spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood. He appeared somewhat dazed, his face pale, his eyes vacant, and his body trembling uncontrollably. Alright, Captain Thunder, it's time to fulfill our agreement, isn't it? Yimo glanced at Leopard Thunder and spoke in a calm tone. Hearing this, Leopard Thunder took a deep breath and nodded in despair. As if something came to mind, Yimo's heart leaped with joy, and he said expectantly, Captain Thunder, as a transcendent 5-star powerhouse, you must have contracted more than one coffin spirit, right? The levels of your other coffin spirits should also be quite high. How about we place another bet? As soon as these words were spoken, Leopard Thunder's face instantly filled with terror, and he spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. His strongest coffin spirit had just been instantly defeated, and now the other party was eyeing his remaining coffin spirits. Moreover, for some reason, Emo had already recovered his spiritual power and seemed to have grown stronger. How could Leopard Thunder dare to fall for such a trap again? Immediately after, young Master Yi, things have come to this point. Please grant Lei a swift end, Lei Bao said with a grim expression, shaking his head. He would rather have the coffin spirit in the contract space exiled to the secret tomb for resealing after his death than endure such humiliation from Emo any longer. Alright, let's do it this way then. Emo spread his hands and said expressionlessly. In the next second, a flash of blade light appeared. With a squelch, Lei Bao was cleaved in half by the tyrant's blade on the spot, then slowly plummeted toward the ground below the tall building. Third Master Qin watched the scene with a blank expression, saying nothing. Although Lei Bao was his subordinate, the man had provoked someone even he couldn't afford to offend, truly bringing this upon himself. Emo, let's put this matter to rest. Earlier, Lei Bao's actions frightened you, and it was my failure to properly discipline my subordinates. I am willing to compensate you with 5 billion as a form of emotional damages. What do you think? Third Master Qin said to Emo. Hearing this, a smile once again appeared on Emo's face. Although he couldn't obtain the materials of the fiery thunder sky ghost, getting 5 billion was definitely not a loss. So, Emo quickly laughed heartily and said, Uncle Qin, isn't this a bit too much? After all, I didn't really lose anything. Third Master Qin was stunned upon hearing this and gave Emo a peculiar look. Just now, he had clearly heard the other muttering about how losing the materials was a huge loss, and now he was saying he hadn't lost anything. Third Master Qin could only think to himself, I don't believe a word you're saying. Don't refuse it. This is Uncle Qin's compensation for you. Just accept it directly. Third Master Qin smiled and persuaded, then stuffed a gold card into Emo's hand. Emo took the card, feeling even more delighted. Now that he was a mid-tier 9-star coffin master, he could contract 2 more coffin spirits. Moreover, his wealth had already exceeded 20 billion. If he encountered a well-preserved coffin at the appraisal meeting, he would have the opportunity to compete for it. Once he successfully contracted 2 Corpse Clan coffin spirits with great potential, his strength would see an epic level enhancement. As Emo was invited to the Qin family by Third Master Qin, the coffin masters who had originally fled the northwest corner area all breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected the commotion to be caused by Third Master Qin and the leader of the Thundercloud tomb-seeking group. Isn't Captain Lei Bao one of Third Master Qin's subordinates? Why would Third Master Qin strike so ruthlessly? Everyone was puzzled. Is there even a need to think about it? Just now, Third Master Qin took away a young man. Didn't you see? He must be Third Master Qin's illegitimate son. Lei Bao just made a move against Third Master Qin's illegitimate son. He will surely anger Third Master Qin. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately understood the truth of the matter and began discussing it wildly. It seems another person who can't be provoked has appeared in the inner city. Yeah, to think he killed an extraordinary level subordinate over an illegitimate child, that's truly insane. Don't talk nonsense. If these words reach Master Qin's ears, you definitely won't survive. Let's leave quickly and pretend we didn't see anything. As the crowd of onlookers mostly dispersed, the northwest corner of the district once again returned to the quiet of the night. At this moment, in a corner of the street, a white-haired man with blood-red pupils appeared. Tang Yi looked at Lei Bao's corpse, licked the corner of his mouth, and a trace of greed flashed in his eyes. After last night's slaughter, he had devoured quite a bit of ordinary flesh, but it only brought an extremely slight enhancement to his body. This result made him realize that only by devouring a coffin master could he quickly grow stronger. Originally, he had planned to attack the inner city tonight, but he hadn't expected such a major commotion to occur there, forcing him to observe from the sidelines. TSK, the flesh of a transcendent coffin master. I wonder how much power it could give me. Tang Yi muttered to himself as he looked at the corpse below the hotel, split in two and with blood still not dried. Then, he kicked off with both legs, transforming into a streak of white light, swiftly passing over Lei Bao's corpse and bringing it back with him. Devour, Tang Yi muttered softly. The blood vessels in his body suddenly twisted, transforming into several fanged tentacles that instantly devoured Lei Bao's corpse. Feeling the tide-like energy surging into his body, Tang Yi revealed a ferocious smile, and his aura instantly grew stronger. Transcendent 1-star. Indeed, only by devouring powerful coffin guardians can I quickly enhance my strength. He, Tang Yi said excitedly. As if thinking of something, his expression became even more ruthless. Why not take advantage of this commotion and devour all the coffin guardians nearby? As long as my strength improves a bit more, the opportunity for revenge will come. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Ye's appearance suddenly changed. changed, transforming into Lei Bao's likeness. Without hesitation, he took advantage of the night to prepare for a killing spree.